let's see if it catches on. By that I mean connects to live stream. Okay, gotta go to live stream now. See if we connect. Everybody out there, let us know if you can hear us. Okay, we seem to be connecting. It says excellent connection. So by all means, everybody respond. And what we're going to do is, because my computer updated the other day, I'm pretty sure that OBS will recognize Aristides and Peter. But both of you say some things. So introduce yourselves.
Hello. Can anybody hear me? Let me know if whoever the listeners are who come on early, if you can hear me. And Aristides, if you can say something.
Yeah, I'm here. Everybody can hear me too, and I hope you too had some progress editing your book together.
Yeah, it's a difficult task. Yeah. Oh well, I don't know if we want to share all the gory details, but
not detail.
Yeah. Online broadcasting software seems to recognize both of us. Well, both of you. So that's good. That's a good sign. And let's go over to the stream. And T Tank Berry says, "Good evening, loud and clear from Mendocino County." He says, "Peter clear, Aristides clear." Excellent. Thank you, T Tank Berry. You are the absolute best. Top of the line, my main man. All right. So hugs to T Tank Berry. And with that, we're going to ease into my speaking about things that Peter will introduce. I do want to give the usual admonishments. I'll deliver the usual situation status report concerning what we face every time we start a transmission, which is we're assaulted by Autobots. We're assaulted by automated bots that are cheap, and they basically have no purpose in existence other than to hit a downvote. This is actually quite real. It's a real phenomena. People can buy these cheap ass bots to downvote somebody else's video, and the person who does this is Stephen Outram, because he's insanely jealous, and he's an Edomite cultist, and we write about his kind in the book that we're writing and going to get out as soon as possible. Because it is so topical, we've got to get it out with all due speed. Of course, I'm bringing a few things to the attention of Peter that I hope to integrate into a few of these chapters before then. But in the interim, the situation, as always, is this. Stephen Outram sends down votes, and dozens of them, and it takes the YouTube several hours to filter them out. And by that time, he succeeded in his purpose, which is to prevent us from appearing on searches, because YouTube operates on the most retarded of all policies. The more popular you are, the more that YouTube disseminates you, or makes certain you show up in searches. So the only way to prevent somebody, to really choke them, is to give them a bunch of downvotes to prevent them from showing up on searches. And the enemy effectively does that. So the only thing that stands between total obscurity for us and the word getting out is yourselves. And it's your war. You've got to fight it. And you've got to do that, first of all, by upvotes. And because the enemy fights dirty, you've got to fight just as dirty as they do, or you're going to lose. Because that's the way war is. That's war. So by all means, get on your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your cell phone, and provide an upvote. Shout out to El Nemo, Nemo Albano in Australia. He's our good man down there, our main man for uploading videos these days, and God bless him for it. Love you dearly, Nemo, for that, and very much dependent on you, and thankful to you. And with that, we're going to turn it over to dear Peter. Peter has notified his base of the fact that tonight is going to be a particularly special episode, and controversial as always, and it's a precursor towards Halloween. It'll be our last episode before Halloween. The next time that you'll be hearing us, it will still be Salween. It's spelled Samhain. You'd think it was called Samhain, but its Celtic pronunciation is Salween. it will still be Samhain season when we come on next time on Wednesday. But for now, for most people, it'll be after Halloween, which is all they know about this sort of season. And Samhain is for true pagans, or people with a deep cultural understanding of the Celts. With that, I'm getting some incoming messages. I'll turn towards reviewing them, and Peter will take the stage. Thank you.
Okay. Well, welcome. It's Sunday, October 29th, 2023, the day after the lunar eclipse in Scorpio, which is a time of endings for people and new beginnings, sowing seeds for new beginnings. Wow. We have, I think the first thing I'm going to address tonight, and I would like to, I don't know if I'll have time, address it in a, perhaps put out a PDF or something for people, as I have been getting inquiries from people or friendly hellos from, and this is from the Scientology Quarter, from people who have read my books, or perhaps the books about L. Hubbard, and they are considerably younger than me. And these people have obviously identified very strongly with Scientology as a system that they identify with helping expanding their awareness. And they can feel some camaraderie with me, which is fine. All of that in my life is so long ago. It's kind of like somebody who's like an old ball player who played on some great team 50 years ago or 30 years ago, and they're not doing that anymore. They're in some, like, what was it? Here's an example. This is a funny. Byron White, you remember him? Hearing of him, Douglas, the Supreme Court Justice of the United States?
Vaguely, yeah, but you'll have to refresh our memory.
Staunch conservative. Mm-hmm. Byron White. He was appointed by JFK, John F. Kennedy, a Democrat. Why was he appointed? Because Byron White was a college football star known as Whizzer White. Whizzer White. And that's, it's like Kennedy was appointing him because he was an old football hero. Kennedy loved football. He used to play touch football on the White House lawn. They had games. The Kennedy family loved to play touch football. So, and he wasn't necessarily like Kennedy politically at all. And he didn't like, Byron White hated the name Whizzer White. Well, I don't hate my past with Scientology or anything like that, but there's so much distance. There's so much distance that there's so much distance. And I would say that I'm just not playing that game anymore. I'm so far removed from that game, although everything, just as his football career were the stepping stones to him becoming Supreme Court Justice. He didn't know that. Of course, he also must have been an attorney or something of note, or Kennedy wouldn't have appointed him in the first place. But the point is, everything that I've done, the more work that I've done, although I couldn't have done it without the Scientology background, it's like, God, it's just so much in the past. Although I'll be the first to admit I couldn't have done all this without that. So I just it's like I'd like to write some eloquent PDF for people to kind of explain where things are at. I don't know that I'll have the time because I'm too busy working on the current job on Douglas's book. But I just wanted to mention that. But in any case, now, in the last episode, just also, it's good to give sort of a preamble before we get into the main meat of tonight.
Yes.
I had discussed in the previous episode a psychiatrist I had met and knew. I was much better friends with his ex-wife, knowing, although she was my friend, I didn't know they had been a couple, let alone a married couple with children. But anyway, both were extremely Montaukkian in terms of their connections to strange things. In fact, I'll give you an example of her. One time I was meeting her at a diner, or no, I don't know. We were out at some restaurant way out east, and east of Long Island, and somehow I met this boyfriend she had. The boyfriend was half her age, maybe younger. He was pure, utter Montauk boy. Blue eyes, blonde hair, and just, what would I say, what's the word for it? Right out of the Montauk Project, in terms of his under some sort of weird control. Mind control, or he just exuded this. He was very nice, whatever, had a nice, polite conversation. And afterwards, she was talking to me about her difficulties with him. And I explained to her exactly what he was. And she was like, it really opened her eyes. She had no idea. This is kind of like, what would I say? This is almost like that scene in Casablanca when they go up to Claude Rains and say, Claude Rains goes up to Rick and he says, I'm shocked, just absolutely shocked that you have gambling going on here. And of course, then they go up and give him his winnings. I don't know how it couldn't have been so obvious to her, but when I told her this, he never called her again.
Wow.
They were an item. They were a couple. When I informed her of the truth, he never called her again.
So sad.
And she wasn't upset about it. She was glad to be rid of him once I explained to her who he was, what he was. This was very odd. It was like a telepathic identification. The morphogenic field is working. So when I say that her and her ex-husband were very Montaukian, they were very wired into this range of frequency, which the Montauk Project operated through or on. None of this is very positive. It just is what it is. It's like if you start hanging around the drug scene and the gang scene and the Mexican cartel scene, you're going to start encountering the cartels. You're going to start getting closer to the horse's mouth. And none of which is good. But people sometimes think getting involved with the Montauk frequency is a badge of distinction or a badge of honor. It's not. Nevertheless. So anyway, this psychiatrist had told me that when he went to Israel, which I think he visited semi-frequently, if I'm not mistaken, He said there were a lot of UFOs there, just tons of them. Now, I'd asked other people, they said no. But he was on the frequency of them. What can I say? He was a psychiatrist at Brookhaven, meaning he was dealing with all the spillover from Brookhaven and Montauk of patients who were half crocked on that sort of mind control vibe. but and she always told me that whenever she would talk to him, he would always ask about me. He's always interested, asking about me. I think I lost touch with him after 9/11. No, I don't know. I didn't talk to him that much anyway. But anyway, I asked Douglas about the flying saucers over Israel, what they might represent, and he had some very astute comments, but he didn't feel comfortable until we talked about them privately. And he talked to him about it for a long time. In the middle, it was a break we took while we were editing the book, and it was just an utterly fascinating story, what he had to say about of course, the most obvious conclusion would be that these saucers were from Unterland, from the Third Reich in exile. So it was utterly fascinating, and I will be hearing it for the second time, and I will be more interested the second time than the first time, because it's always a lot to absorb. So with that introduction, Douglas, if you could, because this goes into zombies and stuff, it's a pretty unique and interesting story. So if you could take it from here, go to it.
Sure, thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate the intro. And I want people to understand just how sensitive Peter Moon has been to so much of what I've been trying to communicate and convey in the book. There are some things, nuances, that are very difficult to communicate. And Peter Moon has managed to capture the spirit and the essence of much of my message. Of course, what I'm trying to do is improve on that. Always room for improvement, and get a few more details in there that I feel are important and certainly relevant. Peter Moon and I will hash that out as to whether he agrees with that, and then we'll figure what goes into the work he's done already, which is a lot. I mean,
what I will say though, what I will say at this point, because I don't know what he's going to offer. He sent me some emails which I haven't had time to look at.
Right.
I've just perused some of them, which are interesting in themselves, unto themselves.
Thank you.
And he's already talked about Frankenstein and Prussian Blue, which is utterly fascinating story.
Thank you.
The other thing he was writing about was Putin and artificial intelligence, and Putin stressing the importance of it. And I've got to make a side comment. I've said it before on Putin. I cannot believe all these world leaders who are dying, Biden included, retain their health as good as they do. Yeah. David Rockefeller lived to 100. Yeah. And he had about 8 heart transplants. So they're very active. These rich people are very active in staying alive. Henry Kissinger hasn't died. I don't know what they're pumping into him.
A lot of young boys' blood, trust me.
He looked terrible though, and but he still keeps functioning. But he didn't look like he was surviving very seamlessly. But nevertheless, he was surviving. So Biden actually looks good physically. He doesn't seem to have good motor control or mental control. I also comment on 60 Minutes they had tonight Kamala Harris, and boy did they give her a puff piece. Boy did they! Talk about lipstick on a sow, lipstick on a pig. Oh, they gave her a full makeover. I'm not talking about her physical appearance. They were so kind to her. They made her look presidential. And you portray somebody that way, instead of, Fox News will put all her gaffes together, which are substantial, or her cackling. And she does cackle. She wasn't cackling tonight. They didn't show any cackles. They didn't bring up her record, except, the position she made. God, they made her look. I can't believe they made her look as good as they did, or that they would. That means they're very, very serious about
grooming her.
Oh God, yeah. And it was shocking that anybody would have anything good to say. Yet there are 41%, according to a poll, of people who think she's doing good. I think, how could you even think that?
Well, it's not like she's loose with any real power to do any real harm.
Well, I think she has done a lot of harm with the border and stuff, and her position on the border is completely insane.
What is it, if any?
It's just that
I'm surprised she has a coherent position.
We've got to have better controls. This is a long problem, and we've just got to do a better job, and we're doing better, and blah 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 blah. It's just stupid. It's like, it would start with a wall restricting people from just coming over, a humane solution, and then it's just insane. It's the insane system we're living under, and of course, her and Biden are good buddies. He treats her with great respect. We'll see how this all pans out, because a lot of stuff's going to be coming out on Biden, unless they hide it. And I wouldn't even be surprised if Fox News would hide it. In other words, even though they seem to hate Biden, I wouldn't be surprised if they would hide it too, because it's probably so scurrilous. This has to do with his, criminal behavior. Mm-hmm. Even to the point where you hear, I don't know which side said it, you don't investigate a sitting president.
Haven't they kind of broken that pattern at this point?
What about Nixon? Investigated the hell out of him. Mm-hmm. Reagan had Iran-Contra.
That's right.
Well, Clinton had Monica Lewinsky. Mm-hmm. George Bush got away pretty scot-free.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he was such a dull character in so many ways. When you think about it, surprisingly dull.
Outrageous. That administration was so he was far more outrageous than Trump.
Mm-hmm. Senior or junior?
Junior.
Okay, yeah, junior, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, just outrage. He'd say the most outrageous things, and they were right about everything in their own minds. That was just such a screwy administration.
Yeah. Oh, it was awful. And
Obama was at least manicured. Yeah. He wasn't. He was just a clever deceiver.
Yeah, he was well kept. I don't know if he was so much a clever deceiver so much as he was well handled. He
smoother.
Yeah, he did have that. So before I go into tonight's theme, and our numbers are good, thanks to, of course, Peter's presenting this to his audience, his base. And I want to acknowledge both Peg Henry and Ann Callan. Peg Henry says, "Hi there, Douglas. What are your views on what is going on with Israel and Gaza?" We will get back to that in Monologue. We'll start with that tonight, in a sense, but we'll definitely get into that deeper again in Monologue tonight. And by all means, dear Peg, review the past 2 episodes at the very least, if not the past 3 or 4. And I go into great depth on what's going on with Gaza and Israel. Noticer TM has joined us, and so love you dearly, Noticer. Thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate it, and we're going to appreciate the fact that you're here. In the interim, I'll do my best to live up to the hype, so to speak. Give everybody now, a lot of people might have heard these subjects before. They've heard about the zombies, they've heard about prions, they've heard about the neutron weapon, and they've basically, what I'll do is give an overview of all of that and put it into basically the context of the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, so that everybody has an appreciation for UFOs over not just Israel, but the entire Middle East. UFOs kind of linger over the Persian Gulf, and they are a kind of regularly cited by military of all sides in that area. And so I'll try and put all of that into perspective, because what people tend to think of from the old days, when they're stuck in the 1950s, I mean, it's not even 60s or 70s, it's really 1950s thought. And it's so dated, it's anachronistic to the point of laughable, but people think about the UFOs lingering over nuclear bases. And they think of them as trying to prevent us from engaging in nuclear war. The irony of that is that, in a sense, they're quite correct. The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile was very much engaging everyone in preventing them from developing very far so that they couldn't do damage to the environment. Understand that whether it's above ground nuclear testing or underground nuclear testing, there is radioactive fallout that ultimately gets into the groundwater, gets into the aquifers, ultimately gets into water that runs through Unterland. So there is a vested interest in the people of Unterland to maintain a watch over the surface world and make certain that they don't do stupid things. And ultimately, this is why the world had to stop nuclear testing. Now, when I brought up the recent nuclear testing after Russia withdrew from all of the ban on nuclear testing, the Americans decided they were going to blow explosives in Nevada again. And what I found when I just dug into that very deeply was that they really weren't triggering a nuclear weapon. They were triggering a bunch of high explosives, kind of like a Moab, the mother of all bombs, extraordinarily forceful or force-projecting conventional weapons that can provide the punch of a nuclear weapon. They were testing those in such a way underground so that they could basically calculate how a similar nuclear weapon would function. This is what at least they are covering it with. If that's not what it is, that at least is a cover story that they've rendered believable, that they've rendered accessible. So my only question to myself would be, how do I start the narrative for approaching, shall we say, the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile via Israel? And I think what I'll start with is some of those 1950s incidents, and so people get a kind of understanding of it.
It's a great idea, in my opinion.
Thank you. But before that even, I would actually kind of feel obligated to kind of start a little bit with how people got into Unterland, and so that people can understand that Unterland is real, that it's something that, of course, has been a part of our history. So let's put it this way. It's an incontrovertible fact that long before the last desperate, concerted, allied attempt to genocidally annihilate the ideology of National Socialismus, or National Socialism, the British alone had been struggling to sabotage the National Socialistisch, or National Socialist, efforts at mass relocation to Antarctica throughout the Second Atlantic World War. The First Atlantic World War was World War I, of course. Now, when it came to Greater Britain's secret war into Antarctica, well, let's just put it this way. They were sending special forces down there throughout the Second World War. And these were SAS units. People can look this up themselves. It's not a secret anymore. It's out there, and people can verify this. Then the Americans, of course, did everything they could with Operation High Jump. Now, I've gone into great detail about Operation High Jump before, and just how extensive the American effort was, far more than people understand. The fact that people almost never run across the internet clues or trails concerning the Marine Corps involvement. All you encounter is basically these days, because of everything being scrubbed from the internet, is a little bit about the Navy being involved, and you'd think it might be an exploratory expedition. You will never, of course, run across, unless somehow you're digging through the deep web or the dark web, or you have security clearances, or you're a very consummately accomplished hacker, then you might run across the Marines who were deployed out of Australia and New Zealand that invaded Antarctica, and thousands of them, and how they were wiped out to the last man. So when the pathetic and battered remnants of Operation High Jump, officially denominated the United States Navy Antarctic Developments Program, limped back to the independent city of Norfolk in the Commonwealth of Virginia, United States of America, initial reaction was strategic nuclear bombardment via penetration of what was obviously an incredibly advanced continental warning system that was soon emulated, copied, ripped off via the America's own DEW line, DEW being an acronym, DEW for Distant Early Warning Line, the preparations for which led directly to the Roswell incident, which we write of in the book The Roswell Deception, which, of course, if you haven't bought it, then shame on you, and by God, get off your ass and buy it. By which time it was realized that the operational deployment of atomic ordnance would not have yielded the objective effects, as the thousand-year Reich in exile had not established beachhead basing on the ice of Antarctica at all, as people would suppose, basically in New Schwabenland, or rather they had done so, but that wasn't the end point. That wasn't their end objective. That was a means to an end. The realm in exile, the thousand-year Reich in exile, was now under Antarctica. So the National Socialistisch, the National Socialists, had descended. They had descended into the inner Erd, the inner Earth. This is not a hollow Earth. It is the inner Earth. So understand that you have the crust of the Earth, which compared to the rest of the globe is very thin. Of course, it's thin because the rest of the globe is so big. The reality is that it is a very, shall we say, thick for a human being, or someone the size of a human. By the way, Romerly71 in chat says, great book. Thank you. Appreciate that. Don't know whether you're a male or a female, but appreciate your input. Orpheus Lotto says, best live stream on YouTube. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Orpheus Pilato. Great. Okay, so Noticer's going to set her alarm for later, and hopefully she'll be able to join us in Roundtable later. Hopefully talk to you all later. Great. Yes. Lovely, dear lady. Good. Numbers are way up, and that's appreciated. I'll continue with the subject at hand. So understand that within this crust, which is incredibly thick, to us by human standards, man being the measure of all things, you have water, far more water under the earth than is on the surface of the earth, and the surface of the earth is 3/4 water. It's almost 75% water. So that's a lot of water that's under the earth. And all that water is corrosive, and it corrodes massive lacunae, cavities, caverns within that crust. And therefore, there are tremendous underground streams from what could be ascertained by the Allied incursions into Unterland, hostile incursions. The teams that returned were able to provide enough information to ascertain that there is probably an enormous super river that girdles the earth, that basically connects the 17 super cavities, the massive Grand Canyon-sized caverns that they know Unterland inhabits. This is not counting the hundreds of smaller caverns that have been connected via their nuclear boring methodology, their nuclear tunneling. So with that in mind, you've got at least 17 caverns throughout the crust of the earth, underneath all of the continents of the earth, or some of them underneath the seas, that are basically connected by a world river system. This is something the ancient Greeks envisioned, a world river that they named Okeanos, Oceanus, the one world ocean. So basically, since the time the Third Reich descended into this world, through Antarctica mainly, as the most practical entry point, the continent at the bottom of the world has become inextricably linked in popular consciousness with the subterranean realm. Of course, it's only one of many regional entry points into the world beneath our world. Now, there was a lot of merriment and just glee, the kind of ignorant laughter that you always heard from the likes of, Winston Churchill. But he was just cackling because he was reflecting what was told to him by the self-anointed great beast of revelation himself, Aleister Crowley. Winston Churchill was nothing more than Aleister Crowley's choking bitch. And they exhibited amusement when they were informed. News was delivered unto them that hundreds of crack Gebirgsjäger, that transliterates as Alpine huntsmen or mountain troops of the Waffen-SS, the weaponized Schutzstaffel, had been dispatched scaling throughout Tibet, searching for entrances to the inner earth by Der Fuhrer himself. And this was because they themselves were ignorant, or at least Churchill was. Crowley was probably letting him laugh, but Crowley, I'm certain, had to know better. And if Crowley was just making Churchill laugh, it was just to keep his pet dog happy, kind of like seeing his dog bark or yelp. Gave him a sense of satisfaction that he could keep him ignorant and happy and misinformed. What neither of those aforementioned Satanists, either Crowley or his running dog Winnie Churchill, could know was that Adolf Hitler's Schutzstaffel had, in fact, not only located the inner earth, but mapped a number of other entry points, not just in Tibet, but other places around the world prior 1945. There are, of course, many other entrances. The Soviets and later the Russkaya Mafia, the Russian Mafia, had an access point on the Baltic island of Rügen, since supposedly secured and sealed by Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. The Zhongguaren, or the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, they descend through communist Chinese-occupied Tibet. I myself understand there to be at least trois super chefs descendant under Los Andes, the Andes, the longest continental mountain range in the world, which, of course, for all intents and purposes, is in Nazi territory. As well, there stands the rumor that the Österreichisch, the Imperial Austrian-born Serbo-Croatsky Amerikanach, or Serbo-Croatian American, the electromechanical engineer of Serbian ethnicity and Croatian nationality, and former U.S. citizenship, the sainted Nikola Tesla, had his own private entrance via a fissure and borehole on Long Island. But that one was sealed with explosives back in the 1940s on direct order of the FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. Aftermath, the United States Office of Alien Property seizing all of Nikola Tesla's properties that they could steal. The Anglo-American allies have historically maintained extremely limited and highly controlled binational American and Canadian interorganizational intercourse with Unterland via the NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command. Basically at NORAD 40, which is colloquially referenced as Ice Station Zebra. That's an intentional obfuscation via the film of the same title, released back in 1968. But it's a top secret base in the northerly reaches of the United States occupied Kalaalleq Nunaat, or Greenland. That's an autonomous nation state, the least densely populated nation on Earth, within the most southerly of the Nordic nations, Denmark, the kingdom thereof, east of the Canadian Arctic archipelago, and consistent of the world's largest island, geographically really our planet's smallest continent. Over 3/4 of which is covered by the only contemporary ice sheet, extraneous Antarctica. So we're talking about a continental super island invaded by the United States prior legal belligerency in the Second World War, and since militarily occupied as an autonomous state antecedent to and inspirational of, Maoist China's invasion, occupation, and rationalization of the Tibetan Autonomous Region. They modeled that on America's invasion of Greenland. So Ice Station Zebra, or NORAD 40, was originally established as a radar, radio detection and ranging station, and NORAD 40 remains intentionally undermanned today as a relic of what once was, until not all that long a span of time ago, a much more heavily trafficked transit point, maintained exclusively as, a trading zone with Unterland. Because the people of Unterland, for the longest time, they needed everything. Everything that could be produced on the surface world that couldn't be produced below. And this included things as banal as nylon stockings or cigarettes. At any rate, human dissension, on the other hand, is nothing new, and that's what it's called, dissension, to descend into the inner earth. The Tibetan peoples first discovered the complicated intraterrestrial path that led down to Unterland. By their own accounting, it was inconsequent communion with strange and terrible races deep within the earth that the Tibetans had more than eagerly assimilated advanced psychic techniques from. That's where they gleaned their mastery of levitation and telekinesis and consciousness transference and Dumo Yoga, the Jumo Yoga, the school of yoga, one of the 6 doctrines of Naropa Yoga, visualizing the sexual act as employed for awakening. Those experiences that arise in the course of Jumo Yoga practice.
What is this in the context of? It's very interesting.
Oh, it's in the context of the Tibetans and what they learned from the inner earth races that they encountered and became a part of their cosmology.
So the Tibetans were learning yoga from the inner earth.
That's right. Particularly the practice similar to those described by the various authorities on Kundalini yoga, the harnessing of the prana or the life force, and the development of the Dumo heat, the basis of Tibetan yoga, as
I
well.
will tell you why this is very important
Thank you.
within the context of my work. Will be very interested to the audience, because I'm debating whether, and the debating is going more swinging to the yes side. It's swinging itself. I mean, I haven't addressed it because I haven't had time, and it has to be all complete. Some of the things I alluded to in my newsletter that was released in September, after my trip to Romania, about my trip to Romania, that there are a lot of things that are still crystallizing. But one of them has to do with Radu Cinemar's involvement with yoga. Very deeply involved with yoga, which he doesn't really talk about in the books. And what you just said offers some enlightenment. It makes a lot of sense in a very esoteric way. Yeah. Not a negative way.
Understood.
It's actually a very positive way. And I want to say that I have an intuitive grasp for when people enjoy the content of either what I have to offer or what one of my colleagues like Preston Nichols or David Anderson has to offer, and in this case, what you have to offer. And I want to encourage people to donate. It's still Douglas's birthday month, to donate to Douglas, because this information he's providing is right on point. It's even better than I alluded to in the email I sent out. So Douglas does need your support, and it's just fantastic. And what you just said was it's not just what you said, which is fascinating about the Tibetans learning yoga from the inner earth realm, but how it dovetails into what I'm working on vis-a-vis Radu Cinemar. So thank you, and carry on. And remember to donate to Douglas.
Thank you. And of course, it would dovetail into all your work with Radu Cinemar. There's no way it could not, simply because of, as we've discussed, even the Dietrich Artilect ultimately preceded the holographic visions of Radu Cinemar. And
well, that's for sure, but that's harder for people to either absorb or accept. It's challenging for some people to absorb and accept that. In fact, if you recall, some people didn't even understand the big revelation I was talking about. I was all excited about it, and then they thought I was all excited about my intention to bring Maria D'Andrea with me to Romania. Because I said it in an excited way because I was telling her for the first time.
Yeah.
And didn't understand even what was it you revealed.
It'll change with a book. The book will make it clearer to them. Honestly, the book that we're working on now, I can tell you with the work that I did editing it with Peter that he's explained it so well in the book that there's no way people could not understand. So,
yeah, but yes, that's true. But this book that we're working on is really not about the inner earth. It's just not. It's about the Artilect, and we can tie the Artilect into anything, but that becomes a whole different endeavor. This is just getting us up to square one with the Vox Arca.
Yes.
And all that leads up to that, and this great magic, I don't want to call it a toy, vehicle. Yeah. And then from there, we go on perhaps we do an inner earth book, which I said we were going to do a German book on the Third Reich and tie in the Tibetan stuff, and perhaps it'll be more inner earth centric than Third Reich centric or Tibetan centric. But be that as it may, yes, this book does lay it out crystal clear. But we also have another challenge with this book, as I've said, because it needs the support of people, and I'm going to do it in such a way to support Douglas. Because people, in fact, I could digress, and I should for a moment. We'll get back. I don't want to sound like this. Joe Matheny used to tell me about this preacher that used to be on TV, and he watched him because he was so funny. He'd talk about the Philadelphia experiment vis-a-vis the New Testament and Revelation, because he mentions the angel of Philadelphia. And I never heard the guy, but he'd sit there and he'd talk about a little bit about the Philadelphia, and he said, "Now come back, but I'll come back and you got to donate more. And, okay, I'm not going to talk anymore about it until you come back and you donate more." And blah, 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 blah. And he was using the Philadelphia experiment to, to fill his coffers and talking about Revelation or whatever. It was just one of these bizarre guys. But I'm going to digress for a moment vis-a-vis the Roswell deception. And this is what I told you, Douglas. This is some of the challenge we have in breaking through people's obdurance. They're just not getting it. And this is perhaps a very personalized extreme case from somebody who's very sensitive. And I've talked about her in the past, who's had a lot of contact. And I was trying to get her, Douglas has met her in the past, and she trying to get her to read the Roswell deception. And she thought that Douglas's presentation that he gave long ago that she saw, and then it turns out that it was a great presentation, all the World War II stuff, and then until he gets to Roswell and telling us it's just a bunch of little, Japanese midgets or something, which is of course not true in her eyes, because it's actually as if he's delivering disinformation, which it's very clearly not disinformation. But it's because these people have alien contacts, or what they consider to be alien contacts, and they identify their alien contacts with Roswell. Why? Because Roswell has not only been permeated across the media, but there is also a more subtle, magical, occult brainwashing of people to accept Roswell. We lay it out in the book how crystal clear it is.
Yes.
She says, "I haven't read the book, but I saw his presentation years ago. Perhaps he has a different theory now." She says, "I was carried by a group of gray aliens, plus one of my friends was stationed on a ship with gray aliens. I saw them working on my boyfriend. He saw them as well. They were not all the same size. Some were about 3 feet, some about 5, and another variation was about 8 feet tall." Now, Al Bielek, Preston Nichols will tell you about the different sizes of the aliens, for sure. She says, "Gray aliens took me right through a window. I'm not sure how they did that." Preston Nichols has an account of throwing a gray through a window. These things may well have transpired in some context. But if you think about it occurring in a regular 3D format, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, maybe it was. But I said, thank you for sharing. As I told you before, the book is not a forum on aliens. However, aliens have been used by the military complex as a distraction to their own heinous deeds. Do read the book. She says, okay. Now, in other words, when we've never questioned anybody's experiences when they see aliens. Whatever they call an alien means something you don't understand. It's foreign. It's even exotic. That's why exotic dancers are called exotic dancers, because they're foreign. It's not something you see, walking down the streets of Chicago in 1935. All that stuff was hidden. Now, all that stuff's becoming less exotic in our society. But that's why an exotic dancer was good, because it's alien, it's foreign, it's something you might see in a foreign country. Hawaiian hula girls were exotic. because they were so, you didn't see them in standard Los Angeles civilization where I lived. When I first learned about hula girls, they were, wow, what's this? It was just interesting. Didn't see anything like that. But anyway, so these gray aliens, if you read the new book that we're working on and what you've heard, these sound like the Chichewa.
Yes.
Which also, root to Tibet as well. So Tibet is called the roof of the world, not by accident. So you have these marionetting of consciousness. Of course, L. Ron Hubbard had his implant stations. He was calling everything implant stations, orchestration of making people forget. He had his own lens. The Tibetans have their own lens. The inner earth people have their own lens. Douglas has their own lens. I have my own lens. You have your own lens. And when these people are fighting aliens, I'm going to add in something else here, and I want to get back to Douglas, get back to the Philadelphia experiment here. We're going to tell you more about the Philadelphia experiment if you donate. Talking about the inner earth. Of course, I'm joking about that, but it's probably all connected. Is that I heard a woman talking on YouTube. I don't know her name. The YouTube, I fell asleep listening to something, and the next thing I heard this woman talking about synchronicity and deep spiritual experiences. When you have your St. Paul moment, he's falling off the horse, and he sees the light, and he was persecuting Christians. Now he becomes one, and becomes a leading Christian. But that sort of moment, it doesn't have to be Christianity. It could be Buddha under the banyan tree. It could be something Krishna related. It could be anything. The point of it is when you have an experience like that, it creates a thickness in your, I don't know whether it was physical. I think it's part physical. It's definitely part electromagnetic. And she's saying that this helps you resist depression. So, and Buddha is the epitome of that. He didn't get depressed because anybody gives him something bad, he can see how it all harmonizes and doesn't throw him off. This is what a good martial arts would do. Anybody throws him something, physical or otherwise, and he can just maintain his equilibrium. So this is very important. In other words, the more you have a deep spiritual experience, and then she says, when you see the synchronicity or these moments that would otherwise be disrelated, you can see beyond, you can see deeper than, say, the ordinary person. And so the more you see, the more, I don't know what the word is, insulation you have in your auric structure that, wow, I can see beyond. Like if you can see beyond the veil with the war going on in Israel right now. And by the way, I want to say that we're playing football this morning on the Queens border at Alley Pond, and it was a rainy morning, but there were people out there that had signs that said Jews for peace. And there was another big truck that I don't know, it looked like they parked it there with a big sign that said cease fire now. These were Jewish sentiments. Jewish people not wanting there to be war in Palestine. So anyway, the more you can see, the more protection you have, the more perception you have. And what Douglas is offering us in the books and in these transmission is the ability to see more of the truth that's not going to be delivered by our media, by our alternative media, and even by people that will tend to like me or promote me.
That's right.
An acceptance level they have with Peter Moon, and it might just be that it's offbeat. It might be that deeper appreciation than the fact that it's offbeat. But somebody wrote to me today and said, "Oh, look what they're doing to David Wilcock. They're going to put him in jail for his taxes." Like as if that was a bad thing. I don't know anything about that. But some people think that, he's a leading
light of some sort.
Yeah. So anyway, the resistance to what we have to offer is very much present and very much challenging. Because as much as you people appreciate hearing what we have to say, and in particular what Douglas has to say and what he's going to say, there is a resistance. Like, you can talk about Kundalini, astrology, tons of stuff on astrology, tons of stuff on very neat subjects on YouTube. You can talk about them. And this is something a little more challenging. So anyway, let's get back to, you were talking about yoga.
Yeah.
Please donate to Douglas. Talking about yoga, and I interrupted you for our commercial. Back to the Philadelphia Experiment.
No, it was lovely. Very important.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead.
and just to say,
yoga and the inner earth.
And our numbers are very high, and I just want everyone to appreciate that Peter's working hard on the book, and it's hard work, believe me. So such being said, one of the things that Peter brought up was this lady, just to segue myself back into the groove I was in, back into the train of thought I was in, when he brought up this lady who we're not going to name, who, as he pointed out, I know her. I take nothing that she says as insulting, but I do want everyone to know that her attitude is actually, there's no other word for it, hostile. She has a very hostile attitude, and her attitude is such as, unless Douglas has a new theory about what happened at Roswell, this sort of attitude is just meant to be offensive. Whether she's doing this consciously or subconsciously, she is attempting to offend. I'm not dealing with any goddamn theory. I'm dealing with facts. I'm dealing with historical reality. I was responsible for destroying documents. She, on the other hand, has had experiences that can be considered hallucinogenic. And I'm not saying this to insult her. This is what the average conventional attitude would be towards her. The average conventional attitude with what she has literally put to paper or put to text, entered into her communications with Peter, is along the lines of, I've risen to the crystal city and I've stared in the eyes of a dragon. This is something where many people would just assume that she's done a lot of DMT, or that she might very well be the product of a mind control experiment. Again, none of this is to dismiss her, insult her, or put her away in some way or another. What profoundly disturbs me in her case, if anything disturbs me at all, is that she is adamant, emphatic, that her experiences are the alpha and omega. Whatever experiences any of you may have had out there, and of course, as Peter said, we all have our filters, the person who's grounded in a conventional reality would ultimately have to take a look at what I present as really the most realistic proposition, the one that is constantly reinforced by circumstantial evidence, such as the Chochoa, have probably done a number on this woman, her boyfriend, and many other victims that she's known, because this is what happens to people. Victims begin to congregate. Victims like attracts like. And it's like, this is how dust bunnies form. So she's probably rendezvoused with other victims, and because they're all interested in certain paranormal phenomena, they get attracted to the same conventions. And yeah, then they've had these Cho experiences, which then they, when you're confronted by the Cho, you feel like they're 10 feet tall. They can appear various sizes because they're not appearing to you physically. They're grabbing you by the balls in your slumber. Anyhow, so that being said, the important thing to understand is that whatever experiences you've had, how that is taken, if you take that as the alpha and omega by which to judge everything else, you're being extraordinarily narcissistic and solipsistic. So, okay, back to where we're at with, of course, the history of dissension, the history of people, human descent into Unterland. When it came, of course, to the Tibetan case, certainly another takeaway, if you will, was that they obtained cultural conceptualization of the realm of the afterlife known as the world of Bardo, the liminal state. The liminal state from the Tibetic words bar, meaning in between, and do, meaning island or marking point. The island between the worlds is, if you will, the Atal of transitional intermediacy. And this is, of course, where you enter the realm of Unterland, not even necessarily being physical, that there are extra-dimensional aspects to Unterland. Now, of course, the important thing to understand is that in terms of the Tibetan encounters with the races of Unterland that were non-human, that, of course, was something my own mother encountered at the time that she was, of course, working on behalf of the Emperor in World War II, attempting to recover, of course, the Christ child, the golden child that was identified as having been delivered into our world in Outer Mongolia. This was, of course, the individual that the Vice President of the United States was personally dispatched by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Henry Wallace himself went to abduct the golden child, to bring the golden child back to Roosevelt so that they could drink his blood and cure Roosevelt of his ills.
Now, people don't believe the vice president. Imagine Kamala Harris being sent on that. People could imagine that easily.
And so understand that when occultists, who were no doubt many of them at least personally somewhat familiar with Aleister Crowley, who showed up all over the place, playing his tricks, ensnaring people into various pursuits. Peter Moon and I have gone into this before. We entered elements of it into the Roswell deception. But when it comes to, say, for instance, the Sir Lytton, or Bulwer Lytton, he wrote a book called The Coming Race, in which he described the Vril of Unterland. That what he described were pharaonic kind of sphinx-like humanoids that had great wings. They were winged people. But what he was essentially describing were Mothmen. That the Unterland, that one of the most advanced races were Mothmen, and that, of course, is certainly an element of what my mother encountered in her time in Outer Mongolia. I've described a little bit of this in the past, but understand, of course, my mother being a linguist, most of what she was able to communicate about them was their common language, that they might have several dialects, but certainly a common language. And the thing that needs to be retained is that this is not necessarily what the Nazis basically contend with as, say, for instance, a mentor race in Unterland. It's basically the Naga, such as the specimen, in particular, of which my mother rescued from the Americans, from Henry Wallace and his team of special forces dispatched to Outer Mongolia to bring the Christ child home, and failing that, abduct one of the Naga and bring them back to the United States, so that their particular venom, what of course their worshippers, the people who tend to them and maintain them, refer to as milk, a kind of Naga milk.
I think you should clarify before you go into the Naga milk about the Christ child. This is not the Christ child in the same identical sense we know in the Bible.
Right, that's correct.
It's a virtual. I mean, it is a Christ, but it's not in the form we know as Jesus. It's in a and this is what the movie The Golden Child with Eddie Murphy was mocking.
Yes, thank you.
It was a child in Mongolia who had all the attributes of a Christ. Yes. And we can define Christ as anointed, not the one and only. Yes. But I just wanted to clarify that it's not necessarily the same context of the Jesus you know from the Bible. It's not better, it's not less, it's just a different context. And Douglas's mother was sent on a mission by the emperor to stop the vice president, who was sent to get the blood of the Messiah, this Mongolian Messiah, to cure Roosevelt of his polio, yes, which he acquired right after his trip to Haiti, where he was butchering people and was known as the Butcher of Haiti.
That's right. His karma. And so they wanted the child alive and back home in the States to acquire the blood on tap, so to speak. And would have preferred to, of course, brought the child home to the United States alive. They would have, of course, obfuscated him as some kind of guru, some kind of perhaps enlightened being, but not as the Christ child as he was viewed by many people. Again, as Peter states, this is not Christ in the sense that you would understand Christ from a Christian perspective in doctrine. This is the Christ child as in the Christ is a title, and the Christ being a title simply transliterating as the anointed. This was an anointed child, a Christ child in the sense of, if you could imagine, a true kind of super lama. And by the way, our dear Ann Callan says, happy birthday. I sent you $100 through PayPal. God bless you, young lady. Love you dearly. So thank you for responding to Peter Moon's call out for that contribution, and it, believe me, is deeply appreciated and certainly needed. So thank you, Ann Callan. And Clarice Claudette, of course, has always sent care packages, just a wonderful human being. Other people are asking questions such as Orpheus Blotto saying, do you think there is a connection between the Cho and the Tibetan practice of Chod, or rainbow body yoga? Well, believe it or not, Peter Moon and I go into this very deeply in the book about how much in Tibetan culture is connected to the Cho, far more than people would ever be aware of. And 180 now says, so inner Earth has non-human species, or are they considered hybrid human species? No, definitely non-human. Definitely non-human. And then some human settlements. And that brings us back. I may get back to the Naga or the Christ child in Outer Mongolia, but it does bring us back to human dissension. During the Christian era, the dissension of humanity was spasmodic and few would stay. some Vikinger, or the Vikings, descended by one entrance, a group of displaced Hopitu, the Hopis, which transliterates simply as the peaceful people, by another. There was a bizarre party of Nepali, or Nepalese, who migrated inwards bearing generations worth of hashish, which simply transliterates as grass, believe it or not, and they settled down into contemplative expansion of the inner spaces within their crania forevermore. The Incas, they inevitably found access routes in Los Andes, but shortly evacuated with alarming histories of Quetzalcoatl, the Nagas, or the feathered serpent gods, and the hominid subspecies Mandius gaulis, the Algul, or the Ghoul Man, the Beast Man, that has fed off our collective carrion for untold aeons. There was a seafaring Irish saint with a boat made of leathers, drifted down by accident and fundamentally interpreted all he saw through a literalist filtration of his cosmology, but drowned off the coast of Limerick, or Limerick, Hibernia, or Ireland, before he could spread word that he had marked location of the gates of hell. Come Findicical, the end of Dis Nuvem, the 19th century, amid a literary and artistic climate of sophistication and escapism and extreme aestheticism, world weariness and fashionable despair upon the surface world, human traffic radically increased below. The controversial the English eccentric Frederick Albert Mitchell Hedges, alias Mike Hedges, most certainly penetrated deep into several subsidiary cavern systems of the inner earth, but it remains debatable as to whether or not he personally encountered intraterrestrial non-human intelligences. Unlike the classified cases of the subterranean metropoli, contacted by both the Norwegian explorer, scientist, diplomat, humanitarian, and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Fridtjof Nansen, who was awarded the Coulomb Geographical Medal in 1897, various other honors, the Order of the Dannebrog, Order of the Legion of Honor, the Order of St. Stanislaw, and the Nobel Peace Prize circa 1922, just the year before my mother was born. And 2 years on, the Prussian pioneer of aviation, who was to become known as the Glider King, Karl Wilhelm Otto Lilienthal, killed in flight. He headed a well-equipped covert expedition funded by the Krupp dynasty. It was the reports of the latter two, as influenced by Nordic mysticism, that ultimately came to the attention of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, who, during his short but monumental reign upon the surface of the earth, dispatched no less than 5 missions of exploration, complete with companies of Krak, SS, Schutzstaffel, Ski Truppen, the ski troops, and Luftwaffe, the Air Force, for full tactical air support. The National Socialistisch, the Nazis, not only charted what would soon be Unterland, but catalogued most of the potential Naga, or the Quetzalcoatlian technologies. And on arrival of the National Socialistisch in full force, circa 1945, a new world came into order. The refugees of the 1,000-year Reich had come with bag and baggage and loaded for bear, immediately commencing a massive program of construction and weapons-motivated scientific development in ex-migration from the surface world to escape the exterminating Anglo-Bolshevik Jew-Americans. And when their National Socialistisch descended, they had enough knowledge to see der großen Cavernen, the great caverns, as a wonderland of future sciences, all but abandoned, with naught but a comparative remnant of Quetzalcoatlian Nagas as representative of the preeminent sentience below, prior the 1945th year of our Lord. In 1945, they encountered in a larger number what my mother had rescued a single specimen of. So basically what had happened during World War II, so that people understand a little bit about the Naga. Of course, well before World War II, the Sanskrit word Naga simply means serpent, a symbol of wisdom in Asian Indian culture, more like super serpent. But its true origin is based on the existence of a small number of intelligent serpents that, basically evolved on Earth over the millennia, being one of the original inhabitants of Earth long before man. There were snakes. They found themselves, in a sense, trapped when the tide of dark matter that had once been common throughout the universe ebbed. Now they live as gods in isolated temples, all but forgotten by modern civilization, serviced by their cults. In terms of a Naga, it appears very much like any other extremely large snake. Think of Titanoboa, and it shares many of the markings of the cobra, including those infamous wings or fins that emerge from around its crown. But the typical Naga, that measures approximately 8 meters in length. So we're talking about, of course, a very large being. I would never use the term animal when referring to a Naga, because, of course, we're talking about an entity that's far superior in intellect to a human being, something that evolved around the age of the dinosaurs. And of course the Titanoboa were large enough to envelop, crush, and kill and devour dinosaurs. So when we're speaking of something that's 24 feet in length, that would be like a minor Naga. It's kind of like one of the remnants stranded on the surface world that has never been well fed and is essentially atrophied. But they would still be several dozen centimeters in diameter. And like the cobra, a Naga can expand the ribs in its neck, though not to create a hood per se, though that effect is there. But by contorting its muscles and ribs, the Naga can simulate on its, as if you've ever seen a cobra facing you. And or at least on camera. You'd never want to see one facing you in real life, but if you see one on camera about to strike facing you or the camera in place of prey, then you would notice that it's bearing essentially what you would perceive as its throat. So on the Naga, those scales on that area look distressingly similar to a human face, albeit one covered in scales. The face is like a camouflage pattern. It's something that is meant to disrupt, completely distract and throw off any potential hunter. Human, obviously, they evolved to throw off humans, this trait. And by, of course, rippling their muscles, contorting them, contracting them with great control, those rib muscles can make the human face look as if it's speaking or expressing itself with different expressions. So, despite all of their wisdom, which is vast, and they're at one point in human history legions of worshippers, the Naga are not particularly well disposed towards human beings. They find our species savage and ruthless and feel that only through several lifetimes of prayer and meditation can humans ever begin to truly understand the lessons the Naga have to teach them. They taught the Buddha, after all, the original Aryan warrior. Consequently, Naga do not react favorably to humans who are not part of their temple. A Naga accosted in its sanctum would automatically assume that any strange human wishes it harm and would react by trying first to separate any intruders and then dispatch them one at a time. And of course, they have, as snakes have always been mythologized to have. It used to be said that a snake will hypnotize its victim before attacking, which is why birds in front of a snake will stay still. And even though scientists will say they're freezing in panic, the common wisdom for centuries was that they've fixated the bird on the spot by terrorizing it with their stare. Well, the Naga really do have telepathic powers of suggestion. This is how they could lure interlopers into their labyrinthine passages of their temples and wait for one to be alone, and when the opportunity arises, the Naga would use their hunter's stare to paralyze the target and then enwrap and constrict. And by the time the victim's able to react, well, it would be too late to escape the Naga's coils. And the other attack, well, the option that the Naga would always be loath to use would be its poisonous bite. Basically, the Naga's fangs inject a milky venom that acts as a powerful neurotoxin. And basically, well, the effects are that the victim experiences wild hallucinations and visions. This is, of course, what the followers of the Naga, the cult worshippers, seek. It has to be released in the way you would milk a venomous snake for anti-venom. It has to be released in buckets, like you would milk a cow, except through the fangs. My mother was personally witness to this because in reward for her rescuing the Naga from the Americans, she was gifted Naga milk, and therefore, to an extent, could see the future. So, as it's commonly understood among the occult circles of Asia, there are only around 9 Naga left upon the surface of the earth, the rest having retreated below, almost all of which can be found in remote temples in India and Pakistan and Nepal. They've lived in these sanctuaries for centuries, tended by human servants to whom they impart the wisdom only millennia-old creatures can. And this wisdom is dispensed in their venom from the fangs of the Naga. 1 ounce of that substance, known as Naga milk, when properly prepared and imbibed, grants a human psychic powers, psionic skills, and it grants a greater sense of empathy, precognition, the ability to foretell the future, psychometry. The reality is that it seems to be influenced by the choice of the Naga itself. Though, of course, Naga will entertain suitably humble requests, as the Naga did vis-a-vis my mother. Of course, at that point, the Naga was indebted to her. Now, many of the Naga's human servants, they live their entire lives waiting for a taste of Naga milk, but never touch a single drop. So it shows you how exceptional my mother's situation was. After rescuing the Naga from the Americans who attempted to transport it out of outer Mongolia in a blimp, a dirigible, that they were going to fly it back to America with, and reverse engineer chemically the contents of the Naga milk for the exploitation of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Of course, you might ask, how could such a creature be so vulnerable as to be abducted in the first place after all that I've described? It's easy to explain. The Naga are particularly susceptible to fluctuations in the level of dark matter, and it's exceptionally low since the tides have ebbed in our part of the galaxy. That's when they enter a kind of hibernation, and they can sleep. Well, their sleep can last for centuries, during which time their followers simply wait faithfully for the reawakening of their divine masters. Now, when a Naga first awakes, it sheds its old skin. That's a process that requires several days, and during that time, and for approximately a fortnight or 14 nights, 2 weeks thereafter, the Naga is particularly vulnerable, having effectively no armor, only half its usual strength. That's when the Americans struck and abducted one in World War II. The Legends among followers say that in times past, other ruthless individuals took advantage of the Naga's weakness and forced them to give up their milk at such times. Of course, those legends further articulate that those people were driven irrevocably mad by the precognitive dreams they suffered. You never really want to be able to tell the future in a manner where the future comes nonstop and you wind up knowing too much. So, yeah, at the time of World War II, that was when my mother was assigned to investigate a remote temple in India, to ask for an audience with the temple's master. She was supposed to rendezvous with a supposedly 10,000-year-old monk named Ananta. Her team of commandos and Kempe Tai, thought police specialists that were with her. They were told the monk was expecting them, but when they arrived, the temple worshippers told them that evil men had arrived and carried off their Lord Ananta in what they said was a flying machine. The worshippers begged my mother and her team to find their master and bring him home. And that, of course, was when, of course, they got back onto the trail of Henry Wallace and his American Special Forces commandos that had been sent into the outer Mongolian regions. Bear in mind that Henry Wallace was an industrialist who specialized in genetically modified organismal food. His company...
And he created Monsanto. That is his company.
Thank
he was the originator of Monsanto.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, he would have been able to reverse engineer the Naga milk, and the world would be in chaos. When my mother and her team gave chase, they discovered that beyond that, Henry Wallace was seeking the reputed temples of the 9 Yaga in a scheme to milk their venom for his own use. He already had one, Ananta. He was well equipped enough to capture more. In terms of how my mother's team dealt with it, when they at least were able to rescue the one Yaga, they were able to, and I never went into detail about this before, massacre the overwhelming majority of the team. It was almost cinematic, but Henry Wallace managed to escape. Of course, being professional soldiers, the team died protecting him, covering his retreat. So there's logic to that, beyond simple cinematic melodrama. But nevertheless, I only wish my mother and her team had been able to kill that son of a bitch. His grandson later taunted myself, writing a series of insults. Peter Moon himself read them and knows what I say to be true. And of course, he can confirm that his grandson, Henry Wallace's grandson, was basically claiming that I was fucking my biofac simulacra, that they were my sex dolls. Peter, you remember this, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, and he was. I think he had shown up on Facebook and was insulting, and I found out that he had a prime recording studio in near Woodstock.
Yes.
That a friend of mine knew about, and it was just like what he could do is he didn't really do anything, but he had this really good studio, so these like big stars would come and record there because the studio was so good. I don't know that he was doing any form of gainful employment, but I did get a bit of a beat on him. But he was definitely chirping up and fighting back against what we discovered.
Thank you.
About, which was certainly not complimentary in the least. So yeah, this is true, and just one more of the bullshit that Douglas has to put up with.
Thank you.
And you know, it's when you think of the evil of Monsanto, it's not a big leap to look at the evil that was being concocted by Henry Wallace, who was then the Secretary of Agriculture, and he wrote the Dear Guru letters to Nicholas Roerich. That's a whole other component of this that Douglas is not going to go into right now, but Nicholas Roerich was sent to, he was part of this mission to go get the Messiah. This might be part of the book.
It is. It's within the Roswell deception. We do bring this up.
No, we don't.
Oh, we don't? I thought we did.
No.
Well, we might bring it up in a future
book. Bring
book.
it up in this book, because I have the Jewish apocalypse and the Islamic apocalypse. This might come under the heading of the Christian apocalypse. I haven't had time to think about it because I want to go dig up the old articles in the New York Times from the 1920s about Roerich. Right. Because Roerich did different expeditions there. And the last one was for Wallace. Wallace was the Secretary of Agriculture, and he did such a good job, although he didn't succeed. FDR, who called what is now Camp David, he called Shangri-La.
Yes.
It was known as Shangri-La because he was fascinated with this Tibetan theory and the movie that had come out in 1936 or thereabouts with, I think the guy's name was Al Jaffe, the guy who starred as Gunga Din. They didn't have the wise Lama was actually a Portuguese priest. They couldn't have a real Lama. It had to be a Christian. Who was basically Gunga Din. And of course, Al Jaffe was an Englishman who looked a little bit like Mohandas Gandhi, but they put shoe polish on him to make him look like Gunga Din. In the movie with Cary Grant, when Cary Grant was still up and coming, before he was a big name. But you know how I learned about Gunga Din, Douglas?
How?
I saw a movie. Of course, my mother was a big fan of Frank Sinatra because he had bought her a Coke when she was a young girl.
Oh, wow.
She went to see him, and she just loved Frank. I mean, she loved his singing and whatnot. And so she knew everything, about the Rat Pack and whatnot. And I saw a movie called Sergeants 3 that was after Ocean's 11. They wanted to make a movie, 4 for Texas, Ocean's 11. They got into numerology there.
Wow.
Sergeants 3. And I had seen the movie, and I went home and was telling her about it, and she says, "Oh, that's Gunga Din. They're just taking Gunga Din, right? Because it has Sammy Davis Jr. as Gunga Din."
Oh my God!
But it's a cavalry movie,
right?
It's a cavalry movie, and therefore, it was. But that's how I learned about Gunga Din, and Sammy Davis Jr. blows his bugle and saves the day. But he doesn't die like Gunga Din did.
Right.
So anyway.
Too bad.
Well, he was a self-confessed devil worshiper.
Yes.
Who also said many times that Dianetics saved his life.
Interesting.
Sammy Davis Jr. And then he later got into saved his life and then he got involved with Anton LaVey.
Yes. Yeah, after converting to Judaism as well, so he was conflating it all. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, he was an explorer, all right. had a very charming personality, very talented, and I guess what you'd say had some real serious drug problems. Yeah, the Candy Man. He was the Candy Man, which is the song from Willy Wonka.
Oh, disgusting!
A movie which I still haven't seen, but I read that that song is from Willy Wonka, the Candyman song.
Of course. I mean, it makes perfect
A horrible song, in my opinion.
Thank
but,
you. Thank you. I've always hated that.
I could never stand listening to it.
Thank you.
But, and the Candyman, of course, is also a drug pusher.
Yes.
But be that as it may, let's get back to, and this is Henry Wallace. What I was saying is, if you can't conceive of the evil that Henry Wallace is being portrayed as, think of Monsanto. This is the level of evil we're dealing with.
Thank you.
Which you're not necessarily going to find in abduction stories.
Yes, it's quite true. And this is what they distract you with, is these ridiculous abduction stories. And it's not ridiculous. There's all kinds of military abductions going on. And
they happen.
Yes.
They happen.
Yeah. And so from and the tragedy is that the military reinforces the alien agenda. By that I mean their agenda that people believe in aliens. No, let's just put it this way: experiencers have experiences, but don't assume or presume that your experiences are the alpha and omega. With that, yes. Since everything that I've already articulated, and I've spoken about, here's what I can do. I've spoken about the Christ child while I was interviewed by those Bulgarian bozos. I'm going to put a link to that interview, that segment of the interview, into the chat room, and that way people can access that at their leisure, which I highly recommend. If you want to know more about the Christ child, what my mother did to prevent him being exploited by the Americans was extreme. And so I speak of that. I'm going to press the share button here, get that link, and I'll put that into the chat room here for our listeners. And I, of course, recommend that all of you review that at your leisure, not now, but at your leisure after tonight's transmission is over. So here we are. There we go. It's in chat. And that way you've all got access to that. And of course, as I said, the horror of when I was describing this was that the clowns interviewing me at the time burst into laughter or had this sneering chuckle. And you wonder why people claim to be exploring or seeking information if they're simply going to throw out the chuckles from the peanut gallery. It's disgusting. At any rate, since that time, since the Second World War, since then, only the petroleum monopolies have committed to some unregulated attempts at infiltrating down below, but by and large, mutual coexistence in state of balance of terror has been managed between Unterland and the surface world. And, of course, it almost goes sans saying that the anti-gravity craft of the 1,000-year Reich in exile can travel almost anywhere within the inner solar systemic proximity with impunity, since the disintegration of the artificially generated genocidal radiation belts, the second Van Allen radiation belts, created artificially, synthetically by Operation Argus, which here, I'll put a link to that inside of our chat room, as well as text box here for anyone who want to follow up with that in our little crowd here. Between Aristides and Peter Moon have already, of course, heard my interview that I put a link to in our chat room there. So what I'm going to do is put a link to Operation Argus, and here that will be in our chat room, and I will put it inside of the public chat room as well. And so here you can all access that you can access that now, and that will give you an indication of how far the Americans went. They of course resorted to nuclear war. And that nuclear war did not win them the war. Just another indication that nuclear war is not the winning. Nuclear weapons are not the winning weapon. By the way, that was followed up by Starfish Prime. I will also put a link to that in our little text box here between Aristides and Peter Moon and myself, and again, link that into our public chat room as well. So give me a second here to do that. And here we are, Starfish Prime. These were nuclear attacks on the 1,000-year Reich in exile. And they created literally a second Van Allen radiation belt, which later disintegrated and rained down upon humanity and gave everybody cancer. If you know anybody who's died of cancer, they almost certainly have been killed by these horrible acts of nuclear war that of course are killing people for generations. You're talking about a half-life of centuries. Anyhow, lunar mineral resources from the moon are now mined in regularity by the Reich, since the United States discovered the inner Aryans were already Selena-side or moon-side, and had functionally staked claim to everything of value. So it was that the so-called superpower space programs have become nigh entirely mothballed, accepting orbital missions and an occasional probe to a nearby celestial body. The laughable event or non-event where the Asian Indians claim to have landed a drone probe onto the south pole of the moon where the original Reich base was is a joke. All we got out of that was CGI, a stupid photograph that looks like it could have been taken out of someone's car window, complete with a rear view mirror blocking the scene, in this case a solar panel. I mean, what's the point? It's like all the skeptics say, they don't have Stanley Kubrick to even make what they're doing look convincing. At any rate, so we have a situation in which the Naga are important. It was important that I relate what I did about them, because people will ask me that if the 1,000-year Reich in exile has any kind of religion or a kind of faith. Obviously they do. There is a paganism, the Nordic paganism of the ancient gods of the Norse, Thor, Freya, Odin, all that which has become so mocked in its own way by Marvel Comics franchise. But even though Marvel Comics franchise, to its credit, maintains some semblance of, I would say, respectability with their variants on the myth, their visual presentation, I really have nothing against. Though I know some people hate the way they portray Thor and Loki and of course Hel, the goddess of death. Some people hate the way that these characters look with the passion of 1,000 suns. They are indeed not necessarily classical, but nevertheless they have their own aesthetic. But that being said, aside from this sort of spirituality in Unterland, there is also the Joseph Goebbels Bible, which has integrated all of the Apocrypha. And aside from that, there is the Naga. So I would dare say that if there were any major spiritual components to Unterland and its faiths, it would be the paganism, the kind of Gnosticism that the SS practiced, and of course the Goebbels Bible sort of Christianity, which integrates the Apocrypha and all that they imply, and of course the Naga, who are present, physically present, and therefore powerful in their influence on the Third Reich. Understand that when the Third Reich acts upon the surface world, that they can be seen. It would not be wrong to see them as acting on behalf of the Naga. And that is probably a way to understand them that gives them, imbues them with a sense that people should understand them in. Because, of course, as I've mentioned before, Buddha himself was Aryan, of the actual Aryan caste of the Asian India. And that he suffered post-traumatic stress disorder and was dealing with his post-traumatic stress disorder when he transcended and became the Buddha. But at the same time, he was influenced by the Naga. Was himself said to be of serpent blood, of the Hachurui, the serpent people, as the Japanese know them. So when we think of the Hachurui, as the Japanese know them, the original inhabitants of Lemuria who interbred with the Japanese, and therefore the Japanese have the dragon bloodline. And the closer one is to the imperial dynasty, the more pure the dragon lineage, meaning the serpent lineage, or the snake's blood, if you will, courses through their veins. As a matter of fact, that's the sacred mirror in the Japanese imperial reliquary. One of their triune treasures is the sacred mirror, which my mother saw reflects you ever more sharply the more of the serpent blood that you have coursing through your veins. If you are a person of no Hachurui or serpent lineage, no dragon's bloodline, you won't reflect in the mirror at all. But the emperor and their family reflects with crystal clarity. So my mother saw enough of her reflection where she definitely has the serpent blood, had while she was alive, and that means I have it as well to a lesser degree. As for the Buddha, in his youth, Siddhartha Gautama was a brawny 6-foot warrior prince. He was trained in the art of war, touched by tragedy. A curious fact of military history that the founders of 3 of the world's 4 major religions were soldiers. The Torah tells of Moses, the founder of Judaism, whose tribal army plundered Egypt, outmaneuvered the Pharaoh's army in a desert campaign, and created and trained the first Israelite national army at the Sinai, who destroyed fortified cities in the Jordan Valley and left his successor Joshua a large and well-equipped and professionally led army with which to conquer Canaan and commit the world's first fucking Holocaust, in which they committed the entire population, every man, woman, and child, as blood-kindling, burnt sacrifice to their mad god. A genocidal army that was created by a guerrilla warrior who was probably most parallel in terms of his manifestation and professional experience to Chairman Mao Zedong of the Communist Chinese Empire. Then there was, of course, Muhammad, who in a single decade, as the founder of Islam, fought 8 major battles, led 18 raids, and planned 38 military operations. He was wounded twice, and twice had his own positions overrun before rallying his troops to victory. Muhammad was also a military theorist, a strategic thinker, a combat commander, and a revolutionary. So understand this about religion. Nobody's going to believe it until you kill them. That's basically what it comes down to, is if you're not capable of going out there and killing people, nobody's going to listen to you. And therefore, the founder of Buddhism was a soldier. The ancient accounts of Buddha's early life describe a child born to a powerful Indian king named Suddhodana. It was prophesied that the boy, Siddhartha Gautama, would become either a great king or a great teacher. And to prevent Gautama's becoming a teacher, Suddhodana, raised his son in great luxury, shielding him from all human suffering. The day came when the young prince ventured beyond the palace grounds with his charioteer, and in these travels he happened upon an old man, a sick man, and a corpse. And shocked by the realization that he too might suffer their fate, he resolved to become an ascetic and discover how to escape the cycle of perpetual rebirth that Asian Indians considered the central affliction of humanity. At the age of 29, Siddhartha left his wife and infant son and began a life of wandering and contemplation that lasted until his death at the age of 80 years. Centuries later, the monks recorded his teachings, which became Buddhism scriptures. Now, the facts of Buddha's life are recorded in the ancient text known as the Pali Canon, a collection of these early scriptural works and oral traditions regarding the life and teachings of Buddha. And Pali was the official Indo-Aryan liturgical language of early Buddhism. All of this is important to Nazism because the REICH propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels' wife, Magda Goebbels, the first lady of the Third Reich, because Adolf Hitler wasn't married until he was ready to vacate the surface world, his own wife, Eva Braun, could not fulfill that role. The lady who did throughout the 12 years of the Reich upon the surface of the earth was Magda Goebbels. She was an ardent Buddhist, which was why she could tolerate or abide the killing of her children before the Allies came. She understood they would incarnate again, that this was part of the cycle of life and death. And the tradition maintains that the details of Buddha's own life as one of the original Aryans, or at least one of the greatest of Aryans, in the Pali Canon are based on earlier texts still, the Nikayas, written by the Council of Buddhist monks assembled shortly after Buddha's death in 483 years before Christ, to create a reliable written record of his own life and teachings. These early scriptural accounts of Buddha's life and teachings, they're a mixture of historical fact and perhaps messianic fiction. Nevertheless, they all attest to Buddha's Indo-Aryan heritage, his warrior status, his military training, his royal lineage, his marriage and abandonment of his family, the 6-year sojourn, enlightenment, and of course all those attempted assassinations, and then finally the assassination that succeeded in taking him out. This is why Buddhism is another great influence in Unterland, because one of the men to escape to Unterland was Reichspropaganda Minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. A double was put in his place, one of his lookalikes taken out of the camps and burned, along with the one that they used to make people presume the same thing had happened to Adolf Hitler. When it came to Buddha on Earth and his legacy, the Venetian explorer Marco Polo, he encountered the traditional tale of the Buddha's life and teachings during his own travels, but written texts of the account didn't reach the West until the late 18th century. The traditional account of Buddha's early life is largely inaccurate. It fails to consider the historical and sociological circumstances of the age in which Buddha lived. Images of Buddha are misleading as well, because by the time accounts of his teachings reached the West in the 1700s, Buddhism had spread throughout Asia, and images of him had predictably taken on the racial and ethnic characteristics of the peoples of the region. But in reality, he looked very white. The Indian portrayals, they depict a dark-skinned Buddha, while those of other regions give him Asian features. A kind of, well, they just ethnicized him to the locale. But in historical fact, Buddha was an Indo-Aryan, a Caucasian, whose people had invaded and subjugated India for 2 millennia. So all these familiar Western portrayals of Buddha as doughy and overweight, an image intended to suggest a passive nature, it's all bullshit. The oldest texts describe him as at least 6 feet tall, which is a giant for the malnourished Asia of his time, and of muscular build. Truly an Aryan warrior. This is what makes him, and Buddhism, it makes him a Nazi messiah, and Buddhism a Nazi religion. And what does all of this trace back to? His blood lineage with the serpents and the Naga, and therefore the Nazis in physical communion with the Naga and Unterland, when they're here in their saucers, their craft on the surface world, and you see them in the skies, think of the tales of the flying snakes of Quetzalcoatl and the Indo-Americans, the Mesoamericans. And then you might get a better context for understanding their motivations. Now, the only way the Nazis obtained a more ethnically accurate picture of Buddha was by modern-day Afghans, tall, muscular, white-skinned, with dark hair and eyes, physical characteristics typical of Indo-Aryan warriors, from Siddhartha Gautama, from whom Siddhartha Gautama himself was descended. These are the people who defeated the Americans and sent them, under the Biden administration, in complete and utter rout, a total retreat. The earliest known home of the Indo-Aryans lay in what is now Ukraine, the Ukraine. A great migration of these peoples, probably provoked by overpopulation, began around 1800 years before Christ. First south to Europe, and then southeast to Anatolia and northern Iraq, and then farther east into the mountains of Iran and the valleys of modern-day Afghanistan and Pakistan. A fierce, warlike people, the Indo-Aryans introduced the horse and chariot to warfare, and wherever they conquered, their superior military technology and fighting ability allowed them to impose themselves as a warrior aristocracy upon the local native peoples. And from northwest India, the Indo-Aryans moved south along the Indus River, destroying the native civilization completely. And over the next millennia, they conquered all of India, bringing the Ganges River plain and northeast Bengal under their control only a century or so before the Buddha was born. So the Indo-Aryans regarded war as the most noble of callings, and all able-bodied males were trained in war from childhood. And by the 7th century BC, they settled throughout India, imposing themselves upon a large population of indigenous agricultural peoples. And to maintain their superior position, the Indo-Aryans forbade intermarriage with the dark-skinned native peoples and restricted their social mobility. This was the birth of the caste system. And over time, Indo-Aryan society aligned into 4 castes. The Brahmins, or the priests, the Kshatriya, or the warriors, the Vaishya, the merchants and the farmers, and the Sudra, the serfs, the latter comprising primarily the conquered indigenous population of dark-skinned Negroid peoples, the Dravidians, who are black. And by the 6th century BC, the Indo-Aryan tribes had coalesced into organized states with large standing armies and governmental administrative systems. This was the age of the Mahajanapadas, the great realms. 16 major states organized as monarchies and oligarchies and republics that frequently fought one another to establish regional empires. And 12 of these states, Kosala and Magadha, were the main rivals in Bengal during Buddha's lifetime. And they fought frequent wars until the Magadha Empire subjugated and absorbed Kosala. And the major states also fought wars with the smaller republics, which often formed alliances to prevent their absorption by the larger states. Now, Siddhartha Gautama himself, known to history as the Buddha, or the Enlightened One, he was born in the Indo-Aryan Sakya Republic, amid the Himalayan foothills north of the Ganges, near the modern-day border between Nepal and the Indian province of Bengal. And the Indo-Aryan republics of Buddha's day were kingdoms, Rashtra, each governed by an oligarchy of nobles led by a warrior chief, of course. And the Rashtra was comprised of tribes and sub-tribes and villages. The nucleus of the tribe was the family, the Kula, with the oldest male as its head, the Kulapa. And the Sakya social structure was closer to that of earlier Indo-Aryan tribes than to the more complex social organization of the newly emerged Mahajanapanda states. The scriptures portray Buddha's father as a mighty king living in great luxury, but he was in fact a warrior chief, or Raja, a position that in Buddha's day was hereditary. So even though these republics were small, they were not insignificant military powers. The texts record that the Sakyas comprised 160,000 families. The country was about the size of modern-day Belgium, and that 7 defensive walls ringed their capital at Kapilavashtu, on the banks of the Rohini River, or modern-day Kohana. And within those walls was a famous school of military archery, the snipers of their day. The Sakyas had to contend with the predations of not just Kosala and Magadha, each of which sought to control the Ganges River plain, but all the other surrounding hostile republics. War was a perpetual state. And according to the Indo-Aryan rule of primogeniture, Buddha, as the chief's eldest son, was expected to succeed his father, and like all the Kshatriya men, he trained from a very young age to be a soldier. The term Kshatriya, it means noble warrior, and Buddha was taught the alphabet and numbers at the age of 3, and by 6, he entered the formal educational and military training program that lasted until age 16. And that curriculum, as my mother told me, included courses in logic and politics and economics. Now, the Kshatriya, of course, had to study the ancient Vedic religious texts, but they were only required to memorize the first line of the Vedas. And for more than a decade, the young warrior, Buddha, pursued a rigorous curriculum of studies and military training that required proficiency in all the Indo-Aryan weapons of war, including the chariot, the war horse, and the elephant, which would be their version of the Panzer tank. And the weapons curriculum was called the Dhanurveda, or bow knowledge. And the experienced warriors taught the Kshatriya, the veterans. And instruction was personalized. The students lived in the homes of their instructors like a page would to a knight. A father would never have the psychotic wherewithal, if he was sane, to beat his son and starve him and punish him on a relentless daily basis. This is why knights would give their sons over to another knight to raise. So all these warriors had the same training, staying with their instructors for the duration of the course. And special tutors, the suttas, recited the itihasas, the histories, the exploits of great warriors and battles of the past, to students at fixed times each day. The training emphasized all the discipline, hardship, and endurance. The Indo-Aryans believed that luxury weakened a warrior's martial spirit. So, in order to be consecrated a knight, the Kshatriya was required to demonstrate his competence with weapons, and one who passed this test participated in a formal coming-of-age ceremony in which he received the sacred thread, and he wore that beneath his garments the rest of his life. He was given a special uniform of the Kshatriya that was fashioned of flax cloth, that was dyed, of course, and fastened by munja grass girdles. It's something that when my mother told me everything about the Buddha and basically why he became what he became, then I was able to appreciate Buddhism. And also the fact that he was finally assassinated in his life. He died violently. Everything you're taught about Buddhism is wrong. Everything you're taught about Nazism is wrong. If you want to understand Nazism, you have to understand Aryan Buddhism. And that will help you understand the motivations of the Nazis on the surface world. It brings us back to the Sheepkrieg, the disc war. And this was something they censored in my interview with Nexus magazine. They'd never published the most important aspect of the Third Reich in exile, the acts of conflict between the United States and the Thousand-Year Reich. So if you ever see the book Les Jardins de Kaneshima, The Garden of Dr. Kaneshima, or The Garden on the Moon, by Pierre Boulle, the man who wrote The Planet of the Apes and The Bridge on the River Kwai, then you get an idea of how the first Japanese kamikaze astronaut crash landed intentionally on the moon so he could use the water that's on the moon to raise a garden and basically provide the REICH astronauts, the Raumänner, the spacemen who came after him, with food. He was the man who had a limited oxygen supply and died on the moon so that he could lay the foundations for the Reich to establish the base thereafter. And so understand that everything about this space race that you know is also wrong. That a Japanese man landed there first and the Reich established themselves there, and everything that the Americans and Russians have done is nothing but a lie. So there's books out there that basically emphasize a singularly salient standing order to deal with the spacefaring breakaway civilization of the Reich. One of them is titled "Shoot Them Down." And of course, it's a foreshortening of the order itself, "Shoot them down by any means necessary." That was a direct extension of Franklin Delano Roosevelt's executive policy of hostility against the multiple so-called alien races that he declared the Axis to be. And along the reported Soviet shootdown of UFOs, coinciding with the fact that Stalin's nuclear program culminated within 18 months of progress rather than 5 years as then expected, altogether triggering a race for the United States to shoot them down, resulting in multiple retaliatory launch pad explosions. You see, when the former New Mexico state representative, John Andrew Kisner of Las Cruces, New Mexico, was interviewed on the UFO Files, which aired from 2004 to 2007, the year my father died, my legal father, he testified that corporations had made billions of dollars on reverse engineering downed discs, himself confirming that we attacked the discs because they diverted our rocket tests, obviously referencing incidents historically occurring on-site installations throughout the American Southwest, from Holloman Air Force Base to Sandia Base, the principal nuclear weapons installation of the United States Department of Defense from 1946 to 1971, located on the southeastern edge of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Many hundreds of Nazi Rocketeers, the Rocketeers, maintained hundreds of V-2 rockets while staffing Redstone Arsenal in North Alabama, Fort Bliss in West Texas, and White Sands in New Mexico. And white-silver discs can be seen on film interacting with rocket launches on site. White Sands V-2 Launch Complex 33, whereupon the missiles either went off course by 45 degrees to 180 degrees, meaning they turned back to destroy their own launch pads. And this is what the Nazis were doing to show the Americans who was in charge, who was the most technologically advanced race, the Aryans. And one of the most prominent ufologists, the late and legendary UFO researcher Leonard Stringfield, he maintained that Wright-Patterson Air Force Base housed 2 UFOs flown out of the hangars only at night, what he called a Studebaker and what he called a spherical. So there's a book titled By Any Means Necessary that's subtitled America's Secret Air War, published in 2001 by William Burroughs. Not Burroughs, but Burroughs, Borrows. And it's all about the United States warring against the communist bloc and ufological presence simultaneously. Das Drittmacht, the third force, the third power, the 1,000-year Reich in exile. And 166 crewmen are acknowledged as killed probing the Russian and Chinese defenses. The other book, Shoot Them Down, subtitled The Flying Saucer Air Wars of 1952, published in 2007, the year of my legal father, George Dietrich's death, authored by Frank Feschino Jr., F-E-S Chino, C-H-I-N-O. So between 1950 and 1959, there's 30 cases of intercepts of scrambled jets on CAP, Combat Air Patrol, patrolling the Washington, D.C. perimeter in mission orientation towards the targeting of UFOs. But if you source the New York Times, from 1951 to 1956, there's 204 major reports that were filed concerning destroyed and are missing fighter aerocraft incidents. 229 destroyed, 192 vanished completely without a trace. 3 notable U.S. pilots, each with 100 missions flown in Korea, crashed and burned on the American home front, fighting the Nazis. The Canadian politician Paul Andrew Kimball of Halifax, Nova Scotia, has in his capacity as an award-winning film and television producer and writer and director attested that 20 planes were lost to UFOs over Europe. So planes were scrambled to intercept UFOs hundreds of times, with the former United States Marine Corps aviator, the naval aviator, Donald Edward Kehoe, who wrote, the book titled Flying Saucers from Outer Space. There's a CIA document about that book. I'll enter the PDF right now into the chat room, and of course our local text right here for our men Peter and Aristides. This was all-out war with the Third Reich, and the Third Reich was, of course, in exile, but they had the upper hand technologically, and the Americans were completely on the back foot. This is something that when you think about the numbers involved of what I said, it's monumental. This is more than what the Americans lost in World War II, proportionate to the combat theater. Think about 421 planes altogether. That's like, it's outrageous. And how Americans ever thought they were at peace, they're just fucking oblivious. There was a friend of the American author, the pioneer aviator, the explorer, the inventor, the social activist, the American presidential aspirant, the United States Army Air Forces Brigadier General, Charles Augustus Slim Lindbergh, alias the Lone Eagle. He was the winner of the Congressional Medal of Honor in 1927 and the Distinguished Flying Cross that year. He narrowed down the number of scrambles to 300 times. And so you've got the most impeccable people speaking of the Sheep-Krieg, the Disc War, the U.S. military space program, America's parallel to the Russian the Kosmicheskaya Programa, the Soviet Salyuts, the armed and armored military Mirs, produced by Energia, posing direct strategic threat to the West, in which the United States expended trillions of black budget dollars, diverted to a plurality of covert space programs in which the U.S. military both acquired by appropriation and reverse engineered its own UFOs, was overwhelmingly motivated by the 1950s aerospace war, in which over 2,000 American pilots died. 2,000! I mean, the fact that you don't know this offends me. That was between the late 1940s through the late 1950s in Der Schiebenkrieg, the Disc War. The World War II era NACA, NACA, National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, the Nakanauts. They comprised the combatants fighting America's secret space conflicts. NACA officially turned over operations to NASA on the 1st of October in 1958. In disambiguation of the covert combatant 1950s, the Nakanauts from the propaganda-publicized 1960s NASA, the NASA-nauts, Neil Alden Armstrong was part of the transition team into the second generation of 1960s astronauts. The Austrian aerospatial engineer, Eugene Albert Sanger, designed the military space shuttle codenamed the Dinosaur, DYNA like dynamic, and soar like SOAR, as in soaring above the clouds. Dinosaur, above the stratosphere, really. It was manufactured by Bell Corporation in upstate New York and piloted by Neil Armstrong, among others, till 1962. Back in the 1930s, prior its being brought to America as the next generation rocket booster by the German Schutzstaffel, the SS major, the Major General, Dr. Walter Robert Dornberger, who himself had charge of the V-2 rocket program on site Peenemünde Army Research Center, when the United States Air Force claimed the dinosaur was dead as parcel of program, they simply renamed said program. As the banner year of the saucer was 1952, the year America had to make peace with Japan, via the 1,501 sightings. By the public, the height of the disc war was the summer of 1952, when the Americans basically surrendered to the Japanese so that they could confront this threat head-on from the Reich. Comprising the engagements of June, July, and August that year, which is perceived by the Allies in the same manner that the year 1942 is remembered by the Allies per World War II as both a Axis high water mark and a kind of a turning point, albeit hardly one that doomed the Axis as propagandized by the Allies per 1942. That's when there was the Braxton County Monster incident, the cover-up of the Flatwoods Monster. There's a book by that title, The Cover-Up of the Flatwoods Monster Revealed, by Frank Freshino Jr. There's 40 locations in the United States where UFOs were seen taken off after skimming. On the 5th of August in 1952 at high noon, Eastern Standard Time, the TV show We the People brought witnesses before millions of people while broadcasting 3 tremendous ovular, the cigar-shaped objects. These are the rods that our dear friend George Knight refers to as the, what does he call them again? Andromeda Gerons. They were over the eastern seaboard. They were tracked by multiple military and independent civilian radar stations as spearheading 12 saucer craft, fanning out over West Virginia in a horseshoe perimeter formation, seen over an 18-hour period throughout 11 states over the continental United States, during which time 4 UFOs took on enough damage to trail debris while disintegrating, leaving visual or physical evidence of their invasion throughout about 80 locations in the United States. One transgressing aerospace directly over the Washington Capitol restricted zone as they beelined directly over the Oak Ridge nuclear facilities, conducting reconnaissance and force. So some of the Reich's craft could be shot down. The Americans developed a plane to do just that, to counteract the discs. In the summer of 1952, the United States introduced the Lockheed F-94 Starfire as a first-generation jet-powered day-night all-weather interceptor bearing 24 rockets round the nose cone, along an onboard computer to automatically salvo the rockets via radar, each rocket weighing in at 20 pounds with an 8-pound warhead and a range of 3.5 miles, while speeding at 25 feet per second. Hundreds of these rockets would fly from a squadron of F-94 Starfire interceptors, with prevailing winds all too often sweeping anywhere between 200 to 300 of the rockets away from their intended targets, onto trajectories of untold and always unrecorded collateral damage. So understand that hundreds of Americans on the ground died. Just collateral damage. And you don't know it. It's as if the Reich were bombing you. I mean, that Flatwoods Braxton County incident, you had a terrestrial rover vehicle. And Project Blue Book dedicates 180 pages to that incident alone, 75% of its documentation. So that's, inadvertently contrasting the contemporary American technology level of slide rules and typewriters against the sorcerers of the Third Reich. So what are they doing over Israel? Basically, what happened was in 1958, Dr. Cohen, he was this guy named Stanley Cohen, I believe, Samuel Cohen. It was Samuel Cohen. He had known what the Germans had done in World War II. In World War II, the Germans, Adolf Hitler, and he was in command of a very small nation. Germany's smaller than Texas. Their industrial capacity, they have no natural resources to speak of. Coal, some forests, but because they could only produce so many tanks, they stole every tank they could whenever they conquered an an army or a country, and ultimately 25% of Hitler's Panzerwaffe, his tank fleet, came from other countries. The triumph of Blitzkrieg, resulting in part from this great Panzer heist that Hitler carried out across Europe. He knew only too well that German rearmament was far from complete. Germany wasn't ready for Totaler Krieg, or total war. Their tanks were outclassed by French armor at the time, outnumbered by those of the Soviet Union forever. If Hitler was to defend his people, he desperately needed to supplement his tank force, and over the course of the next half-decade, captured equipment played a crucial role. It's not generally known that Hitler stole more than 16,000 British, Czech, French, Italian, Polish, and Soviet tanks and other far armored fighting vehicles to feed his war machine. So this is what Samuel Cohen, this Jewish physicist, was aware of, and he hated the Germans. He wanted to be able to enable the Americans to conduct their own blitzkrieg and cannibalization of enemy forces. And since the American strategy for Europe was to abandon it, that if the Greater Soviet Union invaded, the Americans would simply retreat and nuke it till it glowed, what Samuel Cohen presented them with was the opportunity to stand ground, basically launch neutron bombs that would irradiate all of the crews of the invading Soviet mechanized armored columns and then cannibalize their armored forces and deploy them against the Soviets. So what Samuel Cohen did to enable this cannibalization objective, he created the neutron bomb. In 1963, when he presented that weapon to John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Kennedy found it so repulsive, so morally intolerable. He said to basically assuage the military, which hated his guts anyway, he said, let's test it underground. So 1963 was the year my sister was born. The Nevada underground test of the neutron bomb was completely useless because it eliminated the neutron bomb's very purpose, which is to blow in the atmosphere and irradiate everything on the surface or above the surface in range of the bomb within the spherical circle of its explosion, and thereby eliminate all life within, so that the weapons that were manned or crewed or fortresses that were manned could be used by the enemy or the force that deployed the neutrons. Now, because the neutron bomb is not a bomb per se in the classical sense, the conventional physics sense, it's not considered a nuclear weapon, so above-ground nuclear testing bans did not outlaw it. Kennedy could have tested it above ground, but he refused to. But something began to happen that would ultimately lead to what we understand about the ramifications of the use of the neutron bomb. Around 1968, George Romero, in an act of predictive programming, produced The Night of the Living Dead, in which we had the first portrayal of zombies as cannibals. The Sino-Soviet War took place in 1969, in which I've described before that the cannibals that were produced organically by herbal apothecary in Haiti, that technology, or rather that technique, was introduced to the Soviets through the Cubans. And the Cubans, of course, well, they dispatched a group of men to the Soviet Union in return for Soviet support of Fidel Castro. And these men were Bokars. They were the dark practitioners of the cult of Babaluai, the voodoo which enslaves people as laborers through the zombie technique, the zombie formulary. That zombie spelled only with an I and no E at the end. You add that E at the end and it means that the zombie has gone feral like a shark and attacks anything that moves. This is something that, of course, was not the original intent. They were sent to the Soviet Union because everyone in Cuba had hated them for, they're basically terrorists, and they would exploit the local population as the Cho would exploit them by demanding tithes or enforcing retribution. So when Fidel Castro took over, rather than punishing them as a communist might be expected to, he shipped them to the Soviet Union, where they taught Khrushchev's administration the tactics for taking any dissidents and rendering them cooperative. Of course, such people would stand out even in the Soviet Union, so they were sent to gulags to conduct mining and logging operations. Not salt mines, of course, because that would break their spell, so to speak. Many of these were deployed against the Chinese during the Sino-Soviet War, and that's when the Chinese first encountered zombies in warfare. At that point, these are men without willpower or volition, just sent to take out strong points or break in advance. Elements of this became known to the Americans, but they really weren't accepting the reality of this. Then in 1971, the phenomenon of Kuru began to manifest in Papua New Guinea. That's where Pavel Libersky, the doctor from Poland, began to study the first known cases, recorded cases in modern medical science of Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease, the disease which the females, the women of the Papuan tribes, were contracting because they were fed the brains of their dead ancestors at various ceremonies. The men would take the muscle tissue and other parts of the bodies in a form of necrophagy to honor their ancestors by devouring them and thereby absorbing their spirits to carry on. The woman who ate the brains began to manifest signs of dementia and a frightening fixated smile known as the death's head grin, the tremulousness of the cannibal that you see portrayed in The Book of Eli. That film portrays the tremulousness that comes with cannibalism. This, of course, manifested in the woman in Papua New Guinea. Dr. Pavel Libersky was able to stop the phenomenon by getting the tribes of Papua to stop the ceremonies. In 1982, Dr. Stanley Proisner, who would ultimately win the Nobel Prize in medical science, began to propose the existence of the prion, based on the work by Pavel Libersky in Papua New Guinea. Stanley Proisner said the prion is an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ion, a misfolded protein. It was a concept that was so frightening that the medical science community went into cognitive dissonance mode and simply called him a charlatan and a fraud. He was, of course, a neurologist at the University of California of San Francisco, UCSF. Now, what happened was he was talking about transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, these transmissible brain diseases that cause vacuolization or holes in the brain, turning it into Swiss cheese that happen in cows. He said this is what's happening in humans in certain cases of senile dementia. And, of course, this was based on the prion disease of Kuru found in the South Pacific. And basically, when the medical community rejected what he had to say, it was because the implications were, well, just heinous. Basically, when you have hormones that are cultivated from extracted pituitary glands, this is what they did with trying to make girls stay short and boys grow taller. I've talked about this insanity in the past when Americans felt that boys should be taller than girls rather than the natural growth cycle where girls grow first and are normally taller than boys. Americans for a while tried to fight nature and make boys taller at a younger age and girls stay short. They wound up sterilizing all the girls and causing various diseases in the boys. But they used to give parents a prescription where they would go to the morgue and collect pituitary glands that they would then bring from human cadavers, handed to them by the mortician, to the pharmacist, who would grind them into pills for their kids to take. And oftentimes these would have prions. And it was found you can't kill them. Solvents of various kinds to purify the tissue that kill everything, formaldehyde, radiation treatment, bombardment with ultraviolet light, nothing kills prions. They're just misfolded proteins after all. And yet they're not inanimate. They're not alive. They're in a gray zone between life and death. They are literally undead. They have no DNA, but they're capable of replication. Not reproduction, but replication, like a factory model. We really know little about prion transmission, but their ability to replicate is called pathogenesis. We know it's resistant to all disinfection, that they can withstand harsh environmental conditions to the point where you can bury a body infected with prions and dig it up 1,000 years later, and you can contract the prions and get infected. Yet still, they survive autoclaving, which is a sort of standard aseptic technique. They're basically the ultimate mystery, and if that mystery's cracked, well, then we probably have the secrets between life and death. To give you an example of just how magical they are, there's no other word for it, and I mean this in the most negative sense. There's familial cases, which account for 10% of TSEs, are the transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, the vacuolization brain diseases. They're passed down through bloodlines that no one understands. Inherited traits are genetic, and prions have no DNA. But there's this version called fatal familial insomnia, FFI. It's this ultra-rare disease found in only a couple dozen bloodlines worldwide, in which the victim cannot ever fall asleep, not even when medicated. And the victim becomes delusional, erratic, lingers in a living hell of unending wakefulness until months later, months, mind you, exhaustion and brain damage will finally cause merciful death. Yeah, this is tantamount to a magical family curse. There's the remaining 5% of TSEs are iatrogenic cases from the accidental transmission of the causative agent, the prion, via contaminated surgical equipment. And surgical equipment to perform an autopsy on a prion-infested corpse, you can't do nothing to bleach or clean it, so you have to simply disintegrate it molecularly in a nuclear furnace. Otherwise, it will always be another source of infection. People sometimes get this infection through cornea transplants, dura mater transplants, the administration of human-derived pituitary growth hormones, like I described, that the Americans were insane enough to prescribe to hundreds of thousands of American children. So you've got these disease-causing protein particles, and what connection they have to the neutron bomb is the fact that the neutron bomb can misfold proteins. You see, what happened was in the mid-1980s, Ronald Reagan was impressed by Dr. Samuel Cohen, and he started producing the neutron bombs en masse. And they began deploying them all over the world. This is what finally would lead to the medical industrial complex taking Dr. Stanley Proisner seriously, because he was called in to investigate the results of neutron bomb testing. Everywhere the neutron bomb was tested above ground, and it was legal to do so, like I said, because the neutron bomb is not technically a nuclear weapon. It's technically an energy weapon. It's NERW, to be precise, an enhanced radiation weapon. It's a dirty bomb. You can get into the physics of it, but basically you've got this burst of neutrons generated by its fusion reaction. They're intentionally allowed to escape the weapon's explosion rather than being, absorbed by it. as would happen with a conventional nuclear weapon. So you've got this weapon that was produced for even artillery warheads. They had strategic weapons that were produced to irradiate entire nation states. And this was ultimately what led to the above-ground testing. No one could call it a conventional nuclear bomb, but they conducted it the way you would a conventional nuclear bomb's test. In other words, the footage I was ordered to destroy was similar to footage I had destroyed showing conventional nuclear bomb testing that had resulted in, well, all of those atomic veterans who fought for generations to get benefits for what had been done to them. People, of course, died by the thousands based on America's nuclear tests alone. But with the footage I was ordered to destroy concerning neutron bomb testing, it was there in Nevada, and just like the old atomic bombs, they had all the concentric circles of men. And those, of course, carrying the cameras at the outer circles were marching in to pick up the unconscious bodies of the soldiers that would usually be knocked out by the shock wave of a conventional nuclear weapon. There was nothing conventional, and they didn't expect anyone to be knocked out. It's an energy weapon. They expected maybe a number of these people would die, and they did. The problem was they got back up again. And the men from the outer circles of concentricity moving in to film the men they thought would be dead and irradiated found themselves confronted by ravenous cannibalistic zombies that tore them to pieces. In the end, the Americans had to deploy a second conventional nuclear weapon against international law to destroy everyone so that they wouldn't infect others. This was when Dr. Stanley Preusner was brought in to investigate, and he found out that Dr. Samuel Cohen's neutron bomb created what was called, or generated what was called an ERMI, E-R-M-I-E, an enhanced radioactive molecular ionization event that automatically misfolds proteins and creates instant prions and therefore instant zombies. This time, ravenous feral zombies. It's all real. And of course, there was the wind. And the wind carried that radiation over to many areas in the United States. Fortunately for the government, mostly impoverished rust belts. Places like the Appalachians, places like some of these small mountainous areas, former coal communities, and various other places which no one would really notice going missing off the map. This is why the U.S. government, confronted with this challenge, could never deploy the National Guard because the National Guard's comprised of local community members who would talk. This is where elite police units were sent in, SWAT teams, primarily FBI SARGers, or Special Operations Groups units, and they were ordered to simply kill everyone. This is why the training that was given to the ATF, based on its experiences with prionized populations, this is why they went into Waco and killed everyone. This was not only the training, but their combat experience was to leave no survivors. It's why the police have become so increasingly militarized to respond to future events like this. Because at some point, a terrorist will unleash a neutron dirty bomb. All of the powers agreed to destroy their arsenals. America sought out and destroyed every single one of its warheads, as did France, who had suffered similar collateral atrocities when they tested their own neutron bombs in the Pacific on islands where radiation exposed to native populations rendered them ravenous en masse, and they had to be wiped out. The French depopulated a number of islands in Polynesia. What happened was that, there's only one power in the earth that maintains an arsenal of neutron bombs. The Israelis. a rogue state. They maintain it because a neutron bomb and its particular radiation will not only scramble human proteins, but scrambles the electronic brains. Now, unless you're dealing with an extraordinarily primitive missile, and there's very few of those left in the world, there are basically what you would get from Hamas. Hamas and the Iron Dome over Israel, you've got a match there of an advanced technology defense system that's basically holding off an incoming fuselage of very primitive rockets. These rockets have no brains. They have no guidance system. These rockets cannot be countered by electronic warfare. The only thing you can do is intercept them with very precise flak arcs. That's what the Iron Dome is. It's computer processing at a high speed so that it can throw out flak in a very precise arc towards incoming rockets and manages to get the majority of them by statistics. That is nothing compared to, say, for instance, somebody who wants to nuke Israel. As Israel has always said, it's a small state, a small occupation, apartheid state, a white settler regime, apartheid state, that basically is smaller than Rhode Island geographically. It's a one-bomb nation. If a single nuke were to touch Israel, it would depopulate it effectively, render it unable to recover. Therefore, in order to prevent any nuclear warhead from hitting Israel, the Israelis maintain hundreds of neutron bombs because once they blow, they scramble the microchip circuit brains of any modern missile, which would be the only kind of missile that would be carrying a nuclear warhead. The collateral damage would be creating populations of zombies where the radiation falls to the ground underneath those explosions, which would always be outside of Israel because the idea would be to scramble the brains of the incoming nukes before they enter Israeli airspace. Therefore, the explosions would all be outside Israel, and to counter that, to defend themselves from the inevitable collateral zombie apocalypse, the Israelis have built the wall. They unleashed a film, and I spoke to the author of that film, Max Brooks, the son of Mel Brooks, the comedian, who made comedies such as Springtime for Hitler. Max Brooks was the author of a book titled World War Z, about a zombie apocalypse. His book didn't concentrate on Israel per se, though it took up a few chapters in the book, like many other nations did. But the film, World War Z, was entirely Israeli predictive programming. The film culminates in Israel, which the book did not. And it culminates in Israel as a rationalization for the wall, that the wall protects the Palestinians as well as Israelis from the zombies. And therefore, the Israelis show the wall as the ultimate hero in World War Z. That they have to have their goddamn walls, but they don't tell you why, and yet they do, right in your face. It's zombies. So understand that the Israelis are not only expecting a zombie apocalypse, but they are the ones who will engender it. This is why the 1,000-year Reich in exile, in its war against the kings of Edom, considering the state of Israel now the ultimate Edomic rogue state, the ultimate enemy, has its saucers, its discs, its Schiebencraft, patrolling over Israel, patrolling over the Red Sea, the Dead Sea, and in general, the entire Persian Gulf, monitoring what could become the ultimate zombie conflict. The 1,000-year Reich, you had better hope and fucking pray, will stop it, stop the Israelis, before they unleash this horror on the world. A true end-time scenario. And that brings us back to Peter, and he can give us the astrology and cosmology of this before he retreats into the gentle night.
Well, thank you. I have to say that I get it more. I have to listen to it a third time. You've covered so much and so fast. I didn't want to interrupt you, though.
Thank you. Thank you.
And people, I know you've enjoyed it. What I would say, man, it's like I'm trying to follow it all, but if we take it back to the beginning, we have, well, the U.S. countering the Axis Space Force, and it all ultimately resulting in irradiation and zombies. It's effing weird. And there's all this zombie shows they had on. The Walking Dead. I could never watch those shows.
Thank you.
But they were extremely popular.
Yes.
Extremely popular.
Predictive programming. Go on.
Yes. And it's going to be challenging for people to understand, fathom that, there's an aspect of the Third Reich in exile that is actually working to save humanity.
Yes.
From all of this nonsense. It's a very convoluted situation. And of course, that's what we can expect with planet Earth. So much of it doesn't make any sense. What's going on in the Earth. So, astrologically, as you say, we're in this eclipse period, which is a change. As you say, the war is becoming continually problematic. I heard some astrologers say that when Venus goes into Libra, it's going to help bring about peace, that there might be some peace coming in November. I haven't listened to a lot of astrology on it. Perhaps that will happen. That would be a very positive development. But man, when you have Pluto in Capricorn in its anaretic or final degree, which it's moving into, this is when it's squaring this eclipse. So it brings all of these political issues up and things being unearthed that you never thought would be unearthed, new data, including this data. This will just take a long time to get into the public mind because it's too, people can only think in very simple terms like Nazi bad, Nazi Holocaust, Nazi killed Jew. It's like the Frankenstein monster. Nazi bad. Yeah, you can say there's a lot about the Third Reich that was very unpleasant. But life is not so simple. As they say, if the Nazis were all, if they had it all sewed up, and I said this 25 years ago in the Black Sun, why do these people keep coming up? Because they haven't been thoroughly viewed. They haven't been thoroughly, they haven't been fully understood. Because if they had, they'd just go away. Be nothing to work. Nothing to talk about. It'd be a dead subject. But it's evidently not, because there's so much that's not understood about the role they were playing vis-a-vis the Teklet Blue, the Helizon, and the fact that they're still current. And their current role is hidden. I think some of the most penetrating and interesting stuff you've talked about, which you've talked about before, was the stuff about the Naga, Henry Wallace, your mother.
Thank you.
This is very deep, but I did want to say that when she was given the gift of prophecy by taking the milk of the Naga, and I might have brought this up before, but it comes into, she goes into the future realm.
Yes.
This is where I feel that she connected to me in my dream of 1991 when I was writing the Montauk Project.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is where all of this fits in, and it's like she sees my future role, or picks up on it, and it transfers to me. At which point, and I had this dream when I was writing the Montauk Project in summer, and the book was virtually done. I was then studying how to produce a book, getting books on how to self-publish. And I quickly began to realize, I said, man, this is very, if I couldn't make this book work, I have to be very stupid. A lot of that had to do with the content of the book. It's not that anybody could do it, but for whatever I had in my arsenal,
yes,
this was definitely the case. So it was going to be manifested. It was just going to take 8 or 9 months to get it produced.
Right.
Between me and my ex-wife, which was a lot of work. She was her skills in design and commercial art were just crucial to getting this done. As were my own skills. But so I had this dream. I think I'd mowed the lawn, and I went out. I went to sleep on the bed in late afternoon, and woke up. Or I went to sleep, and Preston Nichols is on a UFO, and he says, "I've got your signature." And then I put in a room. There's an Asian lady, almost like a counselor who's sitting there holding flashcards to test you, but she's holding up Japanese characters. I said, I can't read this. She said, the Japanese characters. I said, I can't read them. She said, yes, you can. I said, no, I can't. Yes, you can. And she was so insistent, I began to read them fluently. And I go, wow, man. And I'm like really happening here. I'm like really going with the flow. And then all of a sudden it became so powerful. I said, if this continues, I'm going to have a seizure.
Right.
I said, I can't do this. I'm going to stop. It's beyond my capacity. At which point I was put in a let-down room, calm-down room, woke up completely relaxed.
Decompressed. You went through a decompression chamber. Go on.
Yeah, it felt very good. There was no complaints with the experience. So that's where I felt that I had. But it took me a long time, 20 plus years to realize this, and it would. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense to me.
Thank you.
The more it makes sense. And here again is the inner earth, the Nagas of the inner earth. Yes. I might need to, I don't know, I want to say switch direction, but that might be oversimplifying it. Well, let me put it this way. One of the stupidest things I've seen on a football field, not the football I play, but in the pros,
mm-hmm.
is when you have a running back and they hand the ball and he just keeps bashing like he's a battering ram. This doesn't work. It's very stupid.
Right.
Sometimes people will go through a line, but you're supposed to look for the daylight and then go side to side laterally and look for holes. But I've seen these big, strong guys that'll they don't see it too much anymore, but they just bat like a battering ram. And it's just, it doesn't work. Like their power of bat. So best to, go laterally, move to the side, or go around the end. And what I'm basically saying here, I'm going to strongly consider different or new avenues of approach to the stuff I've been handed with the inner earth. Radu Sinamar has presented some very incredible paradigms with regards to the logic of the inner earth, the science of the inner earth, the beings of the inner earth. And so you know where all of this goes. It's going into a deeper, but it's different. Nothing is ever how you conceive of something. And I know when I got to Hubbard's ship in Scientology in 1972, well, I didn't really have any preconceived notions. I was just kind of relieved to find out it wasn't a bunch of bullshit, as my father was telling me. You're going to get there and it's going to be a little cabin cruiser or something. No, it was a substantial ship. And of course, there was a whole civilization unto itself there of 300 plus people that I had to acclimate to. It wasn't what I expected, but then again, I had no expectations.
Right.
And the people were incredibly disappointing. Some of the rudest people I've ever encountered in my life.
Oh my God.
Horrible. Absolutely horrible. And you'll see some of these people today, you know, recounting old times and patting themselves on the back. And the only person that didn't disappoint me, I mean, I acquired a few friends who were nice, who helped me, but was Hubbard himself. Because it was impossible. I was put on a rooting form to get to be rooted into the organization and be processed, and nobody would help me. I mean, I was treated just like, you know, people, I come back later. Oh, don't talk to me.
My God.
So it was very hard to get acclimated. And of course, he actually welcomed me aboard through one of his messengers. He's always told when a new person came aboard, and then if I had any problems, which I did frequently, there was somebody called the LRH host, the L. Ron Hubbard host. His name was Barry Watson at the time, and he would, you know, he'd always give me a sympathetic look and help me or sign off the thing I had to do. And it was, very, you know, I say they were disappointing. He was not disappointing. And so when I talk about, if I talk about Qigong or Preston Nichols, you know, people could hear about Preston Nichols, oh wow, far out, but they'd end up getting disappointed with Preston because
Why?
he could. Why? Because of his personal habits, because of his filth, for a number of reasons.
Right.
And the number of reasons he could turn people off.
Right.
He could also fascinate people, but ultimately, his sense of public relations was out the bottom. He
So
could not
sad.
relate. He could also relate to people very well psychologically. He actually could. There was these contradictions with some parts of him that could not relate to people or understand. But so that could be disappointing to people. My Qigong teacher could be very disappointing to people who would actually, well, the ones he disappointed the most were the ones that I didn't necessarily see, where he would go to a martial arts event and he would do these incredible demonstrations of, and I saw him, you know, like just somebody coming full at him and knock him over or push him over without, it looked like magic.
Wow.
And so people, these big tough guys had come into class and he'd had him sitting in a chair He'd sit in a chair, and he'd show them how to sit in a chair. He'd say, "This is bullshit," and they'd leave. They think it's just bullshit, and so they would be disappointed because his teaching did not fit their preconceived idea,
right,
of what there was to learn. David Anderson is very disappointing to people, because he doesn't get on board and join your bowling league and act like your best friend,
right,
or tertiary best friend, whatever. It's like people have anticipations. They expect this to be, they don't understand how to interpret life. I suppose disappointing. So when we talk about Romania. Well, I can't tell you how many people have been befuddled or disappointed with Romania, or just aren't on the wavelength, certainly that I've been on.
Mm-hmm.
There was this, this boxer I was talking about, kickboxer Dan Lucas, invited one of his friends,
mm-hmm.
who came, really super nice guy. I think he was into sort of some, not sports medicine, something like that, like some sort of workout. And this guy spent the whole time on one of the boats, and it's really a dining room, but it's kind of nice. It's air conditioned, and he spent this whole time there. I go in and talk to him. I said, why don't you come out? He wouldn't leave. He spent the whole time just studying what he was studying on his computer. He was not interacting with the people whatsoever. And I even found the two female friends that I brought with me, they really couldn't get into interacting with the people and they ended up going to Constanza and kind of leaving because they couldn't interact. They said, everything's in Romanian. Now, I don't speak Romanian, but when I've been there so many years, my first year was tough because I was not, it was tough. I mean, I did have some people there. I met friends, but all my appointments were mixed up, my speaking engagements. But I mean, I'm constantly there interacting with people. It's the most social interaction, meaningful social interaction I get for my entire year, and it's incredibly rewarding. Arguably more for the people I help than myself, but I'm not complaining. I mean, it's my contribution to life. So it's like, and then people are going to go to the Sphinx. I want to go see the Sphinx. And, well, you're not necessarily going to connect with the inner Earth. You might, psychologically. But like, what's there to see? It's a physical reality. It's just like our friend Victoria said, Israel is not a physical location.
Right. Thank you.
Radu teaches the same thing. The inner Earth is not a physical location.
Yes.
It is a different vibrational frequency. There are certain conduits to it that are physical and stranger than what we would know. So it's like, what do you anticipate? All these experiences I've had with the Sulamanari, my interactions with Paula, and even beyond what I've learned with or for her, it all runs very deep. And then there's the whole concept of me bringing David Anderson there, trying to get him to the cave,
right?
Which might indeed happen. That it's like, okay, disappointing. It could be interpreted as disappointing, Not necessarily to me, because I just, okay, what is there? So we have, you have to see what is there. Preconceived ideas are very non-productive. So what we're hearing from you is this incredible hidden history of the Third Reich and the involvement of the Third, and not exclusive to the Third Reich. It's they're positioned geopolitically in a very unusual way.
Yes.
And I have to reiterate what I've said before, and I state in the beginning of the Roswell deception. My books are only translated in countries that belong to the Axis.
Right.
At one time or another, and I noticed this very early on. I go, "What's the Axis?"
Yes.
And what I've learned from you explains it.
Thank you.
And it's like, because the countries that are allied countries don't endorse it. And we're just talking about, I'm just a writer writing books that are dismissible by the mindset, and also very sellable if they tell the story. Very, very exotic, attractive storylines. So people have and people are obviously being taught by this, I guess what you call Edomite, I don't know if we can call everything Edomite, but unconscious agenda.
Yes.
Edomite / unconscious agenda that is just promoting unconsciousness.
Thank you. Or anti-consciousness. Thank you.
Anti-consciousness, yes. And it's very, you know, we listen to you. Well, you know, I can say the whole thing. People will get interested in you, and then they'll get turned off by something.
Yes.
Whether it be, you know, the cross-dressing, your lifestyle that you describe, your Dietrichonic diatribes that people, you know, because it's not like, you know, they're taught in the university. And I have to wade through it myself, but I don't judge it. I'm trying to understand, and it takes a long time to mine the well.
Yes.
Mine the vein, and so I think my life is getting interesting as I get older.
Yes.
I'll never forget what L. Ron Hubbard's personal communicator said to me. I think he read one of my newsletters I sent him, and he got a drift of what I'm doing. Because he sees that my story gets deeper and deeper. He says, "Where's all this going? Where's all this headed?" It's a good question, you know. And I ask myself that sometimes, not in terms of the story, but my life. Like, in other words, where do I get at the end of my life for all this? Where does it all lead? Where does the David Anderson thread lead? The Radu Sinamar thread lead? The Preston Nichols is, I said the Douglas Dietrich thread. Where does all this stuff lead to? In terms of my own personal life adventure, when I seal the dotted line. L. Ron Hubbard tickled the fancy of people when he laid out a bridge to freedom, which had basically every human, not just human potential, but spiritual potential you could imagine, to where you could do anything. And he sold that. He lit a flame, excited people, kindled or rekindled their goals, their horizons. He set very high horizons. And basically crossed the abyss, which is the magical term.
Yes.
And in a sense, I crossed the abyss. But how can you say you crossed the abyss? I mean, the abyss is still there.
Yeah.
What side of it am I on, you know? As long as I'm in a human body, I'm on, you know, on the suffering side. Although I can't say that I'm suffering.
Right.
So it's like you have a taste of it, and anybody who ever did Scientology and had great success with it had a great test of it. But then the problem always is you go back, is what they say about enlightenment. Before enlightenment, carrying, what is it? Chopping wood, carrying water.
Right.
After enlightenment, chopping wood, carrying water. So, you know, while you're living, you have to deal with the effort of living. And that's, and there are various and sundry ways of dealing with this. And, you know, what we all have to deal with and cope with in life. And we can be very thankful we're not in the Mideast right now.
Yes.
I actually had a friend of mine who's not a real close friend by any means. She'd come to my house for the meetings. I think I met her at a powwow. And she really liked the medicine man. I just found out she was in Israel.
Oh my God.
She sent out some, I didn't even know she was Jewish. And the medicine man named her Summer Breeze. She liked that name, Summer Breeze. I didn't know you were in Israel. How are you? Oh, it's not, I think she was in Tel Aviv.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot worse places to be in Israel than Tel Aviv.
Right.
Although it's some missiles and whatnot. So, yes, we have some exciting times to look forward to, I think.
Yes.
But I was saying, well, where does this all end on the scales when you die and go to the proverbial feather of Mott, and they weigh your heart against a ostrich feather?
Yes.
It intrigues me. Like, okay, letting go of all this, letting go of the whole kit and caboodle. Well, interesting. It intrigues me. And where does all of this go? Although I'm not ready to depart. I've got to finish the renovation of my house and enjoy it to its full potential.
Yes.
Which is, well, as I say, it's coming along nicely. But then I got to now I got to do the whole upstairs, now that I've done the downstairs. So that's a very intensive project, and doing your book. And then, so when we get to the end of your book, or my conception of the end of your book, because right now I've got, we did what we did. I got the May Brussels chapter after that.
Yeah.
And that's pretty relatively cookie cutter. And then I have the Heart Project, and then to the Voice Fox Arca. And when I get to that, the one thing I'm missing from that diatribe is, maybe that's where I'll put in the Christian apocalypse.
Ah, yes.
Which is all about Nicholas Roerich and the Naga and the stuff we've covered.
Yes.
Where does this go? Maybe, and how does AI play into this? It's like that history, what's that histogram thing you have?
Yes, yes. The histomap, as they called it.
The histomap is an extensive articulation of history in a very comprehensive as this guy could do.
Thank you. John Sparks, go on.
Nothing could be, no histomap could be utterly complete.
Yeah.
You got to be a lot of missing elements, but he does his best.
Yeah.
To do this. It's like to have a geopolitical map of all that is going on is similar. You know, when I did the Black Sun, that book was, I had so many disparate threads with that book. I had a big piece of paper. I think it was an 11 by 17, which we had a lot of in our copy machine, 11 by 17. And I made colored with felt pens. My wife had all sorts of colored felt pens as an artist, and I made all these disparate threads on this big piece of paper, and then started putting them together. Sort of like the histomap, except it wasn't linear.
Right.
It was all, and then how do I connect this? How do I connect that? That's something we could do with the entirety of your work, or, you know, is a Dietrich map.
Yeah.
This book puts very key ingredients of it.
Yes.
It is a summary map of who you are and what you're here to do. It's not extensive. It's not thorough. It is, in a sense, it's thorough, but it's a thorough summary and very, you know, you could say Dietrich 101.
Yes.
And as I've said this about my own work. You could make a whole university degree in Peter Moon.
Yes.
There's enough material that people could study. Be a doctor of Peter Moon.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody gets a doctorate in Shakespeare.
They do. No, definitely they do.
Well, it's a doctor in what's some prolific author?
Karl Marx. They have doctorates in Marxism. Yeah.
But really in Marxism, I would think. Well, I would think that would be political science or something, and then and you actually get it in Marxism.
Yeah, specifically. Yeah, you could do, especially in communist countries, but in Western countries, yeah, Shakespeare. There are Shakespearean
Shakespeare
doctors.
I could understand, but even then, it sounds like English literature.
Yeah.
But in other words, there's enough content with my work, and your content, it would be even more content. It's just not in book form.
Yes.
So, wow. And these all these little. God, we could be teaching this to biofacts.
Yes.
And what would you say? What of this do you share with the Blood Boys in terms of your teaching them? You share much of the. It's probably much more watered down, isn't it? Or is it?
Not necessarily. Really, I what I share with the Blood Boys is similar to what I share on Bandwidth. There's very little. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
They're learning. And for the audience that doesn't know, the Blood Boys are the people he teaches at the estate he goes to.
Yes.
And where he teaches, and these. I mean, it's like is this at a high school or college level?
Oh God! It's basically I'm teaching very young lads. So everybody understand. Again, just to summarize this as quickly as possible, It is to my great fortune that my son, who is adoptive and who I basically purchased off the streets when he was a young girl, after his sex change was complete, and sexual affirmation surgery takes a while, but after his process was complete in that and he became a young man, he married someone who was of great wealth, and this individual owns multiple estates, so it's always best to refer to them in the plural. And at these various estates are various young men who are adopted into a campus community of until they're the age of 18. So we're talking about people who are, shall we say, not all of them are identifiable in their age because the paperwork literally was not there, and they're simply adopted from international situations in some cases. And in that case, we can only guess the age as an approximation. But basically, these are people who are all under 18 because around the age of 18, they quote unquote graduate. But before they reach that age is when they provide blood in exchange for their home, their education. Various specialists are brought in for math and sciences, but I teach the history and the current events. And so basically what I teach is pretty much what I say I'm banned with. So they get a very high degree of exposure to reality, more so than any average human being gets through the conventional educational system. I can assure you of that. My understanding is that they get just as high a quality of education in terms of their math and sciences from other tutors who specialize in those areas. So they're really being given an enormous head start in life. And so they, of course, because of the wealth of the individual involved, my son's husband, who it should be obvious we keep his identity secret because of all of the threats that are ceaselessly, relentlessly, chronically and eternally hurled against myself, and so we cannot have this individual identified, but he's an individual who, because of his financial standing, is able to get these courses accredited. Now, all of that is necessary for the hard sciences. In my case, the history case and current events case, fortunately, we don't need to do that, though he understands. He knows that I'm the best quality person, well, the best qualified to teach that subject out of anyone else. Certainly my son convinced him of that, and he acquiesced to it, and so I do that, and it's how I earn my pay. I already did in the past through security. I used to provide private security to a degree for this individual and some security advice. Nowadays, other people can physically provide that, and they even have canine units that patrol the estates. So these days I'm less needed in that regard, thank goodness, and instead can concentrate on teaching these young lads and basically making certain that they understand the horrors of the world and prepare them psychologically for that. I think I'm
you should do a history class where they all watch the movie Moonraker.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, but why would you say that?
Just because this is guys got this like super rich industry that that's inaccessible. That's all. It's kind of like it's a little similar to the environment that they're living in, a little bit. Kind of.
There's believe me, there's elements of that. All people beyond a certain income level, when they get to that level, you have that James Bond villain kind of factor that creeps in. That's inescapable, and
you're not playing by the same rules that regular people play.
And it does bring us to the questions that I've been receiving in emails about the image and thumbnail of tonight's live stream. I do want people to understand that's done just for the sake of Halloween. I do not drink blood in such a manner where I dribble blood like that. And I do want people to understand it's one of the most annoying things. I can take amusement from it, But, try and understand. Say if you're like somebody who appreciates fine wine or alcohol, this is my pay. I'm paid in escorts that my son helps to arrange appointments with. I'm paid in food, the blood of these young lads, which I drink straight, unlike the master of the estates who takes it in through transfusion. And basically, when I drink blood from these young lads, of course, I'm not going to spill it. But because everyone has this image of vampires dribbling blood, it's one of the key identifiers that immediately gets people to say, oh, a vampire. It's for the sake of Halloween. It's for the sake of the season that I've got some blood dribbling on the sides of my lips. But understand that, maybe if someone who appreciates fine wine got really inebriated, you might start dribbling some wine, but you're normally not going to dribble something you drink. You're not going to dribble your food when you eat. This would but because people just have that visual as how they identify, I went with it. So let's say I'm indulging the stereotype. But obviously, it's not something that I want people to think that I do in terms of behavior. I don't drool my food. I don't dribble it. So yeah, just let everybody understand that much. But yeah, other than that, when Peter Moon brings up explaining what these young blood boys are all about, we're talking about basically a harem of young men that my son is basically the madam of. But these are young men who are primarily there really for their blood, and this is what keeps a lot of these people in power alive. Now, the one thing that I do question is that one time I received something about, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Soros. It might have been somebody else, but they were supposedly getting heart transplants. And then I looked into that and found out that wasn't the case. I mean, believe it or not, I'm sure, inevitably, I'm sure a number of these people have a heart transplant at some point, but usually, I don't think doctors do two of those. Those are really, really big fucking jobs. That's like, so when, I've heard about some of these, multi-billionaires getting multiple heart transplants. I'm not quite sure how real that is, but, if they are, then they truly are being given access to a medical technology that the rest of us, that really is decades ahead of the rest of what the public is exposed to.
David Rockefeller did.
Yeah. Okay. And that might be true. It might be true. But definitely the one thing I do want to emphasize is many of these people, they're just they're just alive a lot longer than your average person. People in power like Biden or people who are wealthy because of parabiosis, which is blood from young men in particular. And the reason why it's men is because most of these power brokers are men. And they don't want female blood because the estrogen, they're afraid of what the estrogen would do to them. A great example of this is who was the computer guy? The Turing. Turing was sentenced by the British government because he was gay. He was sentenced to estrogen treatments, and he wound up developing a big ass pair of boobs, and of course this depressed him, as you can imagine. And your normal man doesn't want that, so your average guy is going to take blood from young men. Now, as I've said in the past, the problem with taking it from your average young guy, say for instance you're a macho guy and you're going to have a stable of young men to take blood from so you can stay young. Basically what it does is it, to a degree, truly reverses the aging process. Say you've got a young soccer team or a football team of young studs, and if you're taking blood from guys like that, first off, probably you're going to get exposed to steroids. If you manage to control them to the point where they're not steroiding themselves, you're going to get testosterone. And the more testosterone a guy gets, the more unhealthy it really is for him. You become angrier all the time. You're going to lose your hair. It's going to have all kinds of effects that are just not positive. But with young gay men, are effeminate men who don't have that testosterone overload, then the blood is much more efficacious. It's not as impacting in the manner that I just described. You don't get all the hypertestosterone impact that would otherwise turn you into a nervous wreck. I mean, you'd be angry all the time. You'd be bald. And so this is why gay young men are adopted by the wealthy, and they are made transfusion affiliates. But, they tend to graduate or muster out when they're 18. And so they're adopted at a younger age, kind of raised, and the exchange is shelter and education for what they provide in turn. And this is a fair deal. I mean, they're the happiest young men you'd ever run across. They are, of course, someone you'd not normally run across because they're kept in a sterile environment. They're kept so they don't catch diseases. They're kept away from exposure to drugs and sex with strangers, because that would also get them potentially infected with something you don't want through a transfusion. So they're basically kept among themselves. Now, granted, yeah, they all tend to wind up in a big ball of flesh by the end of the night, basically fucking each other, but they're in a sterile environment, so it's not really a negative. So it's one of those things that is what it is. And but as I said, there's also collateral damage from that too. There's advantages and disadvantages to everything, and there's a price you pay no matter what. And what I've noticed is that these guys who take the blood from these young gay men, well, they gradually, well, you are what you eat, and they become more and more gay. Doesn't happen to me because I digest the blood. But then again, I've always been rather gender neutral anyway. So it's but you see, I'm not transfusing it, I digest it, so I'm not turning gay. I don't have a desire for other men. But I do notice that these wealthy men who take advantage of everything I've just articulated, yeah, your elite becomes, aside from the rise of vampirism in Silicon Valley, the elite of your society in general becomes more and more gay. And you probably notice this. It's probably something that people with a sharp eye tend to perceive, but this puts it into more of a context. Back to Peter with that. Yeah.
Well, are they? I mean, they're obviously aware they're becoming more gay, right?
You'd be amazed at what people aren't aware of. It's like, you can't see the forest through the trees. It's different with my son's husband because he was obviously...
Yeah, switch hitter.
Yeah. He was obviously gay. I wouldn't even call him a switch hitter. So, it's in his case, it's the exception to the rule. Most of these guys turn more and more gay and just maintain a wife or a quote-unquote girlfriend just as what the gay community calls a beard, just as like camouflage so that people think they're straight. Peter Thiel was trying to do that, but then when he was outed by The Intercept, then it's like he finally gave up on the bullshit and just kind of let everybody... He never came out officially, but he's just stopped fighting it, and he is a great example of someone who doesn't want people to know it. But all the young boys' blood from gay lads made him ultimately gay. Yeah, I mean, really flaming gay, because he started early with all this parabiosis. And then you've got certain cases, like the case you mentioned the other day of the guy who was taking blood from his own son. And in turn, his father's taking blood from him, and I saw these three guys in a photograph together. It's like some gay incest porn fantasy flick or something. It's just like something like that sends shudders even up my spine. I mean, so you've got these. There's a real sub-community at the elite level that most people don't even know about, and but it tends to be vampiroid only in the sense that they're thriving off the blood of young boys, and it tends to be very gay, and that tends to be your elite. That's more and more what the elite is becoming, perhaps more than it's ever been before in history. So it's definitely It's definitely impacting everything. It's impacting, and it could be one of the reasons why social media or media itself tends to be more and more promotional of that alternative lifestyle. It's there's definitely factors we have to take into account when we see this as social engineering, and with that, does that bring up any other questions?
So I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. Go. Yeah.
Before I go to bed for the night, I'm going to share a couple things.
Sure.
I just saw in the Yahoo news feed.
Yeah.
Hamas ambushes Israel from tunnels near Gaza border. Israeli troops clashed with Hamas for the first time since the ground offensive began in an ambush from its network of tunnels in northern Gaza. The Israeli Defense Forces killed several terrorists after spotting them exiting the shaft of a tunnel in the Gaza Strip. Israel later said it believed the militants were attempting to cross the border into Israel for another surprise attack. Hamas said its militants clashed with Israeli troops as they entered the northwest Gaza Strip. Israel intensified its war with Gaza over the weekend, sending in troops and tanks on Friday night as part of a ground operation aimed at destroying Hamas, but it stopped short of a full invasion of its forces massing on the Gaza border. It would be a gradual expansion. This is interesting because it says that Hamas ambushes, but then you read the article and it sounds like Hamas didn't do shit.
Right.
Maybe they did. Accused, I like this. Accused of psychological games. Of course. After Sunday's clashes, Rear Admiral Hagari said, "We killed the terrorists that were on the security fence who were trying to infiltrate and were trying to attack Israel." Mr. Golan accused Hamas on Sunday of playing psychological games over hostages after it offered to free all captives in exchange for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. The stories published by Hamas are part of their psychological games. Hamas is cynically using those who are dear to us. They understand the pain and the pressure. Well, of course they're playing psychological games.
Yes.
I mean, how dare you use psychological games? As if Israel didn't. I thought that this was going to be something different than what it was. Of course they ambush. They're ambushing them all the time. The article makes it sound like it doesn't really give you much information. It makes it sound like Israel got the better of it. But this is what I wanted to read first and foremost. The headline on Yahoo is "Protesters Calling for Ceasefire in Gaza Flood Streets Worldwide." This is what I was saying, is Israel is biting it off more than it can easily chew.
Yes.
Because there is so much sentiment that is either pro-Palestinian or non-favorable about Jewish, if not anti-Semitic in their sense of the word.
Right.
People are just not, the Jews are just not that popular worldwide. They are very popular with the media.
Yes.
And with certain factions of, within the United States.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're going to go into that tonight, but hundreds of thousands of demonstrators in London. That's a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm impressed.
And even what I see in Queens, Jews out there demonstrating for peace. Police shut temporarily shut down all lanes of the Brooklyn Bridge in Manhattan on Saturday after a large group of demonstrators rallying in support of Palestinians started heading in that direction. So, wow. This is, they show around the Roman Colosseum.
Mm-hmm.
This is like...
incredible.
It makes it harder to do what they're doing.
Yes, and I'm glad. All I can say is thank God. It's honestly they've had just kind of a long run of impunity where they could just act without remorse and just kind of like do whatever they wanted for too long, and it's about time some restraints are put on them. It's a here's an example is that of course they sold all of these weapons to the Azeris, who are Turkish and aligned with Turkey. And they sold all these drones to the Azeris to annihilate the Armenians, wipe out half of Armenia, Artsakh, all of East Armenia fell to an ethnic cleansing campaign, and the Israelis were a primary factor behind that, supplying an enormous bulk of the combat drones that were deployed against the Armenians. Then, of course, Turkey, who was their ally in all of this, turned against them and said the Jews are killing Palestinians, committing genocide, and so the Israelis withdrew their ambassadors from Turkey. And I'm like thinking, well, this is exactly what you fucking deserve. You created that monster, you dumb fucks. I mean, these idiots. The Israelis are just fucking goddamn crazed. I mean, what did they think would happen with supplying the Turks, the Muslims, a Muslim expansionist empire with all of these drone weapons so they could wipe out a Christian nation? Because the Israelis are just fucking evil pukes who want to wipe out a Christian nation and get away with it that has a history of a Holocaust of their own that the Israelis officially deny. So they figured, because the Turks slaughtered these Christians, they're our great ally, and let's help them finish off these Christians. And now the Turks are turning around and saying the Jews are the bad guy, and the Israelis withdraw their ambassador. I mean, these are two evil fucks cannibalizing each other. I mean, they really deserve each other. Honestly, I have to confess that there's real schadenfreude here. I mean, I feel bad for the hostages as individuals and their families, but honestly, karmically, as an aggregate, Israel deserves every negative thing it gets, and hopefully it just continues to escalate until there's a radical change in the geopolitical situation. As I said, Israel really needs to be divided into a North and South Israel, like in the Old Kingdom days, in Israel and a Judea, where you can...
The only thing that could solve their problem would be the recognition of the Helazon and the divorcing of the Edomite faction from their religion.
Excellent. No, excellent point. I mean, you said it all.
That's their only salvation in terms of, because until then, it is continual conflict. And even if you take their religion seriously, their religion says the Helazon, that's their religion.
Yes.
It's not mine.
Yes.
It's theirs. So they have to, that's their religion. So they can argue about the Helazon. They can say, well, the Helazon came 200 years ago, or 110, 50, 20, 30 years ago, 140 years ago. Well, it didn't come. It's provably false.
Yes.
And they've been going on that, who's their Messiah? They don't have one. It's just a shell game.
Thank you. Yes.
So with that, and then it's unfortunate that, you know, I can't put this book up for mass distribution. It's not ready yet.
Yes.
I'd like to. You know, we're going to put it out for distribution so that you can be paid.
Thank you.
That's but that's just the way it works. Okay, so good night, everybody. Thank you for delivering.
Bless you.
I'd really like to listen to this again. I don't know if I'll be able to join you in the morning because I do have an appointment with the doctor.
Okay.
But
oh, you finally got him to respond. You finally got.
No. This is just a chiropractor.
Oh, okay.
No. I don't really need to see the regular. I would like to get him to respond, but in any case, all is okay with that, and carry on with the rest of the show. I'll try and listen in the morning.
Great.
When I get up.
Yes.
But other than that, good night, everybody, and remember to donate to Douglas. It's still his birthday month.
Thank you. God bless you.
DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner.
Blessed be. Thank you so much, dear Peter. Take care. Blessed dreams.
Okay. Good
Thank
night.
you. Okay, and that's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. Yes, our numbers are up tonight, thanks to everything. Dear Aristides, let's see if we can hear you while I call the others. I'll do my normal routine of calling everybody that I can remember to call. Let's see if I can find the people I wish to find on this. We'll certainly add in, okay, Steve, and would be one. Then our dear friends, let's bring on George. I always forget him. And who else do I always forget? Sammy, of course. Let's see what we can do here. And see if any of these young men respond. And then who else do I forget? I think, Brandon Young, of course. And I've been speaking to him via the electronics briefly lately. And now let's see if we can get everyone else onto the call. Whoever wishes to respond. Brendan Zogid, Aaron Tice, the lovely Victoria, who Peter Moon actually quoted. I'm going to bring that to her attention, remind me to do so. And of course the lovely Jennifer Hawkins, who is known as the Arcane Observer. And Andre says he's active. We'll see if he wishes to come on. Dan Vondermeulen, Amy Como, we'll get everyone on a little bit. However, I'll try and go towards a monologue later tonight. We'll see if I get back into the direction I thought I would go into, or whether I'll go more into a cult direction again. And what I'll do as soon as we get some people on is take advantage of that to refresh myself. Looking forward to doing that. Let's see now here. Okay, I guess I've gotten everyone that I can think of. And press the add button, and so that gives us, let's see who responds here. I like these icons popping up. They really have refurbished Skype. Okay. Greetings. So, young man, I think that you could do a lot to contextualize everything I said about the Buddha, of course. And
Yes.
we'll count on you to do just that. Then I can refresh myself while you educate the populace. And let's see now, we have...
Which one, Shakyamuni or
Oh,
Gautama? What are we talking here?
I could never pronounce the name. He asked me a question,
I'm
is
being
Brooke Thai?
facetious.
He asked me, is Brooke Thai? He was asking, I was laughing because I saw your question just
Tote.
now. Yeah, Tote.
Tote.
Is Brooke Tote? No, she's alive. She's alive. Yeah. No, been catching up with her lately. And we'll see.
It's
if
fine. We
she's-
don't need to summon her or anything.
And oh my god, I called 18 fucking people. Thank God Brendan showed up. So I'm going to count on Aristides and Brendan to hold the stage with a wonderful conversation while I refresh myself. Actually, do some lines, get my head straight, and see if I can dive back into.
I'm still looking for that cot, by the way.
Hey, have you checked out with that local Ethiopian community, or do they just seem too sketch? Or yeah.
I mean, they seem open to it, but it's like I don't have any cash, so I don't want to like just roll up in there and be like, "Where are your sources?" You know, and then when they actually try and sell me, I'm like, "Oh, I'm out of money right now." You know, like that's one way to get yourself like pretty much beat up in this side of town.
Understood. It's best to be cautious. Err on the side of caution. So I am going to refresh myself. Let's see if Aristides is available. Aristides, are we there?
I am here.
Oh, wonderful, dear man. Thank you so much. And I so profoundly appreciate your he's contributed in his own way. And oh yes, Steve Myers, I should have let Peter know, contributed Steve, he contributed $70 at least, 75 perhaps. I'll look into that and give everybody their due credit, as did of course that wonderful lady earlier, Alan. I'll check into her name as well. So I'll give everybody credit before I go into monologue tonight, but definitely we will see if they show up. I did call Steve so he can jump on the call whenever he wishes, as well as of course Troy, but it looks like the people responding are with us now, Brendan and Aristides, and this is more than enough. So, what we will do now is, did you get a chance to hear what I had said earlier about the Buddha? Gautama. I call him Gautama. It's Gautama is okay? Gautama? They pronounce the G with a hard G? Okay.
Siddhartha Gautama.
Yeah, so you heard what I said about him earlier, being Caucasian, being Aryan, being white?
That's all factual.
Okay, thank you.
Just before you leave, I'll just say it quickly and then I'll spiel.
Yes.
But it's like the original images of the Buddha he's depicted, they call it the, hold on one second. But basically the original depictions of him are strong and muscular, as you were describing.
Thank you.
Let me see. Yes. The Mauryan, I think they're called. Let me see he was depicted as this muscular character. You know, like almost like a Greek god. It was like the era of Alexander. So there's an Alexandrian connection as well.
Excellent.
So, and there's a reason why Alexander also converted to Buddhism, because he was also in so-called Aryan, which I've described to you before. But I have a few critiques, Douglas.
Sure.
One is to rename the Blood Boys something cooler sounding. Because when Peter says it's kind of sketch.
Thank you. Good point.
No offense.
It does sound.
Like even calling him a harem sounds cooler.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Harem boys.
But, yeah. See, that sounds cool. Well, except then you'll be like the Pico no Joe or whatever that stuff that, anime the hentai.
Yeah. The one that our dear friend Nemo knew the title.
So let's not call them harem boys. Actually, that's a bad idea. You don't want to be associated with that. But anyways, maybe you could simmer on that.
Yeah. I'll digest it.
And then there was one other critique that I forgot, who knows?
It's we'll write it down and see if it comes back to you, and then that will. Definitely, with everyone out there, I want to thank Brendan for bringing that to my attention again. And I always, of course, have that at the back of my mind. It's kind of just, there's got to be a better name.
It made sense when you first brought it up. It was in context, but when it's like out of context, it just sounds like it's not good PR.
Thank you. It's not, and. Thank you for that. And with that, I'm going to go mute, and and don't be afraid to also have some responses to that whole thing about the Indians landing on the South Pole of the moon and what I was bitching about with that too. I mean, it's always good to follow up with that, because now they say that they're going to do. What did they say they're going to do? They're going to follow up with something to the moon again, right? Didn't they say they're going to try and do something else?
Yeah. I mean, I can't. Yeah, I don't really want to go into that because, like, I don't consider the moon to be a physical object and all this. But that's a whole nother point. Oh, that
Okay.
was the critique I had.
Okay.
So just leaving that aside, we can discuss that in private. But it's like that was the point I had to bring up with you is that, and maybe Peter too, if you could get it to him, the fact that the Nagas that you're talking about
Yes.
are the terrestrial Nagas.
Okay.
And there are also Nagas on other planes,
Yes.
which are below the Earth, which are on a different dimension. We would call it in science a different dimension.
Yeah.
And then there are also cosmic Nagas, like the king, the Raja Yagas, like the beings that hold the entire multiverse, that are like supporting Vishnu himself.
Okay.
So that's why the terrestrial Nagas feel superior in a way, because they consider themselves to be, you know, tied spiritually and like spirit, you know, spiritually, I mean like literally spirit, like their essence is tied to cosmic beings that hold up the realms. So that's why they have this air about them that they're very, you know, important to the multiverse.
Absolutely.
So it's not just some kind of, they're like villains or some kind of, you know, what is it called? They're not like maniacal that they think they're better or something. Like it's like they actually have a reason.
Thank you.
Not that you said that. Not that you didn't say that, but
Thank you. Yeah. So it's
does
not.
that make sense?
Absolutely. It's not simply species narcissism. It is a genuine understanding of their importance.
Not like the jinn.
Thank you. Thank you. Not like
The jinn. The jinn have a beef for no reason. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And how does Jormungandr, the world serpent of the Norse, fit into this? Is that like a cosmic Naga?
Oh yeah, big time.
Okay.
Yeah. Jormungandr is like. It's actually Jormungandr is the girdle of the world, and it does go around the world tree. They're all related,
Right.
you know.
Yes.
So Jormungandr is more like, yeah, it's basically referencing those cosmic serpents that envelop the creation.
Thank you.
You know, and it also goes up the tree of, Yggdrasil and all that.
Yes.
So
thank you. And
that's why I always say that. And of course the Reich,
yes,
you know, those beings, they also knew this. That's why they considered Vedic to be ancient German tradition.
Thank you.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
Ancient Nordic tradition, because it's all the same mythology. It's telling the same story, has the same characters, and all of the pure principles within it are the same as Vedic. That's why I say Vedic is not Hindu. Like, and people get offended, but it's like there's nothing Hindu about Vedic.
Thank you.
Hindu is this alteration, this derivation.
Yes.
It's 180-degree opposite of Vedic.
Yes.
Which is a cosmic. It's like this cosmic knowledge.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, Germanic, Skand, Norse, along with the true Vedic of the real Buddha, the warrior Buddha. This is all Aryan. All of this is Aryanism, and So with that, okay, gentlemen, I'm going to go mute. Thank you all for being here to help give me this opportunity to refresh myself. I will be back, so I want everyone to know you're in good hands with these two wonderful men, and they've got it. So there we are. Just checking into the chat room to make certain everybody is behaving, and of course Aristides and our man Bren, they're both gonna check into that once in a while too. And okay,
I try not to.
Yeah.
I saw it.
I don't blame you. We're still holding high numbers, and that's good. And we will. These two men will help maintain that, I'm sure. All right, I'll be back soon enough.
All right.
Thank you.
So
Hey, Brennan.
the original greetings.
Yes.
Is there anything you wanted to bring up before?
Not too much. I'm trying to wake back up a little bit. They had an incredible information session there, but I also been a little tired, and I started just zoning out in all this etheric knowledge. But go on with what you wanted to say before I get too much.
I was just gonna go off about the Buddha image.
Yeah, go ahead.
So some of the earliest images of Shakyamuni Buddha, they emerge around like, what is it, like 200 BC, something like that. Or basically, he was around 200 BC to 400. They give this really wide range, very strange, time periods, because he's like a literal figure. So he could be real, he could not be real. That's one thing you gotta understand about the Buddha image and the Buddha being, is like it's kind of like the Jesus thing. It's like he's like, he could be a real being, but he was also turned into a myth. So it's like there's information encoded in the stories. So, similar to, like, what do they call them? These being the people, where they're talking about like Christ is the sun and the 12 disciples are the constellations, and it becomes this, what do they call it? Astrotheological motif. So the Buddha has kind of reached this level where he can be just seen metaphorically as like it could be any being could be the Buddha in that sense. Like, that's why it became such a big religion, is because anyone who sees death, anyone who sees suffering, like they want to get away from it. It's like, that's a natural response. So the Buddha is like this blueprint of what your spirit can manifest if you go, first you find knowledge and then you implement knowledge, meaning the knowledge of truth. Like if we start with the Four Noble Truths, which are very simple, but yet profound. So starting with dukkha, meaning suffering, that's an innate characteristic of perpetual cycles, meaning that it's like anyone who's embodied here, instantly they're suffering. There's not, like the baby cries instantly when it comes out. Like there's no being that doesn't know that something's wrong when you get here. So the point of the Four Noble Truths is just like it's just like a timeline. Like you learn of the truth of suffering, then you learn about the cause of the suffering, the truth of the cause, which you can just see all around you. Like people's first, the world itself is tough. Like the actual manifestation, this realm is tough. Then two, people's minds, people's programming, everything hurts them more. And then on top of that, it's like the fact of death, disease, like everyone dies, everyone, has to deal with aging or disease or both. So life has inevitable suffering. There's a cause of it. And then the Buddha conjectures that there's a truth of the end of suffering. You're able to end it. That's what they would call, nirvana. There's other words. See, they gave like a list here. So you have samudaya, nirodhaya, marga, dukkha, tana. So these are all like Pali words, they're like, it's like a Pseudo-Sanskrit language. But it's all ultimately coming from Sanskrit, as like the Buddha, he grew up during the time of where these Brahminical kind of sects were ruling still. So meaning they all spoke Sanskrit, at least functionally. At least religiously. But functionally, they would speak their local dialect, or Pali, which is like the Buddha's like native dialect, supposedly, and so if you go there, there's the Four Noble Truths, and the last noble truth, the fourth, is the truth of the path leading to the end of suffering. So it's kind of like a numbers game. You get to the fourth one, and then the fourth truth is that there's a way to get out, and that would be the Eightfold Path. So, I have to reference it just to even talk about the Buddha. Otherwise, people don't understand like some of the basics here. So the Eightfold Path is, as it's defined in English, is right understanding, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right concentration, and right mindfulness. And if you were to combine those, you reach this point of the center, this center point, where you can then get out of suffering. And this is called like dharma, like, this is what he means by that dharma. Now, it's very broad, and it's deliberately done to be broad, because ultimately you will have to discover each so-called right thing to do, like, throughout your life, in your daily path. But if the good news is if you have like an honest, like, I want well-being, I want to escape suffering, I want to go higher, all the knowledge will come to you. Like, you just have to be sincere and have that approach that you have to start by saying, I don't know. And then you say, I want well-being. And then once over time, your being itself, or whatever you want to call it, the source will actually show you the right way. Like, it's like it's kind of like a catch-22. It's like, how do you know what right understanding is? Like, first you need understanding. How do you know what right thoughts are when all the thoughts are, especially nowadays, are like messed up, or messed with in some way? Then if you don't have those first two, understanding and correct understanding and correct thoughts, then how can you have right speech or correct speech? And then actions, like, people don't even know anything about right actions nowadays. It's like everything that's pushed on people is the opposite of correct action. So the point of the Buddha is just, his story is that you have the tools. Some people, they have other interpretations, like right view just means to know the truth. Right intention is like, you want to remove as much evil as you can from your mind. Right speech is saying that, this is like a Western interpretation, where like you don't want to say anything that hurts others, or any kind of violent speech, which is, all that's correct, but it's very basic. Or right action is saying work for the good of others, but that's almost a bit too altruistic for me. It's kind of like, you want to do the right action for yourself first, and then you can help others later. Right livelihood means to respect life. So livelihood means like what he originally meant, or whatever the authors originally meant. Because the Buddha himself didn't write, he only spoke. So like all these rishis, all the Vedas, everything, like all of these texts were never written by the actual being itself. It was spoken, and then the disciples would have heard, and then they go and read, say it again, they repeat it, or they write it down. So right livelihood means to respect life. Right effort means to resist evil. Right concentration refers to practicing meditation, or your ability to concentrate. Right mindfulness refers to controlling your thoughts. So that's like, one of the phases. Like, you go from understanding all the way to mindfulness. So it's funny how nowadays the New Agers, they always say, oh, mindfulness, just, you have to practice mindfulness. It's like, but they skip like all these 8 spots, these other things that the Buddha. So anyways, my point was that the Buddha himself is, he's not exactly like, his kingdom has been found to be real. He could be a real person, but the point is that his journey can be put onto anyone's life. That's why it was made in such a format. That it's not exactly what it seems, That's why I was saying that about the Buddha. It's not, whether he's a real person or not, it doesn't matter. It's like, it's the fact that once you realize there's suffering, and like, okay, there's a problem, you like look around and there's a problem outside, it's like, like these little steps to get you out of this mess. Like, even if they're very vague nowadays, they're all totally, like, a lot of the knowledge is lost and messed with. It's still, like, for me, it gave me like a trigger point. Like, when I was very young, I went to a Buddhist temple, and they taught us about this stuff, and and it wasn't like proselytizing. It was just, they just said, oh, this is like a history assignment. This is what they thought. But but the point was made is that, you know, like if you go outside and you see, you know, there's disease and death all around you, it's like you're definitely going to start asking questions. So that's why a lot of the, you know, like it always, like these ancient sciences always referred to the truth as being something that was tangible. You know, it's like, what's the most fundamental truth of living, of being on Earth? Like death. Death is a main one. That's why the Egyptians were obsessed with it, quote unquote, obsessed with it. That's why you know, the Greeks had huge temples to the gods. You know, like everyone was worried about their destinies because there's something tangible about that. It doesn't sound like it now from our perspective because religion now is all cerebral, but to them it was like physically, you know, like if you're seeing disease and death every day, it's like you have to have some kind of solution. You know, it's not an easy life. So the point of the Buddha is that it's just to put you in a mindset. Like his story, whether he's real or not, is just a mindset. And the story of Buddha, anyways, is like he goes out, you know, he's a prince. First of all, he's a prince and a warrior, as Douglas was saying. He's a Kshatriya. And Kshatriyas were considered to be like of a noble caste, so they were never allowed really out of their palace grounds except to do official business. So he'd been sheltered his entire life, and he asked his charioteer, I forget, they have different names depending on the language, but he asked his charioteer to take him out. And if you look at it like mythopoetically, it's like Channa, his name is Channa. So his divine charioteer, who is the servant of the family, right? The prince asked him to take him outside of the palace. So that represents, like, if you look at it metaphorically, that represents your intellect, you know, Buddha being the childlike spirit, the nature. He wanted to know reality. So he has a vehicle, which is the body. You know, you're in a vehicle, so you're going out of the primal state, which is oneness with God, and then you go into a vehicle, which is your body, the chariot, which is why the chariot card in the tarot is that this whole imagery comes in. It's very much related. And then he goes outside, and the first thing he sees is, like, I think it's a sick person. Let me see, like, Buddha story. Yeah, he sees a sick person is like the first thing. And he asks his charioteer, like, what's wrong with this person? Like, he's never seen anything like that in his life because he's been, you know, his father was the king, so he would always shield him from death, disease, decay, just like we do now with children. Like, you know, if someone dies, like, and the kid's like, what's going on? You're like, oh, nothing. You know, you act like nothing's going on, but in reality, it's like, that's just everywhere. It's everywhere. Like, everything's dying, you know, in that way. Let's see if I can find, it's hard to find even a good version anymore of the story, but basically, so he goes out, sees a sick person, some dude with leprosy or something, his arm's falling off. He's like, what's going on there? Like, what happened to this person? And the charioteer tells him, oh, that's disease. And he's like, can that happen to me? This is the Buddha talking. And then the charioteer says, yeah, it can happen to anyone. Like, this is, you know, and so that completely shook him. So they went back to the palace, and he had to contemplate that, like, oh wow, this disease can happen to anyone, even me. And, like, you know, it like shook him to the core, the Buddha. So then the second day he asks his charioteer, like, I want to go out again. You know, he gets this curiosity of, like, okay, maybe there's other stuff out there. And then the next time around he comes across, I think maybe, like, I mean, there's many parts of this story, but basically he comes across like someone that was dead, like literally on the side of the road, dead. And he asked his charioteer, like, oh, are they sleeping? Like, why are these people sleeping right here? And he says, no, that person's dead. And the Buddha asks, dead? Like, you know, what does that mean? Like, what's going on? So the charioteer explains it to him, like, okay, like, everyone dies here, then your body looks like that, and then there's no more you, or there's no more, you know, body to work with. And so that really shakes him up, right? So he goes back to the palace, and then he comes up with like, the Four Noble Truths. Basically, he says like, oh, everything's suffering. This is a very abridged version, but and then so the fourth noble truth is, the path. And so he asks himself, like, how do I find out this path? So he leaves the palace. He just takes I think he just takes a cloak and like a staff and just dips, leaves everyone, leaves his kids, his wife, his father, everyone. He just takes off into the forest, and he comes across these beings, like, these ascetics. They're like meditating. They're not eating anything. They're like living as close to life and death as they possibly can, like on the edge of death. So he joins them, and in order, because he's seeking, right? At this point, he's seeking. So he's trying to find, what the meaning of life is, basically, like, why am I dealing with this? So basically, so he does that. And when he one second. Excuse me. So the Buddha basically goes out, spends time with these aesthetics, basically people meditating in the forest, barely eating. And he finds that that's not going to give him any knowledge. So then he goes to the other extreme, where he, I think he goes to, trying to remember this part of the story, but he tries he tries the right-hand path. He tries the left-hand path. And then over the years, that's what he does. So he does studying, 6 years studying, yogic austerity, and after that, he vowed, so he chose the left-hand path, he chose the right-hand path. Neither gave him enlightenment. So then he goes under a Bodhi tree, or this special tree, and he said, I'm not leaving this spot until I find enlightenment. Like, he had conviction of trying to become enlightened and all this. So after that, as the story goes, he becomes enlightened, which the tree is very much related to Jormungandr and all these, the tree and the serpent, because so he sits under a tree, becomes enlightened. Then the serpent, the king of the Nagas, actually covers him and shields him from the rain after his enlightenment. There's a huge story to it, but there's lots of metaphor and imagery to it. But so there's the tree, and there's the serpent, and then there's the Buddha. But the point of the whole story is that the only way out of this mess is to take the middle path. So it's funny because they always leave that part out in all these, like, Encyclopedia Britannica or whoever these people are that are writing it. The real solution to all problems is the middle path, as the Buddha says. And it's really tough to find like a good explanation other than that's what real meditation is. It's centering. So the middle path can be misunderstood as equivocal, but that's not true. It actually means the neutral path, the upright path, the centered path. It's this kind of investigation to be able to penetrate the core of life and things with an upright, unbiased attitude. You have to understand through thought and truth that once you analyze things, you have to find a reasonable conclusion. That's what it's kind of saying. But and this is like a saying from one of the books in Pali, the Tathagata, which means the Buddha. It's another word for Buddha, the being who attained enlightenment. The Tathagata avoids the two extremes. He talks about the middle path. What this is, that arises, that arises. So that's the middle path. That's how it's poetically described. What this is, that is. This arises, that arises. Through ignorance, volitional actions or karmic formations are conditioned. So with your ignorance, you're creating more negative karma. And then through birth, decay, death, lamentation, pain are created through your karma. When this is not, that is not. This ceasing, that ceases. Through the complete cessation of ignorance, volitional activities or karmic formations cease. Through the cessation of birth, decay, death, sorrow, all cease. So the point was to get out of the mess you're in through the middle path. Basically through centering. You know, you become tempered. You know, and in that way you'll transcend. That's kind of the point of the Buddha. So all of that aside, whoever the Buddha is, the art depicting the Buddha, you know, started, you know, first couple centuries CE. One of them was you know, of course, India, North India, during a period called the Kushana period. And one of its centers of production was in the region of Gandhara, which is actually modern day Pakistan / Afghanistan. So Gandhara is a very ancient place. It was a kingdom that was basically where the entourage of Alexander the Great ended up reaching. He didn't actually penetrate into India.
Right. Go on.
Yeah. Oh, Douglas, you're back. So yeah.
Yes, you're doing great. You're doing great. We're holding numbers, and I think you're doing fine. And caught a little bit while I was chewing. Didn't want people to hear me chew, of course. So caught a little bit about what you were saying about when I came.
I was trying not to go to the full story, but it's like I kind of had to bring.
I think that's
to even
fine.
Get to this point.
Well, you have no idea how I can politicize this in a positive sense. As I've always explained, economically, fascism is the middle, radicalized centrism, the middle path. The extremes at either end of the political left and right are capitalism and communism. So the middle path, the path of reason, the path of the quest remains with fascism. Yes, so go on by all means. Yes.
Yeah, and I think it even transcended like politics too, in a sense, because that's why they were able to rationalize such things that they did. I mean, it's like you it's not picking the lesser of two evils, it's picking the most, you know, it's picking the middle path, you know, even if it's not good in you know, because nowadays modern bad and good is so bonkers and inverted. Like, it's like you can't say they knew that you can't just paint things with the same brush and say this is bad and this is good. It's just like there are things that they had to do it. It's like, I don't know how else to put it.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And so by all means, continue. You're educating and enlightening us. Is Aristides not wanting to join in, or he's just content to listen?
He's here. He just said he was like just he's simmering. He just like is trying to get back in the game here.
Okay. That's fine.
But yeah, there was something else I had some qualm with, but if it comes back, I'll tell you.
Oh, by all means, yes, of course. But you're doing fine just now. Please, continue. I'm like I said, I'm kind of getting some empty calories into myself to carry me through the rest of the night. You're convincing me I might go into the more esoteric direction rather than the current political situation. But we'll see. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So the center of artistic production at the time during the first few centuries CE, which is like 200 AD for those people that are old like me. So this was in Gandhara, where they first started making these idols of the Buddha, which is a place that's near Pakistan, near Afghanistan. The Gandharan images of the Buddha have a style that is reminiscent of Hellenistic sculptures. The artists in the regions were influenced by Hellenistic colonies and the large-scale trade that occurred with these cultural crossroads. So what they're trying to say here is, if you if you were to look up Gandhara Buddha statue, Gandhara, I'm just going to do it to make it more tactile. Yes. But if you look at these, he was more like he had more broad shoulders. He looked more upright and kingly, even, and he was even seen as like, because the modern depiction of Buddha is kind of like this androgyne kind of weird. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, kind of like the Thai style Buddha. This very like, it almost looks like a flame or something. It's never like human. These ones were more more human looking. Like he was like, what's the word for it? Like a Greco-Roman sculpture. They're realist. They're realist.
Thank you.
Like they're very realistic. So these were like almost like the person sitting in front of you when it was like fully painted.
Excellent.
He had broader shoulders. In some of them, he's even like ripped, like Hercules.
Yeah.
So this was the original Hellenistic concept of the Aryan Buddha.
Thank you.
If that makes sense.
Excellent.
So that's what I was trying to tie in with what you were saying.
Absolutely.
So, and that's the vision that Alexander had when he saw the Buddha, and he, the Buddha statues, and he had this kind of synergy with it. They actually blended these styles. There's another kind of style during this production period called the Mathura Buddha, and this one is more like what would be the word for it? It's been a while since I've taken art history. This one is more. Let's see. I'll do it live. I'll do a live deconstruction of it. He's more rounded off. He's very what's the word for it? He's more chubby. He's like very round features, and they start giving him almost like breasts. Like he has like clear like breast kind of formation, a little bit more triangular shoulders.
I mean, they man-boobed him. They man-boobed him and made him soft and flabby. It's disgusting. They bloated him.
Yeah, exactly. They bloated him, made him more round and that kind of thing. So the Mathura Buddha, who's like 5th century BCE, is when the Buddha lived. And then these things were created much,
later.
Yeah, later. Yeah, hundreds
and
of years
you know what's so ironically warped about all this is you think that your average beer-drinking couch potato, Joe Spud, would relate to this, but your average Joe Spud American hates Buddhism. They think it's some bullshit, passive. If you were to show them the original ripped Herculean or Heraclesian Aryan Buddha, that would be more appealing to them if they understood the warrior background of this individual. This is the irony, the perversity of the human condition, but come on.
Yeah, well, they've done a lot to totally scrub this, from, and there was a reason, like, the Buddha was depicted like this. This is like, he was basically seen as, like, I don't know how to explain it here, like, because the explanations they give are totally wild. I mean, like, total bullshit, like any of these so-called art historians or whoever these people.
Thank you.
But he was depicted like this in the early days, because actually the Mathura Buddha is older. But he was depicted like this because he was shown as a tempered being, if that makes sense. Because originally they knew he was a Kshatriya that had given up his status.
Yes.
So they showed him as more of like a priest type being to go along with this kind of
rebrand.
More religious.
The rebranding.
Yeah, they rebranded him as like a Brahmin. That's how I would put it.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So the Brahmins had more sway during this time, actually.
Yes.
Because at this point, there's no conflating that. And this is what the Germans knew for sure. Yeah. That all of these things, the Buddha, even the Buddha himself, like they were all post-Vedic.
Yes.
But they were throwing back. They were trying to pull stuff from the Vedic times with, and then secreting them in the story and whatnot. So then when you get to these 200 BC times, the Buddhism and Jainism and Hinduism all were there very strongly.
Yes.
So you had competing factions. So if you're a starving villager and you see this fat guy, you're gonna be like, oh, maybe he knows more. That's like the superhero of the day, kind of thing. If that makes sense. Like, it was a very tough time, even in the richest country in the world at the time, which was India. It's like he would get more bites that way as like a fat, pudgy Brahmin looking guy.
Got it.
So then later
there
on,
was logic to there was method to the madness.
Cunning. There's cunning there.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's how I would put it. Let's see. Yeah.
Our man Aristides just put in a meme, which is perfect. Yes. There we are.
I didn't see it.
Here it is. You can take a look now. Oh God, a Nazi! I am a Hindu. Fuck man, haha, you scared me. You never know with that symbol. I worship Hitler as an avatar of Vishnu. Yeah. There, see? Love it.
I personally wouldn't go that far, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Good luck trying to get away with that these days.
Yeah, but many Asian Indians did during World War II and signed up to serve with the Germans. So let it be known. And by the way, back to Brendan with that. Thank you, Aristides. Yes.
Sure. Yeah, and the Indian. I mean, that whole connection. I mean, you have Chandra Bose and all these guys, but I mean, the point is that. And Savitri and all these people. So, but the point
Savitri Devi, who was known as Hitler's priestess, a German woman who understood the Vedic and of course wrote the book The Lightning and the Sun. Yes, so back and and of course Subhas Chandra Bose was of course the Asian Indian freedom fighter who fought with the Axis. Yes, back to Brendan. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's a several century gap of these Buddha times. There was the Mathuras, the first one, the chubby Buddha, and then there's another one during the Mauryan period where they were commissioning artworks by the Emperor Ashoka, who was the first big name convert to Buddhism, 200 BC, 272 to 231 BCE. His monuments and artworks were actually commissioned, so he was using his money to build Buddhist architecture all over India and into Southeast Asia. So that's when the temple Buddha kind of comes out. So if you look up, what's this guy's name? They give him a name here. If you look up this kind of Buddha during the Mauryan period, they're called Mauryan Buddhists. He's more of the standard temple Buddha that we see today, where they're just kind of like a blob with a bun on his head.
Oh God, it's awful.
That kind of thing. That kind of. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell from these old things. But the main thing that they built during the Mauryan period wasn't actual imagery. It was actually these. I forget what they're called. They're they're mounds. They're basically these mounds. I'm really having to go into my memory for this.
Is this similar to the Cahokia mounds in North America?
No. They're stupas. They're called stupas. Okay. Like those things. It almost looks like Stonehenge. It's like this thing with a bunch of lentil.
Megalithic. It's a megalithic structure.
What are they called? Pestles and lentils?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think. I'll go with you on this. I'll roll with you on it. Aristides just found a file, and let's take a look at this. Open that up there, and it is Savitri Devi.
Post and lintel. I don't know why. I was thinking of food.
Okay.
Post and lintel.
Yeah, I found myself remarkably hungry. I burned a lot of calories while I was talking during what are normally Peter's opening hours. So yeah, I share your hunger, so to speak. So and thank you for Savitri Devi's file, dear Aristides. Could you put that into the chat? Show that in the chat. Thank you.
Where? What chat?
It's warning me not to accept this file. What's on it?
Yeah, it's Savitri Devi. Of course, it'll warn you not to accept the file. They consider it Nazi.
Oh, it's the lightning in the sun.
Yes, the lightning in the sun.
I like her thing. She got away with the Hakenkreuz. Good.
Yes, yes.
And she used a rune. There's a rune here.
Yeah, cool. So Aristides,
and she dedicates it to Hitler, of course.
Of course, yes.
To the godlike individual of our times, the man against time, the greatest European of all times. Which I don't know about that, but both sun and lightning.
Yes.
So she dedicates the book to him.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
So Aristides, the chat. You're a moderator. You're a moderator in the chat.
Yeah. I don't think you could put a file in there. I might be able to get a link where they could download it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like that.
Just link to the website.
Yeah. There we are.
There's a cool German quote from Rudolf Hess, but I don't want to read it out loud. They'll just straight ban us if I say anything in German.
Thank you for being considerate. Thank you for not being a Ian West. Thank you. Oh.
Because the Germans are very that thing. Yeah. So everything we're talking about is in this book. It's like that's why it's one of the most banned books.
Thank you.
Because even though she was a fanatic in her own right, it's like she actually outlines a lot of important stuff. Whether Hindus are, this is a quote from her, whether Hindus or Greeks or Egyptians or Japanese, Chinese or Sumerians or ancient Americans, or even Romans, the most modern amongst people of antiquity, they all place the golden age, the age of truth, the age of Kronos, or of Ra, or of any other gods, the glorious beginning of the slow, downward unfurling of history, whatever name may be given, far behind them in the past. They believe that the return of a similar age, foretold in their texts, depends not upon man's conscious effort, but upon iron laws inherent in the very nature of visible and tangible manifestation, in all-pervading cosmic law. They believe that man's conscious effort is built on an expression of those laws at work, leading the world, unwillingly or willingly, wherever its destinies lie. In one word, that the history of man, as the history of the rest of the living, is but a detail in cosmic history, no beginning nor end, a periodical outcome of the inner necessity that binds all phenomena in time. That's a quote from her book.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that makes it clear that the High Command knew of this Yuga age, and they were well aware of all these kind of developments.
Absolutely.
And it's like historical fact that they knew about cosmic law, they knew about karma. So then that begs the question: if they knew so much about karma and cause and effect, then why were they doing what they were doing? They must have had a really good reason for it.
Absolutely.
So it kind of, that's why they have to leave this whole thing out, this whole Buddhist question. I think that's what we should call it, the Buddhist question.
Thank you.
Like, why would they be interested in that?
Excellent.
Because if they didn't have it, then it would be fine. They're just evil. But now that they have this cosmology of the laws of nature, it's like, why would they do such things? What do you think about that?
Well, I think, as you already articulated, they did what they knew had to be done.
Yeah.
And this is because we're in an age of darkness where it takes at times you have a raging forest fire, and the only way that you can combat it is with explosives. You create fire breaks, you use massive explosives to suffocate it. This is essentially what they were doing. They were in a world of benighted evil, and we're truly the source of light in this world. And of course, the roaches can't stand that, so all the roaches amass to cover it up, and they think they did something courageous. They'll talk about how it was this great courageous accomplishment, and this is how they still talk. And now they're having trouble trying to jive that, all that jive ass bullshit. They're having trouble trying to jive that, or how shall we say?
It's funny watching people squirm trying to defend Israel now.
Thank you. And I've
always been like, I'm okay with the people from Israel, like the actual beings that don't, they just live there.
Yes.
And then there's like the people that support the ideology of it, which are like, they're totally bankrupt morally and spiritually and everything. It's like,
thank you.
But that's because I'm Semitic origin. So like we have this bias towards Israel because of what they've done. It's not even like religious or anything. It's like, and on top of that, just recently they destroyed the oldest Orthodox church. I don't know. I sent it to you, but I wanted to bring it up. They destroyed one of the oldest churches in the world, which happened to be the oldest Greek Orthodox church. It was built during the Byzantine times, like by hand in Palestine, on like the land that Jesus walked upon. Yeah. And they just blew it up full of Muslim kids. It was just filled with like not even Hamas. It was just filled with like literal children of all faiths. And they just blew it up.
Thank you. No, this needs to be exposed. So fuck them. Fuck
them. I mean, that's just beyond crazy.
Thank you. And which is what they are. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. And I wanted to expose this actually, since this is kind of, your platform is this kind of thing.
Yes.
This is a good thing. Is that in 2017 or 2018, they had, and by they I mean the whatever these people are. What do you want to even call them? the anti-God people.
Yes, the Edomites.
So these guys, they hosted this world religious conference, quote unquote, in Israel on the coast somewhere near Tel Aviv, it was somewhere in Israel, right? It was this. I don't know really the details right now, but I'll pull them up in a second. But basically, they had this meeting they called it the interfaith something, where they had all three religions of the book, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Yeah.
And the
Abrahamites,
Abrahamic religion. Yeah. They brought them to this part of Israel, and they basically did like some kind of meeting where it was some PR stunt, but the point was they actually met for a ritual in an area that was used to sacrifice children during the time of when Moloch and Baal, they were the tutelary deities of that region.
Yeah.
And so they actually met and they stood in front of a bronze statue of Moloch.
Of course.
And actually did this meeting / ritual. And who knows what they did there, but it was totally nefarious.
Of course.
And so, but their point was they were trying to usher in the final, the Ragnarok, they would call Holocaust, but they were basically trying to usher in this final phase of the plan.
Yeah, end times.
Yeah, the end times. So I'll find more details on it, but I just wanted to bring that out because at the time I thought it was spooky, but it's like now it's obviously like clear why they did that.
Absolutely.
But they're running an end game.
Yes.
And they had to get all these people on board, and then, but the offensive thing is that, okay, so that scene in the Bible or whatever you want to call it, the image in the Bible of where they're literally throwing babies onto this statue of Moloch. It's like a statue of Moloch where its hands are bronze.
Yes.
And the bronze hands are heated up like hot irons.
Right, so you're throwing the baby onto a barbecue grill. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and they're literally throwing babies onto it. This is in the Bible. This is not just for grotesquerie.
Yes.
So they did this meeting on that very site of where that statue was. That's what I'm trying to say.
Of course.
Can you imagine that?
Easily.
Why would they have an interfaith meeting on that spot?
Because
it doesn't make any sense.
Because they're fucking cultists of the kings of Edom. They're fucking Edomite. That's the term for them. But beyond that, I want people to understand that our man Brendan has suffered personally. That when it comes to I have as well. But Brendan's story is truly just it's monstrous. Basically, Brendan was. He was someone who was very vulnerable. He was physically injured, and he had basically a Jewish doctor who was trying to ensure that he died. Brendan was going to him for treatment of a critical situation that ultimately pretty much took his life, almost took his life, and it's honestly he's just probably it's a miracle he's alive. Really, he had systemic sepsis that was the result of. He kept going back to this Jewish doctor, not because he wanted to, but that's because the doctor was available, and probably because he is from the Levantine himself, Brendan, and the Jewish doctor probably perceived him as some Palestinian or Lebanese, which many Jews will just, if you're from these parts of the world, they don't ask if you're a Christian. They don't care. As a matter of fact, they would, if they found out you were a Christian, they'd probably want to kill you just as much as if you were Hamas.
Right.
And I don't know how much you're willing to share about that, but share whatever you're willing. Pretty much I said it all, I presume, but, go.
Yeah, no, you said it. I mean, it's like, yeah. And it's like they definitely were. I mean, let's put it this way: they knew I wasn't Jewish, like so.
That's true. Yeah,
and they definitely didn't treat me nicely.
Thank you.
To the point where I had to go back for a second surgery, which he assured would never happen. He said, "Oh, I do these procedures every day," and then I had to go to like a pediatric surgeon to get a second review because my wounds weren't healing. And the lady said, yeah, you have to get it checked out. I don't know why they wouldn't have ordered any kind of x-ray or anything.
Oh,
he
we
basically
know why.
stopped replying. Yeah. He basically stopped replying when he knew that the first one didn't go through as planned.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't tarnish his name or whatever fake reputation he had.
Right.
Or whatever. Who knows? Or it could have been deliberate. Who knows? They basically operate with impunity, these guys.
Yes, it's true.
Like if I would have died, they would have just said, "Oh, well, he must have."
Oh, they have terms for that. They'll say, like I had, as I told people before years ago on Revolution Radio, I said, there are plenty of Chinese who have no choice in life. Their parents simply tell them, "You're going to be a doctor," and that's it. And then they're stuck in some trap where they're going to be cut off of everything if they don't do what their parents say. So they just have to become.
That was
a doctor.
This guy for sure.
They're in this life that they hate. And the one Chinese doctor who shoved in a chest tube when my lung collapsed, my right lung, he shoved it in like he was harpooning a whale and collapsed my other lung. It is a miracle he did not puncture my heart. But either way, he killed me. I was clinically dead for a period of time after that, long enough for it to matter. And this individual, think about, basically when I related this to other doctors in that hospital later, saying I don't want that doctor treating me anymore, and they were saying, hey, you got to go easy on him. He's had several patients fail on him recently. And I was like, yeah, he's killing him, you dumb son of a bitch. But look at the term they used. The patients failed on him. That's what they would have said about you. Yeah. They would have said, this young man died because he failed on us. It's somehow your fault. It's this is how they would have rationalized it professionally. Of course, nobody would have investigated. But obviously, with this individual, he fucked you up with the first surgery and had every intention of you dying miserably in sepsis and shit. And he's basically a murderer. And And then he got, then I got a second opinion, and the lady was like, "Yeah, you have to, So she had to email the guy personally, on pain, what would be the word, on her own reputation. Thank you.
And call him out, professionally call him out to the other board members and essentially force them to do the second surgery.
Thank you.
After the second surgery, he came back and apologized to me, and he said, we found not only MRSA, but 4 different bacterial infections that could have killed you. And he literally had to scrape the hematoma away. He literally said he had to chisel. The blood clot was so severe, the hematoma was so severe, he literally used the word chisel. He said, I had to chisel it off. And then I never saw him again after that.
Of course not. Of course not.
He disappeared.
Yeah, this is one case where the murderer doesn't return to the scene of the crime because the murder didn't succeed. He wasn't successful.
Basically, the second lady, she left such a fat paper trail that like he had no choice but to fix it and then dip. So
oh my God, I'm so sorry. But
I was rendered unable to walk for over 6 months, or like pretty much, unfunctionable. What would be the word? Disabled for 6 months.
Just basically, let's just put it this way: half fucking dead. Basically, this side of death. And
during that 6 months, I actually spent like that entire time like watching Japanese television. To the point where like I could go to Japan now and just like somehow find my way around.
Thank you.
Just from like watching Japanese TV for 6 months.
Thank you. That it's
like it sounds cheesy, but it's literally like I couldn't even leave like my bed, so I was like vicariously living through that.
And I'm glad. I am so glad.
Which is where I came to appreciate Japan more. I had already appreciated, but where I came to appreciate like the actual details of the culture. The wabi-sabi, like all these like philosophical things. The ikigai, So
absolutely, and I'm proud of you for it. Honestly, that's something that most people, they don't know how to be a good patient, and they would have wound up doing something like pushing themselves beyond their limits, and then wind up hurting themselves and killing themselves ultimately. And by the way, just so people know, this is where. Then his mother, who had no sense of empathy and is basically a psychotic, just pretty much kicked him out of the home before he was even healed, before he was even ready to. He was recuperating, and basically she just said, "You're out of here," just pulled Brendan up and threw him in the fucking car and drove him out to the wilderness and abandoned him.
She literally dropped me off in the middle of a park, so, like just down the street, and said, "Good luck."
Yeah, what a bitch! What a cunt! Yeah. I mean, this is. Don't forget Brendan's father, and think of this. This is not to be dismissed. Brendan's father, while spiraling into crack, was being brainwashed by fucking Stargate on the fucking television, and that's what that fucker.
Well, I mean, that probably happened for years, but it definitely didn't help towards the end there.
Yeah, and did it add to any sense of delusion or hallucinations, or that he was?
Oh, for sure.
God. So he was like seeing the fucking stupid, by the way, they have the fucking Greys and they call them Nordics. This is how fucked up Stargate is.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it is so disgusting. These the Greys that they call Nordics. And they make them cute, and you relate to them and you want to hug them.
Like you feel pity on them because they're like the Greys were the Ark of the Greys. There's like that story. What would be the word for it? The mythology of the Greys, right?
Where yeah.
They're not the underground ones. They're the ones that they're actually humans from the future that they start cloning themselves, so they lose their genetic capability to reproduce.
Yeah.
So they are so far advanced that they for some reason can't reproduce. So they have to come back in time and make friends and harvest the modern day humans. That's the Stargate arc about the Greys.
Right, and we're supposed to find them sympathetic. And
then we're supposed to cry about it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and this is like, and not only that, but they say, because we're so advanced, we don't fight anymore. We need you stupid primitives to fight for us.
Yeah, they're called the Asgard race.
Yeah, that's it.
The highly evolved humanoid race, members of the Great Alliance. They are friends to all and protectors of all, except the Goa'uld, whom with they are at war. So the Goa'uld are like the Egyptian beings in that, which are also aliens. They're like serpents.
But it's trying to make the Naga people, the serpent people, the villains, and the Greys who are. But
this is an interesting thing: is if you see the human form that they give Thor, it's actually this Nordic Vikinger guy. So they were trying to say that this is what the Reich turns into, basically.
Incredible. So this is the shit they're trying to say that, see, the Chochoa who haunt your dreams are really the Reich. That's basically what they're saying.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Stargate motherfuckers. I mean, this is like, they took the film.
This is a quote from the show. She said, when Carter, who's the female member of SG-1, she said, they looked remarkably uncannily like the depictions of the quote-unquote Roswell Greys.
Yeah.
But they were blah, 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 she describes them physiologically. But their bodies do not possess an adrenal system. No sexual organs are visible. So basically what she's saying is they look like they claim to be the Greys, but they have nothing physiologically. They're not human. So the Roswell Greys were humans, in other words. But, let's see. They just put it into the
in that sense, they're copping to the fact that the Roswell Greys were human. They're Japanese.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. And
I'm just skimming through this. So,
in your face. It's in your face. Yeah.
Okay, so let me see. I just want to find the part where, what they talk about their history is.
All the Stargate lore is fucked up, and like I said,
it's so stupid. I mean,
and they even have Chinese aliens that literally have the word China in Chinese written on their fucking armor and shit. Just like seriously,
it's bad.
Seriously,
It's bad.
It's like talk about Asians as aliens. I mean, really? Fuck me.
Right.
I mean, this is kind of like, it's the worst, and people love it. And they want it back. And like Brendan said, towards the end, they were just disintegrating. I mean, the writers couldn't even come up with anything because they had written, 20,000 episodes? So by Stargate Atlantis, they're just fighting vampires, right?
Yeah, the Wraith. Yeah, it's just so stupid, yeah.
Oh, God.
Like they put their hand on your chest and you just get old. Like that, that was pretty bad in hindsight.
Oh God,
at the time I thought it was good sci-fi. I was like, ooh, this is crazy.
Oh Jesus!
So here's the part about Monologue I was talking about.
Yeah.
Molech is a name which is in the Hebrew Bible, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. The Bible strongly condemns practices associated with Moloch, which appear to have included child sacrifice. Mm-hmm. They were referring to Moloch as the Canaanite god. Mm-hmm. However, since 1935, scholars have debated whether or not the term refers to a type of sacrifice. They also spelt it MLK, which means sacrifice, Melek, in the Punic language, Phoenician. But it remains contested as to whether these sacrifices were offered to Yahweh or another deity. Mm-hmm. So they can't prove whether what was said was actually attributed to Moloch, but that could just be
let's put it this way:
a Wikipedia spin.
It's kind of like Moloch is something that they will try and compare to the gas chambers and the ovens, but you take a look at the Allies, where they burned entire cities as open air superstorms, that where the heat became like the surface of the sun, quite literally. It was hotter than the sun within the center of those super firestorms. So the
Dresden.
Jews,
I actually met a lady that she was German, but she moved here with a GI. Yeah. They're like in their 90s. I was talking to them at the rest home, like the old people home.
Yeah.
She said the amount of like historical things that were destroyed in Dresden was just a complete atrocity. Like she witnessed it herself.
Of course, it was irrecoverable.
She had family there, and then she went back and she said the whole city is not that, like it's not the same.
Yeah,
it's not the same city as it was.
No, of course not.
You want to talk about Tartarian cover-up? That whole city was one of the most ancient in all of
Europe.
Romania.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it had it. You want to talk about Tartarian shit? The Allies blew it off the map because it had technology and ancient shit in it.
Yes.
So.
Absolutely. Thank you. And the point that I'm making is that if the Jews try and compare Moloch to the gas chambers, then what the Jews did to Canaan was like Dresden. What the Jews did to Canaan was an open-air Holocaust, sacrificing man, woman, and child to Yahshua, the god of the desert. And so...
Which is what they were saying is There's some scholars that say that the way that they say Moloch is actually, it means the being, basically it means the being of the covenant, which is the Jewish God.
Yes.
So they perpetuate all that, where they're like burning children on spits, and then they tweaked the story and said, oh, it's actually the Canaanites. It's why we had to kill them. Basically.
There you go. Yeah, that's what they say. That's
so the etymology doesn't match what the story is saying.
Thank
that
you.
Makes sense.
Thank you. And beyond that, then they burned every man, woman, and child alive in this grand Dresden firestorm type of conflagration, in which it was a burnt offering to their god of the desert, the mad Yahweh, the bloodthirsty, warmongering god of the desert that hated his own people and continually said they must be punished. Their own god hates them. So it brings us back to So it's not it's when I bring these things up, what happened to Brendan on a personal level, and in this case I'll focus back upon his dad. It's a good microcosm or micro study, a case study of what happens to everybody who watches this Stargate shit. You get programmed into, and it's not the movie. The movie itself, the original film, by the way, if you ever see, Brendan pointed out some things about it, but if you ever see the villain in the original film, all the villain wants to do when the Americans start getting feisty, all the androgynous villain is trying to do is escape. You see that in the film. He's not hurling lightning bolts. He's not throwing the kids in front of him. The kids love him. The kids are trying to throw themselves in front of him to protect him. The kids love his ass, and he's just trying to get out of there. But the Americans nuke him. Yeah. And what was the reason again? What was the whole reason why they hated him so much?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. So our lovely Jennifer Hawkins, the Arcane Observer, has joined us.
Hello, I'm not trying to be weird.
With her presence.
In here.
No, that was perfect. That was great.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it reminds me.
I don't know. I'm hovering over here in the periphery, but
yeah, it reminds me.
Hello.
Yes,
listening.
Honey. Oh yeah, you're so welcome.
Oh, they were saying that it's the same Jewish trip. He was saying that Ra enslaved humans to use them as slaves to bring the Stargate out of Abydos and to mine minerals. So that's why they had to nuke him.
Yeah, it's just
basically he was evil because he had slaves.
Yeah, there you go.
The same Bible trip.
There you go. In other words, they were trying to rescue, the Hebrews of that world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh my God. So it's like, it would be like if who's the man who played Moses and he was in Planet of the Apes? Charlton Heston.
Oh,
it would be what Stargate is Chuck Heston playing Moses, only he's got guns. Because he.
I'm glad you said that. I almost said Charles Bronson.
Yeah. There we are.
That would have been way off.
Yeah, there we are, Jen. But that it matches in its own weird way. It's like. By the way, it reminds me of when you came in like that, you suddenly talked, and I'll ask you in a moment, better ask you now before you forget, what did you say when you showed up? I just heard your voice, and I said, oh, Jen's here, but I didn't hear what you said. What did you say when you came on, Bandwidth?
Oh, I don't know. I think I just said, I was trying to say something.
You said nobody knows.
Oh, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
The plot to start.
Why they?
I don't
why
know.
they
I was
want
just
it.
like,
Got it.
Because it's like you don't even remember it. You just remember they were on an Egyptian planet and they were aliens.
Yeah.
I think that I'll add in a little dose here in a little bit. Go ahead and say what you're going to say, Douglas. Mr. Dietrich.
One thing I noticed that Peter Moon, he it's so strange. It's like he has very low tolerance, very low patience. So when he saw Stargate, he just he couldn't watch it because he said, "Oh yeah, the aliens, they're all machines." Of course, they're not machines. They're wearing armor that folds back, kind of like a convertible. That's all. It's not that they're machines, but he just to him, oh, they're all machines, and then he checked out, just wouldn't watch the rest of the film. He has really limited patience with anything almost when it comes to film. It is what it is. But when it comes to when you showed up and suddenly spoke, it reminded me of the time that I was on Revolution Radio and I was talking about. I said, "Who's that guy, the Night Stalker?" And there was this one guy who was kind of like, I can't remember his name to save my soul, poor bastard. He lived in Florida. He had a quote-unquote wife who, with this is no ego trip on my part, she really had a thing for me, and but they had a child which I personally don't think was his child. I think she had a fetish for Asians, and it was like an Asian child, because when she gave birth to
That's
it,
interesting.
yeah, when she gave birth to it, then the guy who was a fan of mine and contributed money once in a while, he basically said, "Oh, it's that Native American recessive gene. He looks almost Asian." He said, "That's my son." And I said, yeah, right. But this poor guy, it was like, I could go on for a bit about him, but he like had to be a member. He had to be a product of an MK Ultra program. And he would just sit in front of the TV and then phase out. He would phase out. He'd wake up days later drooling. And so I think at one point, when the social worker walked in and saw that and said, "This guy isn't fit to be parenting," then they said, "We got to take your child away." Then he got into a big fight with the state of Florida, and I never heard from him ever since. Last time I heard of him, he was involved with trying to keep his child, which probably wasn't his child anyway. But so there you go. But the other thing about that guy, the funny part was one time when I was trying to remember the Night Stalker, I was saying, "Oh yeah, the Night Stalker. Yeah, what was his name?" And he had been lurking on the bandwidth, and he came out, "Richard Ramirez," and he said it so suddenly out of nowhere, so ominously. And I said, "Thank you, Mr. Ramirez." Yeah. He sounded like he could have been, the Night Stalker himself coming on. Hopefully that isn't a conjuration, because George Knight showed up. But I never interpreted George Knight to be anything like the Night Stalker. But maybe there's parts of George Knight we don't know about. So George Knight, welcome aboard. We love you dearly, and of course you've met Jen, and welcome.
Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on.
Yes. So, were you able to
Wonderful.
catch any of the earlier? Were you able to catch the opening hours?
No, I wasn't, Douglas. Only the last half an hour or so. Just been listening in.
Okay.
Yeah, no, wonderful. Yeah, it's been wonderful listening.
Well, review the opening hours, please, when you get a chance. Yes. So we went heavily into our chosen subject, or your chosen field. So I covered that extensively as best I could. And how about Jen? How about yourself? Were you able to hear the opening hours? Or?
No, I was participating in the Troubled Minds. They had a guest on there that's a friend on that show. Mm-hmm. And I'm a moderator on there. And so I was popped on there. Yeah. But then I popped over here and listening because I had the time before. But what I heard in general, though, I mean, incredibly interesting. And I have a lot of thoughts about it, but
share them. Share them.
Opening.
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah, sure.
So I think that there was a great migration that was going on in those early days when they were talking about these different gods that supposedly children were sacrificed to, like Moloch and everything. Mm-hmm. They say that about all of those old gods. They say it about the Crom out of Ireland. They say it about Molech. They say it about Beelzebub. They say it about all of them. And it's just, I don't know. It comes across as being a little flimsy when you look a little further into it, because the present tale, the present idealization of God, the Lord right now, in many of these mainstream religions, reflect the exact previous gods. So it seems like they're confused and just want to make sure that there's no way to track yourself back. Like MLK, everybody thinks of milk, of course, which of the udder and of life itself and all of these things. And you have the cow, which is obviously reflection of life and gives life to all things. And so there's this confusion about that. I'm not saying one way or the other because I was not there. They claim that the Phoenicians, of course, sacrificed all of their children, or at least not all of them, but a great deal of them that came out of the, the priestess, the holy virgins, that type of thing.
Right.
That many of their offspring were sacrificed, of course, kind of like abortion type tales. And so it's hard to say or delineate what stories are true. But then when you're
definitely worse than abortion. Sorry.
Yes, but they're talking about that they would basically, yes, it would be if that is the case. If that is the case. But then in those early,
I see what you're saying. You're saying that because it's just like they don't want that God in vogue, so they tell stories about it.
I don't think it's true. Yeah. I don't believe it at all.
Right.
In a way.
I see. Well,
I
definitely
think,
a part of it
is
to cover up.
The priests today, as we can see, practice child sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
And they practice a form of, they believe in it. And they harvest these children too from the masses. They take them into the state systems and then they utilize them for their own purposes, as well as they do by pushing certain narratives and then sell off body parts and use them in all types of the way that they handle so many things. But I mean, it's not about that. But I'm talking about the Sumerians versus the Sumerians. The Sumerians out of the mountains of the Himalayas, and the way that you have the Sumerians who went to the desert regions, and then the Cimmerians with a C, Cimmerians, the Cimmerians, how they drifted over to Nepal and that region out of the snow. So you have these two different delineations coming out of the Black Sea, out of the Caucasus Mountains, out of Siberia, out of Russia. So there's a strange thing there, out of the East, out of China. So you have this delineation of peoples, and they were part of the same group. It's like they divided up and migrated in different regions, maybe due to some type of climactic event of some kind out of the snow. If we were to believe that maybe the early, the way that the earth was in this time period long ago that we're speaking of, that they may have been in an entirely different environment, that they may have been under even a different sun or a different phase of the sun. And so in that instance, you would be having people living in a time before the moon or before the sun. So there's this whole concept that there may have been a different star here. Some have said that that's attributed to the Saturn cult. I don't know, but when you're talking about a lot of these ancient gods, they do attribute horrific things to them. And they say that they have smote them and cast them out, and they are no longer practiced. Yet you see today that in our mainstream society, that the practice is still alive and well of a death cult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, definitely to kind of add on to that, not that I want to, it'll probably sound like I'm obsessing on some Judeophobic trip, but when you speak of priests exploiting children or sacrificing them, I honestly thought it was a Judeophobic urban legend that people were telling me, oh yeah, there's a lot of AIDS spreading in the Jewish community because the rabbis, the ritual is that when they circumcise the infant male, they suck the blood out of the penis head as to help cauterize it with their saliva, and then because many of these rabbis turned out had AIDS, then these infants were catching AIDS. I thought, oh, that can't be true. That's got to be some Judeophobic urban legend. But I found out when I was attending those medical lectures at UCSF, it was quite true, and I was appalled. There have
been cases where there was transference of hepatitis, herpes, and AIDS through that practice. Yeah. Which, I mean, you have the clitoral circumcision, the way that they have, there's many different rituals.
It's funny how they used to teach, or they were teaching us in anthropology, but how everyone should be against FMG,
female genital mutilation.
FGM.
Yeah.
But they would never bring up circumcision. Like,
Of
that was
course
like
not.
you never touch that subject. But
Yeah. I mean, you should,
Yeah.
of course, be against female circumcision, but you
Yeah,
should
yeah.
just as adamantly be against male circumcision.
well, they took it to the point where we were not allowed to call it female circumcision. We had to call it
Female genital
mutilation.
mutilation. Female genital mutilation.
But the male version, we couldn't even reference it or even say anything
At all.
you
Of
know?
course not.
Yeah.
Of course
Well,
So
these
not.
types
that-
of practices are so ancient,
Bonkers.
you know, that we don't even have a proper understanding.
I personally like the Egyptian version where they would do it when they were 25 and you had to do it yourself to prove you were a
fuck
man.
that. Fuck that.
Well, no,
why
in
do
the
you say...
ecstatic states, in the worshippers of the goddess, you know, they would go into these ecstatic states, and men would go themselves.
Exactly.
In an
I
ecstatic
was just making a
state,
joke,
lop
but
it off
yes.
and carry it through the streets. You know, they would
Yes.
have these So, and there were warriors,
Right.
these assassin classes
Yes.
that were the Deme. The Deme class out of the Middle East and Turkey and some of these regions, well, farther east. But they were an assassin class, and many people talked about in the historical books about the terror because they would see what they thought were women coming towards them. But then they would pull their sabers and they would annihilate them. And in fact, they were the Deme and an assassin class
Yeah.
of these worshippers. So there's actually a very fascinating history behind all of that.
Thank you. Well, when you
Yeah,
speak
they're all
of...
connected with the Hashashins and all these people. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
But when you speak of the Sumerians, isn't that what Conan was supposed to be? A Sumerian?
The Sumerians, yes, he is. And they actually have a god called Crom. Ironically, the Sumerian mountains, which are a mountain range in our world, this is not fantasy at all, and Sumerian peoples are actually a true race out of the Sumerian mountain ranges of Nepal and the Caucasus Mountain, out of the Himalayas. The Sumerians and the Sumerian mountain ranges, there's historical references there. And the god Crom Du, is a true god that was brought to Ireland before the first kings of Ireland ever came there and worshipped there for the longest time. And so, because there were several invasions in that region, but there's reason, I mean, it's interesting to note, but those mountain ranges were all connected, because you're thinking about a time period where, for example, the Appalachian Mountain Range was connected directly to the Scottish Highlands, and that went directly into the Iranian mountain ranges and over further east. And so it's a land bridge in a sense. It still is there today and fairly shallow. And as of right now, we're only a mile away from Russia at the closest point in the Alaskan regions. It's all going to change again. I believe all the lands will come back around to being connected again at some point.
Well, according to plate tectonics, yes, inevitably Pangaea will be reborn. We'll have they have a name for it, like Ultima Pangaea or something like that. When our continents rejoin, millions of years in the future. As a matter of fact, the Avatar series that was so horribly, heretically assassinated in the most negative sense by M. Night Shyamalan as the movie Avatar, but the original cartoon that so many people fell in love with, that land that they were all on was supposed to be the rejoined continents at millions of years into the future. Was if you ever take a look at that
Wait,
map.
are you talking about
I haven't
Avatar?
seen those movies yet. I haven't
You're
seen
talking about
any
the
of them.
blue Avatar?
I'll
What
have to watch it.
Yeah, no, not the Blue Avatar. No, God,
Okay.
no, not that horrible film. I'm talking
Not
about
the James Cameron one.
No. I said the cartoon, the animated features. What I should say, the animated series.
The Last Airbender.
Last Airbender. Thank you,
Yes.
thank you. Jesus Christ, how could I say Avatar? Yes,
There was some beautiful music out of that.
Yes.
Actually, I never watched it, but the soundtrack was actually really, really good.
It had a lot of good themes, but it's like I don't.
So George, don't be shy. Come on, George, join us. Just Yes, by all means. So first off, tell us how your day went. What's going on in general? And what's on. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm all good. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you for asking.
Yeah. And
I'm so sorry. I have to go. I'll be right back.
Oh,
I'll
take
be
your time,
right
honey.
back.
Yeah,
One of my
we'll be
dogs
waiting.
is carrying on. I have to let
Sure.
them outside.
Okay,
So
no
excuse
worries.
me.
No worries.
For just a moment.
Yeah. So, George, tell us about. Come on. Come on.
No,
It's not that
all right.
difficult. It's yeah.
Oh no, I was just gonna come on and say that Britain endured its daylight saving time alteration in its clock change over the weekend. So we've gone back an hour now. So we've got more nighttime, more darkness in the day than we have in the as we would in the
so you're
summertime.
up early? Is that what happened?
Yeah, so you get an extra hour in bed, so that's
That's
what's effective. But I was actually because usually every year annually I'll do a Facebook post, my obligatory annual post about daylight saving time, just to make people aware of why it's there.
Thank you.
And I was actually just looking up the cases in the 1970s where school children in Florida were getting tragically, fatally hurt, injured, or suffered deaths because of going to school in the darkness.
Thank you.
And the crime rate for molesters and people who would go out in the night, like what you mentioned earlier, Douglas, the night stalker.
Yes, thank you.
They would prowl the night a lot longer. They would have more darkness to conduct their assaults on vulnerable women that would be still out, but it's dark, but in a reasonable hour. So it was just so detrimental, and that's why we need to do away with it. But of course, we're on a perpetual state of legal declaration of war with the REICH still.
Yes.
So that's just what I was hoping to come on and speak about, Douglas. But of course, with all these other
Whoa, no, that's
I'm
what I
not
was
quite
covering in the
with.
opening hours. That's what I was covering in
Yes,
the opening
thank
hours.
you.
So I definitely want you to bring us back to that. That's fine. And one of the biggest problems we had when Brooke was with us, and she seems to be less participatory these days, but I do want people to know I've spoken to her privately a few times, and she seems well enough. I do believe there's a lot going on, but other than that, she seems to be doing all right. But one of the problems we had when we tried to cover this subject is she was saying, "Oh, I like the extra daylight," and so. But the problem was she was taking that stance as like attacking what George and I were saying about the perils of how awful this daylight savings is. So she was like, in a sense, defending daylight savings, but we finally got her to understand you don't need to be combative about this, that what we can do is just to have people without daylight savings simply during hours where the season changes and light is changed, then all you need to do is change the schedule of school to start or end an hour earlier or later, but you don't need daylight savings for that. So this is the insanity of daylight savings. And,
it's the most compelling evidence that of your thesis that proves that it's like we're still on ongoing hostilities.
Thank you.
Like, it's like
it is.
Like if anyone wants to argue, like you could just ask them, like, why do we still have daylight savings then? Like, what's the? No one ever has an
excuses.
Thank you.
The excuses.
Yeah.
The excuses are actually asinine.
They're
it's
crazy.
Pretty preposterous. The multiple excuses I've received from people when I present it is, I thought it was to do with the farmers. And it's like, well, what do you mean by the farmers?
No, farmers don't even
benefit.
use clocks. They use like stars, and back in the day, they would use stars. And when Orion comes up, it's like that's when you plant. And
of course.
They go by season. They go by seasons as well.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do with it's just true preposterous. And the other one I've heard is the star alignment. What the hell to do with the observatories aligning the stars correctly? What the hell?
That one sounds crazy.
I've never heard.
Man, they're really digging. They're really digging. But here's a hypothesis of mine. Here's a hypothesis of mine. What I'm concerned about with George Knight's working situation is because they basically decided that they're going to downsize, and they're trying to base this on job performance, which actually George Knight has nothing to worry about. He's one of the best performers they have in their profession. But nevertheless, they're introducing a form of
especially because you're up against a bunch of fresh off the boat ukes.
Yeah, well, something. I mean, half of the guys that George is, like George said, half of these guys are like fucking thugs that are
just straight up convicts.
Yeah, convicts and shit. But since they've introduced this kind of espionage where they've got the guys spying and reporting on each other, what I would presume is that in George's case, maybe because he's shared some of this information and talked about it passionately, are some of the assholes trying to say that you're a neo-Nazi and trying to get you downsized because of that?
I'm waiting for that day to happen, Douglas. That's been my back of my mind since I joined.
Did you mention anything about the Reich?
Of course!
I've mentioned it multiple times. The thing is, they can't sue me for any form of defamation or anything or slander or anything that's disingenuous. Everything is verifiable, validated. Of course. But like when I joined, they introduced this scheme where if you, and it's what's it called? It's like a form. The term I'm acquainted with is initiation, when you are recruited by a so-called cult. They said if anyone is, it's radicalization. It's a form of radicalization. If anyone that you suspect of this, there is a number you can report them to. So I'm just, nobody can actually do it. It hasn't happened. So I'm not got any concerns with that. But I'm just waiting for the day someone, disembarks on that sort of.
That's assuming that they have enough brains and refinement to even think that way. I think most of these beer chugging pub goers can't even get to that point.
Thank you.
I mean, to go back to the conversation I had with my colleague, I mean, everything I presented to him, like, do you remember the couple transmissions ago, I presented that conversation I had, and I went in for a 15-minute stint without taking a breath, and everything I elaborated to him, he then came back to me and says, well, that's impossible because the sea pressure at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, it will destroy any form of matter. And I was like, so everything I presented to you is now out the window because of your background. And he told me he has a physics background. And because he said that's impossible.
But by the way, you can just shit and piss all over him because if he's got a physics background, why is he working with stripping copper and, you could shit all over him for that, for Christ's sake.
Yes. And the thing is, you look up 4 years ago, there was a man called Victor who ventured down in a submersible 11 kilometers beneath the sea level to the Marianas Trench, and he was at the seabed level. Yeah, he was there for 4 hours.
We know about that. I mean, we all, it's one of these things where, they named Jean-Luc Picard on Star Trek: The Next Generation after the Picard who went down into the Marianas Trench in a submarine. Oh. So everything the guy's saying is bullshit. Yeah. So Jen, what was that? Yeah.
Oh no, just that is interesting. I mean, I'm pretty fixated, at least I was from time to time, about looking into possibilities of what's happening with the oceans. And a lot of the ocean is actually fairly shallow. It's not as deep as you think. However, the Mariana Trench and many other different regions, as we know, they haven't mapped hardly any of the ocean floor. Like, at least they don't tell us about it. And that kind of lends to me that there may be more to tell about the whole geography of this planet in general, as far as what they can map and how they map, and about the magnetic lines of the magnetic lines of the Earth and the way that they perform a lot of their technologies, and how they're not revealing about how the Earth itself is playing a role in the way that they take flight, and a lot about their going into the upper atmospheres, how that ties in to the ocean floor beds, and then beyond that, the way that the behavior of life at that level, and how it mimics the way that they describe things, that there's no delineation really, that the Earth is an aquatic planet, and it's just different variations of an aquatic planet. So even if you go up into, like right now, it's all aquatic. It really is, in a way. because of the necessity of it. And even at the lowest level of hydration, that the necessity of the way that the atmosphere, the way it's relating to the aquasphere in general of the planet, that we're in a water planet, and whatever rules this planet must be coming also too out of the ocean beds, the giver of all life in a way, and then the oceans we have. And I did hear a little bit what you were saying, that's what I have heard as well, Mr. Dietrich, that of course there's more ocean than there is on the surface, locked into the depths of this earth. I mean, it's something people don't really think about, of how could the water be locked in that way, but the life itself that's down there, and the way that the temperature plays a role in this too, that matter and atoms, they don't cease to exist, they just slow down at these certain depths. So, which changes the whole, the natural laws we're aware of.
Yes. Thank you. Was that a cat?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's lovely. No, that's wonderful. No,
Dogs.
no worries. Yeah, that's delightful. And so Brendan rejoined us. I take it, Brendan, that you left because the sound of that zipper was just too... What was that zipper? I mean, I take it wasn't your fly. It was that zipper sound that was on Brendan's side for a while. He's still on mute. It's probably because he's using his zipper for something. Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, what was that zipper sound?
What did you say about the zipper?
Yeah, before you left, there was this zipper sound a few times, and I was saying, "Is that his fly? Is that?" It seemed like it was coming from your square, so to speak. It's like your square went blue whenever I heard.
Yeah,
this.
no, it was just a vest. It was my vest I was wearing.
Oh, okay, cool. So you took it off now, or something.
It's getting chilly in here. I don't use the heater, and
oh, right, you're putting it on. Got it. Okay.
I'm kind of in your position. I don't have it's like,
No, I
I have
get
to
it.
just bundle up. Like I kind of relate with the Swedish guy now. It's like I'm too poor to buy heating.
Got it. Dude, I'm right there with you. I mean, honestly, if George, what about, you're in England? What do you do? Does your family use heat? Are you using heat at all?
No, we're actually just thinking about turning it on at this moment in time, because it has the temperatures have just plummeted. Yeah, to basically unbearable temperature. So yeah, I'm just putting layers on now.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, you have to seriously layer. It's so true, because the weather is dropping.
Right.
For a lot of people.
Right.
Yeah.
But I guess I'll talk more to you about that privately. But I mean, it's like it's definitely. Are you able to afford heat at all?
Oh, Douglas, yeah, and the actual what the government has projected going back. This is just in the basically decline, or the so-called aftermath of them declaring a cost of living crisis. They said that it will cost roughly around about £4,000 a year to just for energy bills.
Yeah.
So yeah, that it's gone up astronomically from the previous projection, which from the previous year it was an annual average of about half that amount. So then it just doubled. But the energy cost now is actually plummeting. It's actually decreasing at this moment in time. The rate of it is going down, but slowly. Still, inflation is high, and obviously salaries are not meeting up to the same level. Just to briefly summarise on it, just so people can have an idea. Basically, what you're bringing home is not enough to actually sustain any form of, conducive living condition. As
any quality of life, a quality of life, or even survivability, even sustainability. Sustainability. Go on.
All you're doing just getting by. That's the best word to use. Yeah. Just getting by. You're just getting by, basically. But you can't uplift or upgrade. You can't, move forward, progress. It's just you're just surviving, basically. That's the average. That's for the average person.
Right.
Yes.
Right. No, I mean that's horrible. But Brendan, when you were in England, did you also had that experience because, like you said, you were with the Swedish guy, and the guy said, "Don't turn that heat on at all." And
he was like shell shocked from the Sweden crisis. Like,
Okay.
I don't think he even took into account anything in England.
okay,
Is that what you're asking?
yeah, because I'm wondering, did you have that general feeling of this kind of crisis in England that did or
No. We were well with the host where I was. That we were well taken care of. They wouldn't have cared if we racked up a bill, but it's just like, it was just it was the middle of summer, and like I was just trying to dry a towel, so he was like pissed,
Right. Okay, got it. And
like
so,
some Americans just like casually turning on. He wasn't rude about it, but it was like, like I could see from his perspective, from a European perspective, like some Californians just like, I'm just gonna dry my towel on this heater,
So Victoria has joined us, and Victoria, I want you to know that Peter Moon quoted you. He quoted you during the opening hours. He said, by the way, you there, Victoria? Yeah. Oh, there we are.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, so welcome aboard. And kiss to you as well as to Jen, of course. And so Peter Moon quoted you. He said, "It's like Victoria said, Israel is really a concept, not something here and now and on the map." And so there, when you review the opening hours of the show later at your leisure, you'll hear that.
Yes, I'll have to do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true. It's I don't want to think about the history of it, but it really is a very short amount of time within our lifetime that it even existed as a physical place.
Yes,
So.
that's right. And what's with the? I'll try and go there later to put a upvote on it. What is the little thing you entered on your channel about the dog? Like, are they forcing dogs to smile or something?
No, I'm trying to work in videos that don't have anything upsetting in them. So that was just for the algo. I was just a little cute video on how these sheep herding dogs really do enjoy the work that they do.
Okay.
So that was just precious.
Yes. Wonderful.
So I try to make it not all about Zionism, and hopefully they won't ban me again.
Good idea. Good idea. Yes, we wouldn't want that. And so I'd like to introduce you because I don't believe I've had the opportunity. I'd like to introduce you to Jennifer. Jennifer is the Arcane Observer. I'm trying to use.
Yeah, we met.
Oh, we did.
Well, we kind of met
Oh, okay.
a little
see,
bit.
See, I forget all these
Yeah.
things because
Not really, though.
Yeah.
We haven't had a conversation of
Right.
any kind,
right.
but we've kind of met, yes.
Well, you're both
Yes,
animal
I've
lovers.
just
And yeah.
perused what topics you spoke on, and was, of course, thoroughly impressed.
Oh,
It's like,
wonderful.
yes,
Really? Well, thank you very
Yeah.
much.
definitely.
I appreciate that.
Always great. It was, back when I was on Facebook, it was quite frustrating to see that there weren't very many women who would use their platforms, their beauty, to spread truth. And you're very cute, and you're doing
thank
good
you.
with it. You're spreading truth with it, and that's what I wish. Other than an occasional half nude that someone would throw taxation as theft on, girls didn't seem to want to get involved in the voluntarist type of, like truth telling community. So I was just
I didn't realize I was a
cool.
poster, but I agree. Thank you.
It's rough. There's not very many, and when they do use their platform for this, it does blow up oftentimes. But it's just disappointing because a lot of girls could probably use their platforms for a lot more good, and they really don't. They're still posting pictures of their lattes or whatever.
Maybe I have a lot to learn.
Hey, we all do. That's all I do. People are like, "Oh, you know so much." I'm like, I know nothing. I'm just trying to learn what I didn't figure out for years. So here we are.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. That's wonderful.
And you're out of Pennsylvania, is that right?
I am. I'm in the mountains of central PA. Beautiful.
Pretty there.
Where are you?
I'm in Missouri, so I'm in the
Okay, cool.
the Ozarks. Yep.
Heck yeah. My grandmother's in Missouri. I like to.
I'm
Is
from
it-
Texas, and I grew up in Montana,
Oh.
but I live here now.
Nice. Texas. Okay. I got family in Texas too. I got family everywhere, but that's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah.
What had you ending up in Missouri?
I just wound up here a while ago.
Yes.
But do you have a channel too? I have to check it out.
I do, but I haven't really made any videos of myself much, so I'd like to start.
All right.
I like to read about so many different subjects. It's hard to know exactly where to go.
It
Being
is.
that I'm a Christian, though, I feel like that tackling uncomfortable subjects for Christians is probably going to be my
I really
area.
try to go a lot into. I'm very interested in a lot of the history of definitely of Christianity, and then of the Judaic religions, the Abrahamic religions in general. I'm very interested in it, but because I was raised in a very, in that kind of environment, not directly, but directly, but I mean, my grandfather played a big hand in that. He was very, very religious, and it had an impact on me because I spent a lot of time with him growing up, and his worldview was unique, and so it really affected the way that I interpret a lot of it. And so I try to bring, to pursue to understand his perspective in a way. Yeah. And then too, I found along the way so much more than I was expecting, and that I think that a lot of people are not aware of the depth of of their faiths, and I pursued it because I also too shared a similar belief in a way, and so that's what kind of started initially. I started actually with World War II.
Wow.
Everything started with World War II.
Yeah.
Because
when were you introduced to World War II, and how?
Well, so my grandfather was, and his all the extended family on my maternal side are German, not by birth but by marriage. And so I was surrounded by many old world Germans from the early 1900s, and some of them fought in the war, and there was a lot of history there, and they spoke German, and even my mother was required to only speak German when she was around them, but they weren't by blood, it was by marriage. And I was raised by my maternal grandfather, and so it really stirred an interest in a lot of this, and I thought of it at first as the first ring of evil, so to speak. And long ago, that's what started me on all of this, and I began studying exclusively World War II and Hitler, and that's where I began with it all.
And you're saying from the perspective of, why would someone do something this evil, correct?
Yes. And
right.
And then began to do a lot of research about it, but what I found was really incredible, because it looked it grew to be that there was an annihilation of so many millions of people, and there was so much more there, is what I'm saying, and that's where it began, really.
Thank you. And Victoria, your own experience, share that.
So I woke up to the New World Order thing a long time ago via my first boyfriend. He was the one who told me about the Federal Reserve, chemtrails, blue beam, you name it, whatnot. But it wasn't until about 4 years ago that I had a very passing, beautiful trans girl from Portland show me Hellstorm and then Europa. And it kind of changed my life. It took me months to work through Europa the first time, but I'm on my 5th time watching it now. I'm taking notes. I have it downloaded on my laptop in case I ever tried to scrub it.
Right.
So it's definitely a process. I would say that I didn't feel comfortable talking out about it to people for maybe almost a year, until I felt like, okay, I know enough to where I'm like, I can say that I'm not nervous to say, or I'd be nervous to say something like, hey, maybe this isn't spoken about correctly in all facets. But it did take me some time to get to that point.
Yes. And once you did, you got banned off Facebook. Right?
Yes and no. So I also was dating a very controlling person that didn't want me. He isolated me quite a lot in every way. So I wasn't allowed on Facebook for a couple years. But then when I finally tried to get back on, according to his friends who worked through Meta, I had got the ban hammer. So I actually have my entire like multiple gigs of old Facebook on a flash drive. I have the seed file. I just haven't really. I tried to get back on the other day and just make a new account, and it stayed up for about 24 hours. I'm already off. It was too overwhelming.
How you mean just because it was overwhelming, you kind of just deactivated?
I'm not used to it. I'm not used. I don't know. I can't remember anyone. Most of the people I do see on there that I recognize, I don't really feel like adding anymore. It's like,
I'm
too based for the Christians, too Christian and accepting for the based people. So it's weird. It's a weird vibe.
I hear you. I felt relief by the time that I got, just banned. I mean, like, scrubbed out of Facebook this time with the Sora Aoi file. I was already, that was like the
that one got scrubbed too?
Yeah, that was the one that's the one I was communicating to you with.
Yeah, I know. That one I haven't been on. So wait, she got deleted as well.
Yeah, I mean, she of course, just so everybody knows, Sora Aoi is the most famous actress in Japan, and she's a pornographic actress. That's why she's the most famous, is because unlike regular Japanese cinema, Japanese pornography is actually far more, shall we say, just far more circulated. And so mainly she was famous because in China they had that stupid one-child policy, and there's not enough girls to go around. So you've got all these single boys, and all they do is watch porn, and the communist Chinese don't produce or don't allow enough production of it to meet the demand. So they go towards Japan as the producer, and as consumers, she had an enormous fan base in China. She was known as the woman that Chinese men learned about sex from, and so she eventually got married and retired. And one of her subsidiary accounts, which was just run by a bunch of Filipinos anyway, to just another source of income, she just gave that to me because we both figured someday I was going to get banned off Facebook. And so I was maintaining it as a backup, but then I had to use it as my account, and so it was always a pain in the ass anyway, because everybody's referring to me as Sora, and it's like constantly being in drag where half the people on there thought I was a girl, and it's just a pain in the ass. And it's like so I had to deal with all these guys who are just there because they think I'm a chick, and are like, constantly, it's like, how do you interact with someone like that? There's no point in trying to dispel it after a while, because it's just not worth the effort, and you just kind of roll with it. And so then finally, by the time they kept putting strikes against me for past posts, then by the time they permanently banned me, it was a relief. I mean, there was,
it's a medal of honor, honestly. It's a badge. It's a badge of honor. It means that we've spoken enough truth. We're dangerous information.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, thank you, and we've got to take it that way. And Jen, you haven't been on it at all, right? You're not on Facebook, are you?
Oh no, I have a Facebook, but I don't use it for anything but Marketplace.
Okay.
For like looking for towels and things like that. So, yeah, I don't use it for anything.
That you can dry on heaters over in England. Yeah,
exactly.
Like
but I don't use it for anything. Absolutely not at all.
Yeah, and so George, what about yourself? Now, you must be familiar with these documentaries that Victoria is talking about. You probably knew them well by the time that you looked me up, and that's where the big change came in your paradigm. And so, yeah, so tell us a bit about your experience with this, those documentaries, where you were headed at first before you ran across me.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. I would love to go into that in the future with Victoria, actually, when she's present on the show, like now. But unfortunately, I haven't got much more time left.
Okay.
The last thing I wanted to go into was to go back to World War II. Sorry to segue away from all topics of discussion.
No, go for it.
No, they were both talking World War II, so go back to it, yes.
Thank you. one thing that's very important, which I'm going to outline in the book, which I wanted to do a post last night about daylight saving time, but the one thing that will be presented in the book in great detail is the fact that Winston Churchill was put into office by the Royal Crown in 1940. He replaced Neville Chamberlain. But the one thing that the bureaucracy in Great Britain, the aristocrats, all regarded him as a half-Brit. He was Anglo-American. One thing that most people aren't aware of, that he was not fully British. He was not a nationalist. He was actually half American as well, which was the reason why King George VI put him into office in the first place. Now, he actually, without going into any detail, but in July, and it was during the elections of July 1926, he was voted out of office during wartime. This man, they were sick of this man's war. After the announcement on VE Day on the 8th of May in 1945, this man went on the radio and announced to the world that we're going to invade Japan, and he's going to promise blood, sweat, tears, and turmoil. And all the veterans overseas put into their letters, they ticked off the box to vote him out of office, and he lost in a landslide victory to the Labourite Party. Attlee was the man that replaced him during wartime, before the atomic bombs were even dropped. But this man in 1951 was put back into office because they were still legally at war with the Third Reich.
Yes.
And this is the reason why he was brought back into office. And this man was out of office. He then went to the opposition party, and he had no idea that Britain was still in a legal state of war against a breakaway civilization. And that is why you see all these letters online that's saying that he's on what's this thing with UFOs? What's this all about? He was brought back in 1951, which was the height of the Schitt's Creek. This was 1952 was the UFO flap, but the 1951 to 1956 was recognized as an undeclared aerospace war, or otherwise known as the Massacre of the Skies, and that's why Winston Churchill was voted back into office.
Yes.
And so that's why it was so important. This is why this is emphasized, and why we're still on daylight saving time, and why we have that clock change twice a year. And so, that was the last thing I wanted to present, Douglas, which is something for people to either verify, or just something that they can look up later on at their own leisure.
It dovetails. Yeah, dovetails perfectly with what we were talking about in the opening 3 hours. So by all means, review them, and everybody take seriously what George Knight says. It's so important. And beyond that, at that point, Winston Churchill was basically senile, truly suffering from dementia. He was like, when they were passing by North Africa, someone brought to his attention, there's Tobruk, the site of one of your greatest victories. And he said, what's a Tobruk? He was just pickled. He was fucking pickled.
I heard he used to attend meetings in the nude.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because they say similar things about President. Lyndon Baines Johnson. They say similar things about Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Yeah.
And I think the two of them were at that level. Certainly, people would visit Churchill like when he was nude and in the bathtub, and people would just come in and talk to him. Yeah, so he obviously had no sense of shame, and other people mentioned him coming to the door naked at different times. There was he definitely was just a pig, but
strange.
Yes, and
strange, kind of narcissistic behavior, I would say.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and perfect word for it. So George, what else?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Oh, Douglas, this is just where people are oblivious to their own history. Yeah. And going back to it with the recognized leaders of World War II, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which was the reason why King George put Winston Churchill into office, because he was half American. Yeah. And I could go into the whole relationship between Franklin Delano Roosevelt with Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin. But the asinine aspect of that is it's just funny that on the April 14th, 1945, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was dead. He died. Yeah. And Winston Churchill was voted out of office in July. This is all during wartime. This is what people forget to even, they choose. They pick and choose what they believe in. They just simply ignore this aspect. So they're completely convoluted about the whole aspects of World War II. But this is going into that grey area that people are unaware of with their history with daylight saving time. It's just, they don't understand that they're still
completely out of touch with their calendar in general, Mr. Knight. You're right. Like,
yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there was a number of wartime emergency statutes. These are other factors. So when you had Harry S. Truman, when he announced on December 31st, 1946, when he announced Presidential Proclamation 2714, he declared on 12 o'clock noon, a number of wartime emergency statutes will be ceased to be effective upon the issuance of this proclamation. And the one thing that he stated, that 6 months after the date of the proclamation, a number 33 other emergency statutes will be overseen, or they'll be reviewed at a later date by Congress. And a number of these wartime emergency statutes are still in effect to this day. One of them is excise war taxes on our phone bills. And obviously, I think Douglas might have gone into the whole thing earlier on, Joe, about the women telephone operators that will connect calls. But they instituted a Federal Reserve phone tax in the United States to discourage people, the populace, to make unnecessary phone calls during wartime, because a number of these female telephone operators were being overwhelmed and overburdened during time of war. And so this is why local and long distance calls, you were being charged for making long distance and short distance calls in the United States. And this is still in effect to this day. Yes. It has never been retracted by the government. So this is another wartime emergency statute that's still in effect. Daylight saving time, which is also known as wartime, quote unquote, is still in effect to this day. And also the legal declaration of war, which is why the United States, Great Britain, the French Republic are unable to make a proper declaration of war legally, which is why every conflict is an illegal war of aggression or unarmed or police state action. That is why every single war preceding World War II, as we know it, and the general populace understands it, from 1945 onwards, it is considered an illegal war of aggression. So the Korean conflict was an undeclared war, which was just an extension of World War II. And every war preceding that, in Nicaragua, in Kosovo, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Vietnam, these are all undeclared wars. And the reason why they cannot declare a state of war is because they're still legally in a state of war. Yes. And so I think it's very important for people to be consciously aware of, because most people are unaware of this.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Which is why I've heard this called World War 3.0 instead of World War 3.
Right. Yeah, I mean, thank you. Yeah, I mean, was that Victoria or Jen that said that?
It's V.
Okay, cool. I mean, I mean, I always have told people that historically, at some point when we finally get our heads together, give history a bit of space and time, and we will basically understand that the Cold War, quote unquote, was a third world war in effect. It was effectively a third world war. But it's something that I don't understand why they just don't go there and say that's what it was. Of course, there was no legal declaration. Yeah, that's why there was no legal declaration. And somehow this makes them feel better. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Jen.
I heard that they had, whenever, like Stalin and Hitler, actually, they were the same as like Hitler and Mussolini. They were having a type of general understanding with each other. There was no combativeness necessarily. There was an understanding of, in a way, when you look into it. But then, and they had a kind of a truce where they wouldn't attack each other.
No,
and then
go on.
There was an attack. But Germany attacked Moscow.
No, I'll correct that for you.
Okay,
basically,
yes, do.
Because go on.
ahead.
No, Jen, tell us more about whatever context you're trying to provide.
That Germany attacked. They attacked Russia at that time. They attacked I think it was Moscow. Am I mistaken? It was not Moscow.
No, here's what happened, just so people understand. I don't know how long George can stay through this, but he's welcome to stay as long as he can.
Another 10 more minutes, Douglas. 10 more minutes, I'll stay.
So I'll try and summarize this during that period of time. But just understand that basically I've articulated this, particularly in the book Vampirology. I don't know if that's the part that got into print. I don't think it is the part that got into print, because Peter was just trying to rush that out just so we could prevent somebody from plagiarizing all of the notes that are in the book. But I do want people to understand that when it comes to the exact dates and everything concerning that particular conflict and how it started, it really goes back to the Nazi-Soviet pact. So if we take a look at it, we just take a look at the Nazi-Soviet pact, that will give us the date for starting the start of the war. And so this was the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact, and that was August of 1939. And so when you take a look at that period of time, then what had happened was that Adolf Hitler had a great need for resources, which Germany, of course, is just a landlocked nation that has no resources of its own in large amounts. Coal, some forest area, but really nothing much else to speak of. And so when it comes to their deal with Russia, it was of absolute necessity because they were under sanctions. And basically what had happened was Judea, or the Jewish diaspora, created a warfare state. This was in 1933 when Judea declared war on Germany. George, you might even know the exact date.
Yes, I'll look at it. It's in March. It was during March of 1933. I'll look up the exact date in a moment, but it was in March. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, and so when it came to what was going on with the need to overcome that horrible series of sanctions where the Jews had declared war on Germany, and it was literally in newspapers, headlines all over the world at that time. This was as soon as Adolf Hitler became chancellor, and it forced him to declare a state of unlimited emergency, and thereafter became Führer, or the leader of Germany. So what had happened was that because he needed to circumvent those sanctions, he entered into the Nazi-Soviet pact, or the Hitler-Stalin pact, as they called it. And then what happened was that basically the Germans developed an alliance system on what the later NATO and Warsaw Pact would be based on. The German alliance system took in many of what became the Axis satellite nation states like Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania. All of these became part of a Berlin-centric pact, and therefore they entered into war games to practice with Russia in order to take advantage of this situation, where the Germans would be getting in much of, many Russian resources, gas, like Germany was getting until recently before our latest series of sanctions against Russia, and Europe having to get off of Russian gas. All of this was something that the Germans had cultivated originally to try and make up for their own lack of resources. But what had happened was, during that period of time, they entered into a massive series of war games with the Russians, because this enabled the Germans to take advantage of all that land space. See, when you have these Central European nations, Germany, they don't have room for massive mechanized maneuvers. And so when they entered into this pact with the Russians, then there was an opportunity for massive maneuvering, practicing the Blitzkrieg, and so the Russians then basically allowed the Germans on their soil, and this was something that was cooperative. While this was taking place, then what happened was that the Russians took advantage of it and began to launch a series of invasions. All of this is historically accessible. Anybody can look this up.
It is, actually.
Yeah, so if people understand this, one of them was the Russians had already had a war with Finland, and this is, of course, what drew Finland into the German side. But basically, there was a combination of things that were going on here. One of them was that the Russians themselves, which the Germans were well aware of, had a genetic downbreeding program. Again, this is something that people can look up, and you have to be careful of where you look, but nevertheless, generally, when you look this up, you'll find the general parameters of
Yes.
actual reality. The Russians were trying to hybridize humanity with primates, lower primates, in order to create a population that would literally work for food, that would not need pay, because as a pure communist society, they were aiming towards a society where people would be paid in food. So when you had these massive maneuvers going on, and then what happened was the Russians taking advantage of basically, well, first they invaded and annexed territories from the German alliance member state, Romania, on June 29th of 1940. And they occupied what is now known as Moldova. If you take a look at Romania and Moldova, Moldova's this weird little landlocked nation that has no outlet to the Black Sea. And basically that's a result of the Russian invasion, cutting off that part of Romania from Romania proper, and then basically cutting that chunk that they occupied off from the Black Sea, and therefore starving it out in an attempt to annihilate its population. If you were to go to Moldova, the first thing you'd notice is they're all Romanian. They speak the exact same language. The only difference is, because of the Russian occupation, they use the Cyrillic alphabet. But other than that, it's the Romanian language. On the other side of the river, the Romanians use the Latin alphabet. So they're one nation that was divided, like East Germany and West Germany, but they're still divided. And
I understand.
yeah, this is because
I don't think I don't believe to this day that when Germany supposedly struck Moscow, that I'm not certain that it was Germany. I'm not convinced. I do believe the United States, and probably all of the allies, that they were possibly involved in that. After that strike in Moscow, Germany on Moscow, when that occurred, it changed everything in the war. And Stalin went into hiding for 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And when he came and resurfaced, the Cold War had already begun.
Yes.
At that point.
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly what happened with that, but I am fairly certain that it was the terminating point.
Mm-hmm.
And then they began their war with the United States and with the West.
Absolutely. Well, that had started with Lenin. That war had always been ongoing as soon as there was a communist ideology. I'm just checking in to see if our man Georgia is still with us. And then
yes,
what had happened was, after the Russians did what they did with Romania, then they attacked the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. All three of these Baltic states that had been German acculturated for hundreds of years. They were all once under the Teutonic Ordnung, or the Teutonic Order of Knights. So they were just as Germanic in culture as the people in Germany. But on August 29th of 1940, remember the Russians had already invaded and annexed half of Romania on June 29th of 1940. In August 29th of 1940, they occupied Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and they began deporting.
And they claimed that Germans were trying to claim that region, certain regions of Russia, which, and maybe that is true. I don't know. I do think that Hitler's reach was limited. I don't believe that he was trying to take over the entire world.
Well, Germany was doing nothing to Russia. They were in a state of peace at that time. It was the Russians who invaded these sovereign states. The
claim is that, what I'm saying is that the claim is that the excuse for why Germany made that strike was that they were trying to, they believed that they had some type of a genetic owens that certain people in Russia, or certain demographics in Russia, actually belong to Germanic people and to Germania, and that's what the excuse was for why Germany made that strike.
Well,
at that point, because they're carrying this narrative that Germany was trying to take over the
understand
world.
what was going on bleeds into what you're saying. When the Russians occupied those three nations, or the Russian imperialism under the guise of the Soviet communism, they began deporting people, and they began to deport those populations, which is the same as taking Germanic acculturated people and deporting them. And these were allies of Germany. So it would be the equivalent of someone invading Mexico and beginning to deport many millions of Mexicans south of the American border. It's something the Americans could not stand for. You can't allow something like that to happen. But what adds an element to it that most people do not understand is basically it's not simply a matter of relocation. Under Joseph Stalin, a massive program was going on towards chimerical hybridization, a downbreeding, a literal degeneracy, a literal downbreeding of people into lower primates. This is something that created results. There were half ape, half human hybrids that were a product of this. It's the total antithesis of what the Germans were attempting to do. But understand the capitalists were also doing this. There was a man named Bobby Yerkes, and Bobby Yerkes
the practices were done in Japan, they were done in the United States, they were done in the Soviet Union, they were done in Germany. All the scientists that were involved, they just came back home to roost. A lot of them were like the Germanic American Nazis, so to speak, that were German birth, that were from the United States, that went back into during World War, that were many of the Nazis that people talk about or think about. They were American assets, and when they returned back with paperclip, they were just coming back to the United States, whom they worked for. Many of them is what I have, deduced, but I could be mistaken.
I believe you might be conflating some of what was happening with the hybridization program. Are you saying that there were Germans involved with this degeneracy program? Certainly not.
Yes.
It's the total opposite. It would be the total opposite of their ideology. The ideology of the Germans was to...
The studies is what I mean. That they were doing these experiments.
No. It's not an experiment that they would conduct. It's not something to do with morality, mind you. It's that there would just not be an objective that they would find any interest or use in. You see, with the Americans, it's different. The Americans are capitalist, and the Americans, under their government, were contracting Bobby Yerkes, who was downbreeding people chimerically with monkeys. He was doing this in Central America and in Cuba, and the idea was to produce a labor force that would not go on strike, a labor force that would...
It's confusing, because, you wonder, were they trying to prove that certain species, like certain races of humanity, were not actually worthy of being called human? And were they trying to prove it when they were talking
wasn't
about
that they were
Charles Darwin?
Simply that they were trying to basically first off, to the Americans, it's a caste system like in India. It's if you have money, you're considered human, and if you don't have money, you're not.
I think so too.
Yeah, and the biggest problem the Americans had was labor riots, labor unions. The monopolies couldn't operate with people unionizing and trying to gain rights as workers. The Americans sent the man who was known as Billy Mitchell, who's considered this American hero. He was somebody who was pioneering bombing techniques. He actually first used those bombs in combat in America against the labor movement. And the labor movement wore red neck scarves to identify themselves as part of the union because they were indeed ideologically communist. That was where they got the ideological inspiration to unionize. They were definitely, in a sense, a communist insurgency. Nevertheless, what they were fighting for was completely understandable. It would be hard not to be sympathetic with them, but it's the U.S. government propagandized against them so vociferously. These miners who were basically fighting a second civil war with the American government on the basis of labor rights, because they wore the red neckerchiefs as their identification because they couldn't afford uniforms. Then what happened was the American government called them rednecks, and they said every possible negative thing you can imagine about
The
these.
redneck thing comes out of the Scots.
Yeah.
You had a great many of the Scotch coming over to the United States in a slave force, really. And they were the foundation of a lot of the workforce, and they were called the rednecks because they were stubborn about their that they would, it was used as a derogatory term because they believed they would die, and they were considered ignorant. They would live and die for causes, especially attributing even to their own, there was so much pride. And because of their pride, this derogatory term of redneck that still exists today, that has to do with people believing so much in their causes, even though they're perceived by the general populace as being nothing at all. They believe in their cause, and they're considered ignorant because they're willing to die, live and die for their cause. And that cause is a familial cause, and that's considered ignorant because it's not useful to the state.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And certainly that's an element of it. There's a lot of ethnic enclaving when it comes to these movements, whether they're labor right or not, which tries to... The labor right movement, of course, was attempting to be internationalist, quote unquote. By the way, do say goodbye to everyone before you take off tonight, George.
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Sorry for the butt in there, but yeah, thank you so much for having me on. It's been wonderful chatting. I wish I could stay on to talk more of this. This is the topic of field that I absolutely...
Always catch you late, Mr. Knight. We never catch you full on to hear. I always do. That's a few times. But it's always nice to hear you.
There's a lot of contributions I can attribute to this field. Yeah, so it's a shame I have.
It's obvious. It's obvious. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Goodbye.
Stay safe and be well.
Okay. So that's George Knight. And thank you, Victoria. There was an echo there. And, oh my God. I hope that's not the norm. Where does that come from? Is that your phone? You're using a phone, aren't you?
You're using a phone, aren't you?
It's a delay.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on a phone.
Okay.
Is it echoing?
For some reason, it's causing an echo because of the delay. Oh, shit. So hopefully she comes back and that's fixed. Yes. So my point, however, Jennifer, is that when... There we are, Vic. Let's try that now. Let's try it now. Say something. Okay. Yeah. Okay, much better. Much better. I'm not getting that echo. Thank God. Thank God.
Good.
So glad you took care of that. I don't know how you did it, but whatever you did, remember it. Remember how you did that. Yeah.
These systems act up all the time. I have had it so many times, countless.
But so by the way, along with Victoria's curiosity, so you were born in Texas, but you wound up in, I'm sorry, the Appalachians, Missouri.
Me?
Yeah. And this is because
I was born in Texas. I was born and raised in Texas. When I was 10, my family moved to Arkansas. Out to a cabin that had no electricity, no running water of any kind. Lived there for a while, and then from there...
Why did they do that?
It was an unusual thing, and I cannot even begin to know their motivations. Because that was the motivation of my parents. But then from there, following work, they moved to Montana, and I lived in Montana for a while, and then from Montana I moved to Missouri, from Missouri back down to Arkansas, and then from Arkansas back up to Missouri where I am now.
Right.
And that's pretty much my path. But I've been through the entire middle section of the United States, not living permanently, but I've traveled the entire middle of I've seen the entire middle of the United States, and as far west as I've gone is Montana and Salt Lake City of Utah, and as far east as I have gone would be like Illinois and Tennessee. That's the REICH as far as I've ever traveled, honestly.
But somehow
I've seen that entire region.
Somehow through a series of coincidences, or simply the pattern of what was originally your family's lifestyle, I get the impression you've live primarily in what today we would deem to be red conservative states.
Yes, that's true. I suppose so.
Yeah, interesting. And then somehow, but you said that most recently you had the 4 dogs on what you call a farm, but it was something like almost, am I right on this? Something like almost 300 acres?
364 acres, yes.
Good
A very large pasture of land. Yep.
God. And so then you wind up in this mobile home. Are you in a mobile home? No?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. A little trailer house, yes, now.
With 4 dogs and a cat? Or 2 cats?
Yes, that's where
That
I've had
sounds
to go.
awesome.
Because most places don't allow you to have 4 dogs and a cat. I actually had 2 cats, and 1 cat passed away
Oh, sorry.
early this month.
Oh, sorry.
But it's not something I want to talk about at all.
Understood. I'm so sorry. So sorry.
Because it's not a big deal. But not for this. But most places will not allow you to have 4 dogs. The last place, of course, did, because it was a farm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I lived for a little while. But this is the only place that would allow me to have my dogs that I couldn't really figure out how to find a home for without feeling like shit about. So I had to take this trailer home to allow to have these dogs.
Right.
Which is just hilarious, but that is the case.
Right. And
Well, I think that's really fantastic. I didn't grow up with dogs, and I always thought if I did have a dog, I'd want it to be like on land. I really have a problem with people who live in cities and they have these big dogs and they crate them. I feel like that is psychological torture, and I really appreciate that you have a lot of land for your dogs to run around. I pretty much
At
think
that
that's the
time,
only way to do
at this
it.
point, no, I do have to keep them partially crated, and then
Right,
I
but
take
they
them
have land to
out.
go run, I'm saying.
No, ma'am. No, at
Wait,
this
what are you
point now,
saying?
I am living in town, and I don't have any land at all. But I have these dogs. that
oh,
are left
she's
over from the
so
farm.
what Victoria was appreciating was when you did have the land, the
When I did,
364.
But you still
When I did, it was
can
wonderful.
walk them.
Yeah, I can. And these are farm dogs. I have a wolf hybrid. I have a
No,
Pyrenees,
I'm thinking
very
more on the
large
level
dog.
of New York City. People would like only let their dogs. It was just very small. It was just very small, in a big city. It just weirded me out.
Oh, this is my family.
No, what Victoria is saying is, of course, that there are people who have larger dogs in cities where they're essentially apartment dwellers, and it's essentially a form of animal cruelty. Of course, they try to compensate for it by taking them for walks. I understand what happened to you.
The alternative is to put them down.
Right. God, you don't want that.
And I can't. Whenever I have, if I were to try to find these dogs are not social.
Right.
They will not take to people. They were raised in the wild.
Right.
And there's no way 2 of them are completely unadoptable. If I were to turn them over or surrender them in some way or try to find, it's impossible. They're extremely human aggressive. They're not socialized whatsoever because they were farm dogs.
Right. Well, obviously they identify with Jen, and so. Oh no, we're not coming down on you at all, and we're not trying to.
Believe me, I wish I could find a better, but they are actually. They have been not raised around. One dog has never even. Cars and people, because I don't own a vehicle. I haven't owned a vehicle in probably 14 years.
Uh-huh.
So I have not even driven. I can't even drive a vehicle, to be honest with you.
Anymore.
I don't have.
Anymore,
I probably could, but I haven't driven a vehicle in at least probably 13 years.
Right. Let's put it this way. I'd be very leery of getting in a car with you behind the wheel.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sure I can. I'm sure it'll all come back. It's like riding a bicycle.
Okay. I would try and keep telling myself that. I would keep telling myself that with a rising sense of panic. Yes.
Where you are,
I've never had any need for a vehicle. Never had any need for years.
If you don't need it, then you're kind of good.
Right. So, but out of curiosity, it's not a question of probing. Oh, out of curiosity. So I appreciate what you're saying about the dogs being basically just
They're
identifying.
unadoptable.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
really,
got it. No, got it.
yeah.
But what I'm
I
curious
mean, the
is,
two that could be adopted,
Right.
they're like my children. I would
I
never.
understand. No.
Yeah.
I mean, you're with this family. You're with this family in this confined quarters. So I'm wondering, how do you exercise them? How do you get them exercised?
I don't know. They mostly just lay around. I mean, they seem fairly content. I don't know. They're not.
Okay.
They like to go out in my yard
Oh.
and bark at everything. I'm having to figure out a way to get around that because they can't just bark incessantly like that because they alert, and. But I mean, it's just that they're dogs. And I don't
But
know
how
if
do you
guys own
keep them
dogs,
from
but-
running away? How do you keep them from running away? They just answer to your whistle and just keep coming back, I guess. That's what you're saying.
Well, one of them does, and the other one I have to keep on a line. I have to supervise him. But
Okay.
the Pyrenees, he would
Okay.
wander because Pyrenees are known to wander for miles. But
Okay.
it's uninteresting, and I don't know why it's important.
Oh no! I'm so sorry. I was just curious. It was just curiosity.
No,
I won't
yeah.
dwell on it. I sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
Oh no, it's fine.
It's just
I
it's just
understand.
kind
You're
of
curious.
like yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I keep 4 dogs,
Yeah.
and I don't know. Do you have any dogs?
Me?
You?
Oh no. I mean it's like
Douglas doesn't do pets apparently.
no, I did.
Oh,
In the
okay.
past. I have a history where, I mean, I do love, oh, by the way, we were joined by Mark H. I didn't even notice that. I'm not going to use him as an escape. I'll welcome him in a few minutes. But I do want to explain to people that I loved animals. And for a while, I bought into this stupid philosophy that animals are neurotic and that people who maintain them, it's kind of narcissistic that you have a creature that's dependent on you, but really should have gotten back into them sooner. We had some growing up in the Tenderloin, but that wasn't a healthy environment for them. When we got into this area, as my parents began to spiral in terms of their health, then I bought many pets, aquariums, and animals to kind of keep them company in the home. So
At my old house,
Yeah.
there were coyotes, there were mountain lions, there were bears, mainly coyotes, and it was important to have those dogs at the time. The 2 that are basically farm dogs that were raised out there.
Yes.
One of them I found out there that had been dumped,
Wow.
and so I took him in, and then. But I mean, like I say, it's not really important.
Well, I mean, it's only important in terms of just the interest of it, and like I said, I won't dwell on it. It can get invasive after a while, but in my case, as I've never had something above the level of amphibians and fish, during the time of as an adult, there was just no way to maintain it, no way to maintain in a healthy sense. Cats or dogs or something like that. We did have a cat that we fell in love with who just basically came into our home and became very attached to us. It was owned by some bitch who wouldn't give it any attention. And we made the mistake of returning it to her. And of course he kept trying to come back. It was just very sad and heartbreaking. At the same time, but with Brooke, for instance, has 4 dogs, and of course at times in her life she had more than that, like almost up to a dozen, and she's been on the show a lot, and what happened was that when she was like telling me stuff like oh, you should, dogs are like what do they call unconditional love, instant unconditional love. You have this a child that never grows up, and but bear in mind that I worked in security, so my exposure to dogs has been terrifying, and indeed my reputation in security was earned initially, probably what really made my name in security as one of my initial accomplishments, so to speak, professionally, was contending with some murderous animals that had turned on their owner. So it was So it's one of those situations where I've seen animals at their worst. Of course, I understand intellectually that the dog is, in a sense, never responsible. They're always responsive, and certain things trigger them, and certain things bring out the worst of them. And certain ones of them are simply raised by horrible people who turn them into killing machines or fighting machines. And I know the difference between fighting dogs and, of course, killer dogs. There's very much a difference between the twain. I understand that. But because I've seen both, and I've seen them both in action, dogs frighten me. I understand. There's some species that don't, like Chihuahuas or something, but yes, I mean...
but those yap. I agree with you, Douglas. I would say, because I didn't grow up with dogs, I have a general fear of anything that could, like, have a bad moment and eat half my face off.
Thank you.
That's, like,
Thank you.
That's incredible. I don't know. These dogs are extremely intelligent, and
Definitely.
I grew up with having dogs and like being around animals, being around livestock. I grew up on farms.
You know how to read them, then you're set. To me, I can't read dogs very well. To me, they always look worried. They always look sad. So it's like a little harder for me to read them. I grew up with cats. I am a cat, so I can read any cat you give me, but I'm a little lost when it comes to the doggos. Bless their hearts.
Right. I understand what both of you are saying, but yeah, Jen, I get what you're saying is that, yeah, you grew up with dogs, so you don't have these issues.
Yes.
And,
None whatsoever. I don't know, like I don't mean to carry on about my dogs, but I mean, like
we don't mind. We don't mind. Go on.
It's just 12 hours.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to keep it short, the last dog was an unexpected dog. I was getting ready to, I don't need to go into it, but I lived out in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Like, you couldn't find that place unless you knew exactly where it was. There was no way to find it. And I was coming home from picking up groceries and things like that, and he was out there. He was out there at the end of my road that led to the cattle gate that went down to my property, and he was laying down, and it was raining.
This is the 364 acre property?
Yes, and there was no way he could have wound out there up on his own. But then, upon further inspection, his paw pads were worn down to the bare flesh of his paws. So either he had been, and he seemed very, languid and everything else. And then upon looking at him when I approached him, he either had, I don't know if he wandered out there or if he was dumped out there. I have no idea how he got out there. But I took him in thinking, surely this is somebody's farm dog. And I posted him everywhere. And I did a lot of kind of digging, and I called everybody who lived up and down the main road up the hill, at least 5 or 6 different numbers of the houses up there, and this is an isolated area. And some of them had said that they had seen that dog, but they didn't know who he belonged to, and they were kind of like they had seen him coming and going. But I was trying to find who owned him, and I kept searching for who owned him, but nobody turned up. And so I wound up that I just have kept him for a year and a half, taking care of him. And but now, after a while, it becomes like family. So I'm just like, well, and so it is.
That's beautiful.
So here he is.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. And
it's important just it's better than a lot of alternatives, because there are concerns, that you can't, in this region, the no-kill shelter, there are some. But there are no people that want a grown, enormous, rambunctious, Great Pyrenees herding dog, farm dog. And so there's not a lot of, and there's actually a danger even of accidentally handing them over to somebody who knows what with. I don't know. But it's hard to find, But anyway, though, now he's been here for so long.
Yeah, he's part of you. Yeah, I get it. And I don't know many people myself who own dogs in San Francisco because it's there's plenty who do. I just don't happen
There
to
is a
know
big
them.
difference
Yeah.
in the demographics,
Yeah.
for sure.
But
I always say that the animals choose their humans, so he chose you. So,
yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Well, I guess maybe I don't know. I just know that that's how it wound up.
Well, it sounds almost magical or conspiratorial, one or the other. Like you said, it's like, how did he wind up there? But then again, some people had
yeah,
seen
the
him.
universe knew he needed you.
I don't know because at the time, it was it's a dead. I lived at the end of a dead end road, and the property itself was in the midst of absolutely nothing. I mean, it was 14 miles to the nearest gas station, so I don't even know how he wound up out there.
You definitely had a car back then, right?
No.
No. How on earth did you get supplies?
Sorry. No, usually there was actually calls the car services. So I would use still did have Uber and people who did do like taxi service. And so I would go online because that was another big issue, was getting internet out there. And that was a huge war just to get internet out there because I tried many different ways of getting internet, wound up having to go with AT&T and just data. So I had because satellite internet was not sufficient and fiber or any type of line internet was impossible. So it had to be, which I want to point this out for people who are 5G, 4G. You know how they feel about that. I had a metal roof and lived way out there like that and could barely get the internet signal. I had to literally go up in my attic to get internet signal. So if you have a metal roof and you live out in the middle of nowhere, 4G, 5G is very difficult because I almost never had any service whatsoever, as I had to use the AT&T data. So AT&T was able to reach out there with their cell phone 4G, 5G. And so they were able to reach out there with that. And I paid dearly for it just to have internet out there. And I needed it for a lot of the work that I did.
But I'm still, so you used, when you called the Uber, how did they find you?
Oh no, they have satellite would drive them to the main road. So I would walk up and then I would go to Walmart in the nearest town and get my groceries. I only do it about every 2 weeks. And I'd get all my supplies and then I'd have them come back. Okay. And so it's basically how I did it.
And then drive
my wolf hybrid, I saved from a puppy mill in Arkansas. I threatened them because she was injured and I nursed her back and she's amazing. So my wolf hybrid, there are people who think it's wonderful to take half wolf, half dog and sell them. And I came across her on Craigslist and she was depicted as a puppy. When I went to go pick her up, she was about 6 months old and her eye was completely there were these people who had basically a puppy mill of wolf dog hybrids.
Oh, disgusting.
In Arkansas. And they pretty much just dumped her out in the yard when I came to, I was like, well, I was interested in the listing and I went because I had anyway. So I went there for her, and when I saw her in the state that she was in, and she was incredibly sick. Her eye was swollen up and she couldn't see out of it. I had to fight off an infection with her. She was horrible diarrhea, just very ill. And she came out of a half wolf, half dog breeding kennel thing, dog kennel, puppy mill. And I don't know what would have happened to her had I not come across her.
She would have died, yes.
Yes. And I just love her to death, and she's just wonderful. She's not like people think when people think about these types of dogs. Although you have to be very respectful of the breed. I guess of the breed, I would say, you have to understand what you're getting into.
Absolutely. I mean,
but she's amazing.
I can imagine.
She's like a cat, actually. She's very much like a cat.
Interesting.
Yeah, I always say that good dogs are like cats and good cats are act like dogs. It's true.
That's cute.
Well,
The
she's
yin
part
and yang.
wolf, and
Exactly.
she's very unique. But you have to be aware of it. Absolutely aware.
I actually feel glad that you're out of that situation with all that acreage. What possessed you to live there? Your parents somehow willed it to you or something?
No, where I had lived that was in Missouri, but I had lived in Arkansas prior to that, and the family friend of mine who they were a traveling nurse, and so their house would basically sit empty, and so I was like, well, I'll live there. I'll rent down, they're a family friend for my entire life,
Right.
and they were trying to tell me that I should move there. And I was like, well, I will, I think I will. And it was a beautiful little town in Arkansas. Really incredible. Arkansas is actually really beautiful. Anyway, so I moved there, and it was very spacious, and it was very nice and everything. And they traveled all the time. But when the whole pandemic hit, they actually took ill and they died. And
Jesus
Whoa.
fucking Christ!
Whoa.
So I had to
language.
So I had to move. And so I moved, and I moved there because I thought that's what I needed right then.
Right. Incredible. I mean, that's like, so did you ever, I gotta say hello to Mark and let him say hi to both of you ladies now. Mark, you've been introduced to both these ladies, have you not? Or am I forgetting something?
No, absolutely. I was before.
Okay.
Good evening, ladies. How you doing?
How are you, Mark?
Good,
Hey,
thank you.
Mark.
Good.
What's up?
And tell us a little bit about your day before I go back to pestering her with further questions about living in what to me is just an untenable situation. I mean, honestly, a woman by herself in 364 acres at the middle of a dead-end road. Didn't you ever feel at night that there might be something lurking outside? Did you ever?
Did you have a
Not
gun?
not with my doggos, and I have an arsenal too of weapons and stuff.
Yeah, she does have guns.
Good.
Yes, something I'm trying to encourage you to amass, Victoria.
Yeah,
Yes.
I only have one. Okay.
Okay, good.
My family too, about 40 miles away at that time.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mark, how was your day?
No, it's fantastic. I think it's actually kind of cool how it's funny because when Douglas gets genuinely interested in something, and I can tell it's just gnawing away at him. He needs to know more, Jennifer.
Yeah,
As far
I
as-
was like, I don't know.
I mean,
Going through the ringer with this.
Yeah, no, you just begun. I could just
It's an
tell
open book.
he needs
Go
to
right
know
ahead.
more. Yeah, but that's actually a really interesting story, and I think also it might seem to some people as somewhat unsettling, just because of the amount of transition you've been in, and I think it seems like you've pretty much been in transition for a while, and you may not have a maybe like a resting point where you stay someplace too long. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I've moved around all my life. I've been through so many different schools when I was growing up. We never lived anywhere for very long. The longest place I ever lived was from when I was born till I was 10. And that was obviously 10 years in one place. And then from there, moved around all the time. And so that became pretty customary and comfortable to me because my family moved a lot, usually for their work that they were doing. And I've been through, I've lived in houses and, they moved out and lived very off grid, did that for a little while. So I grew up in that. So
Wow,
it was
that's
nothing
amazing.
strange, really,
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That could be really invigorating and empowering, and also in a sense.
after the fact, way after the fact. Yes, but not during.
Yeah, right.
Growing up in it, it was pretty extreme, but
Yeah, I had a friend just growing up that had that, and he never recovered. His parents were always going to different locations, and he had a hard time with that, and he struggled with that, and I can understand why. You try to make some connections with people, and next thing you know, it's split up, and you got to have to make brand new connections again, someplace else, and it must seem like torturous.
It makes you comfortable with strangers. It makes you comfortable, and for that, I think that's important. You know, it makes you comfortable with meeting people that you wouldn't otherwise meet at all, and being fairly comfortable, you know, wherever you go, for the most part, and fairly comfortable in any circumstance for the most part. You know, at least feeling that you could adapt to a lot of circumstances to a point, you know, but you know that you'll have to, and so you do.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
go on, Mark. I mean,
I was going to say, are you familiar, Jennifer, with air? Are you familiar with Airstreams at all? And if so, you know, how do you feel about them? What are your thoughts on those?
Do you mean like campers?
Yeah, the Airstream brand of campers.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone up in price because they become kind of a special item.
It's a trendy thing. Yeah, it's a trendy kind of yuppie kind of thing. Yeah.
But they look like a bullet. But I mean, they have taken up into being very campers in general. Camper life, nomadic life, makes a lot of sense. You know, to some point, that you would follow where the comfort is, and so like I think that humans at some point it made sense for them to go where the weather was fair for them. In my instance now, though, I mean, it's you either, like the birds, you follow the warmer weather, or you weather it out. And weathering it out, it kind of makes you more durable to the climate you're living in. And if you stay, you adapt to it. And so it seems to be like that. Like a human is not much different than that. They adapt to their environment. They become more and more durable against, you know, instead of following for warmer weather, they can endure those colder climates if they have no other choice, and then they become very adaptable.
Is that something that your experience was growing up, or even recently? Is that when the seasons kind of changed, did you find you or your family doing that, or did you guys find yourself?
Oh yeah, like you have to be ready to endure it. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And it's it can be very extreme, it feels closer to, it's strange, but it feels closer to reality for me, that the seasons change and you too have to take on a whole different way of interpreting, because you have to be careful. You know, you have to be careful that depending on how the weather goes, prepared for it. And I think that it's very
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. That's something that's very powerful too. You know, the appreciation of the seasons and the
it's
elements.
not a joke though. You've heard about, you know, Into the Wild. Everybody's probably heard of that, and people who mess around with this, and it's nothing to mess around with whatsoever. I mean, people, if they're not being, there's no reason to do something you don't have to do.
Oh, yeah.
So that's absolutely ridiculous.
Absolutely.
You know, for
I mean,
people
if you're
to take
irresponsible
extremes for no reason, there's no reason to do that.
It's unfortunate, Jennifer, but a lot of times, especially up here in the Northeast, we're forced to, and especially if you're working in an industry that's 24/7, you have no choice, and it's pretty despicable that companies kind of go out of their way to ensure that you do whatever it takes to get there, and it's pretty bad. I remember one time, I think it was 2-3 years ago, where it was so bad up here in Boston, and I almost crashed.
Yeah.
It was just a nightmare. Yeah, it was just a nightmare. I mean, there was no cars on the road, and it was just insane. But I agree with you 100%.
People don't know it, but it looks like when those things hit, when that winter, when it really hits, it's apocalyptic. I mean, people can't even. I mean, it can be if the city's not prepared, and especially down here in Missouri, they don't put their power lines under the ground. Like in Montana, they put their power lines under the ground, and but down here they don't. So the power can go down. But in Montana, they didn't have that problem because they buried their lines under the ground, which is a very smart thing to do. And so they should be doing that nationwide, burying their lines.
Yes, most certainly. And so with the I mean it's incredible. I appreciate your line of questioning. I was looking up these airstreams. I had seen them before but never knew their name, and of course you know, you can see an instant nostalgia for them. Are they still producing them? Or,
So I think they are. Jennifer might know more about it. I think they are. I was just made familiar with them when they actually. I was working for the watch company, and they set us up actually in Montauk, and that's what my experience was at Camp Hero, and I had a whole experience there. But they set us up in Montauk at right in one of these country clubs with an airstream, and it was packed full of all the products that we were selling. And I was just really impressed by it. And then I didn't even know.
Very efficient. So that's kind of cool.
No, yeah, it's so cool looking, and it's very, like you said, it's very
like a boathouse or something, like a ship.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. I mean, you can gut that thing out, and you can customize it. So I totally see that. You can definitely see the vintage aspect of it, and they look like a lot of fun. And you can get all different types of them. There's not just we had a pretty basic one, but there's ones that you can get that are way out there. But I was wondering if they seem like they're numbered. So that's a good question. Yeah, so I'm wondering if they only make a certain amount, which the demand of it probably raises the price. I'm wondering.
Yeah,
that makes sense. I mean, I do not know, but I know that I don't know they keep. I'm assuming they're still making them, but I do know that the price is probably high because the efficientness. I mean, to find a good camper like that, but the way that they were built, there's a craftsmanship that's missing entirely with that with camper lifestyle, and like with people who live that way. It's much like if you were like houseboats and things like that. Mm-hmm. There's an efficiency about the way that they're designed, and people. Yeah. I'd say people who are, connoisseurs of
they'll pick up on
camper. It, yeah, of camper life, I suppose, would be looking for that. I don't know a lot about. I have to work in the morning.
Understood.
I have to work in the morning.
And again, you're a chef.
Early,
you're a chef.
I'm a chef. Yes, I'm a chef of a Mediterranean restaurant.
Okay, delightful, incredible. So Victoria, we're going to turn our attention to you now and start pestering you with questions about your moves in life.
You guys have a wonderful night.
Yes.
I'm so sorry all this time talking about.
No, it was wonderful. Jennifer,
it was nice to visit with you guys.
I mean, Victoria, Mark, let Jennifer know how much we enjoyed this. It's please.
I enjoyed it with you guys. I hope that we can talk about other things.
It's wonderful.
Be more interesting. Yeah. And thank you so much
for
all
this stuff is very interesting. Thank you so much.
Well, it'll be Wednesday before you know it, and if you're able to join us on Wednesday,
I will.
Hopefully, you'll be able to tell me what your thoughts were about some of the links to the videos that I gave you.
Yes, I did check those out, and I will.
Okay, excellent.
Absolutely.
So
you guys have a great night. Thank you so much.
Blessed night. Have a safe morning.
Okay. As well.
Thank you.
Sweet dreams.
Be well. And so that was Jennifer Hawkins, the Arcane Observer. I will, of course, be interviewed by her on Friday, the 10th of November, just so everyone knows. And that will be at a very strange time. That will be at, let me look it up on the calendar here.
And will it be on YouTube?
As far as I understand it, yes.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll be 8 p.m. My time, which means it'll be 10 p.m. her time because she's in Central Time. Unlike everybody else, she's Central as opposed to East. And the how would I say this? Central is already an odd time zone, so she's 2 hours ahead of me. But at any rate, I'll definitely keep you updated on that because we'll both be going on camera, or at least I will. I think she probably will as well, and then that way everybody can see us, our heads bobbing up and down. So aside from that, Victoria, I mean, you've actually had a lifestyle that's been somewhat similar. You've moved around a lot all your life. I'm surprised you didn't pipe in more when Jen was talking about that, because you really have had a parallel kind of experience. I mean, with all the moving around that you've done. Yeah.
I was enjoying hearing her story.
And you're out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere with problems with the internet. Yeah, right?
Yes, I also am on a phone with only 2 bars of service if I'm in the right spot. so tuning in.
Yeah, wow. And yet it works well. When you're in the right spot, it works well. But you can kind of relate to what she said about going to the attic just to get the internet. So you've got to go to certain parts of your ski lodge. You're in a ski lodge, right? Basically.
Yes, by certain windows, correct.
Yeah. And has climate change altered the environment? I mean, if it's a ski lodge, yeah.
That's what I was going to ask her. I was going to ask you guys and Mark, like, have you felt like the winters have got milder, but it sounds like in the cities they're still creating plenty of hullabaloo with the snow. So I feel like my winters, I've been up at this cabin for maybe 4 years now, and I feel like the winters have been consecutively weaker each year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I don't know. What do y'all think?
What do you think, Mark? I mean, what's your experience?
I think there's definitely, I'm not sure to what extent, but I think there's definitely some warming going on. I'm not sure to how much, or, it's definitely, you notice that I think it was 80 degrees just the other day, and I wanted to jump in the ocean. I just didn't have time to do so.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, like I said, it was summertime just the other day, and it's pretty much November.
Exactly.
I don't know. Is that?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Like
I honestly don't know if that's like that. Yeah, it's supposed to be nice, but I think Mother Earth is definitely trying to fix itself somehow, some way. I think it's going to find its way to do so.
Wow.
So
I mean, and certainly for me in San Francisco, I'm sorry, it's just always cold. And people who have come through here, they say that too. Now, it might change with time. I mean, and there's some days we have that are hot, but they're all too rare for me. I mean, we've been experiencing a kind of Indian summer, but still, it definitely is what it is, which I'm going to, I forget, Victoria, were you ever in San Francisco at any time? I forget.
I was going to say, I'm always, no matter what, I'm always cold in the Bay. That's just, it wouldn't matter. If I'm pretty much anywhere on that coast, I'm freezing. But I never really much got down south as much, so very, very little anyway. I was usually in Oakland or in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or surrounding areas, swimming and growing and stuff.
Right. Thank you. And what's that, Mark?
I remember San Fran. I was going to say, I remember San Fran. I was there like 10-something years ago, and it was for a friend's wedding, and they sent an email out to everybody to let them know, hey, guys, just so you know, we know it's Cali. You're coming. You got your Boston people are coming to Cali, but it's not L.A. So please bring sweaters, bring hoodies, and everyone, for whatever reason, they didn't listen. Right, exactly. So they came there and they were like, "Oh shit!" It's just you're gonna freeze your. I mean, if you're a normal person, you're gonna freeze your ass off. So you definitely notice it's definitely not LA. It's definitely not that type of climate.
Yeah, and and the worst aspect of it is the salt sea air. It molds everything, mildews everything. Just awful. But aside from that, go ahead. Yeah.
Say that's something that the casino. I don't know if they just. Sometimes I just blows my mind. These are like millionaires, billionaires, whatever, and they don't do their research on certain things. Parts like the casino itself was made of this type of material. It was made pretty much for the desert, just like
Las Vegas.
Like in so. Like the same thing. We have like the salt that just erodes and corrodes, and it just does so much damage. How could you not figure this factor in?
Wow.
But anyway.
So you said it was so hot the other day you felt like jumping in the ocean. I've like seen you on your cell phone on camera, and I didn't get really a good picture of. I know you're, near Salem, Massachusetts, but this is going to sound really stupid. I'm so sorry. I'm so familiar with geography. I have this fetish for geography and geopolitics and all this shit. Then, of course, domestic politics are my... domestic geography is my real weakness. What ocean are you near? The Atlantic?
So it's, the Atlantic. Right near the Atlantic, yep.
Right. So you're like...
I grew up right on the ocean.
Okay.
You know, pretty much. You know, I've always lived ever since a little kid. I've always lived, like 2 minutes away from the ocean to the beach.
Uh-huh.
So it's just always been something. You know, if you grew up around like this, it's the North Shore. If you grew up around this area, that's kind of like ingrained. You just kind of ingrained into that lifestyle.
I never thought of this. Salem is you know, I'm looking at the map, and Salem's on the fucking sea.
Yeah, it's right on the ocean. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty important part of our lifestyle, and I think even like the Navy SEALs were founded in some parts right near, I think it was Marblehead or Salem. I don't know.
Oh well, Newport's a big submarine port, isn't it? It's like where the military submarines are. Yeah. So yeah, I'm like, it makes sense. That would make sense. And so I'm seeing it now and just familiarizing myself with that. I mean, God, it's such a small state. No wonder I one of the originals. Oh my God.
What we're talking about now is I'm sure, I don't know if anyone's talked about it, that shooter, the mass shooter from Maine.
Yeah.
There's supposedly still, I don't know if they've caught him yet, but they're supposedly still looking for him, but supposedly he was headed to Massachusetts. So,
wow.
Like, great, that's all we need is more of those assholes.
Wait, I thought he died. Is this another shoot?
Honestly, I haven't caught up with it. It's been like a day or two. I don't even know.
Oh yeah, just so you know, Victoria's right, but it was confusing because originally they kept showing his picture like it was a mugshot, saying we know who he is. So they gave you the impression he was in custody. So I had people telling me he was in custody. But then after that, I saw all this, we're looking for him. We're looking for him. And then finally they found him dead. And then they said, the threat is over. Of course.
Because he was trained.
Yeah.
He was trained in all sorts of shit, supposedly.
Yeah. Well,
but I think there was already another shooting in Florida or something yesterday.
I'm sure. Well, honey, I mean, it's Florida. I mean, isn't there a shooting every fucking day in Florida?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like, but of course this guy would be headed towards Massachusetts because he's probably listened to our show late at night. Probably one of the reasons he went nuts. And of course, you know, his MK Ultra programming said, "I got to get that Mark H son of a bitch. Yeah, he's the worst out of all of them. I hate that guy." Yeah, and
oh my gosh.
So, yeah, then on his way.
Come get it, motherfucker. Come get it.
Yeah, here we are. Yes. But yeah, and by the way, I should put this link. I had sent the link to. Let me see now. I mailed it to Brendan Zogit. That's it. I got it on an email. But basically, what happened is, let me open it up, and then I can just read it to you guys and the listeners, or just skim through it for everybody. Of course, the last thing anyone wants to hear is somebody reading through something. But let me take a look at my sent box here. Victoria just sent something too, so definitely want to. Let me see now. Brendan, here we are. Let me take a look at what it was I sent here. I was surprised that Pete didn't bring this up the other day, but let me see now. I sent it MK Ultra. Then let me take a look at what. Here we are. Okay. So how do I get this to both of you? Here we are. I think I'll get this. Here we are. Got the link. Okay. So I'm gonna enter this into. It's actually funnier now that I link onto it. What did Vic send us? She said the U.S. military making lasers that create voices out of thin air. Interesting. It's like,
yeah, I'm sending that because it's very interesting that all these shooters recently, they all claim that they're hearing voices. So it's very MK Ultra-ish, you know, very voice to skull, very false flaggy.
Thank you. No.
Well, they all got that. They all have the self-destruct button on, and you know, I'm not saying it doesn't always happen, but a lot of times they'll catch them and then they'll bring them in and they'll do whatever they got to do to them. But there's just so many of them recently that have been self-destructed. So there's just nothing left, which is the easiest way if you think about it.
Yeah. They just press that button and the guys finally off themselves. It's like after they do what they do. So this is in San Francisco, and just for our listeners, we've got this link I have just entered into our live stream in the chat, and everybody is welcome to take a look at that and amuse themselves. Oh, the Arcane Observer left a message. Such a wonderful night again. Douglas Dietrich, thank you, Mr. Dietrich, Mark, and Victoria. Yes, honey. And let me give her some hearts there. And hopefully she still sees that. And so let me write at Jen. At Jen. Okay. And, okay. Now, with this, I mean, what do you think of that, Mark? I mean, when I mean, literally, the funny thing is, okay, you got this Chinese real estate agent. The guy himself is a real estate agent. And so when he's describing the history of this place, he then reflexively falls into the real estate agent sales mode and starts talking about, and then it's a great piece of property with all this, whatever, accommodations that stand out to him as, selling points. He starts describing it like he's selling the fucking thing, and is hoping for a commission on it. But it's, I don't know if,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. See,
Yes.
yeah.
That's absolutely incredible.
Who would
Well,
want to
they
live
admit
there?
that.
Who would want to live there? It's
No, that's the place where nightmares are created. It's weird. There's always a kid. You remember we were talking about the remember, Douglas, we were talking way back about the what do you call it? The orange juice kid, the kid that juiced himself so much on LSD that he thought he used a glass of orange juice.
yeah.
Oh my god.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. So everybody has like it, and it became like sort of like 100 people phenomena where like the more people thought about it became true. But everyone sort of had like somebody that tripped on way too much LSD at some point.
Yeah.
And there was one kid that, he had the worst upbringing. He really did. And he did all this LSD, and he supposedly had schizophrenia. And he would explain to me and tell me what would happen when he went to these I don't know if they were insane asylums, but they were like, wards. And this is way back, this is back when we were like 17 years old, that they would do this stuff to him. Like they would either dose him with something, and then he knew there were people behind the walls playing games on him to test him. I mean, obviously he could have been, tripping. He was probably tripping out or whatever, but I just think that was weird, stuff like this comes out. And it's just kind of interesting.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you sharing that. Vic, obviously you work in what's essentially what you are, Vic, is basically a legal drug dealer. So you must meet people like this. You must have lots of experiences to share. When you hear something like what we said about the orange juice kid, it's like a common urban legend, but nevertheless it's quite true. And people fall into these delusions that will physiologically impact them. There was an excellent example of a physicist who just thought too much about the spaces between molecules, and he became just overwhelmed with the concept and began to wear huge, like, snowshoes so he wouldn't fall through the floor, because he kept thinking the molecules are spaced too far apart and that he might fall through the floor. And so
That's adorable.
Yeah, and then there's another guy in an insane asylum who felt the insane asylum was a boat and that it was surrounded by water, and then two of the screws, meaning two of the insane asylum staff, decided they were going to teach him a lesson and show him he was deluded, and they threw him out on the lawn and he drowned, physiologically drowned. So our whatever is in our mind is powerful enough, of course, to impact us physiologically. So you must have stories that there must be anything you're willing to share, honey?
I just actually have a question. Do you think schizophrenia is that a chemical imbalance, or I know sometimes I would say it's other entities.
I
think sometimes it's entities, but I think also possibly is it sometimes a chemical imbalance. I think drugs are portals as well. A lot of people open up portals, whether they're prescribed or recreational. I think there's a lot going on, but is it possibly also a chemical imbalance?
Mark,
Yeah,
you first.
So that's actually a fantastic question, and that's something that I've always, I really haven't looked into schizophrenia because it's one of those things where we've spoke about in the past. It's sort of a slippery slope, and we've kind of talked about it before, where I don't want to say it could be somewhat contagious in a way. You really got to be careful not to be picking up on other people's delusions. You may start to become sympathetic and start.
Wait, you're talking about what about the trans movement? Oh, I'm sorry.
Jesus. Cute. Throws it right in there like a hardball. But basically what I was trying to get at, I'm just kind of forming into my, I'm a nerd for movies. I'm kind of a movie guy. And there was a movie called Altered States. And I think it was like in the late 70s, early 80s. One of the stars was William Hurt. And it sort of dived into this thing. And I think it was kind of piggyback on the Timothy Leary experience with LSD, who was, by the way, from Boston and went to Harvard. And I think it was somewhat. Hello?
Yeah, we're here. We're here.
Oh,
yeah, we're here.
I think it was sort of testing the brain, and then they were doing experiments with people that had schizophrenia, and a lot of the doctors were dosing them with DMT, which is dimethyltryptamine. And they were having these extremely, extremely powerful spiritual or religious experiences. And for some reason, some of the doctors really came to these conclusions that they did not believe that schizophrenia was an actual disease.
Ooh.
They thought, just as Victoria was mentioning, it was a symptom of something that they couldn't figure out. I don't know if they could figure out the origin to it, but because of making these people that were on schizophrenia trip, dosing them and doing these experiments, that's one of the things that they came up with. So I think that's a pretty cool point.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Thank you.
And that's a great movie, by the way, too. Altered States is a fantastic. If you like cult movie, if you're a cult movie person, you got to check that movie. It's a great movie.
Well, you can appreciate it much more if you also read the book, which I think the author's name was Patty Chayefsky, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how I remember that, but it's awesome. I actually read the book, and the movie follows the book quite closely, strangely enough. So it is it's a neat little book, and it's a neat little film. It was pioneering for its time. It was really had some whacked out special effects that they were using.
Yeah.
At the time, they were really impressive. I don't know, maybe these days people would be a bit jaded, but certainly when it comes to with schizophrenia, my own thoughts on this. First off, this is something Peter would do more obsessively. This is one of those cases where I think it's legitimate. Peter does this because of his Scientology training. When Peter Moon, in Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard had a big thing about etymology because he thought words could be like Freudian. He basically had kind of a Freudian trip where words could be interpreted in different ways and therefore could impact people permanently. Brand them with terms that where I'm coming from with this is the actual Greek etymology for schizophrenia. It would transliterate as brokenhearted. So basically the first thing that you realize with someone who's schizophrenic is that they're overly empathetic. That is the initial problem, and this is what renders them open to spirits, voices. But beyond that, I've often stated this before. I'm a big fan of the man who wrote the book, The Bicameral Mind. and that's Julian Jaynes. So Julian Jaynes was somebody who wrote about the breakdown in consciousness, or the birth of consciousness, rather, the birth of consciousness via the breakdown of the bicameral mind. The title is actually that unwieldy, literally something, the birth of consciousness and the breakdown of the bicameral mind, I think is the full title. He basically wrote that one book, and that was it. He probably wrote some addendum to it, but really nothing else that would count as a separate book. And that's kind of like all he needed to write. It was like his life's purpose was getting that out there. And in that book, he articulated that he felt that basically we had, through a massive racial catastrophe, a change in our evolutionary status that changed literally the way we thought. He doesn't push the catastrophism. It's something that I more or less will emphasize as opposed to the original author. But the original author felt that around the time of Homer's Odyssey, that mankind was going through a series of crises that is reflected in that narrative, and that he feels that the original condition of man was that our halved brain, because we have the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere, and they obviously, no one contests this, serve very different functions. One is much more artistic, and the other one is much more scientific, etc., etc. With what Julian Jaynes said makes perfect sense. That for the longest part of the human experience as a species, those two brains may have been connected physiologically by the corpus callosum, but they were not really communicating with each other directly. That the corpus callosum was not bridging those two brains the way that we bridge those two hemispheres of our brain are bridged now. And that basically one half of the brain was talking to the other, and that all humans heard voices. And this they attributed to, quote unquote, the gods. That this was the first thing you notice in all the ancient legends, the ancient myths of Greece, or in particular, but many other cosmologies as well, is the gods literally talk to people. And that's Sumeria, Babylon, the various civilizations. The early gods have no qualms about talking to mortals. And so they would talk to them all the time. And so these days, we would call that schizophrenia as well. That, if you're hearing voices in your head, then yes, by our standards today, there is something wrong. But in a sense, these people are atavistic. Atavistic, they're throwbacks. They are, their brains are now communicating in the old sense, in the sense that they used to communicate by voices. And so when it comes to what Julian Jaynes was positing, which I happen to find compelling, and I feel that the new discoveries that we make throughout history and time and science are always reinforcing and validating what he presented, was that for the longest period of time the human species was almost insect-like, that they were basically whoever was in charge in a secular sense, the king would be almost like a god king, like the pharaoh was considered the god king. This is like a sense of the king is not just a king, he's imbued with a sense of the divine, almost like a pope. The gods are speaking through him. And therefore people would be willing to work on far more communal efforts that we wouldn't have the patience for today, like building megalithic structures like Stonehenge or the pyramids. All of this makes a perfect kind of sense. And then at the point when there were some major catastrophes that took place, basically the flood, then mankind was forced to start, connecting its hemispheres. And at that point, the gods really stopped talking to him. But you'll notice the pattern here with Noah. Noah, God talks to him, says, hey, build a boat. Everybody's going to die. I'm going to kill everybody. And fuck those people. get those animals on board. Yeah. And Noah's like, oh, yeah, okay, God. It's like this direct command. It's not like there's any, forget some kind of nuanced interface. There's no middleman. And so when it comes to after the Noachic flood, something changes. Then the hemispheres start connecting, and people stop hearing God directly. So there's that factor, and so the other factor is in today's world when someone who is schizophrenic is much more empathic, then they're receiving everybody's baggage. It's almost like if you're that empathic and you're not hearing voices from the gods necessarily, or the other hemisphere of your brain, then you might be hearing other people's thoughts in a sense. You're kind of able to read them from this emotional sense. You feel their pain. And therefore that becomes your pain. And therefore schizophrenia, the brokenheartedness, makes much more sense in that regard. And so this is how they wind up institutionalized. Now, there was this one incredible woman. I'd have to look her up. I forgot her name, but I'm sure I could find her. Slavic, and she lives in America, has a degree in physics, I believe, or chemistry, something like that. But she's clinically schizophrenic. And so she's attractive, she's schizophrenic, Slavic cultural background, which I have a fairly good understanding of, and she will warn people, like when she's interviewed, like people are interviewing her, and she'll point out, they'll say, "What's it like being schizophrenic?" Which in and of itself is, how would I say that? An insensitive question to say the least, and yet somehow inescapable. But it's kind of like asking someone, who weighs half 1,000 pounds, "Wow, what's it like to be as fat as you?" But anyhow, so when this interviewer was asking her, "What's it like to be schizophrenic?" and then she starts describing, "Well, I'm seeing someone right now who's not in the room," and then he said, "Oh, where?" He starts looking around, and that's when she tells him, "Don't look. You're going to reinforce the illusion." And this is exactly what Mark was saying, of course, how you can catch mental illness. But she was forewarning the interviewer, like, look, if you look where I say, look, you asked me what it's like. So she's trying to explain what it's like. What's it like to be schizophrenic? Well, I'm seeing people that are not in the room. And then, of course, he starts, "Oh, where?" And he's like, "Well, don't look."
Yeah,
because
and it's funny.
Yeah.
They'll also say too, some people that have schizophrenia will be aware of it, and they'll say to the other person, "Hey, listen, this is what I'll experience. This is what I'm hearing, and if you say something that reinforces it, it's going to make it worse." So a lot of them will they'll try to avoid these delusions as much as they possibly can, until it gets to a point where someone will just come up and they just might say something that'll just completely fit it right perfectly into place for them. So they can't get away from that. They can't get away from that feeling, that paranoia, that whatever that delusion that they're stuck on. It's always being reinforced somehow. So it's a really scary thing to think about.
Yeah, it's just so. Vic, by the way, you're like moving the phone around or something, or maybe your thumb's going over the mic on the phone because it creates these like weird noises.
I think that's our dear Vic. I think she's good now though.
Yeah, right. So Vic, honey, what made you ask?
Yeah.
What made you ask?
Oh, I was just curious, but continuing to what Mark was saying earlier, how certain stuff can be contagious, especially now. I heard about this TikTok phenomenon where basically people are faking Tourette's and certain like disabilities for attention, and they're getting tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers. But a lot of it is, I guess, you can look. I forget how to look it up, but you could look it up. It's just how basically people are faking it, but sometimes they don't know that they're faking it. They just start
That's
doing
scary.
it.
That's
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's easy to
So,
believe.
in essence, you're saying they're getting Tourette's by. I don't mean to laugh, but
No, well, in a sense, they deserve it. If that's truly happening, in a
Yeah.
sense, they deserve it. These are people who are opening themselves up to that, or you know, honestly, I feel a lot of the people who are on these forms of social media, you know, if they start getting infected by something off the social media, like a sexually transmitted disease, only it's cybernetically transmitted, in a sense, it really is giving them a message. Maybe you shouldn't be on social media so much. Maybe you should take a break, kind of like Victoria when she got back onto Facebook and realized, man, this is a fucktard environment full of fucktards, and just realized I don't want in on this shit anymore. It's not worth it, not worth the effort, because you know you're getting hit by people, and each one of them has a trip that they're, you know, trying to get you on. Generally, I mean, some neutral figures out there, but you know, what are they doing? I mean, what are you getting out of it? I mean, you're looking at a lot of old ladies publishing pictures of their cats, and a lot of old men usually publishing, you know, reactionary posts about immigration or something stupid that they have time to dwell on, and don't need to be dwelling on at all. Yeah. So when you speak of this Tourette's syndrome, so when you see some of these examples, what's the most frightening example that you've seen, Victoria? What were they kind of like? For those of our listeners who don't know Tourette's syndrome, and correct me or add details to what I'm describing, Tourette's syndrome is basically somebody's walking through an environment and they start blasting off without the ability to control themselves. Generally, what happens, just so people understand this, I'm trying to give an example here, and some people may find this offensive. Look, this is just an example, and this is an example of why Tourette's syndrome is dangerous. It's basically like some poor white guy with Tourette's syndrome will walk through an all-black neighborhood, and then will start, because he's surrounded by blacks, and then the most forbidden word will come in his mind, and he can't help but say it. And then he'll say it like a machine gun repeatedly. He'll start saying, nigger, 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 nigger. And it'll just like start, you know, blurting that repeatedly like machine gun level, because that's what's on his mind when he's walking through the all-black neighborhood. Tourette's syndrome, something like that. It's kind of like people just starting to spout out what comes on their mind with a form of what they call logorrhea, or verbal diarrhea. So Mark, if you got any details to add to that, or Victoria, if you have any details to add to the symptoms of that, and what's the most frightening thing you saw on TikTok, we'd like to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was gonna I was just gonna say that one of the things that I fixed while I was at the casino was a guy with Tourette's.
So what was it
And
like? Tell us about the interaction
So-
with this.
So his Tourette's wasn't a form. I think it was a different form. It wasn't super verbal.
Okay.
Because when he said "go fuck yourself" and "fuck you," he meant it. So it was pretty, like, he knew what he was saying. But his was in the form of tics, severe tics.
Okay.
And he would, like, you know, have these tics on his neck, and he would twitch, and his face muscles would contract. So it always looked like he was like someone was spraying him in the face with water or something, you know.
Ooh.
Like his face muscles would always contract. It was a sad thing. It's a sad, you know, if it's a legit thing, it's very sad to see that, which is why I tried to help the guy, and I did so. But yeah, I'm not sure what Victoria, what her experience is with people with those as well.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that,
Yeah,
Mark.
I mostly just saw. It was just sad that just all these young kids faking having Tourette's, and people in the comments calling them out for it and saying, you know what, you guys are really taking away from people who have an actual condition here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's just, it's immature and it's stupid and it sucks, and it's like people who are bored, and God, there's got to be better things to do than mimicking people with severe issues. But what would they?
It's kind of.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say it's just really kind of sad. You know, people really. You know, I was gonna kind of just piggyback on earlier of, like, you know, the collective trauma that we all feel as humans, or non-humans in some cases.
Oh.
That you know,
Thank you. Yes.
of course, yeah, you got to include everybody. but like just the collective trauma we all feel while we're on this plane. And it's just really sad that to the extent at this point, I feel like everyone should be trying to move on to something different, you know, and it's really fucked up when these people it's almost demonic what they're just obsessed with, you know, influencing and getting viewers, you know, doing anything. They're hurting your fellow person just to get likes and money. I mean, that's just fucking disgraceful. And you know what I mean? It's just disgraceful to think about. And I know it's, you know, it's naive to keep thinking about it, but you know, it's just, I just don't understand. I understand, but how can someone feel good about that at the end of the day? No matter how much money you have, that money is so dirty and filthy and just burns a hole in your fucking soul. I just don't understand how people live with themselves like that.
Because their conscience is seared.
Thank you. I was about to say, because they're psychotic and they don't have any of the sense of guilt that you are describing.
It's true.
But the world's full of psychotic people. They're everywhere. But I was just wondering, Victoria, what did when you saw these people on TikTok, what were some of the things they were doing to pretend to be to have Tourette's syndrome? What were they doing? What was their behavior that they were showing on camera?
Oh, well, like you were describing, they will yell random obscenities or pretend to like hit themselves or do crazy actions with their bodies, you know, but really you could just tell because it was very timed all too well to be real. And so people who actually had it would go in the comments and be like, you guys, this isn't right.
Okay. That's
and unless you did it and said, hey, this is a skit, you know, and then put some awareness number and like, hey, donate here or something, that would make sense. But if you're going to just sit there and pretend to do it for, like you said, for clicks, for likes, that's where it's taken an immoral.
And they probably want to see, you know what else too, Victoria, is that's actually a great point, because I think now more than ever, because everything's been done already as far as, you know, these stupid ass pranks. And by the way, some of them are funny if it's not on the behest of hurting somebody. But I think you made a great point that now I think these influencers and TikTokers or whatever the hell you want to call them, they're not just doing this stupid shit, but they're actually trying to push people as far as they possibly can. So I think with that, they're probably just trying to see people's reactions and trying to do as much crazy shit until somebody's like, all right, we got to do something. So I think that's part of the twist, is that they're trying to see how much they can get away with by acting this way. And if you've caught up with anything in the updates, which you probably have, Victoria, did you hear about the guy that got shot because he kept going up to this one guy and kept trying to prank him over and over again, and the guy pulled out a gun and shot him. And
wow, I have not heard.
Yeah, and they let the guy go because he was trying to get away from this guy, and the prankster kept coming at him, trying to do this prank on him. So the guy turned around and pulled a gun and shot him. But the thing is, that's what they want. Like the kid is happy that happened. Like we live in such a weird, bizarre world where. Just think about that. Can you think about that for a second? That made the kid's day. He's not going to learn his lesson. No one learns a fucking lesson anymore. There's not a lesson to be learned.
For the purge. All of this, like
it's so bad.
We went from just like Black Friday sales to then no cash bail. So they're literally just prepping and priming for martial law or whatever you want to call it. They're ready for a lockdown. They would love that, but they need to make it boil bad enough. I think ignite the right, right?
No, absolutely. And what they do have is when they do boil it, it's going to be extremely strategic, and it's going to be in little containment zones in all different parts of the country. And all they really do is need to light those containment zones off one by one, and they'll see what happens. And when that happens, law enforcement completely shuts off. If you think you're going to call 911 on something like this and during those days, you're sadly mistaken.
Yep.
So
that's
scary thought.
Yeah, that brings us back to what Victoria was saying about the purge. That this is heading towards a purge.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what they want. And now if you don't want the purge happening in every city at all times, you're a racist. And it's like, no, there's plenty of all kinds of minorities that would love to not be broken into. Please.
There's a scary amount of people that I've talked to recently that will just literally come out and say it, and I don't know why you just reminded me of it. It just because of the stuff, it kind of the conversations boil up to certain points. But there's a few different people recently that have said, "Oh man, there needs to be a purge. There needs to be a purge." Multiple people have said that. It's really scary. I haven't said that, but I'm like, there's way too many people that are agreeing with this.
Well, everything they release and film nearly is predictive programming. There's very little that they allow on the brainwash box that isn't purposeful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, starting it was Black Mirror and The Purge, and it's just they do mock us, and but that's the karmatic law. They think, oh, if we tell you, we're gonna avoid any kind of punishment.
That's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it, and also aside from the law, it's purely just getting high off the stupidity of the profane. Mm-hmm. You know, you really, that's what it is. It's like, you know, right in your face, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, what are you going to do about it? You know?
So when you were talking about this particular prankster who kept pranking this guy until the guy turned around and shot him, and then you said the kid was really glad about it. I'm presuming you're talking about the prankster who was trying to prank the other guy and provoke him, and he survived being shot? He survived being shot?
He survived being shot. I think that the prankster survived being shot. Mm-hmm. And I think the prankster, that's just my personal perspective. I didn't read anything about it. I think I just took a look at him, and I said, this fucking asshole liked it. He loved getting shot.
Jesus.
I don't know why. Some of these people, man, Douglas, at this point in time, they will do anything for this limelight. Yeah, anything for this limelight, man.
Yep.
And it's just one of those feelings I got when I saw this fucking asshole. The way that he was approaching this guy who just wanted to be left alone, trying to walk away. I mean, granted, you know, obviously the situation, you know, but he just was trying to walk away. And the prankster, who was a big kid, he was like 6'3", he was a big dude, you know.
Jesus.
Right, and he's overpowering. He's in this kid's face with his phone, you know, being inappropriate and saying weird shit to this guy. And this guy was like, "Fucking no, I'm not going to deal with this anymore." And he did what he did. But I honestly do think the influence that the kid who shot, you know, the kid who got shot, I really do think he not enjoyed it, obviously, but I think he enjoyed the fame he got from that.
Right.
And I don't think he would learn any kind of fucking lesson. I really don't. I think it was just, oh, did you see that crazy guy who shot me? Oh, what's my next prank going to be, you know?
Right. Holy shit. No, I get exactly what you're saying. Not that he enjoyed, you know, the pain of the projectile entering his body, but he definitely appreciated the attention afterward. And oh my fucking God, that's I can see that. Oh wow. So we definitely are. This again goes back to what Victoria was saying about the purge. So Victoria, you feel that these I guess what we see in liberal states or blue states, we see a lot of the kind of property assaults where you've got these like organized what do they call them? They go in with, it's not shoplifting, it's just like looting. There's groups that run it. Okay.
BLM stands for burn, loot, murder, of course.
I think you're talking about flash mobs, right?
Yeah, not really. It's all. Yeah, it's really just people know that if it's under a certain amount, they can get away with it. So, and I think that's all done on purpose because they want to completely collapse and bankrupt these companies and cities but then they're out here poisoning or burning up the trees in the country, so they'll they're slowly caging us in our 15-minute cities. They will try. They'll try.
Okay, so what Victoria is pointing out, basically what Mark was pointing out when he's talking about the flash mobs, that's usually used for a much more benevolent kind of stupidity where, like 300 men get together dressed like Spider-Man or something, and that's usually what they'll say, oh, that's a flash mob. But yeah, there's like these spontaneous looting sessions that happen usually I think about blue states and
just cities.
Right.
Any major city, it's happening.
Right, and what Victoria's pointing out is that she feels that through chemtrails and other environmental assaults that people are being driven out of the countryside into the cities.
Yeah. That's a huge point, and I'm really glad you touched on that. And I was going to say, Victoria, touch on that a little more, because I remember you brought that up, I think, one of the other transmissions with chemtrails.
Right.
So, yeah, if you want to go in a little on that.
Yeah, please. Though I
please.
do want to acknowledge George has joined us again. So thank you, George, for rejoining us. We appreciate your being here, and hopefully you have a few minutes with us. Yeah, and but yeah, so again, give us your insights in a few minutes. But Victoria, yeah, before.
So
George...
the chemtrail thing is that's so deep and multifaceted. It's hard to just give a quick overview of all the stuff that's doing, but there's a ton of stuff that's for, obviously. But I think in general, they have their FEMA projection maps and their Navy projection maps, and they're slowly going to scorch or flood or poison via, derailed train cars with random chemicals on them, or chemical plants and food plants burning up randomly. Whatever their choice is, the chemtrails alone obviously weren't working fast enough, so we had to do the CV and more jabs and this and that and the other, but I don't want to pretend to be able to give you a actual knowledgeable overview in just a few minutes. But hi, George, welcome back.
No, that was beautiful, and that's so cute the way you segued back to George with that. That's cute. George, now I believe George agrees with me that our impression of chemtrails is that they're trying to prevent global warming, that they're trying to
That's what they say.
Yeah. And so George, take it from here with whatever comes to your mind. What else you want to share with us? Anything that you want to make a point of with World War II again, or daylight saving time?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, and it's the one aspect I can contribute to with when it's talking about this subject of chemtrails is one thing I draw people's attention to is the Vietnam conflict. If you go back to the Vietnam conflict and you look up Operation Popeye. Yes, what that was the intent of that operation was to conduct weather modification. So they were able to modify and alter the actual weather environment over a terrain. And if people look up this historically, they'll know that they were generating like a opposite to a drought. So it was essentially just drowning. It was drowning the enemy. So the whole point of, because it was a conflict of guerrilla warfare, they were underneath underground tunnel systems. They flooded the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the road. If people look up the Ho Chi Minh trail road, the link, they will see that they conduct Operation Popeye, which they flooded that road using weather modification techniques, using aircraft that could release a chemical in the atmosphere which would generate the same excuse me, what's the term called? It's called excuse me, it's out of my head at the moment, but I'm frequently referencing it. It's where you what's the scientific term for it? I have to look it up.
There's stratospheric aerosol injection.
I hate when this happens.
Well, you were talking about the Ho Chi Minh Trail earlier, and I just want you to know that you were using the right term because you were kind of wondering if it was the right term for it. So just so you know, the way to remember it is to think of Robin Williams in the film Good Morning Vietnam, where he
he makes it like the Yellow Brick Road song, follow the Ho Chi Minh Trail, follow the Ho Chi Minh Trail, and then he starts saying, I'm lost in a land of little yellow people. It's really hideously funny. I mean, that sometimes racism is funny, horribly. I mean, oftentimes, all too often, racism can be funny. I mean, it's so long as one is not the target of the of the humor. But at any rate, so are you trying to search for a term for a particular scientific weather modification technique or something?
Yes, exactly. It's, oh my God, you know what? It's something I can just spontaneously come up with at the top of my head, usually when I'm referring
if
to
you describe it, I might be able to remember.
When rain is generated, the scientific way.
Precipitation?
Precipitation, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the term I was looking for. So they're able to generate precipitation. Thank you so much. Yes, that's and the intent of that was, but the thing is, what this was discussed years ago with Douglas. We discussed this on the show. Is the fact that they could have done the same thing over the United States. I think this was under the Donald Trump administration. He could have taken, when you had the Californian forest fires.
They
could have.
Yes.
He could have conducted a similar operation, such as Operation Popeye. They could have taken out the forest fires if they wanted to, but they didn't do so. So
correct.
This is the point we made years ago, that because of the whole thing with the climate change, the whole thing with this global climate crisis that we're currently contending with, and that was the point I made up with my colleague, actually, when I presented to him that what the government's trajectory plan is, their so-called strategic plan is to try to reverse it. Is instead of contending with a government in exile, which is their old ideal solution, because they know the surface world will be uninhabitable in future generations. The temperature of the earth, because of the result of and the enforcement of nation states relocating themselves, they know that in the future that the surface world will be uninhabitable, and so the government has been contending with multiple solutions to try and counteract this global catastrophe, which will occur inevitably in the future. And I presented to
it's happening now, but go on.
Yes, exactly, Douglas, thank you. It is happening right now. Their trajectory is they are trying to counterbalance it or try to counteract it. So they're trying to reverse the effect of global warming. Because I presented to them the ideal solution is to relocate underneath the Earth's surface, which is what previous civilizations and multiple species have done so for millions and millions of years, and that's something that people are unaware of. But because it is habited, it is occupied by a breakaway civilization, a government they recognize in exile, which is unrecognized legally and internationally, they are forced to either reverse the effect of global warming or they will inevitably invade Unterland. And so that is the trajectory course that the government is presenting at this moment in time. But they are, obviously contending with other struggles, other forms of anomalies, or I'm getting incoming messages. So I do apologize for the interruptions. But yeah, no, it's that is the course, that is the trajectory course that the government is pursuing at this moment in time. Hope that makes some form of coherent sense.
Well, I will contextualize it further, just so people understand. What George Knight is talking about is the fact that earlier in the opening 3 hours of the show, I recommend everybody review that. Basically, Peter Moon invited me to talk about the general arc of narrative of how we got from the Third Reich relocating to Unterland, and how they are now monitoring, in particular, Israel, which has a lot of UFO sightings over Israel, and why the Third Reich would be trying to preempt or prevent
an apocalypse that would be incepted, caused by the Israelis. In this case, a literal zombie apocalypse, which we've had a lot of predictive programming for, and I explained the physics and the physiology behind that. And of course, I could have gone on for hours about that, but I put it into as short an arc of narrative as I could within the 3 hours that we were with Peter. The thing that is now challenging the surface world governments is basically the fact that Unterland, as our man George said, occupies prime real estate as the surface world becomes increasingly hostile. And this is one of the reasons why our governments have incessantly programmed us pathologically to hate the Germanic culture. It's called Teutophobia or Germanophobia. And to shoot them on sight. It's not only shoot them on sight, but hate them to the point where we want to dig them up and disinter them and unearth them and kill them again as Nazi zombies, like Call of Duty. All of these video games, of course, such as Killzone, which has a very accurate portrayal of the inhabitants of Unterland, who are basically suited up in surface world conditions because they come from a sterile environment where if they were to reemerge in the surface world, they would be essentially exposed to all kinds of diseases that would wipe them out as they did Native American populations if they didn't suit up, protect themselves as if in a hazmat, hazardous material situation. Our lovely Victoria has found a number, and by the way, Victoria is very good at this. I notice that whenever we bring up subjects, Victoria will be able to get onto the search engine or her own files. Are these from your own files, Victoria?
Yes, these are from my own files. I come with receipts.
Yeah. That's cute. So she will go into her own files and just share all kinds of stuff. She'll kind of blitz you with it. It's certainly I appreciate it. So that being said about obviously the surface world and the 1,000-year Reich in exile and the programming, the incessant programming, the indoctrination of people from childhood to adulthood to just respond, as Nemo Albano said, reflexively. Like Nemo said, if a surface worlder in the Western culture were to see Unterlanders emerge and then recognize them as quote-unquote Nazi, he would just shoot, or if he had the means to do so, automatically and then get wiped out. By the way, Mark H was just doing something fairly innocent. He was trying to introduce a friend to the history that George and I myself expose. Victoria, I'm relating this for your amusement. And Mark H, this guy never spoke to Mark H again, avoided him like the plague after that. It would be as if Mark H were trying to introduce him to an alternative lifestyle. What exactly was that story? Yeah.
No, so it was actually a girl I was talking to.
Okay.
Which made it a lot worse. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's awful. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all. I mean, honestly, it's for the better. It's
true.
That's why I'm very within a certain amount of time. I like to filter people out very quickly. It's a good thing. So I take that highly. But it was just amusing to me because I think you can see the pain in people's eyes when they're sort of given another alternative to something that may have that may have happened in history or something that may be happening now. Just the pure anger and rage that you would ever even consider something different than what you've been told as a kid. It's astounding to me. So I'm fine with that. But that's basically what the conclusion was basically, it's probably better that, you kind of find someone that believes in your beliefs and, does your, kind of believes in the things that you believe. And I think what really got it is like, I do have a sick sense of humor. And I'm not always politically correct, but, I do have a sick sense of humor. And I think I might have made a few jokes that really just it just did not slap at all.
Your delivery can't be as bad as Brandon Young's. I mean, let's just put it that way. Poor Brandon. It's like, and I do attribute it to the brain injury that he suffered when they tried to assassinate him, and it disturbs me that the forensics analysts of his accident, these are automotive forensics or vehicular forensics experts, told him this was an assassination attempt, and so he understands that, intellectually grasps it, and then still keeps calling it an accident.
Right.
There's something going on there, and it's just very disturbing. But Victoria, I don't know if I think you met Brandon, so to speak, here on this forum, and he has, like, he'll try and joke, and it's just everything with humor is delivery, and he'll just tell it flatly, and it sounds awful. It's like his. Yeah, so Mark, was this the girl who was obsessed with sports? Was really expecting to talk to you about sports all the time? Was this the same chick?
No, not at all. No, that was a while ago, but that seems to be like the consensus with everyone in the Boston area. That's like it's sort of like a comfort zone, sort of like a blanket for people to kind of like have something that people that don't really have anything at all intellectually to discuss or spiritually, anything other than, hey, oh God, the Patriots, oh God, they're doing so bad tonight. Oh, what do you think? And I'm just like, and if you got anything that deters from that, they'll come back at it. Oh, well, I asked you about the Patriots. What do you feel about them? And fuck the Patriots, all right? Fuck the Patriots, all right? I don't care. I mean, like, it's a religion. It's a religion. I mean, even tonight, people are talking about how they don't watch the Pats anymore because of Tom Brady. So Tom Brady's become like a godlike figure as well. I'm not saying the guy's not great at what he does or amazing, or whatever, but he himself has been like, that's become like a cult on itself. So it's just a bizarre environment, and I just never really wanted anything to do with it, but
I get you and I just don't have the sports gene. Neither does George Knight, and and of course I don't think Victoria does either, from what I can intuit. So George, in terms of what else has been going on in your mind, I think you've got a lot to. Okay, so you didn't have a chance to go into it. So I'm gonna scratch at that scab. So you're familiar with the documentaries that Victoria named. So tell us a bit about what you were pursuing and researching. At that time, were you, and I know this is kind of like a loaded term, let's just put it this way. Were you pursuing research that essentially many people would call Holocaust denial? Were you pursuing that? Okay, so let's talk about this. Share this with us.
It's so important, actually, Douglas. Yeah, because the way, if you go on a search engine and you try to pursue, what most people do is they're trying to seek the so-called truth. They're trying to find answers to questions presented either from them intuitively or from questions that are presented to them which they can't answer. So when you're pursuing this whole, what I was conducting was my own due diligence on 9/11, and what every single connection it led me to is it comes across the Israeli involvement as well as Saudi involvement, but it's always sort of like they always seem to interconnect with Holocaust denial, people who are Holocaust deniers, and the way they present their anti-Judaic, their complete irrational phobia or fear against Judaism and Jewish cultural ethnicity, is they'll try to use that they will use the 9/11 Israeli connection as an excuse for that. And most people, what? And
but
really,
by the way, Victoria, just so
yeah.
you know, Victoria, both George Knight and I have a stance that most people would take offense at concerning Israel.
Yes.
So it's not like we're you know, members of the Zionist
Pro-Israel.
Defense League
Yes.
or something. I assure
No.
you. Yeah. But
Opposite, yeah.
I do want to acknowledge Brandon having joined us. Yeah, no doubt he heard what I said. We'll get back to him.
Oh, I heard
Yes.
somebody said something. You know, I didn't know. I had a feeling. You know, had a feeling.
Yeah,
Also, I
Sixth Sense.
want to say hello to Mark. Hi, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Brandon? How you doing?
I don't know, man. How the Patriots?
Oh, man. You had to say it. You had to say it. See, I knew it. That's what
See?
did it. That's what did it. That's what everyone. That's what triggers every goddamn fucking Bostonian. And
I know it. I know.
No,
We'll
that was
talk
funny.
about it later.
That was funny. By the way, for a Brandon
See?
Young joke, that was funny.
No brain damage. No brain
Yeah.
damage.
No, that I was
Okay.
gonna say. Even with the brain damage, that one slaps, Brandon.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, George.
Hello, Brandon.
Yes.
Well, yeah, wonderful.
So-
Thanks for joining
So,
us. Yeah.
Again, just so that
Yes.
Victoria understands, we're not members of the Anti-Defamation League here.
No.
You know, we're far from it. But you know what George is pointing out is basically people who are at a very primitive level. They just get off on Jew baiting a lot of people. But yeah.
Yes.
So go on. So
Thank
when you were doing research into 9/11. Unfortunately, this is where a lot of people just took it to because it was easy, because it's easy. But
Yes.
yeah. But go on, yeah.
And thank you, Douglas. And as you presented in the YouTube channel 911.org, which they've scrubbed the whole entire video.
But you
based on
downloaded it,
your
right?
YouTube channel.
You
I did. I had to because that was obviously the first time I ever encountered you, first time I ever knew your existence, and everything you presented. But I already knew enough to vet what Douglas was saying. Everything else I didn't know about, I then later on researched myself. Everything Douglas presented in that video, in that two-part interview with 911.org. But the beginning of that whole interview, he presented it as, you know, with 9/11, it was an incident, but you can attribute the parallel. You can draw parallels to what people consider or interpret 9/11 as an incident to what people will go into they will try to go into the minute details. They go into this, it's a similar thing with the nanothermite presentation of nanothermite being used, as well as gas chambers, and you could draw the parallels between like the nanothermite and the gas chambers.
What George is trying to express, Victoria,
yes.
is the fact that many people become obsessed with technical details, and
Technical
you'll notice
detail,
that
thank you, yes.
people will talk about the gas chambers, and they'll talk about, say, for instance, discoloration of the walls, etc., etc. And they'll go into a lot of these details the same way with 9/11, where they're trying to basically talk about technical aspects of what could have brought the towers down, what could not have brought the towers down, and it becomes very, it's just misleading.
Yes.
It's misleading in the sense that people begin to invest all their energy in this, and you could make a career out of just microscopically analyzing every technical aspect. So
Yes.
that's something that George and I always warn against. But yeah, so go on, George. Yeah.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And it's so important for people to, you know, try to comprehend that, try to understand, the stance and what we're presenting to them. It's so then they get a clearer picture. It's more clarity. It's more, transparent for them. Hopefully, it's better for them to understand. But that's where when I was conducting my due diligence, you see this, this obvious, and it was apparent. When you see the people that are presenting 9/11 and they're running off a Judeophobic trope, they are running with it as if to say that they are all evil people, and that is everything drew back to Holocaust denial. It seemed to everything was then leading to that. That's where you get this, and at this moment in time, there are these protests going on in London. At this moment in time, there are these the pro-Israeli and the pro-Palestinian sides, You have and they're going on, and they're getting quite hostile at this moment in time. And the problem is with the Jewish World Congress. They are now in Britain itself. It has, especially like places like Chelsea, you have a high Jewish population a number. Sorry, I've got people walking by me and stuff.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about what you say. Yeah, by the way, let me give you a break there for a second. So I'll interrupt here just for a second to add something else about this. So another point I do want to make, Victoria, is that if you hear the opening hours where I'm with Peter, one of the things I do is I actually voice my satisfaction. I'm feeling a real sense of satisfaction about the fact that there is so much pro-Palestinian sentiment out there now, and that people are not hiding it, and that they really are going out into the streets. And I myself am glad for this. And I do. Yeah. It's kind of like this. You know, one of the things that I historically will argue for is I will argue that the United States landed on the moon, that they basically landed a few guys on the moon. But as I point out, you know, that ain't shit compared to what other cultures have done. And the fact that there's so many people more and more who simply refuse to believe that the United States landed on the moon. There's plenty of crap the U.S. pulled where they were like doing all this filming in studio, astronauts on strings, making these false scenes just to make a cinematographically more appealing presentation of their landing on the moon, that they really fucked themselves over, tripped themselves up. And just because there's so many other things they've done wrong, the United States really deserves the fact that a lot of people don't believe they landed on the moon. So when it comes to the Jewish community, that started World War II by declaring war on Germany with their sanctions and what they were trying to do, and their sins just keep piling up. Their selling of all those drones to the Azeris who were wiping out the Christian Armenians. They really deserve, karmically as an aggregate, so much of what happens to them. And this is something that I can't help but take some pleasure in, that it's really coming back to bite them in the ass when they've got things like their former ally Turkey now saying that Turkey's siding with the Palestinians. So it's like these things that, such being what it is, we'll go back to George now with some of what he was saying in terms of his researching this and what he encountered.
Oh no, thank you, Douglas. That's such an important point to make, because I could go into that aspect with the moon. Actually, it's so important. But yeah, to go back to what I was saying, and myself too, Douglas, I am so relieved that it seems to me that there is a high support for the Palestinians at this moment in time. What is so important, which the Muslim world do not, and the realm and the world of in Islam, in the realm of submission, they do not give the whole anti-Semitism trope or trip. The Arab-speaking people, the Palestinians, are ethnically Semitic. They are Semitic peoples, and this is something that nobody ever refers to. They never reference.
Nor the fact that most of the Jews in Israel are not not Semitic. Yes, they're Turkic. Yes,
they are. Yes, and obviously, you have to disambiguate or distinguish between Ashkenazi Jews or Sephardim Jews or Baghdadi Jews. There are other ethnic Semitic peoples, but they are not ethnically Semitic as opposed to Sephardim or Sephardic Jews, who are ethnically Semitic. These are these are references to people of the desert. That's the old reference, is the people of the desert, the desert-speaking people. So the Arabic-speaking peoples are ethnically Semitic, as opposed to the Sephardim Jews, which are also Semitic. But the Ashkenazi are not ethnically Semitic.
Thank you. And beyond that, Israel's now like a third Slavic, fucking half Slavic, with the emigres from Russia speaking Russian. So it's like it gets worse. So go on with what you were saying about Netanyahu. He's Ashkenazi, right?
He's Ashkenazi, exactly. He was born in Poland. His father, Benjamin Milokalitsky, is his actual family name, his real name. most people change their actual real name, but it is historically vetted and documented that he was born as his father, Benjamin Milokhalinsky. He was the personal secretary to Vladimir Jabotinsky. And and Benjamin Netanyahu, he had his name changed to Netanyahu to make the claim that he had legitimacy to the land of Israel, to the land of Palestine. The name Netanyahu was found on a ring that was discovered through archaeological dig, for an archaeological excavation. They found a ring with the name Netanyahu. That was his claim to legitimacy to the land of Israel.
Jesus.
And so, but people, yes, and this guy is an actual Holocaust denier.
Yes.
He's come out publicly speaking that he has admitted that Adolphus Jacob Hitler personally didn't want to kill all Jews. And he came out publicly and stated that. And I'm not making that up. People can reference that. And this man tried to claim that the Palestinians were the ones that were calling for the Holocaust. And that his and it's the same with Vladimir Putin. What he is saying, his legitimacy, his so-called legitimacy to invading Ukraine, is that he is liberating them, and he's conducting an axiom wash of denazification.
Right.
He's conducting, yes, and that's what he is. So his claim is that he is invading Ukraine because he's there to denazify the Ukrainian people, even though they have a Jewish president. All of this is very convoluted, and people will go into like the try to look at the technical detail, which is a waste of complete valuable resources and time. They're not getting anything that is coherent or makes any sense out of it. But this is something that me and Douglas have presented for years, and this is the frustrations and the struggles that we always present. Is that people, like what Mark was just saying, they will just literally just choose to ignore it because you're. Does that make any sense? And
what Mark was saying was more extreme than that. They just basically turn away and never speak to you again. And, but when they just reject you outright. I mean, you must have gotten that a lot, right, Victoria? Don't you have people who reject you because of your truth, what you're expressing, what you've been trying to share? People that you may have known who just decided they're going to turn away and not speak to you ever again. You must have had some experiences like that. Let's see if she's with us.
If not, I can carry on, Douglas. Actually,
sure.
I could speak about the with the.
The interesting thing is she's not on mute. She's not on mute, and and yet there's no sound emitting. Whereas before, when she wasn't on mute, there was all this. She might have fallen asleep. Oh God, that's cute.
Yeah, she's out cold.
Oh, that's funny.
She's
that's so
cold.
cute. That's so cute. Oh my God, I love that. Shit, that's so funny. See, we start. That's probably for the best. Oh my God, yeah, it's such a sensitive subject. Honestly, that it's probably for the best. Now, the interesting thing, of course, is that Victoria, she grew up with her parents. I think she's pretty public about this. It's kind of like Brooke was. It's Victoria grew up with her parents being aware that she liked other girls, and so she has obviously had liaisons with other girls. The person, as she said, who introduced her to these documentaries that George is, alluding to at this point was a trans girl, and so she obviously has had trans people as friends, and yet she obviously at times will display this kind of like anti-trans stance, or this it's like she grew up with very Christian parents, then kind of like got out of it, and then kind of found faith again, and then is now kind of like I guess there's a lot of like how would I say it? Just a lot going on there.
I'm wondering, Douglas, if that is partially. I noticed that. I'm wondering if that's partially because I think she might have. She has a strong issue, it seems, with people that manipulate or people that try to push things on other people. Now, I don't know what she believes in as far as that, as far as trans people goes. But I do know I've noticed that kind of resentment towards sort of like a push of something that's not wanted, or it's not received the right way. Maybe I'm wondering if that's how she took it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure
Interesting.
if that's something that she.
Interesting that it could be simply that there's a promotion of this lifestyle that she feels is over aggressive and therefore seems to be part of a sinister agenda. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, we'll get back to what George is talking about. But Brandon, so what are you doing up? I mean, I'm glad you joined us, but so what was going on with you? Where that kept you up tonight?
Yeah,
our stellar conversation, no doubt.
no, absolutely.
Brandon, how did the Pats do?
Terrible.
Yeah, we lost,
they
right?
stink.
Yeah, fantastic. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I almost destroyed myself because.
Did you bet anything on it?
I bet my wife's bank account. My
I know.
girlfriend, for all the money and the car. So I'm screwed now. But anyway, Douglas. Yeah, no, I'm going to work in about. I have to work early today, so I was just up at like super early, like 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
And I usually rise between 4 and 5. Anyway,
well, we're glad
to tune in.
I'm glad you were able to join us, and I do encourage you to review the opening 3 hours when you get a chance. And George Knight says he's got 2 minutes with us, so George, by all means, along with Brandon, both of you, share what you can before you both take off for work. Yeah, George.
Yeah. Oh no, beg your pardon. I'll be 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Oh, okay, good.
Sorry.
Okay,
Beg your pardon.
So we'll wait. Yeah, we'll be here. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. And so, Brandon, you probably have 2 minutes to stay before you go. So tell us what's
I have a half hour or so.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'll just listen in, but
yeah.
I did get to listen into a little bit of the transmission tonight. I heard you talk about the Naga.
Okay.
And I thought that was really fascinating,
Thank you. Bless you.
Yeah, and like these, these beings, like around the Earth. Very interesting.
So you said you bet your wife's. Now I understand this is part of a joke, but have you gotten married?
No.
Oh, okay. There you go.
No, not yet. No. I was still. I'm holding out for the prenup to come through. No, there's no prenup. There's no prenup.
I gotta say, at the casino, that's like a daily event with people literally just giving up their whole family's life savings. That's like a daily event.
Isn't it so sad? Wait, you work at a casino?
He did. I'll let him describe that. He did. Giving it to you, Mark.
Yeah, no, I've been there for a while, and I will say something. Like honestly, I know it sounds kind of corny, but as tough as it was, working at that one, working at the Wynn, it did give me.
Wynn.
Yeah, it did give me some amazing experience with face-to-face with people, and that's something that I did want because I was sort of in the back. I've sort of been behind the scenes most of the time doing private security for many, many years and reacting to when things would happen. This was more of like a really out there, get your hands dirty, dealing with people, issues and things like that.
Yeah.
So I will say that it was such a great experience. I wouldn't change it for the world. So,
wow.
But,
awesome.
Tomorrow's my last day there, and I'm on to something else. So.
Oh wow!
Oh really?
Oh my god!
Or today's my last day. Yep.
Oh my god!
Good luck. Oh, happy.
All the best.
Congratulations, Jag.
Thank you, George. Thank you.
Well, congratulations.
I'm so proud of you. So proud of you that you found this alternative, and that's great. And when do you think you'll be comfortable enough to share what your new occupation is with us?
Oh, I can share it right now. I'm going back to what I've done in the past, just in a different light. I'm just going to be running a security for a really nice hotel in the city in Boston.
Okay, wow.
Oh, fantastic. So,
Yeah.
So I used to live at the old Ritz-Carlton. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, we have.
Used to turn into the Taj, and now it's.
That's crazy.
What it is now, but yeah, the Taj. But there's the new Ritz place downtown. That's not the one.
Nice.
This is the old one on Arlington Street next to the Boston Common. But
Gotcha,
in
okay.
Roswell. Yep. But
Yeah, we
man,
have-
I know a lot of people around that area because of my father and having grown up there, of course. You know?
That's awesome. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's an amazing area, and I'm a townie, so being in the city is kind of different, and I'm really I'm kind of
Okay.
excited about it.
Or you should go out next time. You look up a restaurant in the North End called Saracino, and
Okay.
that's like my family's restaurant, Italian restaurant
Oh,
in the North
nice.
End. Really
That's
nice.
awesome.
We'll go down and have a nice dinner. You know, they take care of the bill, which is nice too. So
That's awesome.
that's the best part, right? So,
That's
but
cool.
yeah, man, that's cool. It's good to know a local other person as well in the whole industry. And the funny thing is when Douglas talks about the attempt at my life. I didn't say assassin. I didn't say
Thank you.
accident.
Thank you.
That
Thank you.
SUV was hot-wired in a weird way, and it was. Guess that used to be Mayor Menino's.
Wow.
It was a Suburban. It was all decked out.
Oh yeah.
Suburban. So it was Mayor Menino's security personnel, actually. Old
Yeah.
car. That's why it was wired in that certain way, so it could be.
Yeah, refurbished. Yeah.
Yeah, it had like bulletproof windows. It had all kinds of crap, like little compartments for a shotgun and stuff. You know, it was crazy. It had guns.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, small world.
I can't. Definitely, and I can't believe you actually, because we have. I mean, I'm so appreciative and blessed and excited. I can't be so happy about it. But like where we're at now, it's half of us is a hotel and half of it is residency, and
Okay.
it blows my mind. And so that's pretty amazing that you actually had a residency there.
Oh yeah, we used to. Well, my dad used to work. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that. So what an amazing lifestyle! Like that, living that way. It's just I know some people will scoff at it, but I'm like, come on, man, you can't hate that. Like that's incredible.
Listen, it was incredible for the couple of years that we actually did it. My dad, because he worked for the Ritz before it was bought by Marriott. This is back in the day, in the 80s, 90s, and he lived there for free. They let him live there for free.
That's incredible.
But when he had my little brother, that's when we moved into the suburbs, so we could have like a house and a little yard, in Arlington and stuff. But yeah, no, that times it was kind of magical, And we used to go to Burberry next door, and they would always give me free clothes and a little scarf or a hat or whatever. It was kind of a magical time in my life, and I got to meet so many different people, that, and only in retrospect I'd be like, oh, that was Roy Orbison, or that was Elton John, that was so and so, John Travolta, whoever it was, and yeah, and I mean, we did amazing things. I met presidents, and
that's exactly what they told me when I was going to when I was I mean, it was a naturally organic process. Everything about it was manifest destiny to a T. It just everything just like it just working out perfectly. But like that's what they were saying is like, hey, you're gonna be dealing with some potentially famous people because of the atmosphere we're in right here, and that's fucking exciting for me. I'm like, honestly, I mean, I've never met anyone really famous. I've never even come across that. So I just think that's kind of cool. I mean, it's kind of goofy, but I think it's kind of cool to be able to have that as a perk.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. No, it does. I think my dad also, like, he would like almost get high from it, right? So, he would get really excited about the fact that he was able to personally do this or that for Goldie Hawn or Kurt Russell's kids. And I mean, I remember one time he rented out the entire Boston Garden for Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell. I mean, I went to, like, as a kid, I went to, like, hockey games with Mimi Rogers. I went to meet the Bushes and Kenny Bunkport. Went to David McCullough, who's a historian. So, I mean, Conan O'Brien. I mean, you name them. I mean, they always walk through either the Ritz or the Four Seasons, And, yeah, it's pretty funny. A lot of the Scientologists would go to the Four Seasons for whatever reason. But isn't that interesting? So it's but my dad to this day he's in a book called Boston Irish, where it has like for some reason Tom Brady's in there. I didn't think he was Irish, But he's in there with all these different, Boston people and stuff. And now the movie industry is really booming.
Yeah, I was gonna say, my uncle grew up in Winter Hill, so he knew all those guys. Yeah. So he knew all those guys growing up and stuff. So
yeah, my uncle.
He didn't really, I don't know any story.
Sorry, yeah, just real quick. My uncle from my mom's side is totally different. Now that's the Italian kind of Irish mob, and well, it's not. Well, he was a hitman. You can look him up as a Wikipedia page. Gordon O'Brien. I don't know if you've heard of this, but he was actually a hitman for the Winter Hill gang. He died in prison a few years back, but yeah, he was sort of the other side of my family. But yeah, it's interesting. Sorry,
yeah, it's small world. Yeah, that was my uncle on. He's not in my blood. He married my aunt from my dad's side, but that's where he grew up. He talked about that a little bit, very little.
Yeah, very little. Yeah,
very little.
Yeah. No, it's a great neighborhood. I love it. I met to this day. My father, he still has a small business. Now he's just like a livery service guy. Like he owns a fleet of like Cadillacs. That like town cars that take people around.
That's
wherever.
good. That's good money. That's really good money. Another one is a good one is car washes too. My grandfather had one of the first first automatic car washes in Salem, Massachusetts.
No kidding.
Yep. That was first ones. There's one there now too. It's on Canal Street. It's right where my grandfather's used to be.
Boy, they're busy. They must be busy this weekend, huh? Jeez.
Oh, it's gonna be nuts, man. It's gonna be absolutely crazy. Anybody who knows anything, you stay the hell away.
Yeah. From Salem.
Away.
Yeah.
Oh man. But honestly, thinking that now, and knowing that I have a little time tomorrow, kind of want to go. I mean,
kind of take the ferry in. Take the ferry in.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way to go. Because the parking's
something
outrageous. It only parks like 4,000 cars downtown, but there's like
you're gonna have to
weekend
park
like this.
You're gonna have to park fucking, at least a mile away.
Yeah, you're gonna have to park in Worcester.
Welcome to Worcester, kid.
$1.25, please.
$1.25 here. Put it directly up your ass, huh?
Is that how much your mother charges for a blowjob, you piece of dog shit?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, we're referencing the Adam Sandler bit
Got it.
from They're All Gonna Laugh at You. Speaking of Carrie, Halloween.
Understood.
Toll Booth Willie. Yeah, Toll Booth Willie.
Toll Booth Willie, welcome to Worcester. $1.25, please. There's all these people that come in, they just $1.25, Willie.
Fuck you, you uppity prick.
Fuck you.
Yeah, it's funny. Sandler's obsessed with he's obsessed with us, and he's pretty close with the kid I went to school with, and he's always wearing his hats all the time. He seems like a pretty like laid back guy. Like he came out and he bought like 200 cheesesteaks from this guy I know from around here from his business, and he gave it out. Actually, Sandler rented out my uncle's house for grown-ups too.
Really?
And my uncle has a house like right on the ocean.
That was filmed in Onset in Waterways, which I used to go to as a kid. This little water park, Waterways, right?
What was that?
Waterways, remember Waterways? That's where Grown Ups was filmed.
Oh, okay.
Maybe the first Grown Ups. They go to like the water park. That's Waterways.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Beach.
They just rented my uncle's house for their staff. They paid them like I think $100, $200 grand.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, they set up the staff in my uncle's house, and I think they did film some portions in swamps, in like the North Shore area, but I'm not sure what part.
Interesting. So, well, welcome to the Boston show. It's Brandon
Yeah,
is
we
out there.
Hey,
And our guest is Douglas Dietrich. Sorry, Doug.
Hey, Douglas, how about those Pats? How about those Pats?
He's more of a 49ers fan, I think, right?
Oh
Doug,
God, yeah. Just for the sake of, a kind of perverse patriotism, I suppose, territoriality or something. Yeah.
Right, that's right.
Yeah.
That's why the EU will never happen. Is because it's soccer and politics, but also we love those Blue Angels, don't we? During
Don't make me sick. Don't make me
Don't
fucking
make me
sick.
sick.
Jesus.
All right. Well, I will relinquish my microphone for the time being. I will just listen in as I get ready for work.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Mark, super nice to meet you. Let's stay in touch, bro.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. Good talking to you, buddy.
All right. You too, everybody. Good night.
Good
God
day. Blessed be. Stay safe and be well. So honestly, just do me a favor and keep rolling just roll with it. You were on a roll there, and keep rolling with it for a few minutes, because I'm really desperately trying not to fall asleep. I think it hit everybody. It hit, George Knight dropped. Of course, that might have something to do with his work, but definitely our dear Vic, she dropped, and then she, normally she'll say hi. Probably she was going to work or something and just had to, take off. And her own work at the CBD dispensary, sometimes she's got to be there a little early. Yeah, I'm really hit with suddenly the, shall we say, the overwhelming desire to sleep. Gotta try and fight that. Yeah, what's that?
I said I understand what you mean.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm so excited for you. I mean, this is, like you said, this job that you've been and it's like you said, back to your roots of security. And so uniformed, armed.
So no, as far as I know, it's going to be, we're going to be suited up. I'm not sure if it's armed at this point. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be an armed thing. I think it's more of just, presentation type of thing. That type of thing. I don't think it's going to be anything in law enforcement type of thing. They have been known in the city to do something called specialize.
Yeah, like patrol specials. Is what they call them in San Francisco.
I don't know if they're going to do that. It's called SPO, Special Police Officer, where you're basically sworn in as a special state police officer. We have state powers. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's going to be the case. You'd have to go to a reserve. You have to go to a special academy. It's a very brief kind of thing. I don't think that's going to be the case. But for some reason, now that you mentioned it, if there's going to be events and certain things, if it's something the company would want, I would do it. But I don't foresee that being the case. I think this is going to be a world of its own. And I think it's going to be the case where that type of stuff is not even going to be in the concept, Douglas. I think we're going to take care of everything in house. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason why they chose me, or I think that's one of the reasons why, is because I think it's best that because considering the type of clientele we have, mm-hmm. It's very discreet. You know what I mean? Very discreet.
Yeah.
So that's the case. I think that's what it's going to be, and I think it's going to be just a very discreet, depersonalized, de-escalated atmosphere, and that's what I flourish in. I flourish in that, and it's nothing personal. It's this is business. It's all business, nothing personal. That's where I flourish. So I think that's what the environment it's going to be. I don't think it's going to get to that point, and if it does, I mean, hopefully there's some Boston police around. Hopefully, we'll pray. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, I think it'll always be fine, and like you said, you can always call for backup. So you're more almost like a concierge.
Yeah, I would probably say that's more of it's kind of in that. I did appreciate all the experience that I've had. coming from the gaming industry, because it added that aspect of the personal aspect of it, and you really can't replace that kind of experience. You really can't. And it's hard to put a money value on something like that. It did come with a money value because I ended up sort of overexpending myself because of just the situation. But it honestly, you can't replace experience like that. You really can't, because if you throw someone that's green in a situation where you'll get torn to shreds.
Yeah.
You won't know how to deal with it. You'll just take it the wrong way. You'll get wrapped up, and people respond to stimulus. People respond to stimulus immediately. In body language, everything is body language. 85% of interactions are body language, and people know right away when they talk to you what's going to happen. It's kind of an amazing thing, and it's one of those things that's hard to teach. You just really have to have that type of experience. And I know you do as well, because of your extensive experience in your background.
Yes.
That it's something that it's hard to replicate that unless you do it with mind control or whatever, some sophisticated means.
Yes. And as was pointed out by Victoria, there are technological means that the deep state has now that are beyond what we have access to. We've just got to do our best with a sense of astuteness and intuit our way through these confrontations as they happen. But that was like that was preparatory for your security job with the hotel. And like you said, half of it is really an apartment complex. So it's half an apartment complex, a exclusive elite.
Yes, it's quite incredible. And the more I learn about it, the more intrigued I get by it. And I'm not going to go too much into it, because I'm taking little bits and piece by piece. Oh, George Knight
has rejoined us.
Hello, Mark.
Yes.
Hello.
Left you a message at how magnificent you were. I'm so glad you're back as well, just to help us get through, because I told Mark I'm like I'm starting to fall asleep. It's one of those nights where it's like that, so I'm just like kind of, let's just put it this way. In a very real sense, I blew my wad with the first 3 hours with Pete, because he basically had me talking. Yeah, and I could have picked up the steam again, but once I had the round table, and then the two ladies were here, and they were all grooving off Mark and whatnot. What was it that it was? Something about it. I guess it was kind of like online phone group sex or something, and I'm left like I expended myself again or something. It's just really weird. Just left suddenly, just feeling like sleep. But anyhow, so George, now that you're back.
Yes.
You can help me, along with Mark's been very helpful about this in kind of keeping me awake, and who knows, I might even go the full length of the show, which with your help from you gentlemen. And Mark's all excited. He's probably too amped to sleep anyway with all this going down. And George, you worked in the hotel industry, the service industry for 16 years, and of course the environment's a bit different, but you put up with so much during that time. I'm certain that both Mark and yourself have a lot to share in the future with this kind of thing. But the worst of it all was that communist, the woman from the communist Yugoslavia, who was just bringing that culture with her and introducing that whole sense of pathological. Pathological skepticism, the kind of the twisting of your words, when you try to tell her about, I appreciate Slavic culture, the Julian calendar, it's more accurate for astronomy, and she'll warp that and twist it, and he thinks we can tell the future through the Julian calendar, and it's just maddening. Go on, share some of these experiences.
Oh God, and when I presented to her, I even showed her photographic evidence. Now, 3 times in the last century, and it was the start of the 21st century. So it was right at the start of it. Sorry, the 20th century. Beg your pardon. It was this. The government was contended with people from all over the world visiting the historical mart of Stonehenge, and what they were doing is they're walking up to the rocks, and they were scratching away at them, climbing on top of them, and they were very detrimental, and they could compromise safety. So 3 times in the last century, they actually excavated and reinstated the rocks. So they actually physically moved them using machinery and manpower to move them, and they did this 3 times. They intervened. So the intervention occurred 3 times in the last century, right at the beginning of the 20th century. It was right at the beginning of it, and I presented and I showed a photographic evidence because her daughter was studying archaeology at the University of Solent. So I presented this to her just to show her, and she then shared that information with her daughter, which went back to her university professor, who denied this ever happened. Just completely denied this ever occurred, even though people can look this up historically. And I used to know the names of the rocks. I used to know where the origin of source was from. I believe it's getting with S and an M. There's 2 different types of rocks. I knew from the top of my head back at the time, but it's beneath me now. But when I presented this, and the response I got back from my boss, my former boss, was she went to the university professor, and he is a university professor who has a education, who is a graduate, who has got a qualification in history and archaeology. He says it's not true, so therefore he is telling the truth.
Oh God. Oh, disgusting.
Yes.
A fetish for sheets of paper that they hang up on the wall. The degrees make the man. Oh my God.
Yeah, and obviously this information was shared around the inner circle of the establishment I was working in, and when the head receptionist went there physically to Stonehenge, which, by the way, it's just, if you drive up and down the, excuse me, I forgot the name of the road, the A335, I think it is just complete, it's just like, what do you want to call it, lockdown. It's just, everyone drives so slowly because they want to get a glimpse and photograph. They get the phones out, raise it in the air, they wind down the windows, and they take photographs of these monoliths.
Megaliths. Yeah.
These megaliths, this collection of rocks and stone, and they literally just cause congestion on that road. It's just the tail is just ridiculous. So, and people like myself who just wants to get from A to B, we don't want any disruption. But these people are just running off on their trip. And actually, when we were last passing through, we went to stay at the a hotel for my wife's birthday. We went to Bath. We have to pass Stonehenge, and the guy said, "Yeah, there's people out there who believe." Basically, sorry, the guy that was working in the this hotel, what do you want to call it? He was the assistant that was taking our bags to our room. He literally in the elevator room, and we were saying about, oh God, it took us longer because we're trying to drive through Stonehenge, and everyone was just taking photographs of these rocks on the main road. They don't even stop to get out. They just do it in their cars, which is illegal. And people believe these are created by aliens, and they're put there by aliens. And
so fucking offensive, and it shows they have no fucking respect for humanity, their own humanity. They think their own species is incapable of such accomplishments.
Yes. And this head receptionist went there physically, and she said, "You were right, George. I couldn't tell this to our boss, her name. I couldn't tell her that because when she physically went there, she said that the guy that was given the guided tour of the rocks, so she paid for a guided tour. He said, yeah, that's cement around those rocks. We put them in the ground and cemented around them to stop them from falling over on top of people." And she was like, "I could confirm, George, you were telling the truth. You're absolutely right, but I couldn't tell it to her. She was scared of her." And I was like, "You don't have to be scared. Just say it."
Thank you.
Did.
Thank you.
Just say it. I mean, if these people want to go into that level of literally just complete denial, Now, the government had a legitimate reason for intervening, the reason why they moved it, and they do this with every, what do you want to call it, wonder of the world, every archaeological dig. They have to make it safe with everything. So there is human intervention. They can't just leave things in the way they were, because it deteriorates and it compromises health and safety. So they have to, for their own reasons. They have to for very legitimate reasons. So it's like they take, they try to go with, these are 4,000-year-old monoliths or megaliths, and they want to preserve it in the way it was originally formed, and that's the trope that they run with. They try to feed this, these are wonders of the world that and again, it's the whole, I believe, Douglas, as well, it's the whole, like, the same with ancient aliens presented that the pyramids were not created by man, and they run off this xenophobia trope that man is incapable of constructing such sophisticated and such, highly, and they present it as it's very it's an impossible achievement. It's
a self-loathing racism, really. They hate themselves. They hate themselves as humanity. They hate themselves as humans. So, do go on. It's just so offensive.
Frustration. This is just the frustration, and you remember just before I've said this. Yeah, Douglas knows about this. I think I've said this on air. I can't remember if I've said it personally, but I have said it on air, I think, that the woman, towards the end of my career there, she said, "Do not listen to Douglas." And I was like, "How do you even know about Douglas? I've never mentioned his name to you. I've never said his name." But obviously, this is the whole, spy and report.
Yeah, the espionage network that develops within the work family, the extended family of the workplace. And but as I said, in a sense, it was a positive, because when she says something like that, it shows that in her strange way, she cares about you. And the reality was, I concluded, of course, that she really sexually also desired you. And that she was frustrated about not being able to have you sexually all those years, and probably really disappointed that you did you ever at any time feel she just wasn't someone you felt inclined to flirt with?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so she's not a looker then. She's not a looker then. I take
no, and I always saw more as
go on, Mark.
I was going to say, Douglas, that's a great point, and I don't know if it matters that she's a looker or not. I think that some women do have these things do get contrived, and things form without it. I mean, I honestly think that could be the case. That might have been the case too as well. That's a great point.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, and it's like, it does show when they say, "Oh, don't listen to this person." She felt that I was ruining George Knight's social interactions, that I was rendering George Knight into a pariah because, the other guys are going up to her saying, "She believes this conspiracy shit." What did the guys actually say that out loud? Like,
yeah. It was so offensive. Yeah, thank you. Sorry to put in there, Douglas. But yeah, it was. It was literally, don't listen to George because he believes in conspiracy theories.
Oh my God.
And I was like, I remember because actually, and the thing is, they wouldn't say it to my face, but when she was around, they would say, "Hey, George, you talk about conspiracy theories again." And I said, "I'm talking about World War II. It's a historical fact." And when I said it was a historical fact, then she butted in and said, "A fact is something that you can see with your own two eyes, something that you hear with your own two ears. That's what a fact is. What you're presenting is not a fact." And I said, "I'm talking about historical."
You said bullshit academically.
That's not what a fact is.
Fact is what you can source based on documents, etc., references, etc. Yes, it's beyond. What would you call that? That's a form of empiricism. Empiricism is when
radical empiricism.
Yes, thank you.
Radical.
Thank you. Yes. And when which, by the way, Brooke was kind of like that, kind of like saying, she kind of veers towards that, if you don't see it, it isn't real, which kind of like means germs can't be real because you can't see them, so they must not be able to hurt you, and so then you go and expose. Actually, go on, Mark.
Douglas, I was going to piggyback on that, and that's another reason why I try to explain something to this person, the same person that I was explaining a few things that I believe in, and they were like, all right, well, it's probably not a good match. One of them was my experience with the gaming industry and doing being in charge of like surveillance equipment and being in that environment for many, many, many years. You get to sort of see the way that things play out, and I was sort of convinced in a couple circumstances of basically like sort of a chaos entity or entities literally traveling from one person to another person. And it wasn't sort of like a visual thing where you see something actually traveling, but you see the chaos happening.
Yeah.
And it travels because I used to have to follow. I had to follow it.
Yeah.
Because that's what we did. We did the surveillance. So I would see the chaos being just moving from one space to another, to another, and to another. And I try to explain this to this person, and I think that person felt that was sort of a cop-out. Whereas, like, now you can't really blame the person for what they do, because that person was extremely traumatized. I know they were extremely traumatized as a young person. Okay. So it was something where I feel like they really didn't want to believe in something that, they kept saying, I want to see it. And I go, well, if I showed you the video that I'm explaining to you right now, you still wouldn't see it because you're not seeing it through my perception of the whole holistic approach from the start to beginning of the surveilling chaos is that you see it, and then it's something that you feel. You don't really see it, you feel it. That's how I try to explain it to that person. And if they would not do it, if they could not see it, they will not believe it. And that's part of what my comment was on tonight.
I think that in the end, the horrible thing is they're really lying. That there's plenty of things they don't see that they accept, but they don't like what you're saying. And then
they hated it. They hated it. They absolutely. They were so perturbed by it, and it was. I've had other people have the same sort of experience where they don't believe in healing, they don't believe in holistic approaches, they don't believe in esoteric things, just because it's not malleable, it's not something they can actually touch and feel or anything like that. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's a little sad.
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, thank you, Brandon, for joining in on that, and you mentioned gravity. I mean, George Knight was trying to explain to some of these people, that what they're really basing their convictions off of is a form of pseudo logic or pseudoscience. That George was often using the example of just because birds have feathers and they can fly, you can cover your car in a coat of feathers and drive off a cliff, but you're not going to fly.
Exactly.
Gravity is real. Point. You can't see it. It impacts you. And so these people have all kinds of things they accept without evidence, quote unquote. I mean, but they just don't like what Mark or George are saying, and then so they just come up with some excuse about I believe it when I see it, and but of course they never give anyone else that challenge when somebody's saying something that they feel comfortable with. So George, by all means, return to the challenges you're dealing with, and now at work, you're like you said, you're dealing with some assholes who, like the so-called physics guy, who's busy. He's basically climbing. I presume he's climbing poles like you, and and digging copper out of the ground. So what the fuck is his physics degree ever done him? I mean, you can point that out to him, like your physics degree ain't worth shit. Obviously it hasn't landed you a job in which you're using that skill. But with all that, please continue.
Thank you, Douglas, and Mark. To go off the back end, you were saying with about what people do not know what they're looking at. And this is a case myself and Douglas have used as an example in the past, is the murder of Lee Rigby in the United Kingdom. And with the murder of Lee Rigby, he was killed by two Muslim radicalized, these were completely radicalized Muslim terrorists. And they targeted Lee Rigby, who was a former British Army soldier. And this is back in 2013. Yeah. He was in the Royal Regiment of the Fullisters. And he was literally decapitated with a butcher knife in the middle of the street. And all the bystanders, everyone that was stood on the sidewalk, was watching this, and they truly believed they were watching a Hollywood movie. They thought they were seeing something that was completely orchestrated. Nobody intervened. Nobody pulled this guy off him, and he was on top of him, slashing away at his throat, decapitating severing his head from his body. And everyone just stood back and watched it in complete amazement.
And it got weirder. It got weirder because there were, well, if I remember correctly, all of this crowd was watching, and then, of course, the British police are not armed. And the British police were actually in the vicinity holding people back because they're not armed, and they were not going to confront these violent individuals without serious backup. So they were simply holding the crowd back, and that probably added to the crowd's delusion that this had to be something permissible, that this was being allowed. And then there was this young black girl, that she was probably, a half-breed, like myself, in her case, half black, half white, or she might have been a light-skinned black person, but she came out of the crowd, and the police let her through to hold the hand of that soldier, the Fusilier. While he was dying, while he was bleeding out, they let her do that. And she, kind of in her own tacit way, kind of confronted the terrorists only to get closer to the victim, saying, "Oh, what are you angry about? May I come through?" And the terrorists, of course, just having made their point, as pointless as it was, then they let her through to hold this guy's hand while he was dying. And then they interviewed her later. "Oh, why did you do this?" And she says, "Oh, I wouldn't want any man to die alone, anyone to die alone." And they were calling her kind of like the angel of whatever that street was that the poor guy was beheaded on. And then I'm like thinking, this has got to be altogether some kind of MK Ultra psyop shit. It doesn't make any sense. Crowd standing back, then she gets let through. It was so surrealistic. I hate to say it. It's one of those cases where you can't blame the people for escaping into interpreting this as, this has got to be a movie. Because it's just so bizarre. I feel far less, shall we say, compelled to provide any excuse for the Americans in the other situation I described, which George Knight's also familiar with, a bank robbery in which a man who was going to rob the bank happened to get in the wrong bank at the wrong time, and he had a cop waiting behind him. And so the cop was in line behind him, and then when he gave the stick-up note and held the gun out to the girl, then the cop realized, to the bank girl, the bank clerk, I mean to say, then the cop behind him realized, oh, this is a stick-up, and then proceeded to grab the man's gun, and then they proceed to struggle with each other, and these guys are entering a life and death struggle, where the cop is trying to prevent the gun being fired into him. He winds up turning it around so that the gun fires directly into the chest, the heart of the bank robber. But all the while that this struggle is going down, everybody, including, pregnant woman with baby carriages, they all gather closer so they can watch, thinking in their minds, oh, this must be like a film. Now, there's far less excuse for that because, okay, if it's a film, where's the cameras? Where's the people with the clapboards? Where's the normal accoutrement that you would see in a filming environment? And why would they suddenly be filming in a bank on a day when it's open for business? There's some logic here that is totally bypassing all these people, which tells you they are constantly living in a fantasy world. They have to be.
Thank you.
Surveillance.
What's the first thing? I mean, what's the first thing people do when they see fights on the street or out? Like, they just pull out their phones. They want to record it. They want to do this.
Nowadays.
Like, I mean, how far is it going to get? And like Douglas said, like, people are literally just like killing themselves on the concrete, and people are going to be on the sidelines recording it and just being like, "Oh, this is crazy! Look what's going on tonight, guys! Can you believe it? Someone's killing someone! Oh man!" We're desensitizing ourselves so much, whether by all means, evidently, video games and everything else, culture, day-to-day tax. So it's just a matter of time before it's all used against us. I mean, especially what's going on now with Israel and Palestine. Who's to believe about anything really anymore? And there's just so many things coming out with. Who could be more horrific? Who can say something, and who can cause the most horrifying types of deaths? So people are really just being inundated with so much of this horror and massacre that it's only wonder why people are standing there just letting this shit happen.
Yeah. And also, you have the rise of these TikToks where they're chaos creators. So like they'll have that. Remember that there's that same classroom that everybody keeps seeing. And it's always like a teacher confronts student about, the math or something like this, and then they get in a huge thing. And there was one recently where a bomb squad comes in and so on, and it's a cake for the teacher's birthday. But it's always the same Hollywood classroom. The desks are too small and all this, right? People believe it's real, but now people can add community notes where it says this is a fake thing. This is totally fake, but there are so many people that will buy that, especially I hate to say it, the older boomer generation. And Peter Moon generation. Nothing against it. But they'll believe
that was slick.
What they see. Like, did you see this on TV? So that you got to be really careful these days with the information that you do take in and you validate for yourself. So yeah, I understand. Like, you can't go to both extremes though. You can't, at the one hand, be like, all I believe is my eyes. Yeah. And, well, your eyes will tell you lies.
Thank you.
Right. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of what's going to happen and what is happening now is that it's really teaching everybody the really valuable lesson is that the only thing that really have been able to only fall back on, as if anybody actually fucking has one at this point, is your heart. Yes. And it really just accentuates that the earth is an anagram for heart. So this is what we are. This is we're I consider us the gem of existence. And
yes,
we really are fragments, and I do believe we're fragments and pieces of each other, and we got to figure this out one way or another. We will figure it out one way or another. I think people are just getting sick and tired of being, fucked with. And, you can tell obviously now because, more people are coming out and speaking out against what's going on. And they're just sick of being bullied and things like that. So, we'll see if things do change in some kind of paradigm shift.
I think the arc of time does bend towards justice. In a positive way.
Yeah, righteousness. Yeah.
I even if it's not, I can't 100% empirically improve it. And I think I can, but even if I can't, I want to be living in a world where that is true. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. Thank you. I mean, that's appreciated, of course, and I'm glad you expressed that. By the way, George, I wanted to share this with you because I had entered it earlier higher up into our text stream, but I'm going to re-enter it now because I don't need to have you scrolling all the way up. So let's see if this works. And basically, I find this morbidly entertaining. I had shown this to both Victoria and Mark, but now take a look at this, Brandon. You'll find this morbidly entertaining as well. So here we are. I've already shared this with our listeners in the chat room, so everybody can access that simply by scrolling up. And it's the local San Francisco
news service basically saying that the CIA's San Francisco LSD sex house and infamous MK Ultra program has been refurbished and is now selling for, $14.5 million. It has all of these celebrities. You can look through the article later at your leisure. All of these celebrities that are had been programmed in there. Charles Manson.
This is incredible.
Yes, thank you. The funniest thing, though, that what I find personally the funniest is because, I know the Chinese community, and the Chinese guy who writes it is basically a real estate agent, and he falls into sales pitch mode.
Right.
And starts talking about, but you got all these great amenities. And,
He's like, do you know who we programmed in here? Do you guys have an idea?
Yeah, thank you.
That's a nice space.
Yeah. Brandon's checking out the space. Yeah,
that's decent.
So
right
Mark,
down from Gal's kitchen. Come on, I want the pho. I want that pho from Gal's. If you ever go to San Francisco, Gal, my boy Gal, just opened up a restaurant, and Douglas, you go there. And you have the best pho of your life. It's really good.
Yeah, yes, and so when you take a look at the list of people, have you gone through the list, Mark, of the people who were programmed in this place, their lives ruined and shit? Yeah,
I'm still going through them now, but like Waddy Bulger, that was one I've known for a while. He's from around the area.
Yeah, right. But Robert Hunter too. This is interesting. He was the lyricist for the Grateful Dead, and many other. He's a poet, obviously in San Francisco.
The Grateful Dead are basically collateral byproduct of the CIA's acid experiments, of course.
That's exactly right. And also, you can argue that the hippie culture, that whole culture, was made or designed to degrade the culture in a way. But also.
I was going to say, I don't mean to interject there, but I said that to somebody once. They took real offense to that. A lot of people in that generation, the Peter Moon generation, they really feel strongly about that era. And I tried to inject that into a conversation, and they really didn't take to account. And to be honest, I do understand where they're coming from, but.
Well, you're basically
shitting on
disconfirming. No, you're disconfirming their religion. Their religion is that they were this, counterculture, that they were the great rebels. And you're pointing out, no, you're a bunch of pawns. You're a bunch of fucking pawns, and the deep state was handing out these drugs like candy. Just sing the Sammy Davis Jr. song. The Candyman can.
It's also about cocaine, by the way.
Yeah. And all these people are just going for it, thinking that they're, pioneering something. What a joke. And, they became the most, just warlike people on Earth. All those people who were the hippies became, the baby boomers.
And culture.
Yeah.
And culture is your favorite band is the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, of course. Oh, that
the conservative, the melted Barbie doll, and culture.
Oh yeah, poor bitch. Yeah. And believe me, I know who she is. And
but Robert Hunter was here. So who else? Let's see.
I couldn't believe who Peter Moon was watching the other day. Of course. Yeah, he was watching Ayn Rand the other day. It's like, yeah, thank you. Yeah, and oh my God, that to me that's like you might as well be watching a snuff film.
I gotta say, this place has nice views, I would consider, like a David Cho buying this. This is amazing. What a great property. There is a downtown hotel for sale too. That's only $44 million. But that's it for $14 million.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is a steal considering the comparative cost to everything around it. Yeah. Point taken. Yeah. Imagine the nightmares you'll have. you know, dead victims of MK Ultra visiting you in your sleep and shit, or when you're like bathing. Yeah, nothing like taking a bath in an environment where
I do like The Shining, that film in The Shining where the lady comes out of the bathtub.
Yeah,
and, you can have those experiences all night long.
Yeah.
You could make a great story, actually. You know, I mean, American Horror Story should buy this.
Yes, that's right.
And do like a real world, you know, and
I was going to say, do they provide the prostitutes too that they use the experiments with? Or?
yeah, that'd be nice. That'd at least make it a bit worthwhile.
Sign me up.
Yeah. Oh. Honestly, so George, when you see the madness that goes on here in my city, and just the way that and it's in the open. I mean, they're pointing out the fact all the records were destroyed. You know, the overwhelming majority of the records were destroyed. Yes. And that they, but they got it on sale now. And at this point, if people just don't understand what I'm saying is true, they just don't get it. But there's an element of all of this programming with so much of what we're all contending with here, trying to get people to see reality. And you're constantly fighting the programming. What you're going up against really is the program.
Yes,
so yeah, when we are so what else has been on your mind lately that you'd like to share with our listeners? Obviously, we're got some time apparently, and you're with us tonight, and we'll take advantage of that. Let our listeners know what else you think it's important for them to realize, or certainly
What I wanted to speak to when Jennifer was on earlier, when she mentioned about with the Third Reich's ideology about they wanted to take over the world. Of course, I wanted to jump in and respond to her.
Thank you.
And just tell her, like I did with another one of my colleagues, I presented to him because he was running off of the bomb is an end game war, but combatant. It's an end war technique, or it's an end game. It's a line. It's a wall breaker. That's what he was trying to emphasize. That he was trying to insinuate that bombs do end the war. Don't they sound like a reasonable? He was saying to me, don't it sound like a reasonable proposition for a war game ender? And I was like, not at all.
Thank you.
And like I did with my other colleague back in my former profession, when he said about in Vietnam they should have detonated or deployed atomic ordnance and just wiped them all clean. And I said, they do not work. And that was my response to him. They simply do not work. And that he just walked away, and he was in a huff. He just emulated. He responded remotely, and
you notice the fantasy. You notice the fantasy that he's operating on. The fantasy that he's operating on is somehow these bombs. He says wipe away, as if there's an exterminator who's purging a plague, a pest infestation. This is not. I'm not jumping on this morally as he's inhuman and he's dehumanizing people. I mean, forget that. It's rather the impracticality of this. This is like saying you've got a single explosive that's going to wipe out all the termites in your home, or but in terms of the bomb, I don't know how he envisions where would it be deployed that would impact the Viet Cong insurgency. It's where would it certainly, at least the Americans had kind of a concept of using 3 bombs to triangulate Dien Bien Phu. And so this was at the time when the French were surrounded. But then, of course, Eisenhower disabused him of that notion and just said, it's a stupid idea, and it didn't work in World War II. He knew better. So, when it comes to these people and their faith in nuclear technology, at this point in history, the insanity is people still holding on to that, seeing the Russians in Ukraine. And how, obviously, if the Russians had any nukes, they would have deployed them by now.
They would have done it by now, yes. Thank you, Douglas.
And they obviously just don't even have them. So go on.
Thank you, Douglas. Absolutely. And, absolutely. I could just clarify all that you just said. Don't know where to start off from, but what Jennifer was saying earlier about that's the thesis or notion that she was running off, and from her understanding through years of propaganda and indoctrination, is that they are under this impression that the Reich wanted to take over the earth. They wanted to rule the world. And of course, well, like I've emphasized again and again to multiple people, is that is the American perspective. That was the whole idea. And what I was going to reference earlier was the term New World Order was first coined under Thomas Woodrow Wilson, the President of the United States. He wrote a book called The New World Order to End All Wars. It was a book, The New World Order to End All Wars. Or it was, sorry, I'm not referencing that.
What you can say is that what Woodrow Wilson was basically parroting, what he was paraphrasing and basically plagiarizing, was the Founding Fathers and their goddamn dollar bill. It's right on the United States dollar bill, a new order for the ages. Novo Ordis Seclorum. It's a new order for the ages. So the goddamn Freemasons have been pushing that shit forever. It's a Masonic term.
The Masonic. Yes, but yes, absolutely. And
what was that, Mark? What was that?
I was going to say it's a Latin Ordo de Chaos, order out of chaos.
Thank you.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, they also say that.
Also, so is New Age. New Age is a Freemasonic term. That was their publication, the New Age.
Thank you. Yeah, and so George, continue. Yes, by all means.
Yes, thank you. And if people look up, and I was actually I don't obviously tell people to cite Wikipedia, but if they go on to Wikipedia and type in the New World Moral Order, it was a map that was comprised under the Franklin Delano Roosevelt administration. And you take a look at that map, which is in high definition, you can see the objective of World War II. They wanted to have an alliance with the Soviet Union and to divide the entire globe amongst this communist
capitalist and a few satraps for Britain. Yeah, it's disgusting. And that Japan would be contained essentially. Germany would disappear. Yes, go on. He was going to give all of Germany to the Soviets.
Yeah, that was going to be Soviet territory. And so if they look at it as map, and it's called the New World Moral Order map, it is the world map of the projection, the objective of World War II from the stance of the America's perspective. So that whole trope on taking over the earth and conquering and occupation, that term was always under the ideological alignment under the American or United States Constitution. Their alignment, as you said, Douglas, rightfully so, that dates back, and the source and the origin is from the Founding Fathers. And it was just an extension of that. This is the whole
and of course, so their projection, they project onto the Reich all their own intentions, and so to Jen's credit, what Jen said was, I don't think Germany had the resources or the wherewithal to do that. So she did qualify that. But she's great. She still didn't seem sure about the intent. But obviously, she's doing a lot of research because of her German background. And with Victoria, her motivation is sincere as well. I mean, she has some Italian in her background, actually. Yes, hopefully we didn't offend her. I wonder if we offended her by certainly I probably sounded a bit defensive when I kept trying to point out to her the fact that I'm no lover of Israel and that it probably sounded a bit defensive or something. She probably said, "Oh, these guys probably are Holocaust believers or something," and hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully we'll catch up.
No, exactly. Yes. Yes, thank you. No, yes, exactly, Douglas. Thank you. But please carry on before.
No. But by all means, go on. I mean,
because I was gonna qualify as well, and with her that when it came down to what I was elaborating to earlier, alluding to was people go into all the technical details, saying, "Oh, you can't exterminate and cremate this many bodies in the space of this given time and in this amount of space and resources and all such and such," and that's where all the Holocaust deniers seem to run off on.
It's this that it was impossible, according to them. It was completely impossible. And of course, we've also always emphasized that the Israelis themselves do not consider. So if you go to Israel, they only recognize the death toll as being 6 million, which is a number that's always been presented even before World War II, before prosecution or proactive prosecution of hostilities. They're always forewarning that 6 million will perish under this, under a regime, that's always their trope through their media, through their influence on media. That was what's always being projected, and that was what I was trying to emphasize. And also, I was gonna the one thing that me and Douglas have always said, we've always gone through the historical narrative, the historical fact of how like a certain individual, give an example, Jacob Schiff, who was a prominent Jewish financier that was resided in New York City in the United States. His family suffered heavily under Tsarist Russia's anti-Jewish pogroms, and he was very, very antithetical towards when the Russo-Japanese War broke out. He supported and he funded, helped finance the war effort for the Japanese.
Yes.
And they later on, this is where it's so important to go into the historical perspective, is that they helped repay the Jewish diaspora, the Jewish community, by establishing a garrison state, a buffer zone state between the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union, and Manchuria in China. They established the Jewish Autonomous Oblast out to help repay the Jewish diaspora, or the Jewish people, for helping them draw the Russo-Japanese War to a decisive conclusion.
Right. And by the way, just the best way to explain this to people is to reference it by the national name. Of course, when it was under the Soviet Union, when the Soviets conquered it, when they basically invaded Manchuria in August Storm, then what was called Operation August Storm, the Soviets then basically quote unquote integrated the so-called basically what was an Oriental Israel. It was basically Israel in Asia. It was actually the first Israel. It was established before there was an Israel as we know it today. And so it was the original Israel. And when the Soviets invaded Manchuria and they integrated it, they simply called it Jewish Autonomous Oblast. And so that's more of like a Soviet term. The best way, when they later on stopped using that term after the collapse of the Soviet Union, then oftentimes they would simply say Birobidzhan, which is the capital. So the best way, its actual national name is Yevry, Yevrey. So the best way to refer to it would be as Yevry. That was the original name. And of course the national language was Yiddish. And so it's also the way to describe how the Japanese brought it about was I remember the way that you were relating it, and it did seem that way. The way it would look like to a casual observer, certainly to the Americans, and this is one of the reasons they were sending Amelia Earhart over to East Asia to try and spy upon the situation as it developed, was that it looked like every year the Japanese and the Soviets, this is after the Russo-Japanese War, it looked like every year that the Russians and the Soviets and the Japanese were jousting. It looked like every year they were holding like a war, almost like a formal skirmish until the Japanese basically sequestered that land to use as a buffer state. It's I guess the best way to explain it would be that for 3 years in a row, when the weather was accommodating for the movement of massive amounts of cavalry and mechanized columns, was when the Japanese and the Soviets clashed, until ultimately, with the Third War, they won decisively, and the Japanese were able to sequester that land for that buffer state. That's probably the best way to explain it to people who are normally, of course, going to be completely unaware of this history. Take it from there.
No, thank you very much, Douglas. That's so important, actually. And to be quite honest, because I was just enduring everything, I was trying to take everything. I was taking everything.
By the way, you've gotten my emails, right? You got my emails?
Yes, everything. Yes, thank you, Douglas. No, absolutely, it's so important. And of course, it's all interconnected. What I'm presenting historically, and it also concludes where the other aspect of history people are entirely unaware of is the largest industrial output in Asia, well, outside of Japan, for the Japanese was in China, was in Korea.
Yes.
Along the Korean Peninsula, straight through the middle, the Konan complex. If people look up the old World War II maps of Korea, they will see that the Japanese occupied, it was Japanese territory, and they had established this massive industrial output known as the Konan complex. And it was through their integration with where the Jewish Autonomous Oblast was situated is between what borders nowadays the Russian Federation and Manchuria in China, and it's it is a population, I think, of just under 1 million or so nowadays. But they, through their integration with helping the Jewish people, established this so-called settlement state. It was a settlement that was established by the Japanese. They were able to bring these top prominent scientists to help produce using their uranium ore deposits
there's massive amounts of uranium veins in North Korea that that were then processed on site, and they had all of this energy from damming those 3 rivers. I remember 2 of them offhand, Yalu and the Chosen. I can't remember the third one. Yes.
The Yalu and the Chosen. Yes, thank you, Doug. I can't remember the third one either.
By the way, the reason I remember the Yalu and the Chosen is because they're the sites of battles during the Korean War, so they're easier to remember. The third one I keep forgetting, but altogether, the 3 of these dammed and rivers provided an enormous amount of energy, enough energy to basically power something like 75% of Japan's electrical needs if they had been diverted to Japan. But it was all used on site for the processing of uranium into fissile bombs, which the Japanese were swimming in. So go on. Yes, by all means.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And that is where connection and
and then of course where the North Koreans produce all their goddamn bombs today is from those fucking facilities that the Japanese built in World War II, which is why for years the North Koreans were just tossing up Hiroshima-sized little boy bombs.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And that was the correlation that I was actually going to eventually allude to. What they were able to produce was scores of atomic ordnance from this process. And when I mentioned the fact to many people, this is how North Korea today, if they produce all these, where do they get their uranium from? Where do they get where are these manufactured? It's out of these old World War II era manufacturing facilities that were in Korea during the Second World War that was occupied by the Japanese. And this is, when you say that, you just see the expression on the people's faces like, my God, that makes sense. And that's the whole point of it. You open up Pandora's box when you present this to people, and all of a sudden their world is just all of a sudden like a light switch. It's switched on, and then they realize what they have just been presented is, wow, now it makes sense. But sometimes, as we've always said, it's either they respond very hostility, in a hostile malevolency sometimes, or they will just simply ignore it. They'll choose to just forget about it. They'll do one or the other. But that is something that they cannot deny. That fact is the how North Korea receive or produce their own weapons of mass, so-called weapons of mass destruction. They're nuclear weapons, and that's how they were able to. That's their source and origin. That's something that I was going to go into a little bit earlier with Victoria.
And then
But yeah,
eventually, hopefully, you'll be able to talk to her about the Sheepkrieg and
yes.
and as you said, you were going to go into Unterland as well. I went a bit deeper into Unterland during the opening hours, but with what you of course already know, so when I was. I brought up, of course, some other aspects in the emails I sent you, but whatever you feel like alluding to in terms of, did you get a chance to read them though? Like actually, or
not extensively just yet, Douglas. Not extensively, but I will do probably this evening. I will do probably this evening, as well as I'll review the first three hours of the show starting this evening. So I certainly will do that later on today. I will certainly. Yeah, when I get back, I will certainly.
I read them.
Oh, good. So tell us what you thought. And by the way, Mark, if you provide me your email, I'll email these to you as well.
Awesome, Doug. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to head out, everybody. It was fantastic talking to you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Mark, man. Let's stay in touch.
Talk about the Patriots. Yeah.
I was going to say, as long as we could talk about Pats, man. Tom Brady, that's all I want to talk about.
I don't want to talk about anything else. It's just, it's funny. I'm a teacher, and a middle school teacher, and every kid is named Brady.
Oh, my God.
And it's like, listen, seriously.
My mom's dog is named Brady, okay?
Oh, my
80 for Brady. I'm a big fan of that movie. Yeah, it's stupid. Anyway, all right, we'll talk later, Mark. Good night.
Yes.
Good morning.
Absolutely, guys. God bless you all. Have a great night.
God bless.
Yeah, have a great day at work. Have a great first day, and a great last day. Have a great last day at work.
Yes.
Hey, and be a free agent. I can also, we can use it at my company. So maybe. So we'll talk.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. All right.
Sounds good, man. Take care now.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
Hugs.
Okay. Very cool.
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad Mark H is happier. That was really a stressful job he had at that casino. A trouble fixer, just.
Yeah.
Oh God! I mean, imagine.
Well, he's smarter than the average casino security guard. It sounds like. You know what I mean? This guy. And I think I know the exact. I'm not going to say the casino that I know that he worked at, but I know exactly where he worked, and. Yeah, you're getting that kind of, it's a 24/7 operation, and you do have to follow the chaos. The other thing that you have to follow, because I've done stuff for Foxwoods, is that you have to, and Douglas, this is interesting, because I think there are, and you can tell me different, there are entities related to wealth. This is why you have the Naga, or the dragon over the gold. And hoarding the gold, and so if you want to get rich, you can actually do it through demons.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
So like he said, there are chaos things going on, but there's also like people who win once in a while. The house has to let people win so they can see people win. They say, oh man, I'm gonna put all my retirement savings into this, or that slot. That's a lucky slot right there where that person won $1 million,
Well,
so
what you're alluding to are demons of prosperity. Demons of prosperity. Go on. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said what you're alluding to are demons of prosperity. Yes, so go on. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a big thing. It's like, I mean, this is in the Eastern and Western tradition.
Yes.
It's a universal, as far as I can tell, is the demons of prosperity, And so, but anyway, they will actually hover over a certain slot machine. And if you go over to that slot, you will win over. And I've done it before.
Wow.
Yeah, but I've cashed out at like $60, and then yeah. Because I didn't want to test I was like afraid of it, like this is real,
Yeah.
And there are other places, like he indicated, that they're the casino. I think the place he works at has a oh, excuse me.
Is there someone calling?
No. Something happened to my phone. But it's really cool. You walk into this place, Douglas, You look to the left, you feel like you're in an anime where Kitaro lives alone or something. It's like,
wow.
You walk in and they have a whole section devoted to Hong Kong. Was it Hong Kong gambling? And they play these weird games I've never seen before. You know, like, and there's all these characters there with like bowlers hats, and like they look at it, they come from a steampunk Yakuza nightmare. You know. And it's amazing. Like, I'll just hang out there and watch those people. They'll be there all night.
Wow.
You know, but they have their own. I don't understand the games. You know, like it's like dominoes, but it's not. It's not backgammon.
You're talking about mahjong? Mahjong?
Yes, that's it. That's one of them. Yeah, that's one of them. There's like a few different ones, but it's exclusively Asian. It's exclusively, let's just say, like probably, yeah, Asian. I would say Asian.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating. Casinos, you know, they've been with us forever.
Yes.
Know? People have gambled and bet on numbers, and they put a lot of superstition into it. But it was really cool to connect with Mark, and I really appreciate that, Douglas. And
I'm glad you did.
Awesome. Yeah, I've been here long.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to see that you persist. There's so many people who have not only died, but just given up and faded into the background through scandal. But you've persisted, you know what I mean? And I gotta hand it to you. And I'm really happy, like, not happy, but I know that I picked the right person. There's no one else I dedicate my time to.
Bless you.
Other than Kelsey, of course. You know.
Of course.
But yeah. Anyway, just wanted to say those things. And George, I mean, we could go into history, and I mean, the thing is like, you know, in the chambers, I don't know if the mixture of gas or poison.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
No, I know. I'm joking. I don't know if the molecules were set apart far enough for there to be an actual lethal. So I would put that number down. No, I'm just joking.
He's joking because that's another obsession with Holocaust deniers is whittling the numbers down.
The minutia.
Yeah, the minutia and whittling the numbers down. It's part of the weirdness of it.
Thank you for helping my joke.
Of course. Yes.
But George, I love you too, and I think you're fantastic. And I want you to hold on. I can do a British accent, and I want to tell you Tyson Fury. He fought. What is this? Pride of Gypsies? Is he?
That's what he calls himself. Yes.
I'm the freaking Pride of Gypsy. Me and Rod Stewart.
The Gypsy King. That's what he calls himself. And I was
I'm the Gypsy Queen. Then you know. My impression is all Keith Richards, by the way.
Do what's awful is people go around alluding to that. They call him, the Gypsy King. And I was like, I'm sure that's a racist term now. You can't use that. It's derogative.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure that's been outlawed now. You can't use that term anymore.
The N-word
goes around saying it and everyone repeats it, paraphrases it.
Yeah. That's funny, man.
Yeah, because you have to call them. You're not allowed to. Certainly, most workplaces, you're not allowed to refer to them as travelers or gypsies.
Not even travelers, really.
No. You have to refer to them as static homes.
Wow.
Static home dwellers.
So this person came here from, let's say, Sussex or to London. Let's say from Derbyshire or Derbyshire to London, and they're like, I came here. They couldn't even say traveler. They couldn't say I traveled here from Derbyshire or from Edinburgh.
You know what? I have no idea about his background either. I wasn't, because usually most people attribute him to like Gaelic people or or Celtic. Yeah, so one or the other. Yeah,
Right on.
one or the other. But yeah, he's probably from Derbyshire, to be honest with you. Yeah, more likely.
There's this British horror film about, just all the stereotypes they have about up north, and it's called Inbred. I don't know if you've ever seen it or saw trailers. George, he left.
No.
He was so offended by my bringing up Inbred.
Oh no, he left.
He said, "Oh, I can't believe Douglas watches that crap."
That was the trigger. See ya. Yeah.
Oh God, that's so weird. I hope he's okay.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Yeah,
I think it was
along with.
But what is this? Inbred. It's called Inbred. It's a British.
Check it out. British horror film called Inbred. It's
what
awful.
Year?
It is awful. I can look it up on YouTube, then give you a link.
I had to look it up. Yeah.
Let me look it up on YouTube now, and I'll give you a link. It's just for
sir.
morbid entertainment. I'm just burning bandwidth till we reach
what
the
time?
end.
Yeah, we have what time? How many hours till we reach the 12?
Too many as far as I'm fucking concerned. We got tonight. Like I said, I would have had Steam to go on, but it was just once the girls joined in, I don't know, maybe it's like surrogate phone sex or something. It blew my wad. It's basically 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So we've got 2.5 hours. Fuck. Yeah. So let me look up here and let me see. I have to stop and take a look at this. I'm just distracted by some of the...
Are we getting any comments in the YouTube chat?
It's comments in the YouTube chat. Let's take a look. I don't think so.
Always pay attention. I mean, not always. I should pay. I mean...
Acid Kick has joined us. Acid Kick 96 has joined us.
There we go.
Hugs, Acid Kick. Yes, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you. And so let me give him that little heart guy. And try and wake myself up. Jesus Christ. It's like...
you blew it.
Yeah, it did. I did. Oh, yes.
Well, I understand why.
Yeah. Well, why? No.
Well, I mean, when you have new female talent,
Yeah, there you go. I can't believe they call this a fucking comedy. They call this a comedy.
Who does?
It's like it's here. I'll give you the link and let me see. There's a full trailer here. So I guess we're stuck with the trailer and with the film that you buy or rent, quote unquote. So let me press the share button here. I think somebody joined us because we're getting an echo effect for a few moments there. And okay, turn this off. Let's take a look at who joined us. Fuck, somebody did there for a minute. Here we are. I'm gonna put this right here in the text box. Here we go. And there you go, the trailer for Inbred, 2012. So it's been around a while. I remember because I brought that up with Tony Leslie, and it's like what our man George talks about. The further north you go in England, it's the more inbred people become, and they're just yeah. So by the way, here's one of the what do they call that? This is one of the movie reviews. So let's give you this for the review thing here, the share thing. Oh my god. Yeah, it's just...
How did it not... I've never heard of this film. You threw me onto that spider guy. Remember the guy, he's purported to be like sort of like a criminal outcast, and he has like this spider puppet.
Oh yeah. That Outcast was the name of the film, right? Wasn't it?
No. Well, he had a... Was it?
Oh fuck! I just gave you the same fucking thing. let's delete that.
I don't think so. No, I don't remember that. Let's see.
Yeah.
So,
I'll remove that. It is the same thing. Let me give you the film review.
That is a great film. The one with
it is in the most horrible sense. Yes.
It's an intriguing. I saw Saint Maud recently.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't seen Saint Maud, MAUD. By A24 Films. I think it was filmed in Brighton. It's about a reformed Catholic nun who had a wild past, but tries to but uses God to sort of like, in her authority to like control people and stuff. You know, it's really interesting.
Yeah, and it's like, can you give me a link?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah, that way at least I'll be able to look at it when I'm a bit more capable of processing. Yeah. And okay, so let's okay, now I can turn this off. Turn this towards you. Give you an actual working link as opposed to the shit that I had, and here we are. There we go. That's the movie review. So the movie review. This will be a long one with all the spoilers. I appreciate spoilers. I would rather know everything that's happening in a film before watching it. That way I know whether I want to see it or not. Okay, Saint Maud. Okay, so and so this is like what's going on with this poor dear? She's like,
so she basically she was a hospital nurse. You know, like a regular girl nurse. Like, I know these girls, they went to school for a couple of years to become a nurse. And she was giving CPR to somebody, and she cracked his rib cage and killed him. So she was fired from her hospital job, and she was in the private care.
They didn't promote her? Oh,
no.
Go on.
Right, she became head of the Royal Society.
Yeah, nurses, yes.
This is a British film, by the way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So, but it's a short film, and it goes by fast. But then she essentially goes into
the nunnery.
Becomes devoted. Well, she didn't go into it. She just pretends that she's a nun.
Okay.
And she thinks she's a nun and she separates herself in this like little decrepit crack in the wall apartment, where everything, the outside world is hell, but she finds respite in this private caregiver who's a theater person and a lesbian who has parties and enjoys life until she dies, but also becomes a demon to her. You just have to watch it from there. And there's a very famous scene at the very end that's pretty great. So, and it leaves you questioning, you know, how much of it, like I think earlier you guys were talking about schizophrenia, and the complex things that arise there. It's like, look at that. Well, I mean, it really, because everything is shot from her perspective and her narrative, and if she's an unreliable narrator or not, you know, maybe she did, you know. Anyway, I'm not going to ruin it, but yeah, it's 88 minutes. I think, yeah, it's great. You think you like it?
Yeah, and let me see if I can look up the film, unless you actually remember its title. But the Child Molester Spider Pirate, child molester spider puppet.
Stuart Swirlo pops up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. By the way, and Peter Moon didn't correct me on air, but he's welcome to. He told me privately he had only lived with Stuart Swirlo for a few weeks, and I told him, well, it must have fucking felt like years. And,
yeah, I bet you. I don't know when that was, but you know, nowadays, like somehow he's just found a existence. You know? He's like a family man and whatever, you know.
Yes. Yeah, there you go. The funny thing is, Child Molester Spider Puppet, I should be getting the film right away, and I'm not. Right. That's disturbing. I'm getting Saturday Night Live. Why am I getting Saturday Night Live?
Because they had that little sketch. The sketch. Yeah. Of the spider puppet.
Yeah. You know, with this one, this one is what's the girl's name in Hogwarts with Harry Potter? The
Hermione.
Yes, this what I'm getting is Hermione growth spurt. Everyone's looking at her tits like, damn, your summer growth spurt, your tits, man. Yeah, this is what I'm getting for fucking child molester spider puppet. It's something's wrong. That's
Interesting.
so what was the
I'll
other
try
thing?
to find it.
Yeah, because we both know that it's a film that is actually a must-watch. It's actually required
It
viewing.
really is, because you don't. It raises many questions. It's not well known, and like Inbred, I will watch Inbred and I'll come back with a full report.
Thank you. Yes.
Like I did with this film, because you don't know if what really happened in this film.
Yes.
I forget the name of the film.
But by the way, George has joined us. George,
welcome back.
Yeah, but by the way, the spider film, yes, that we are referencing takes place in England, and what makes it required viewing is because when I worked at the Presidio military base, I dealt with just chomos day in and day out. Chomo being a term for child molester, and this is like the essence of the chomo is in this film, and it's like it's the guy doesn't know whether he's the molester or whether it's his uncle, right? It's his,
right.
Yeah, and so he's, but it's both of them. You really just have to conclude it's both of them, that his uncle may not even be there, but
that's right.
But his uncle might as well be. See,
I gotta find the name. Give me a hold.
Yeah, I'm doing this too. Child molester, spider puppet. That should get me this film with. Oh shit! Now I'm getting mini spider finger puppet. For all you child molesters out there, the mini spider finger puppet that you. This is okay. This is okay. This is, how is this not working? A film, British film. That's it.
Possum.
That's it. Why was it called Possum? I can't remember.
Because that was the name of the puppet.
Oh yes.
I think.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Oh my God!
Maybe it was his name. I don't know. I forget. I gotta watch it again. Everybody watch
the horror is he goes back to his school. He goes back to his school, and the teacher comes up. Why don't you just move on?
Principal.
Yeah, principal. Yeah, or dean or whatever. Why don't you just move on? And it's like he can't go anywhere. It's everywhere he goes, everybody says you're a piece of shit. And probably good reason.
But maybe without good reason. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, you don't really know. That's the thing. Right?
Yes, that's right. You don't know, and that's the horror. That's the horror. You are left with just complete, and you're just left devastated. It's just devastating. So
amazing recommendation for you, everybody listening.
Yeah,
George, you too. Just watch Possum, because it's in your backyard in the UK probably.
Yeah,
you could probably relate to the.
No, he's hoping it's not in his backyard.
No, well, it's in everyone's backyard, isn't it? I mean, people like that exist. It's a poor guy.
Yeah,
or whatever. You know, I mean. I think it's a film about generational abuse in a way. It's weird.
It is. It's intergenerational trauma.
Right.
And so and George has suffered intergenerational trauma. I mean, George, I've never asked about this. Obviously, your dad is no one to take on as a role model. Was his dad as bad as he was? I forgot. Or did you know your grandfather personally? Who was the man who was the admirer of Hitler, who said Germany should have won the war?
That was him.
Your grandfather?
He's my great grandfather as well, because he never knew his real father. Because my dad's real father was killed by my dad's mother.
Wow!
Forced him to gas himself in the oven at home. So yeah, my father ended up, when he was a small child, he was adopted by his grandparents. So he was my great grandfather. He died when I was very, very young, when I was a baby.
Is this like a Brandon Young joke? You're like telling a joke and it's falling flat, right? You're just not delivering it right. I mean, you're telling me. The first thing I thought when he said this was, he stuck him into the gas oven over at Auschwitz, or
That's
something like that.
Yeah, do you know what, Douglas? When I said that to you before, actually, you said, "Well, there you go, George. At least your family has suffered from a person that has gas out their family."
Actually, you should have brought that up with Victoria. The next time we're on with Victoria,
bring that up with her and say that, well, whether the Jews had a Holocaust or not, I can tell you my family had some poor bastard who was shoved into a gas oven. Tell us about what happened again.
He's a survivor.
Yeah, you're a survivor. Yeah. Tell us about what happened again. This is outrageous. What?
Crazy, yeah. I remember just asking when my dad told me that, and I said to him, well, "Do you have, you got a real mother out there?" And he goes, "Yeah, she's out there somewhere. I don't know if she's alive or dead, but I don't want to meet her. I don't want to know her." And he never got the chance to meet her because of what she did to his father. She forced him to kill himself. Don't know how or why, but that's reality.
You mean is this something like she physically was somehow able to overpower him and constrain him? Or was this somehow she just henpecked him so much that she drove him to do this?
I think that's the impression I got. It drove him to do it. I'm not sure if she was present or there, but it certainly he felt that was the only outcome, the only solution for whatever he was enduring, whatever he was suffering from or contending with her. But yeah, that's the reason why my father resented his actual mother, even though he never met her. He was adopted by his grandparents, I think maybe it might have been. That's the thing, I don't know. I assume it's his father's parents. I assume. So yeah. That'll be interesting to find out one day. But yeah, that's all I can really share with that, Douglas. But yeah.
Oh my God! I mean, I'm left just speechless. I'm speechless.
Yes.
You've suffered so much. It's
crazy, isn't it?
Yes, it's crazy, and yet at least you've had the advantage of everybody who's been an asshole to you generally dies, or gets hit by a train or something. So
run over.
Yeah.
My friend gets,
You got some benefits going there. But good Lord, I'm like so at any rate, what about yourself, Brandon? Anybody in your family got something like this going on?
Like what exactly?
I do apologize.
Yeah.
Sorry, Doug. I do have to say, unfortunately, I do have to make a move on. Unfortunately, I wish I could stay for much, much longer.
Understood.
But I don't think I'll be able to come back on anymore. I do apologize.
You mean today? Yeah, you mean for today?
Yes, but I'll return on Thursday.
Yes, please. By all means, we love you dearly.
Carry on.
Yes.
Yes.
Hugs.
Thank you for having me on. It's been wonderful. I've enjoyed it so much.
All right, take care, George. All the best.
Take care, Brandon. Nice speaking to you as well. Look after yourself and
you too.
Please support Douglas, everyone. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Share our
Very
love
good.
with your family. Okay, that's George Knight, and of course, wonderful human being, and still with us is Brandon Young, another wonderful human being, and so will Kelsey ever be on with us again?
Soon.
Okay, good.
She listens every night.
Does she really? Oh, thank God.
Of course, she's here right now. Yeah. So.
Oh wow.
She can't really talk on the phone yet, but yeah, she listens with me every show basically.
Okay.
We both listen, try to listen.
Wonderful. Well, there was nothing happened to her throat mechanically, like a damage.
A little bit, not too much, but there's a little bit of
wow.
Issues there.
Wow, she's in my prayers. Oh my God.
Thank you. Yeah, no, she's wanted to say hi. She knows I come on the show, so she's doing okay. But yeah, thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. Yeah, because she's been on the show before, and
yeah. And always
she borrowed your book.
Oh, she has she read it? Read my book?
Yeah, she read the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. She did. She read it a long time ago. She read a long time ago, actually. Right? Yeah.
A long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, bless her heart. Oh my gosh. I mean, what a darling. I'm just so. So with all this going on, let's see who's here with me now. Two guys that are dead asleep, Aristides and Brendan Zogit. Brandon Young and Douglas Dietrich are kind of like always in that nether zone in between sleep and wakefulness anyway. And so we'll do our best to entertain the public. Maybe I should go into go on, Brandon.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was gonna say maybe I should go into monologue, but before I do, I'll juice you for all that I can. I'll milk you for all your work. What are you about?
I am a cow.
There we are. So possum, everyone. Remember, watch that not because we're promoting it because we like it. It's horrific.
It's just thought provoking. It's a thought provoking.
No. The horror is, like I said, I dealt with Chomos all the while at the Presidio, and they've got the dynamic down. Now, granted, many of the Chomos I was dealing with were truly predatory. They were basically along the lines of that guy's uncle. Most of the Chomos I was dealing with were along the lines of Possum's uncle. We'll call him. Do you remember the guy's name? The character?
I think he was a father, but he's a famous British actor.
Okay, so he was supposed to be the character's father.
I think he played. You ever see Elephant Man? He played Elephant Man's dad. I mean his freak show
doctor.
Abuse.
No,
that's Anthony Hopkins.
Okay.
The guy that is the freak show circus owner.
Okay.
That abuses the Elephant Man.
No wonder they gave him that role. No wonder they gave him that role.
Exactly. That's what exactly.
Yeah. And the horror. He takes a basket and throws it on the ground and a young boy spills out. The horror.
Oh, it is horrible. Yeah. And in every sense.
Yes. And he's laughing. And he's laughing, and he has these little puppets. He has his stupid little puppets.
That's right, yeah.
Yes, he has these puppets that, disgusting. Yes, those are along the lines of the Chomos.
Oh, he lives in decrepitness,
But here's the problem. This is how Chomos reproduce. Chomos reproduce by implicating their child victims. So that everyone begins to see this whether he's the uncle or the father in this film, Possum, the star, if you can call him that, the main character of the film with the spider puppet named Possum, he's a victim who has been implicated. He's not even necessarily guilty of these crimes, but by implicating him, what the predator intends to do is convert him to predation, because if you're going to do the time, you may as well commit the crime. And this is what happens to many of these people. They're pushed into a corner where, everybody says, oh, hey, look, it's a Chomo. And everywhere they turn, they're just, everybody assumes. So
it becomes his destiny.
Yeah, yes. And that's the horror. Imagine being trapped in a situation like that. It's disgusting. Wow. It's and I've seen this happen to people. And in this whole cycle of intergenerational predation at the Presidio. There you go with it. It's a good example of that is the guy who was running that Fade to Black show. You remember him? What the hell was his name? Jimmy Church.
Around, by the way.
Yeah, unbelievably still around, and of course still a piece of
divorced.
Shit. Yeah. Oh, you say he's divorced now?
Yeah, he got divorced, and he's living in a his bunker.
Yeah, good. He buried himself alive.
He's going to Egypt every other week with his fancy friend Ben Carson.
Oh God, you mean his
not
gay
Ben
lover?
Carson? I'm sorry. Yeah, his gay lover, basically. Yeah. Black dude that my friend Jiggy from Boston. Shout out to Jiggy, rest in peace. Who's one of the realest people to ever look at. He did security too in Boston for quite a while. Rest in peace, Jiggy. You would love him. He would come on here and spit truth. He ran in. He almost fought Jay Widener face to face.
Wow.
Because Jay Widener said, "Oh, that's the black guy that's been," and he didn't say black guy, he said N-word. Yeah. That's been at a conference, okay, in front of everybody. That's been talking shit about me, whatever, and he started talking to Jiggy. Now Jiggy, when he's sitting down, he doesn't look that big, but when he stands up, he's about 6'10".
Wow. You say he's dead now?
Yeah.
Jesus. No wonder. I mean, it's hard to keep a frame like that alive.
He's gigantic. And but he was so cool. And he had a show called Paranormal Hood. and it was from right out of Boston, and
Wow.
it was, and I said, you know, before I go out to California to see my baby being born, I'm going to go on that show, because they invited me every week because they're right in Boston. You know, I'm like, but then I made it, went up there, great guy. Anyway, he would tell the truth about the whole deal with, like, you know, this whole paranormal field and all the bullshit that goes on, and you know, he had nothing to live for, really. I mean, you know, he knew he was going to die.
How?
So he just how?
Yeah, how? Why did he have?
He was shot.
Okay.
Yeah, he was shot in like a shootout in Dorchester, I think, with a bunch of people, and he had like a colostomy bag or whatever.
Oh fuck! At that point, you know, I'd kill myself.
Yeah, I mean, same thing with Matthew Perry, right? Who recently passed. But they both had colostomy bags. But like, so he had.
Did he really? Matthew Perry had a colostomy bag? How the fuck did that happen?
Did. Well, because he destroyed his liver and through constant Vicodins and.
Oh man!
Drinking.
No wonder.
And drinking with Vicodin, by the way. That's like the worst thing you can do for your liver ever. You could die from that in one night.
Whoa! Whoa!
But he kept doing it and like filming Friends and SNL and everything else he did, and then he just But rest in peace. He seemed like he wanted to like give that up, but you know, the Daily Mail from the UK reported that he had he had 2 gun wounds. He was found with 2 gun wounds in his head. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was the other guy. He was drowned.
Yeah.
In a hot tub.
Who was the other guy with 2 gun wounds in his head?
That was the main shooter. My bad. I'm getting everything confused.
Oh, okay. So with what's the name of our friend who drowned in the hot tub again? So he just basically Matthew Perry. So do you think this was intentional, or that he just let it all go and fell asleep?
Good point. I mean, this is what like a lot of like sort of like the Ed Oppermans are sort of like, you know, leaning into, is like, oh, it's got to relate to the Illuminati somehow.
Oh, right? What an idiot!
You know what I mean?
Idiot! I mean, if you've got a colostomy, forget the Illuminati, you dumb son of a bitch. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before the guy pulls the plug. Jesus.
Exactly. He looked like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. You know
oh my God, the poor son of a bitch.
He was so overweight, and he had so many health problems.
Oh
and
my God.
This is the creepy thing.
And he was younger than me. He's younger than me. Oh my God.
No, yeah, exactly.
Man, I gotta start being grateful for being me. Jesus Christ.
That's exactly right.
Thank you, Brandon. You made my fucking night, Brando.
No, you're like a teenager.
Yes,
you know?
Thank you, comparatively speaking.
To him.
Yeah, by the way, there is what they call a lifespan, and then there's what they call a health span. And, you know, some of us have health spans, and some of us don't. You know, they're just born with bad genes. And it sounds like he fucked himself over. Oh God.
No, I think also like he put out a book like last year about his sort of memoirs, and he was really important.
He must have been prepping. If he put out a book about his memoirs,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was prepping to go.
So in his last few Instagram posts like are leading up. Like his last Instagram post was him in the hot tub that he drowned in.
Oh.
Looking over the LA scene saying, "Isn't the full moon beautiful tonight?" or something like that.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah, those can sometimes be bad moments when you see someone do that, and you know, it's like they're stopping along the road to sniff the roses, and you might think it's a positive. And oftentimes it's not.
I honestly think like he had enough of life, and he said there's nothing better. I could sit in the backyard of my jacuzzi, overlook LA and Hollywood, and have a few drinks, take a bunch of pills, and go out that way.
Yeah, it must have been. It
honestly,
must have been. Oh my God!
Especially with all the pressure and with the
pressure. What pressure? Nobody was calling him for work.
I think he was aware. Yeah, I think he was aware. I mean, like we all are of like the pressures of the world, you know. But he has no excuse.
I was about to say, what pressures of the world would bother him? I don't care how many Israelis and Palestinians are killing each other. He's in his hot tub. It's not bothering him.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice hot tub too, overlooking L.A. Yeah,
I bet. Yeah, and probably expensive as fucking hell. Man, you know these pot growers in the old days. Just so everybody knows, growing pot, of course, takes a lot of energy, and you know, so I don't mean like personal energy, that too, but electrical power. And so people would hide the fact that they were pot growers by having hot tubs. The hot tub would be the camouflage for using up all the electricity. Yeah, and then these dumbass pot growers who had this whole subculture, this growth industry, this entire community, and they could use it to barter for anything, sex, you know, food, services. They would use their pot, and you know, and they were doing this generationally. So there were people who grew up in families that didn't know what else to do other than grow pot, and then you know, these fuckers kept saying, oh, you know, legalize it, and many of them were behind this. Then they legalized it. And all these people are all fucked up and got no one to barter their part with because now everybody can just get it in the store. And, you know, it is, they really fuck themselves. It's, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, the problem is here in Massachusetts, it's completely legal for anyone over 18, I think, or 21 maybe.
Yeah, whatever, but it's legal.
Whatever. They're 15 years behind California, which has been at the forefront of all this. As a graduate of Oaksterdam University, I understand that like dispensaries have been set up and regulations are in place, but you can't regulate everything all the time. And so there are black market sort of edibles and marijuana things that go on and all kinds of stuff. So my brother-in-law had a place, and it was a house, and as soon as you walked in there, you could smell it.
Yeah, of course.
Because it's just overwhelming.
Skunky. I can't stand it myself, but go on.
I don't like it either, honestly. It smells like a skunk.
Yeah.
And I'd rather not have that. I like fresh air.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Not that like once in a while the smell of it it's fine, but it's not. I'm not into it. But he had a little room, and it was connected to the hot tub through a vent, through a PVC pipe. You know, a big PVC pipe, and I never realized this till you mentioned it. It was through the hot tub, so they could like justify the energy use. And upstairs, hidden, was in this like little tiny room, but it was filled constantly with not LED lights, but like infrared lights or something that went 24/7 and gave these plants like constant light. And they were, so these are like, this is the beginning of like genetically enhanced pot. It was so potent and crazy, you know. But yeah, you're exactly right. Like people use hot tubs as a big front for energy use because it requires so much, you know, so much water too sometimes.
Yeah. And so here was our man, what's his name, Mr. Friends? Poor bastard. Oh, Jesus. Sitting in his hot tub, you know, staring at the moon, prepping himself and everybody else.
No, he's like, this is it. This is my life, honestly, is going to go downhill from here. You know.
Well, yeah, I guess it had gone downhill already.
It already has. It can't go any further. And I've done all I can, you know, and like, what else can I achieve? You know, so go out like that.
I don't even think he was thinking like that. What else can I achieve? I think it probably was, you know, honestly, I would presume, this is what I would presume, was that it was self-pity. He was already drowning in self-pity. I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
I mean, if you used to have, you know, the looks and, you know, you had just all that going for you, and then turn into, like you said, bloated like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man with a colostomy bag hanging out. yeah, that's you know, at that point, you know, it's not, nobody's thinking, I guess I've achieved all I can. You're just thinking like, oh man, life really fucking sucks now.
Yeah, can I have this ice cream? I don't know.
Yeah, this might be the
major
last
decision.
Yeah,
No,
yes,
I
it's
know. I mean, poor guy, you know, I mean, in some ways, but like, let it be a lesson to everybody. You know,
Thank you.
this
It's a
is what
cautionary
fame can do.
tale. Cautionary tale.
It is.
Yeah,
This is like
don't drink with Vicodin, motherfucker. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, first, I mean, if you're gonna drink with something, don't let it be like acetaminophen.
Yeah, I
because that
didn't
will-
know it was that bad. I didn't know. It was
Vicodin, acetaminophen.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And 5 milligrams or 10 milligrams of oxycodone.
Okay. Yeah, and so all that stuff's hard on the liver, man.
Extremely hard.
Wow,
on
I
it.
didn't know. How about codeine? Is codeine? Because I
Not sure. I think it's the same. Yeah.
is it really? Fuck, because I drink with codeine, but I.
Oh, that's awesome. It is. Jealous. I could drink with codeine. That'd be great.
No. I said, hey, you mean you wish you could drink with codeine? I mean, it's like,
Of course.
but
Yeah,
you do drink, right? You drink at times.
Once in a while. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Twice a week, 3 times a week, maybe.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe 5. I don't know. 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. 2, 3. No, but I mean, so anyway, this guy Matthew, who gives a shit? Rest in peace. Good luck.
Yeah. Yeah.
He had no kids. He had never married.
Wow.
But everybody loved Chandler, the character Chandler.
Right.
Friends, and he was actually pretty smart and funny, and he wasn't like overly prideful. He wasn't like Joey. He wasn't like any of the other people. He had his own thing, you know. He was, but yeah, you're right. I think it was self-pity. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Illuminati.
Oh God! If Ed Opperman's saying that shit, then he always was off the deep end. But you know, this that's beyond it. Now he's just an idiot.
Well, now they're latching on to this whole anytime, you know, that smiley face that you see.
Smiley face killers and shit. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So my one of my best friends is a guy named Todd Michael Schultz, and I'll give him a shout out right now. He is the partner of Bret Easton Ellis, he wrote the book American Psycho, which was turned into a movie. But he also wrote like other things like Glamorama and Less Than Zero and all these. But he also wrote a book a screenplay for the Smiley Face Killers, which was turned into a film with Kristen Hellion Glover. Guess who he had portrayed? Nicholas Schreck. He looks like because he has one, like, just you have to watch his film.
Yeah.
But he looks like he's a killer of these smiley face killers, and this was inspired by the work of, I think, William Ramsey is the guy's name.
Yeah.
Who I used to talk to. He had a falling out with Ed Opperman. Even he's like, "Fuck you, Ed Opperman," you know.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah, exactly. No, he's a smart guy. I think he lives in California. He's a lawyer. But he also like writes about like the West Memphis 3 and like Crowley. I think some of his first books were on, and because he feels like the West Memphis 3 was an actual sacrifice, a demonic thing. Because you look at Damien Eccles, who was the leader of that. He was in jail for the murder of those 3 boys, and then he got out due to this Hollywood pressure, and now he's basically a druid, you know.
Yeah.
Part of the OTO. But anyway.
Yeah. He claims he's a druid. It's more like he's just a Satanist who's just saying, I'm a druid, so it doesn't sound
right.
So it doesn't sound so awful.
Well, it's all the same. Yeah.
Well, in his case,
the horned one.
Yeah.
You know, they all show this horned one.
Yeah.
And extremely, this is like our Halloween spectacular, because tomorrow is Halloween.
Yes. Oh, that's right.
And I want to get your thoughts on Halloween, what people before we go? Like, Douglas, you talk about like what Halloween, what people should watch out for. What do you think?
I can tell you that I wouldn't worry too much about poison candy. That's pretty much an urban
razor
legend.
blades and
yeah. I mean, most candy's so fucking bad for you. Why bother to add the razor blades and poison? I mean, it's you're fucking up your sugar levels. You're basically making yourself a diabetic at some point. I mean, I don't understand the all this sweet stuff that. Yeah, I'm more of a savory man myself, but there you go. Yeah, go on.
Well, that's why I'm giving out only one potato pierogi per child.
Anyhow,
they're gonna love it.
And by the way, this is why I realize I'm fucking sleepy. Is I'm basically revving myself up for Halloween, going back to the Estates, blitzing myself out on, codeine and alcohol.
Pretty cool. That's a good time.
Yeah, boys' blood and all the rest of that.
You must go to like the Chinese or the Asian. What is it? Lombard Street, not Vermont. Is it Vermont? That's the snaky one.
The pharmacy? You talking about the pharmacy?
Yeah, the pharmacy, like the Asian pharmacies.
Mm-hmm.
Like they don't have like, as opposed to Americans, doctors. They have they're like, oh, you need that? Okay. Do the strongest you can take and just take a little bit.
Those days are over, brother.
Are they?
Yeah, they've been over for a long time. Jesus Christ. It's not like that. Yeah.
That's why I moved to San Francisco.
Yeah, but I get a legitimate prescription and I gotta, conserve it. Can't take them all at once.
No.
And this is probably what's going to save my ass is that the doctor only prescribes me 15 a month. It's like I can only take one every other day.
That's good.
Yeah, if I'm doing that. But I'm not, just so people understand, I'm not popping this every other day regularly like some idiot. I mean, I just do this, at times when I'm like trying to relax and shit. It's not even really for me a party drug. So I just bring it up because it's in light of the context of what we were talking about with this poor bastard giving himself Vicodin and alcohol.
Of course.
And
for sure.
Yeah. But when it comes to, myself, I mean, obviously I've got other recreational drugs to use, and people must notice by now most of those recreational drugs are stimulants. But when it comes to the Halloween, I don't think there's anything for people in general to worry about other than mass shooters. Maybe.
Well, there's been a few.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was one tonight, I think.
Yeah, well, what's her name? Jennifer or Victoria, one of them brought up, isn't there one in Florida? And that's when...
Yes, Tampa, yeah.
Yeah, that's when, I said, honey, there's always one in Florida, It's honest to God, I hate to say it, but this one in Maine, when it went down, and then we got these conflicting reports. At first, they kept showing the guy's mugshot, which obviously a mugshot, so... I thought they had him in custody, and then they, then they kept saying, "Oh, we're looking for him. Manhunt is on, looking for him." And then finally, "Oh, we found him." And then the danger's over.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was confused. I'm in Massachusetts, in the Boston area. So, we got an alert that he was traveling south through Massachusetts, and so the state police blocked off pretty much every highway and were assigned to like every major back street and route and everything, right?
Yeah.
And they were put on high alert. And so traffic was a bitch this weekend. Right?
Oh.
So they reported he was in this like car. Turns out he wasn't in a car. This but they found him in a river. So it was like all this, like, it's like, like George was saying earlier, like, I don't fault these people for not believing that the media isn't true, because it's really not in a way. You know, you got to look at the whole context of something. And, you know, these people who report the news are just, I mean, it's taken out of context a lot of times. Some of it's good, but you have to cross-reference everything. But so anyway, with this main shooter guy, it was like extremely confusing, especially when they said that he had 2 shot bullet holes to his head.
Yeah, what do you think that's about?
It's just, you know what I really think? And I think this, I almost want to write a book about this, or a novella, and it won't have his name. And
why not?
Well, it might have, he won't be able to sue me.
Yeah.
So, but no, it might have like a different name, but I'm taking like, because it's Maine, you know, and Stephen King and all, sudden supernatural, this and that. So, but anyway, that could be added to this book or this story. But this guy, I think, and you know what's interesting? When I read the Daily Mail, which is a UK publication, they said that this death takes, or the killing takes place one day before the hunting of deer is to take place, which is a big sport in Maine.
Yeah.
That's what it said.
Yeah.
So you can imagine that somebody, somebody, all right, this idiot went out and shot a bunch of kids in Maine.
Yeah.
Radio, yeah, everybody who's a retired crazy person in Maine, right? That's strapped to the gills, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, there's some dude that did this shit. Let's find him and hunt him.
Yeah.
Because we got deer and we can't, you know. And so they go out. The state police don't stop them. And there's these serious dudes. And they do not work for the state police. But these are fucking veterans that all they want to do. This is what they've been hoping. This is a situation they've been praying for.
Yeah. It's like I said, you know, I was saying just that. Go on. Yeah.
Oh, they've been praying for this for their entire life. They want a human. They want an evil, complete
scapegoat.
Evil, a scapegoat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A socially acceptable target for their frustrations. Yes.
Exactly. This is well said. Perfect scapegoat. Right.
Yeah.
And he's running in the wilderness, and it's like, all right, boys. And I bet you that we'll find out 100 years from now, Ross Perot, or like, you know, Trump or some stupid idiot put out a bounty of like $100 million to kill this motherfucker. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
but
then
they wouldn't need to make it that much. They only need to say something like 50,000, really. But go on.
Yeah. $2 delivery tip. Yeah.
Pretty
Plus
much.
delivery fees. It's a door dasher that kills him. Yeah. But yeah, he was found supposedly. Daily Mail showed, and I have photos of this, of 2 gunshots, and they're like, "Oh, it was from suicide." Well, you can't shoot yourself twice. But somebody brought it. My own mother brought it up to me. She said, "Well, what if it was an exit wound?" I was like, "Why do you think like a psychopath?"
Well, I don't think it's an exit wound. It would be like that. One thing that's conceivable is that he, you know, shot himself on one side and was in extraordinary pain, but it didn't kill him, and then shot himself again on the other side, and then that finally did him in. But that's possible, but. You know, not what I would. It sounds like you said, like a bunch of guys hunted him down, and you know, and just basically the police say, "Oh, they did us a favor. You know, don't pursue it any further. You know, he's dead now, so we'll just let it end here." It's bizarre. But what I had said earlier
was that while he was on the loose and it was brought to my attention, this affair, I said, I don't get it. Maine is an open carry, permitless.
That's true.
Permitless open carry. And,
anyone.
Yeah, and this is what people who are packing a gun dream about. All they ever tell you is, these mass shooters only succeed because there's not a good guy with a gun available to take them down. And so where were all the good guys with the guns? Did they all run away? I mean, this is their wet dream, as you said, to be in an area where a mass shooter shows up so they can plunk them down and look like a hero. And it's like, where were all these people? This guy was leisurely going all over the place and ultimately driving down to fucking Salem, Massachusetts and shit to bump off Mark H. Because he probably heard Mark H on that Doug Dietrich show and said, man, I hate that Doug Dietrich guy, but I hate that Mark H even more. I'll go down and kill that son of a bitch. And then,
no, I heard about the Arizona event.
Yeah.
where Dietrich prevented, what was it, Mandy and the Joker and how they...
Yes. That's right. It was, I'm trying to remember their name now. Because, remember, I was on this, radio interview with this, 17, how old was he? 12? This 14-year-old boy was interviewing me along with Ed Opperman's daughter.
I don't know. Yeah.
That was back in the Revolution Radio days. It was Ed Opperman's daughter and her, I guess we'd call him her boyfriend, kind of like a playmate. They're both underage. They're both under legal age. And they were interviewing me about Gerard and Mandy Miller. And so, yeah, I was interviewed about Gerard and Mandy Miller by a couple of kids. How could you forget something like that?
Well, I don't remember. I remember Gerard and Mandy. I don't remember Ed Opperman's whole thing. His daughter.
Do you remember what I had said about his daughter? The weird.
No.
Yeah, basically, just so people know, Ed Opperman loves his daughter. It's not in an incestuous sense. It's something worse. It's like he is her slave. It's like she's the woman of the house, and the mother was fighting for, what do they call that? The rights to, basically...
Custodial.
Thank you. It's and the mother was fighting for that because she knew that in Ed Opperman's company, she was going to grow up into a monster. I mean, Ed Opperman not only let her get away with whatever she wanted to, he could not say no. He was just, one time he was on the show with me at Revolution Radio, and he said something just casually referencing her because I had asked. What was that?
Sorry, go ahead. I hate that guy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Go ahead. Yeah.
And so when I said something like, "How's your daughter?" and then he casually, and then she said from the other end of the room, "Shut up! Shut up!" Yeah.
You said that?
Yeah. Like she was his wife.
To you or to her dad?
Oh, to her dad.
Her
dad. She was nothing but an angel to me.
No,
but,
she's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. But her dad was just, to her, is just a big,
Hey. He's like a dude from Goodfellas. He's like, he thinks he's like an Italian actor. Because he's always like, I was in Goodfellas Part 3. Whatever he was. He was an extra, supposedly. Right?
Was he really? Is that what he claims?
Yeah, look on his website or whatever.
Oh,
it is,
good God! What a
This is long ago.
Yeah,
he used to brag. He's like, "This is me on the set of Goodfellas."
Oh God! Look, Jesus! By the time that I met him, poor bastard, he was on stage, and it was an odd environment. He was on stage and he was lecturing, and I had to help him with something. I can't remember what it was. Like maybe plugging in the speaker or something. And so I just sat down on stage. I figured no point in making myself more, visible by walking away. So I just sat down on stage at his feet, so to speak. And then I looked up, and he always, I don't know if you ever noticed this. You probably never met him physically. He always has his shirt out. And we're talking about a guy who wears basically kind of like suits. So, it's not, he's got his shirt out, white shirt, and the horror. Oh, the horror. I just looked up and I could see what a hooker would see if she was giving him a blowjob. I saw the underside of his belly, the underside of his naked belly. He's got what they call Dunlop's disease. And
What's that?
Dunlop's disease is like when you see the big fat sheriff stops your car south of the Mason-Dixon line, and he waddles up, and his big belly is so large you can't see his gun belt, and that's when you say his belly Dunlopped over his gun belt. Yeah, that's what Ed Opperman's got. His belly's so big because he's like in third trimester and shit that he can't tuck his shirt in. Can't tuck his shirt into his pants. And so he leaves his shirt out, and then when some poor bastard like me, through some horrible set of circumstances that no one should ever suffer, winds up somehow beneath him, blowjob position level, looks up and sees the underside of his belly. That is like,
can you imagine?
And
he lives in Vegas, and that's where I think it's legal there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Prostitution's legal in Vegas. Yeah.
I don't think it's coincidence he lives there.
Yeah. Thank you. It's the only way he gets it, and it takes a lot of money to make that lickable.
I remember listening to him. He would be like, "Hey, I had a show on Revolution."
Oh, he was always trying to make himself sound like he was righteous and moral and shit too. Maybe.
No, but he would say, "I knew Douglas Dietrich. I would always play it up, and he had the show after me." I said, "I don't like you, Douglas Dietrich."
It's like...
But I looked into him. He thinks he has all these special powers that he gets to look into people's private lives and knows the answer. My friend Neil, who debunked the whole QAnon thing, because Ed Opperman's a big QAnon guy, right?
Is he really?
Oh, of course.
Oh my God, he's really degenerated.
He's like, I know for sure. He's like, I know for sure that because people I talk to. And he's like, well, you can't prove that. I mean, this is just hearsay. I mean, if you want to go by logic or whatever, and the guy's like, well, I mean, QAnon, it's really like, my friend Neil was just like destroying him. And they got in a huge argument on the Opperman show. And then Opperman would always come back, hey, I can't do this anymore. This is the end of the show. I'm really going to need $25 for...
Yes, oh God. He kept begging on Facebook, and V was telling me, hey, I don't like this guy. He's always asking for money. I said, why don't you just block him?
Yeah. He's like, this is the end of the show. I'm sorry, everybody. And then, 2 years later, the show is still going on.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what I understand. Is that tonight we have May Pang. He had May Pang.
What do I remember her from?
She was the mistress of John Lennon during this lost weekend with Yoko Ono.
Okay.
The 70s, right?
Jesus
Christ. He would have all these weird...
Just out of the way, nobodies that has-beens and never were's has-beens.
Just weirdos, and but then, he got so QAnon.
Oh.
And Trump... He did. I don't know if he supported Trump or not.
If you're doing QAnon, you must be supporting Trump.
Well, Pizzagate, he definitely supported Pizzagate.
Did he really? Oh my God! I never
time.
realized that he really lost that poor son of a bitch. Jesus,
That's what it was.
Yeah, pathetic. And this guy was
He is a pathetic man, and but I think his daughter, I think she had a show. Mm-hmm. Do you remember this on the Project Camelot website?
Dude, I was telling you, I was being interviewed by her. Remember I said that?
I remember that. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah.
No, not Carrie, but the daughter, but also Carrie. Yeah.
You got interviewed by her?
Both Carrie at one point, and then the daughter at another point. Yeah.
She had her own show, and she was 11 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's don't have your kid doing this at 11.
Thank you. That's what I said. She interviewed me along with some young boy who was her age or maybe even younger. So I was interviewed by a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old, 9-year-old boy and an 11-year-old
girl. Kids on MK Ultra.
Yeah.
asking me about Gerard Mandy Miller.
Okay, ultra time with Carrie.
Yeah, you would think
Like,
it would be.
what the hell is this, like
You would think
a
it would.
Sesame Street?
Thank you. You would think.
Hi, my name is Ed Opperman. I'm the Grinch. No, I mean what are the guy in the trash can? Oscar. Hi, I live in San Francisco. And I live in a trash can. My name is Brandon. I hang out on Lombard Street.
Yes. Oh my God. He's like.
I'm at the Coit Castle. No, it's the Coit Tower. Sorry.
Yes. Coit Tower. That looks like a giant penis, a giant phallus. Yes.
Amazing.
It's supposed to be a fire hose nozzle for those.
Hey, have you ever been in there?
Yes.
You see like the murals and stuff. It's
yeah,
cool.
Communist. It's all communist.
Is it?
Yeah, it's all Marxist shit.
Like Rockefeller Plaza.
I don't know about that, but
it's Frida Kahlo's husband.
Yeah. Okay. That. Yeah, but he was like some famous communist Soviet type artist who like painted all that shit in Coit Tower. So
really?
Yeah. It all looks like Soviet harvest laborer work, all that shit. You go in there.
Yeah, it does actually.
Yeah. So you're looking at it now. You're looking
and
at.
And then outside is like a statue, but they took it down. I think the Legion of Honor. There's a Legion of Honor in San Francisco.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Still there, right?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think they use it for like public stuff. Yeah.
Cool.
And and they've got the I don't know if they ever took it down. They got the stained glass window where you can see the Filipino woman kneeling down before the white American soldier and shit because
my God.
celebrates the triumph over the Philippines and shit in the Spanish-American War. Yeah, so they got the big statue in Union Square is the statue of their victory in the Spanish-American War. The woman who posed for that statue, everyone went apeshit and wanted to marry her. She got like, this was in the 20s, 1890s. Yeah, so she got like every available man in the city of San Francisco proposed to her at that time, and that's when she said, "I'd rather be." She said, "I'd rather be an old man's wife than a young man's slave," and so she married some rich old man, and and took advantage of the sudden fame that she had by being the model for that statue, and married some rich old geezer, and became like a model of philanthropy, helping.
Oh wow!
Yeah, poor girls and shit, helping poor girls out. So I mean,
amazing. Wow.
yeah. She
know so much.
Yeah. Go on.
What? Yeah. So a lot of people.
I mean, thank you for catching me up on Ed Opperman. I had no idea how far he sank.
I don't know. Like, I haven't checked in on him in a month or two. But
you ain't missing shit. It sounds like you never need to check in on him.
I don't like him. He reached out to me and my friend.
Yeah.
For an interview.
Yeah.
And my friend just said no.
Yeah.
And he got extremely mad.
Really? Holy shit, I don't get it. Why? You know what his problem is? His problem is that he's trying to do an interview show, and it makes him desperate.
He's very desperate for guests.
Yeah. That's pathetic. And it's like, why bother with something like that? I don't see nobody. Here's why all these people want to interview people is because they got nothing of their own life to say.
Yeah. What is he doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, but
quote unquote, if you ask him, he'd say he's raising his daughter, but his daughter, I presume she's legal age now or close to it.
I don't know, but maybe.
I mean, have you seen her? Does she look good these days? I mean, she was a looker back when she was 11.
No, I haven't seen her recently, but she did have that like a show when she was like 10, 11 or whatever.
Yeah, like I said, I was one of the guests on it. Yeah.
That's crazy. I got to see that. You should all watch that.
Yeah, it should be required viewing, yeah. But yeah, she would just yell at Ed like he was her husband, and just with this her comfort zone was that she knew she could get away with just slapping him around like a bitch and getting whatever she wanted. So I mean, it was charming in its own way, but it's
he's emasculated, and there you go. And what about James Authienchik? Any gossip on him? Or
now I know that name. I think what was the name of his show? Midnight Caravan?
No, yeah, that's that doofus, the one who looks like Frankenstein's monster, Lurch. Right. What's his name? John B. Wells. You're thinking John B. Wells is Caravan to Midnight. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then James
Yannick
is Feet to the Fire. Feet to the Fire. You might vaguely remember that. I think that's probably off the internet.
Yeah, I don't know him. I don't think he's around.
Yeah, and so then the other target for gossip would be aside from the guys we were talking, Mike Ringley of course died, and there was like no shall we say nothing to be missed. Oh, you heard what happened to Sean David Morton, right?
Oh, that's what I want to bring up. Thank you very much. Okay, so like Sean had me on his show one time on Revolution. He sent me a book too, by the way, and I still have it. It's signed to me, and it came in a stamped international post stamp from Lemuria.
Of course, he made his own fucking stamp
because he didn't want to pay for the postage, so he would just like make up
print his own stamps.
Yes,
disgusting. Yeah,
like, think about how much. I'd save $10.
Yeah, and how much did he pay for the press that made that stamp? It had to be substantial.
I have no idea. He had these weird things set up. Like people loved him for it, but anyway, he's always dying.
Yes.
So he dies like 3 times a year.
Yes.
And so, or he's always dying, and so, but very recently.
Yeah.
He was like people like his wife was, or supposedly his wife, who works at Disney World, was like, this is his wife, and like Sean's not doing too great. He's probably gonna die soon. I'm gonna pull the plug. And then the next post on Facebook was like a portrait of Sean, and everybody's like, "Rest in peace, Sean." Oh my God, Sean, I love you. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Sean. I knew you were gonna go, Sean. I'm so sorry. And and then there was Miles Johnson made a video like in memoriam of Sean, right? And it was and they had like, it was just like a 3-minute, I don't know, 3-minute like video of like in memoriam of Sean.
Yeah, and then when it showed him at the buffet table, showed him at the him at the vending machine in prison. He was at the vending machine in prison.
Oh, no. He's trading cigarettes for blowjobs.
Yeah.
No, so
except nobody wanted to fuck him because he's so fucking ugly. Yeah.
No, who want a blowjob from that? I mean, talk about looking up at the guy.
Nothing to see but belly. Yeah.
It's like what's the guy from Dune, Leto?
Yeah. Harkonnen. Yeah.
Harkonnen.
Yeah. Except no, he's more like the man worm. He's more like the worm. He's the worm in the tank.
He's a sandworm.
Yeah.
But anyway, turns out like everybody's saying goodbye, Sean. I loved you. You're great. Like I remember. I'll always remember you. And then next post, Sean's not dead. Just to let you know. No. He's still alive.
He said he's a miracle. It's a miracle.
No, it's a miracle. He went to heaven, and God must have said, "No, Sean, it's not time. You got to stay back down here."
Yeah, because God hates you. Because God fucking hates you. Yeah.
Right. With no relief.
Yeah.
And so now he's still alive and supposedly in hot, but like. Listen, ever since he got convicted of like tax fraud or whatever.
Oh, everything.
Just always like as soon as the verdict came out, his wife supposedly died.
Yeah.
And then he supposedly went into the hospital and died. Like it's all fake, man.
Thank you.
It's so bad, and it's like I saw it coming, Yeah.
It's shtick. It's become shtick. And the sad thing is, his wife is attractive, or certainly was all the times
Melissa.
All the times I met her, and
Why is she doing this to herself? I mean, does she hate herself so much? I mean, she's with this loser and letting him drag her down to this. I mean,
exactly.
She could have so much better in life than
I think it's actually Sean pretending to be her.
Yeah, man, you're right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yes, I'll buy that. Yeah, that she left him, especially after prison, and that he's just saying that. Cool. I'll buy that.
There's no evidence of her being. I mean, it's just like selfie. Like, here's Sean on a respirator.
Yeah.
And he's just like looking at the camera, but it's like obviously him holding a phone, taking a selfie. So like, if he can hold a phone taking a selfie, he's not passed out. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
So anyway, Sean David Morton's a fucking huckster.
So the book he sent you was that Black Seraph shit, right? Black Seraph.
No. Oh, remember that?
How could I forget?
Black Seraph, dude.
This
oh my God.
New one?
This was Sands of Time part like 50.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Or part 3, part 2, or something like that. But it was stupid. Yeah, it was really like, I mean, it's all like, it's basically Coast to Coast FM.
Yeah.
In like a movie form. I went to Area 51. I went underground. And then I saw the alien, but I didn't think it was cool until I got the chronometer. And the chronometer let me go back and say, it's just like total fantasy bullshit.
And he's trying to pass this off as real? That he had these?
Yeah, absolutely he does.
Oh, yeah.
And then he has fans like Eric Cassidy who are like, well, Sean, let's hear your story.
Yeah, they've got the weirdest relationship, he and her. They got the weirdest relationship.
Yeah, they do.
And she acts like she hates him. She acts like she hates him when I've seen them, but at the same time, she keeps, there's some. She must like feel so sorry for him or love him in some sense, some weird sense. It's very bizarre. But
it is.
Yeah. Again, a form of self-hatred of some sort, like Melissa has probably left him. This is what Brandon and I are hoping for her sake, that she got her shit together and just said, you know what, fuck you, asshole, and got out. And so he just keeps, But, the time she was with him, all the time she was with him, I couldn't understand why. Why are you doing this to yourself? But with Carrie Cassidy, of course, her trip, poor dear, is that she tries to, interview all these losers and weirdos, and she'll treat everything they say as if it's the gospel, as if it's all true. And she tries to accept what everyone says as true, and then synthesize it all together into a madcap, holistic picture that you just can't do this. You have to understand. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I'm just sorry, but she recently. Do you remember this guy during this? What was it? The October or January 6th uprising.
Yeah.
So there was this guy named the Q Shaman.
Yeah, Mr. Nipple rings and shit.
Guy?
Yeah, how could I forget? Yes, disgusting looking individual.
So she interviewed him.
That must have been deep.
And he's like, no, this is what happened. Like, I'm really sorry for what happened at the Capitol. Like, he's like, this was a whole misunderstanding. But Carrie's like, yeah, but wasn't it true that, like, the police let you in and encouraged you to do this thing? He's like, no, I was there. And she's like, yeah, but I know that wasn't true. She's like, so she always has this, like, sort of like, I know more than you. Even though you were there, I know from my sources that it was true.
Interesting.
And yes, no, but you are correct. It's like, no, I know I'm correct. You don't have to say I'm correct. Like, I was there. He's trying to say, like, this was wrong. I shouldn't have done this. And she's like, yeah, but really you should have. And because, like, they let you open, and the police let you open. No one died, and there was big. He's like, no, people got hurt.
People died. 6 people died.
Yeah, but he's trying to say to Carrie, like, listen, like, this is not good. What I did was wrong. You should not go. And she's like, yeah, but you should have gone in there.
That's
it's
incredible.
crazy. She's nuts.
That's so sad. Again, just sad. I'm like, again, she's encouraging insurrection, and it's really sad. And as for that, so-called QAnon shaman, all I can say is that, I have a bit more respect for him, that he has the capacity for some level of remorse for doing something so stupid. It speaks well of him that at least he has the capacity for some level of self-reflection. I mean, he was in jail for a little while, right?
6 months.
Yeah, because his mom kept saying he was vegan and shit. And that was at the time that idiot Daniel Arola was still involved with this program and would pop in and say his shit. Yeah. Oh God, has he showed up anywhere?
I haven't talked to him in forever.
Yeah, good for you. You ain't missing shit. He started out of nowhere trying to talk with Brendan Zogit. Last
really?
month. Yeah, out of nowhere he starts trying to talk to Brendan Zogit. And he's just a loser. Anyhow, did you know his? You of course remember he was a male stripper, right?
Well, that's what you say. I never saw
you find that
I
hard
never
to...
saw it with my 5 senses. I believe it. Why not?
No, I wouldn't mind you not believing it by using your 5 senses to look at his face and say, damn, that guy's so fucking ugly. I can't believe he was a male stripper. Yeah, because he looks like a fucking, orangutan and shit. But anyhow, such being said, one of the guys that he would do the live stage sex act with was Caesar. What was the fucking name of the guy? The weird Hispanic guy who was sending pipe bombs to all the Democrats. Caesar Syack. Caesar Syack. Okay. That was the guy who used to do the fuck bunny on stage with Daniel Arola. And Daniel Arola brought that up a few times himself. It's not something that that I'm making up in the aftermath. So anyhow, there you have it. So
when you're a male stripper, you don't discriminate between guys and
it's true. Girls. It's true. You understand that. You get it.
I know a guy from LA. I mean, I've been neighbors with these people and whatever, surf guys, whatever. Met them, whatever. And they're normal dudes supposedly, but like their day job is, or night job too, is like doing parties for like, it's not women.
Yeah,
it's like maybe like 10% women.
Thank you.
But 90% is like dudes.
Thank you.
That want to see you dance naked in front of them, and you do it for the money. You know what I mean? That's your job.
Yes. Sad.
So like that's what male stripper. Like you say, male stripper. Yeah. It's not female stripper. Like females go for guys for the most part.
Yeah.
And then the males go for males.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. You've got it down. You've got it down. Yeah. And that was Danny Boy in a fucking nutshell. Pathetic. Poor son of a bitch.
They will never admit it, by the way.
No, he wouldn't. Like, that's how insecure the fucker is, and it doesn't make any sense.
It's all women. It's all like these hot, like super hot supermodels.
That's what he would claim. You remember that? You remember that?
Not guys. No, this is true of like any other stripper. Like, I mean, like. They all think it's like, oh no, man, bro, I don't dance for dudes.
The ones that have their heads together and are just gay, or they'll cop to it. But these,
you're right, and those are the most successful ones.
Thank you. These so-called straight guys who are denying what they're doing. It shows they loathe themselves. If they're embarrassed to admit what they're doing, they shouldn't be doing it.
Exactly.
So. Thank you.
Same with gay porn or anything like that.
Thank you. Yeah.
And there's plenty of gay porn guys that are just like, no, I'm straight.
Yeah, they'll insist. That's what they'll say. Yeah, I just suck cock professionally. I just do this for the money, take it up the ass for the money and shit.
Oh, but you seem to really like it.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's acting. Yeah, that's acting.
Yeah, that's acting. Here's your Oscar.
Yeah, no shit.
Jeez.
Idiots. Fucking idiots.
So funny.
Honestly, it's empathetic. They'd be funny if they weren't so tragic. Yeah, and of course that idiot, when Brendan Zoget and I were shitting and pissing all over him, that Daniel Arola wrote this long, series of messages to Brendan that Brendan said he must have spent all day writing. And, but Daniel was basically saying, Douglas, I was planning to make him say all this shit about me. And that's when I said, Brendan. So he's saying it was his strategic intent to look like a stupid loser. He succeeded. That's,
sounds like, as the kids say, a cope. Yes,
thank you. And then Jambo the Reese Monkey's been trying to seduce Brooke,
Oh, wow, because she said he has like a muscular body.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like saying like an ape has a muscular body.
Yeah, thank you.
This is like saying like the gator in the pond has a muscular body.
Yeah, thank you.
Like this is an animal. This is a monkey. This is not a human being. This is, I think, unless she is, Britt is like, or Brooke is into like sort of like, what is the Jane? What's her name? Jane Goodall.
Yeah.
Sort of like a Jane Goodall sexual incest, not incest. What would you call it? Cross
interspecies. Yeah,
interspecial copulation.
Yeah.
Which Jane Goodall, I mean, Brooke might be the new Jane Goodall.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah.
And so I think when she has a child, it might be like, like a monkey.
There we are. To prevent that from happening, she needs to shut these guys down. She needs to start blocking these guys.
She needs to just, get higher standards.
Thank you for conversation mates. Yeah.
Thinks like that guy. Thinks he's muscular, dude.
Yeah.
He looks like a fucking. Oh, I'm not gonna say it, but like a sinew, and like he's just like.
Yeah, certainly.
Whatever.
Yeah. What was that?
Looks like like it looks like what's that anatomy book?
Grey's Anatomy.
Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah.
He looks like the muscular system of that.
Thank you. Yeah, you see right through him. His skin's transparent from all those. Fucking. This is what I sent her. Let's see if I can get the screen share going. And here we are. Can you see the screen share? See the cursor moving around your here?
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here, man. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Wait.
Yeah. Oh, guess that knocked him into mute. Okay, here, let me type this out. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, here we are. You must be able to hear me. Come on, can you hear me? Brandon, I hear him. Brandon.
Yeah, the Skype is, man. I gotta update Skype, I think.
Oh gosh, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Can you see the cursor moving around? I'm sharing screen.
No. Nope.
How can we change that?
I have to leave and probably come back on.
Okay, leave and come back then, so I can.
All right, good. All right, I'll be right back.
Yes, okay. Our man's reloading his Skype. That's cool. So what I'll do is I'll stop sharing screen. Let's see if he keeps his word and actually comes back. If not, I'll start into some form of monologue.
All right, there we go.
There we are. Okay, so let's try sharing screen again. See if it works. I'm going to share screen. All right. Can you see the cursor moving around?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So, yes, here we are. This is what I sent Brooke. I said, Jambo the Reese Monkey calls himself Lucifage, like Lucifage, like Lucifage, the diabetic medicine and shit. And I said, this is Lucifage's idea of taking you on a hot date. Cough syrup down the mucous membrane of the lower intestine for immediate absorption. So, there you go. That's, when you reach the dead end of the internet, this is what people are doing.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't think she has to reduce herself to that, though.
I hope not. Yeah.
But she feels like I think Brooke feels so lower that she has to reduce herself to that. She shouldn't.
Yes, that's right. She shouldn't. It's like, you know, that wife of Sean David Morton and shit.
Yeah. Melissa.
Yeah, Melissa. How could I forget her name? Yes, she was gorgeous in her day. Yeah.
Oh, she's very pretty.
Yeah.
It's like, what's she doing with Sean? You know, of course.
Hates herself or something. It's got to be something like that.
It's mind control. It's like the Naga.
That's it. It's mind control. You're right. You're right.
It turns into like a king cobra.
Yeah.
And like when that happens, you get mesmerized by sort of like the look of them, and the camouflage, and sort of they're twinkling, and then they strike you.
Yeah.
You know, and they look bigger than they are because of the hood.
Yeah, well, Sean David Morton is like no strike capacity there. That poor fucker.
Yeah. He's more of a nibbler. You know, he just nibbles at your feet.
Yeah, I think all he does is, one time when I met him at a conference, they had some attractive young girl with them that didn't make sense.
I remember that.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, and I figured that
Code Red meeting.
Yeah, basically I think what was going on was that Melissa and this girl would fuck and Sean would just jack off to it. That's basically...
Whoa. That's Terry Joyce.
Yeah,
What's her name?
Yeah.
Or Sarah Rachel Adams. One of those. Right? One of them.
No, it wasn't one of those. It was a young
Meyer. Haley Meyer.
Yeah. No, it was a young girl. Young lady. And so she was probably almost certainly a prostitute that had hired, and they basically just her and Melissa would make out, and Sean would just jack off. That's basically what he was fit for. Poor son of a bitch.
Amazing.
Amazing that he could do even that. Yeah, because he had to search for it underneath. He had to search for it underneath that pot belly. Yeah.
He had a search warrant for it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Oh boy. I remember he was like, so there's like if anybody wants to look this up, this is a great classic clip. It's like Richard Dolan at the head of the freaking stupid panel, and then Douglas Dietrich at the end being really cool, and then like everybody else, and then Sean David Morton like interviewing everybody or introducing them.
He was a master of ceremonies. Yeah.
Master of ceremonies, and he's like, the guy's so nice, they named him Thrice. Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. And, like, Douglas is like, Code Red immediately. Yeah. He's like, this is and Dolan is like, well, Douglas, I think that, MacArthur had complete control over Japan. And, blah, blah, blah. And Douglas is like, this is ridiculous. Like, first of all, and like no one like they shut like it's a whole sabotage.
Yeah.
No way. And that whole I forget the conference that was, but there are a lot of people on there that were just like, it's like Dolan has shown himself recently to be a total pawn and puppet.
Thank you. Well, just so tell us what you've seen. Yeah. Tell us what you've seen.
You were the first to call him out, to be honest.
Thank you.
And then, like, you were like, no, I'm gonna, like, you're like Code fucking Red.
Yeah.
And then, like, and everybody else, so then years later, everyone's like, Dolan wrote the book on everything. He's the best. He knows everything. He's from Rochester. And, his son has a baseball team. He's right after Jimmy Church. And Jimmy Church and him are great friends, and it's cool. And then, like, he got married again. He's like, I'm married. And they got divorced again.
Yeah.
And then now he's what? Nothing. And, like, everybody's like, well, what the fuck? Dolan is actually a puppet.
Yes.
Like, he's just as bought as anybody else.
Yes.
You want to think he's opposition. He's not. You think he's the real deal because he wrote a fucking book? Excuse me. A book about the national security, whatever it is,
States
UFO.
or something.
Yeah, bullshit. Bullshit. Go suck my dick. I'll write that in 1, 2, 3 days.
Good
you know,
man.
like you know what I mean? Like, so now he's like nowhere. He's just doing low key conferences here and there for people who think he's still relevant. He's not relevant, man. He has nothing.
He has nothing. And you were the first person to call him out. He's like, MacArthur had complete control. His word was the law in Japan.
God. Oh, God.
He was the Shinto master of the samurai. And he lived in Okinawa and swam the seas to come. It's like, no, he wasn't. Like MacArthur, you could go into it, but it's just, yeah, he totally took opposition to you, like, immediately. And this is before I knew you. I was like, this guy's an asshole.
Thank you.
Just objectively,
Yeah. I mean, I really appreciate your expressing this, of course.
Well, I love you, and I need to, tell you.
Love you too, brother. Yeah.
There are things that, I'll never be able to say.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll be able to say them, and this is one of those times, so I thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Well, definitely glad to have you on, and I'm glad we were able to shoot the shit, have some gossip about, what's going on with some of these people in the world. I am shocked to that Ed Opperman disintegrated into. I mean, I'm not shocked, and yet I am. Right. I'm appalled at the same time. I shouldn't be surprised. But the idea that he became, a QAnoner and what a loser. It's like, yeah, and but hopefully,
Pizzagate.
Pizzagate.
It's like the pre-formation to QAnon, because Pizzagate became, I don't know if you remember it, but it was like James Elefantis.
Yeah.
Had a little pizza place, and it was like a pool. It was like a little party place.
Yeah.
In Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And he happened to be connected to certain political people, but there was a shooting there, by the way. Some crazy asshole.
Yeah, who believed all the shit, came in and shot the place up. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's it. And they were like, "Where are the kids?"
Yeah.
And they're like, "What?" And they just shot up the place. So, dude, you have a responsibility when you're broadcasting.
Yes, thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
And you take that into consideration, but not too many people do. They just want to, like Mark said, have chaos out there, and they're just chaos vampires, essentially.
Yes.
And they look at chaos and they fucking drain it, and they get powerful from it, and that's their fucking chi.
Yeah.
But they have to be opposed by the people who are overwhelmingly against chaos.
Yes. Thank you. I think that any person with any semblance of sanity at this point in history seeks order, seeks security over freedom even. You definitely cannot just expect that from chaos. These people want to watch the world burn, but they want their own lives to be secure. They want their cake and eat it too. It's preposterous, just disgusting.
I saw. Have you seen Inception? I mean, not Inception. The recent one with Michael Caine and Christopher Nolan.
Tell me about it.
Tenet is the name of it. And if you look at the Magic Square, you know what the Magic Square is.
Oh, explain it for our listeners.
Sator.
Yeah.
Sator, I think tarot, and different letters in a 64 by 16 square. And this is called the Magic Square. Goes back to King Solomon, whatever. King Solomon.
Right.
But in this film, it's called Tenet, and that's one of the. Tenet is backwards and forwards, like the same mathematical gematria code, and it's in the Magic Square. And so everything in this movie is either in the future or in the past, and you have to really discern what it is. And before it takes place of a siege of Kiev,
which is in Ukraine.
Yeah. Interesting.
So it's like prophetic, right? It's
Yeah.
weird. It's like Nolan knew and was warning us about this. So there's an opera in the very first scene. It's Robert Patterson and oh god, I forget the black guy's name, but they're both like they can manipulate time in a very militaristic way. It was very underrated. I think it was released right before the pandemic. Not too many people got to see it in the theater, obviously, right?
Right. Sad.
But it's like backwards and forwards. It makes completely it's just a masterpiece in some ways, because it talks about time travel, the military, Ukraine, Kiev, but the great quote in it is that the protagonist, which is what he's called, meets Michael Caine, and he's sitting having dinner, and he says, he's like, why do we have to stop this? Why do I have to do? What is my mission? Why do I have to do all this? And Michael Caine says, well, some people just want to watch the world burn.
Thank you. Yes, that's it.
Right?
Yeah. It's like Laurie Ann Fenton, her favorite film was Fight Club. She loved the ending where the man and woman are holding hands and the world is collapsing around them. Yes, because he's planted bombs everywhere, taking them down.
Good for her. Yeah, she's a Fenton, which is I think I brought up a long time ago.
Yeah,
is from a vampire.
Yeah.
Situation. Like a Fenton is a follower of the vampire.
Interesting.
Of Dracula. And so there's so many. I just watched the recent film Renfield.
Oh God, that must have been repulsive.
Have you seen this?
No, I couldn't suffer through it. I can't stand
really?
Nicolas Cage. I can't stand Nicolas Cage.
Oh, it's funny. It's kind of fun.
So go on. Yes. So you saw it.
No, it's great. It's just funny. It's just like Nicolas Cage. He's like, oh yeah. It's more of a comedy than it is a.
Of course. Yeah.
A real sort of thing, but they do Nick Cage loves Nosferatu, and he loves the old vampire myths in film. I just saw a recent photo of Bela Lugosi, as Christ.
Wow!
And he, I forget the name of the play he was in, but he played Christ.
Incredible.
In the Passion of the Christ, and he was amazing. But then, of course, he takes on Dracula and so on. I think my favorite Dracula. Oh God, it's so hard to pick. But I really love Gary Oldman and Bram Stoker's Dracula by Francis Ford Coppola. I think that is. I'm not going to say the best. I think Nosferatu is great. I love Christopher Lee, of course, but as far as Draculas go, I think you gotta go with Gary Oldman.
Didn't he have an Italian name in Bram Stoker's Dracula, or maybe I'm thinking of another movie? We're talking about the one. Jesus, which one am I thinking of? The one where the Japanese woman did all the designs for the costumes and the lobster.
Yeah, Bram Stoker. Yeah, Bram Stoker. She's I forget her name, but she was fantastic. She's like Yoko Ono.
Yeah.
And she sits there, and she's like, well, I came to do design. She did The Cell with Jennifer Lopez, and anyway, but she's like, I wanted to make the armadillo, and it looked like, when you look at it, it is like an armadillo.
Yes.
Armor like this. Oh, she was brilliant. I forget her name, but goddamn, that's yes. She's like, I don't know if he is a spider or he transfigure. I want him to look animalistic, very she knew it. She's like, I talked to Gary, and he said, I said, what you like to working. He say, t-shirts and jeans. I love t-shirts and jeans too, but you cannot make this film without with t-shirts and jeans. He says, something comfortable. So I designed a sinew suit made of armadillo armor. You know, like, I mean, she was amazing. The costume design of her. She also did The Cell with Jennifer Lopez, which is brilliant. And I think, I forget the other one she did, but she is amazing. She is amazing.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate the fact that you remember her, and I can't remember her name either. We'll try and figure it out.
She deserves the respect. I honestly, like, I mean, she designed like all the practical effects in that film.
Peter Moon has joined us, by the way. Welcome aboard.
Fantastic.
We've had the wonderful Brandon Young with us.
I've been listening.
Yeah.
I've been listening. And that's why, because Brandon's on, I wanted to tell him that it's like your intelligence and what is it?
Acumen.
Satirical humor is really shining through. I'm not used to hearing you talk that much because when I'm, but on shows with you, I'm doing most of the talking.
Yeah.
So I don't really hear you talk. But in fairly recent times past, I haven't. You were fading out of consciousness.
Yes. Yeah.
No, and it seems like something's changed. Like you had oxygen pumped into you. You're on smart drugs. No, but you seem to have really improved your because that injury you suffered was very evident in your interaction, and it seems like it's gone. Can you comment on that?
Yes, Brandon.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Well, Peter, we've known each other for quite a while, and it's so interesting that you're in touch with that, and you can perceive that even. I would say that's correct. I had a fog, and I don't think I was expressing or articulating myself as well as I could be.
It wasn't. That wasn't really the problem. Is that you would just go out. I mean, it wasn't like you were not coherent. You'd just go out like you went unconscious during the transmission, or like even when you were just part of a round table. And you're totally alert and aware and coherent.
And engaging and maintaining.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, that's a good point. I think I was really tired, and I think you're talking about when I fell asleep a couple times or a few times. I just wanted to be with you guys and to hear what I could hear. And sometimes when you're just listening, you drift off into your own subconscious.
That's true. You could be tired, but it seemed like more than that. And Douglas used to notice it too. We talk about it.
Yes.
Because it was just, so it's like, as I say, it's like somebody pumped you with smart drugs. But you're a very smart individual, obviously, but now it's coming through. And it's really
good.
I was like just listening to you guys talk for a long time, and I prefer to hear Douglas monologue in general. And a lot of the banter I don't like to listen to. And of course you're reviewing old characters, and that has, that I can relate to somewhat, and your observations are very sharp and actually independent of Douglas's.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
no, I mean, Peter, that I've been a fan since I was in grade school. Middle school, 8th grade. I remember having to go to Barnes and Noble because there was an Amazon at this time. I didn't have a smartphone or a computer that you could look up and order a book from. And so I just remember having to order from Barnes and Noble, the Montauk Project, volumes. I think it was 1 through 3. And they came a month later, and I read those, and they were amazing to me. And so since then, it's been quite a while since I've been a fan of Peter Moon. So it's really an honor to have him as a colleague, honestly, and to have him listen to my words, because I've learned so much from him. I feel like I've learned a lot from a lot of other people as well, but I feel like Peter Moon is one of them. And if you don't have Douglas Dietrich or Peter Moon in the back of your mind floating around somewhere, you're missing out.
Thank you.
In my opinion.
It all depends what people want too, It all depends what people want. They might not want that. They might want quite the opposite. But be that as it may, no, it's nice. What are you doing now in the world?
What am I not doing?
No, well, I don't know what
you mean. Like,
what do you mean?
Your profession, your teaching.
Are you still in Massachusetts? Or are you somewhere else?
Yeah. All right, fair enough.
Yeah. What you're teaching and how you changed from one school to another.
Oh, I don't do that. I just
grade one grade to another.
Depends. I mean, yeah.
You're teaching school.
Yeah, I teach. Yeah, I don't want to give out.
You don't have to give out. I'm just asking. You're teaching school. I don't.
Between us, it's teaching.
You're not teaching the Blood Boys. Blood Boys. Blood Boys of Boston.
Blood Boys. Right. I don't know. No, I'm not teaching them. I'm teaching just normal kids.
And
I heard you say that so many parents name their kids Brady, and that's disturbing.
Well, it's not surprising to me, because you see, it's like, can you imagine, being pregnant and just being like, I don't know what to name this stupid kid. Who's the most popular guy? Oh, I like Tom Brady. I'm not going to name him Tom. I'll name him Brady. Oh, that's not a good name. And so there's so many kids named Brady now. And I think and I hate the name, even though I'm pretty close to it. But anyway, it's fair, and I don't hate it. But it's around. And it is a result, I think, of Tom Brady and his celebrity. And not to say he's not a good quarterback.
There's no question that he's was extremely popular and successful. But you never, back when he was just known for his football, I think there's a couple of people, a few people, maybe I can think of maybe two or something that were ostensibly named OJ.
Yep.
As OJ Simpson, who was like,
absolutely, I knew him. Yep.
Yeah, so you don't hear people called OJ.
He used to work for Hertz Rental Car. Do you remember Hertz?
Yeah, of course, that was after his football success.
Right. He did that commercial with my father.
Interesting.
So he drives OJ up to when he gets out at the airport and goes into Hertz. Yeah, the whole commercial. No one remembers this except if you were.
Sure, I remember the Hertz commercials.
This was before. I think it was 82, something like that. And so, but my dad would tell me he drove OJ. He's like, oh, I know that guy. I'm like, who? It's like OJ Simpson. I'm like, the guy that's on trial right now?
What did he know him for?
The Hertz rental car.
In other words,
at the Ritz.
I thought you said he didn't drive him. I thought you said he drove him
He drove him in the commercial. Yeah,
he drove him.
Oh, your dad was in the commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
Okay.
And which is incredible. I mean, what a story to share. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, OJ. So, he said he was a great guy. He was also in the Naked Gun movies.
Yeah, he was in quite a few movies. I think he was
Leslie
in
Nielsen. Yeah.
He was ingratiated by Hollywood. They loved him. He had a good face, a good resume. He was athletic. He was even in Roots.
Oh, that's right. He wasn't Kumte Kemte, by the way.
No, he had, I think, a very token role. Token being a very appropriate word. But yeah, I mean, but anyway, yeah, you didn't hear people being called OJ. You didn't hear in Babe Ruth people being called Babe. There might have been. You didn't hear a lot of Mickeys from Mickey Mantle or Willies. I'm sure the people. Mickey Mantle himself was named after Mickey Cochran.
You think so?
So, yeah, he was.
What about Rocky?
Rocky. Which Rocky? I mean,
Marciano.
Rocky Marciano, Graziano. I mean, there's Rocky Colavito. There's not a lot of Rockies. I mean, there's not a lot of Rockies. I had a good friend named Rocky.
Wow.
And he was actually named Rockney. His mother named him after Newt Rockney. They just called him Rocky. But yeah, there's not a lot of Rockies. There's an occasional Rocco. Is the name.
We had our experience with Rocco, yeah. So, come on.
That's a different Rocco.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's yeah. I mean, it's I think it's a little unprecedented, a little bit, to have all these people named. And I mean, thank goodness it's not the whole world, unless we don't know. We might, find out. You might have an actor on a show. You were talking about Friends, this guy that died.
Oh yeah, isn't that awful? What you think?
What if you had 3 out of 5 main actors on a show, their first name's Brady? Like John. 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 Well, but that was Brady. I saw that he died. It was on the top on the Yahoo News feed. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really know anything about the guy. I always thought that these guys were real subpar. Mm-hmm. Not the two guys, not the Joey guy, but they just they weren't like real men. Yeah. And I didn't know, and I guess that was appealing to, they weren't typical what you call lead actors.
Right.
He's, this guy who passed away, was it Matthew Perry? Was that his name?
Yes. Yeah.
He's kind of got that Tom Hanks-ishness about him.
Yeah.
Like he could play roles that Tom Hanks did. He might not have quite the dry humor or setup of Tom Hanks, but just very vanilla. Tom Hanks.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like this vanilla quality, which Jimmy Stewart had, was kind of vanilla, except that he had such a characteristic that he was very unique. But there was nothing really. I go beat up these bad guys, beat them up because they're hurting the women here and hurting the children. I gotta go beat them up. I don't want to do it. But yeah, it's so he's just I guess an unfortunate situation that occurs in Hollywood all the time, because as Jim Carrey, I've heard him say repeatedly, this is fame is not what you think it is. It's not. And he is actually highly, what you'd say, cynical. I don't know if cynical is the right word, but warning people about fame. It doesn't. It's in money. It's like you can be incredibly lonely at the top of the so-called economic food chain, because then you're dealing with people that want you for your money.
Yes.
Yeah. And I've known a guy who was very, very adept, very skilled, very well off, and when women would start learning about what he did and what he could do, they become very attracted to him.
Yeah.
Now, that they might have been attracted to him anyway, but it's like it puts a in there. It's like, are they loving you for your? And this could really develop a neurosis in somebody, because it's not, and then you're looking at everybody liking you for your your
Money.
fame, success, or money because they want something.
Yes. That's when you have to pretend that you don't have the money. You pretend to be a poor person. It's like the Lao Tzu way of Taoist. You would know this, Peter, more than me. But the Tai Chi sort of the way of effortless effort, of just going with the flow, and you don't need a lot.
Well, indeed. That's why, too much money, too much cleverness, too much of anything can get you into trouble. Mm-hmm. So it's finding the humble way is it's not necessarily, it's actually a strategic maneuver. It's sort of like a decoy. In sports, you feint this way, or the hidden ball trick in baseball. You hide the balls, and the guy doesn't know you have it, and you tag him out.
It's like a crossover in basketball.
Yeah, that because it's actually self-protect.
You shake one way and you go the other way.
So it's like, and you might not even have an agenda, but it's actually survival. Just like if you reach up to pull yourself up off of a cliff, you take a role of humility. It's just like it's not just like, but it's somewhat similar to somebody who steals a bunch of money and then he goes and wants to hide so he's not visible, because then he won't get caught. So it's like if you're standing there out in the limelight, you become a target.
Yes.
So and this is what happens. I'm sure people like him, I can't speak for him, but could get, people, like, was it David Letterman? This woman stalking him.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And celebrities have stalker problems because why? They're getting attention. Yeah. And it's all about getting attention. Now, not that they necessarily want that attention, but they're getting attention, so they become a household phenomenon. And this is a problem. So somebody like that, and they were a very popular show.
I love
they
that.
were.
I never watched it while it was on. I've seen the reruns.
I never saw the appeal myself, but people grew up with it, and these friends were like their friends, their virtual friends. It's fucking sad.
Aww.
Yeah, but
I
go
love
on.
Letterman.
I first heard
No. Pete's talking about Friends, not Letterman. The thing that Mr. Hot Tub was in. The hot tub guy.
Mr. Hot Tub. That's a great name.
Poor bastard.
Mr. Hot Tub.
Yeah.
That'd be a great name for some character, Mr. Hot
Dr.
Tub.
Hot Tub.
Yeah.
Dr. Hot Tub might
He's
be
got
better.
his own MD. He's a Dr. Hot Tub MD.
I hate to say it, the way the way I imagine him now is a marshmallow slowly boiling in a hot tub with a colostomy bag. A marshmallow.
Sounds
with
good to me.
Or perhaps Rabbi Hot Tub.
Rabbi Hot Tub.
Can't leave them out. Rabbi Hot Tub. But it's celebrities are so.
Katz's Deli is.
Who?
You ever been to? Anyone ever been to Katz's Deli?
Where? Which state? What state are we talking?
It's in New York.
Okay.
It's in
Katz's Deli. Not that I'm aware of. I could have gone there to eat in a sandwich and not know.
Come on, Peter. You never been there?
He may have been, like he said.
Deli.
He might have been. I could have
been, but I could have. You see, places like that you can just go and eat at, and you don't necessarily know they're famous.
Yeah.
Oh, come on! You never been to Katz's Deli?
Well, regardless, what's your, what about it? That
I don't think
it's amazing. It's like the best deli in the whole United States.
Wow.
Where is it?
It's right in Brooklyn.
No, definitely. I've never been to a deli in Brooklyn. I don't think.
That's too bad.
So what brings this up? It basically, like Peter was saying, we're really happy that you were able to retain conversation for a long time throughout the night. Weren't you working today, or did that change your schedule?
Oh yeah, no, it's still going on.
The work? You mean you're going to go to work anyway after staying up all night?
I just woke up at like 4 a.m.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me. This is on Houston Street in New York, which is, everything south of Houston is called Soho.
Right.
Immediately south. So it's not in Brooklyn.
That's right.
It's not in Brooklyn.
Okay. There you go. Soho, it's the artist district.
Long Island? I forget.
Well, look, it sounds like it specializes in corned beef.
Yep.
Oh, I love corned beef.
I hate corned beef. I cannot stand corned beef.
I picked up the habit from my dad. I love corned beef simply because it was, my dad imposed kind of strange tastes on me. It's Celtic. The Irish love that shit. And
I remember it for St. Patty's Day, but I just.
Well, you never were really into the whole Celtic trip. It was like you never really acculturated.
What's your favorite food, Peter? Like, if you had to pick, like, let's go.
Well, for a long time, and Paula would tell you this, although I haven't eaten it for a long time, is Indian food.
I knew
East
it.
Indian.
Yeah.
But I haven't been eating that lately. But
you like a garlic naan. You like a garlic naan. And what's the eggplant? It's like
not necessarily. I eat different things. When I was in Germany in 1992, I was like lost because it's where can I eat? I remember me and this girl from Latvia were looking for places to eat. We ended up at McDonald's because we couldn't find any place to eat.
Wow.
Well, see. It's not that you could find any place, but it was hard. And then when I went by myself, I want to be able to read the menu because you see everybody speaks English in Germany. It's not true.
Yeah.
The intelligent or the educated people, I shouldn't say the educated people or the press speak English. The people that work the trains and the waiters, no. So I finally I found myself eating at McDonald's just so that I could be fed.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Then the last night I took myself out. I did once go somewhere with a German guy I met, and we went to a place, and he helped me order, and I was completely shocked. I was pissed off because they wouldn't bring me my salad.
Oh my God!
Then they bring the salad at the end of the meal like it's dessert, and he explained to me that in Europe, in general, they'll bring the salad afterwards for digestion purposes.
Mm-hmm.
So where's my damn salad? And, it came later. But I took myself out and I found an Indian restaurant where there I could negotiate because, of course, the Indians spoke English.
Yeah. Nice.
But it wasn't as good as the Indian restaurants on Long Island.
Wow.
It was okay. It was fine. But the Indian would probably be my favorite cuisine. Although, like I took my Bulgarian friends to one of his places, and they could not. It was too hot for them, and it wasn't. They were Southern Indian, and they explained in a restaurant, "This is not hot." The further south in India you go, down by Sri Lanka, it gets so hot that even Indians have a hard time eating it. And the reason
spicy.
Yeah, because heat. They need the spices to cool their body down because it's so hot. And so he said, this is spicy compared to Indian, but it didn't faze me. So I have some, but I don't like spicy food. But it's just not that spicy to me. And I brought another person there. Some people, I brought my cousin there. He said it's the best restaurant he'd ever eaten at.
Wow.
And he's from Philadelphia, so he's not, unfamiliar with restaurants. But Katz's Deli, I don't like Jewish food. I
do.
Yeah, see, I once had a problem.
Matzo ball soup is great.
Well, this was an incident I had I went to meet my Jewish friend, psychic in Jewish part of Long Island, and she wasn't there. So I went to this deli, a predominantly Jewish shopping center, I guess, and there was no place to eat. There was a Jewish deli, so I was hungry. Went in there to eat, and I looked at the menu, and there was not anything I could even fathom eating. They had a big picture of this woman and man. It said "Founders of the Deli." It was a huge picture, like it was like they were L. Ron Hubbard or somebody, you know. Founders of the Deli. And I go, okay, I'll have a turkey burger. I ordered the turkey burger. It was basically just a turkey burger. There might have been some coleslaw. And it was so foul. Ooh. It was prepared in such a way, not bad food per se, as far as being, but it just, unless they were
birds are called foul, you do realize that.
Unless they were trying to say, let's get the guy out of here, let's poison him. No.
Let's get the guy out. But let's get him out. We see him.
Yeah. But anyway, I tried to eat it, and it was just full of so much unfamiliar, must have been spice, that I could not eat it.
Wow.
Now, I will not normally eat ketchup unless it's sugarless. But I had to try. I was so hungry, I started putting ketchup on it to drown out the thing. Still couldn't eat it.
Oh my God.
And it was so bad, I said, I can't do this. Nobody was waiting on me. So I just put $5 on the table and walked out. It was more than adequate to cover the cost of whatever it was.
I wouldn't have given them that. Because I would have demanded they pay me money.
I didn't want to create any bad karma. And so I could not eat it. And I remember one time, Joe Matheny, I was going to meet him in L.A., and he said, well, why don't we meet at this deli, this Jewish deli? He's not Jewish. And I said, oh, God, no. I said, if there was ever a justification for the Holocaust, and I said, there's not. I said, there's not, but it would be because of their food. And he said, well, we better not meet there, you know. He liked Jewish food. I think he might have had a Jewish girlfriend. Well, I don't know, but
it's masochism.
It just, well, you know, some people enjoy it. And then when one of my friends had his 60th birthday, Paula and I went over there, and his parents put it on, and they had a buffet. And they said to everybody, here's the Jewish buffet is over here, and here's the other buffet.
There you go. Tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, they were very considerate, because Jewish people will eat whitefish or gefilte fish too. And it's like, these are things that, to me, are not stomachable. Yeah. In fact, Milko said to me when I was in Bulgaria, he says, you have, he was very impressed that I wasn't intimidated by the food. He said, people have a hard time with the food. I said, well, it's because I'm used to Indian food. Oh. And they have a little bit of that. And I actually like the Bulgarian food better than the Romanian food.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's an amalgamation of different things, different cuisines. I would prefer the Indian food. I've had Afghanistan food.
Yes.
To me, it's a poor man's Indian food.
Thank you.
And we had some up in Marin County. Sky and I, my daughter took my friend Madeline out, and she wanted to try this Afghanistan place, and it was too much. It was just it's too much food, not as good as Indian food. She didn't care that much for it, but no, Indian food is my favorite. And to answer your question and fill up some time here.
Mm-hmm. Do you like Italian food, Peter?
Yeah, I like Italian food. I will even make lasagna on occasion.
Yep.
But I kind of grew up on spaghetti.
Yeah.
And then my wife's first wife's, her mother was full-blooded Italian, her grandmother.
Wow. They
came from Italy. And so that reminded me, I said, I'm used to this spaghetti and whatnot. So we got my fair share of Italianization. And I also grew up with Italians. So I'm very, I feel more acculturated with Italian than probably any other culture. Certainly
interesting,
more than the Celtic people.
Interesting.
Yeah. But in fact, I may say it, my prayer for my Italian friend who grew up in an Italian family that's more Italian than the Godfather movie.
Interesting.
She's been to Unterland, and I would love
Sicilian anyway.
I would love to do her story.
Yeah, I mean, see if we can bring her on.
I don't think she's up for that.
Okay.
I don't think she's up for that. I don't think she's up for even doing her story.
Yeah, most of us aren't.
But I would love to do it because she's actually been to Unterland.
Yeah. Wow.
And she was a sex spy, basically.
Wow.
And I thought maybe I should contact her for Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Is it health reasons? Is it health reasons? I guess it's health reasons, right?
No, well, I think when you're in that world, you kind of survive by not talking.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not a thing to do. I think most of the people that would matter are dead.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really know.
Right.
And I'd like to, I mean, she's somebody who's been there. And, I would just love to, she was very close with my best friend. They were cousins. Mm-hmm. And we're like family in a way, but it's like, I'd like to get that, they get that story out of her.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I want to give credit to some people who have contributed before we end stream today. I want to thank Peter so much for coming in and helping us reach the finish line for tonight's 12-hour mark. You might have heard me. Yeah. I'm sorry?
So nice to hear Brandon again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I mean, it's great to have him with us. And in terms of, let me take a look here at contributions. Oh, yes. A contribution received from the lovely lady Anne Callan. She's given me no indication she wishes to remain anonymous. So she contributed $50 United States this episode. Goddess bless you, lovely lady Anne Callan in Virginia. And with that, we will thank our dear brother from another mother, Steve. And Steve Myers, of course, has been on the show, and he contributed $70 United States with this episode. Wonderful people out there, and I might have, let's see if we have any more notifications coming in. But as it is, honestly, thanks to all of you. I, of course, have no, I don't think there's going to be any problem making rent. Let me take a look at the calendar. Remind myself that...
You should ask them if they want to be anonymous, or if they want to be Q-anonymous.
Oh, delightful. So today's an Irish bank holiday. Don't forget, on Halloween, it's also German Reformation Day and Cenk Ishek's birthday. When we return on Wednesday, which will practically be tomorrow, it's going to be November 1st. That will be All Saints Day. It is also going to be essentially Samhain, at what people think is pronounced Samhain because it's spelled Samhain, but it will be the Celtic season of Samhain will be...
Why don't they spell it that way then?
Oh, God, yeah. Why don't the Celts and the Hmong and all the rest of these people... that reminds me, of course, you and I will talk privately about it, but I just wanted to add a few sentences in about the welfare tribes so people would get a better understanding of... I'll relate an anecdote, which you probably heard me relate on air, about the Hmong tribesmen themselves, and how this one woman became the top salesman for a vitamin company in the United States by.
I think that if that's not in the book, you mentioned it, or I navigated around it. You didn't mention. I think it is in the book.
I not that I remember consciously, but yeah.
I mean, I remember you talking all about the vitamin salesman.
Yeah. It's not in the book as far as I can see. Maybe it's in those.
It doesn't necessarily need to be, because it just gets too. It's like such a separate thread, but But I remember the story.
Okay. We'll talk about it further, and like I say, I usually defer to your professionalism. Peter has a real good.
They have disparate threads.
Yeah.
It's like it's interesting talking in a conversation, but when you're writing a book, all of a sudden you're writing. It's like it's there's so much to cover.
Yeah.
It's like sociological. You know so much about sociology.
Yeah.
Not funny.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Well, and our gratitude to all who showed up tonight. They all kind of dropped out at odd times, and it was just funny when they dropped. They just dropped in general. They didn't like say goodbye or goodnight or anything. Many of the people who were on tonight, so hopefully they're all doing all right. George Knight, we know he's fine, but Victoria, hopefully she's doing okay. I'll try and approach her later, and hopefully we didn't offend her in any way. I doubt we did. Jennifer Hawkins, she at least communicated as she had to drop out. So she's the chef. She's the chef in her town.
What did you talk about today?
Oh, Jennifer, well, she talked about her dogs, talked about her moving around a lot as a child, and I got Jennifer to talk a bit about that as well, and, it's just she's had, these are young ladies with very unusual lives, and they've had some challenges, and but they all really love their animals. They really do. Victoria and Jennifer, they're just wonderful people who, and they don't seem to be scared about living alone. They're very secure. So that means they're self-confident, empowered. We certainly don't want to give too much away about them to render their security situation any compromise, of course. But
animals are not as challenging as human beings in relationships.
Oh, God, so true. So true. And you can see why the ladies love them. And unconditional love. It's yeah. So, that being said, we're going to end stream any moment. Before we do, dear Brandon, let everyone know you're back with us, among us, and that, you'll be returning a bit more often in the future, and we're glad to have